Chapter 101 Defeat Kabuto. Kabuto's heart was very refreshing. Finally, one day, this woman with a medical master, a unique woman in medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, fell at his feet. The fragile appearance made him feel extremely excited. Before I take you, I have to abuse you first. Kabuto walked towards Tsunade with a smirk. Shizune hurriedly got up from the ground, made a few seals on his hands, and snorted softly, "Ninja poison mist." When she opened her mouth to spray, a jet of black mist shot out of her mouth, covering Kabuto at once. Kabuto's expression changed slightly, seeing that the poisonous mist was extremely poisonous. Never inhale. He hurriedly jumped back and hurriedly left the range of the poisonous fog. He looked at Shizune and sneered, "You have some strength. But you're still close to stopping me." A swipe, Kabuto held his breath and suddenly rushed to Shizune's side with lightning speed. Shizune just wanted to dodge, but because Tsunade was beside him, he had to start a close fight with him. Shizune is also a Jonin, his level of physical skills is really not very good. Kabuto's overall strength is very powerful, almost comparable to Kakashi of the same period. After Shizune resisted and supported a few moves, he was cut by Kabuto's palm without checking. On the arm, Shizune's arm suddenly couldn't exert any more force. Kabuto kicked Shizune out of the way. Naruto hurried forward to catch her. Shizune fell into his arms with a yuhi expression on his face, and immediately shouted, "Naruto, go and stop him. Don't let Tsunade-sama get into trouble." Naruto nodded, didn't say much, just dodged and rushed over. Kabuto was about to kick Tsunade's body when he suddenly noticed a golden light and shadow approaching quickly. He hurriedly raised his hand and tried to block it, but the blue chakra ball that was spinning rapidly in Naruto's hand was in sight. Not good. Kabuto knew that he couldn't take it hard, and he kicked his feet sharply at the critical moment, and his body was able to avoid the blow. With a loud bang, Naruto's Rasengan fell to the ground, and a large piece of dirt was lifted by Rasengan's energy, and Kabuto had to back away again. "Master Tsunade, cheer up." Naruto called out to her, only to find that she was still sitting there trembling, with a very pitiful expression. Naruto had no choice but to pick her up by the waist, leave the place temporarily, and hand her over to Shizune. "Sister Shizune, I'll take care of Kabuto." Naruto stood in front of the two of them and stretched out his hand-to-hand seal, the art of shadow clone. Bang bang bang. 3 shadow clone appeared next to them, rushing towards Kabuto. Seeing that Naruto actually sent a clone to rush over, Kabuto couldn't help but chuckle, disapproving. After all, shadow clone's strength is evenly divided, that is to say, it is only a quarter of the main body. Soon, although Naruto's shadow clone rushed to Kabuto's side, he was overwhelmed by him in a few moves. "It's useless, just using shadow clone. The body can't beat me at all, it's just a waste of chakra." Kabuto sneered. Naruto's face was flat, and he didn't care, and divided more than 10 shadow clones and rushed to Kabuto together. More than a dozen shadow clone rushed over, even Kabuto had to deal with it seriously. Although shadow clone was not very strong, if he was accidentally punched, he would still be injured. With his own combat experience and solid foundation, Kabuto can travel under Naruto's shadow clone, and under the palm of sage art, Naruto's shadow clone disappears directly once it is touched. After a while, Naruto's shadow clone disappeared. Orochimaru, who was on the other side, came over slowly after defeating Jiraiya, watching the battle between the two, and said impatiently, "Kabuto, let's fight quickly, we are not here to fight." When Kabuto saw that Orochimaru had defeated Jiraiya, who was also Sannin, he secretly admired him, his fighting spirit instantly rose, and his aura became sharper. Naruto, on the other hand, was always standing on the spot, frowning slightly, as if thinking about countermeasures. The combat experience passed down by the shadow clone just now, he has a preliminary understanding of Kabuto's shooting habits. His movements are not very fast, and it is slightly inferior to his own in the state of the curse, but his attack method is unique. If you are touched, you will immediately fall into the disadvantage. Therefore, we must find an opportunity to kill him with one blow. After thinking for a while, Naruto smiled slightly, the spell seal opened, and both hands hand seal. Futon, wind style, the art of wind cutting. The invisible wind blade flashed past, and Kabuto had to avoid its edge, leaping up, and at the same time he slammed a bunch of kunai from his hand. Naruto stretched out his hand to block a few times, and stopped all of Kuwu, and finally rushed over when he was about to land. Kabuto, who had just landed, was immediately pushed into close combat by Naruto, but he was not afraid. Got kicked out. As soon as he landed, he immediately shot a few poisonous needles in Naruto's direction. Kabuto, who is a medical ninja, is also good at poison. Unfortunately, Naruto's speed was too fast, and he had fully understood Kabuto's strength before. At this time, these poisonous needles were flashed without touching his body at all. After that, Naruto increased the speed to the fastest, and appeared in front of Kabuto in an instant, stretched out his hand, and Rasengan used it. Facing the mighty Rasengan, Kabuto rolled back at the last minute, dodged extremely embarrassedly, and took the opportunity to throw a few hidden weapons at Naruto again. Naruto had already noticed his movements, and he dodged all the poisonous needles one by one, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When Kabuto was rolling sideways, there was a sudden shock under him, and the look on his face was shocked. The next moment, a blue light burst out, breaking out from the ground under Kabuto. It slammed into his stomach with a bang. Kabuto screamed suddenly, and his body was thrown out by Rasengan's fierce blow, and fell to the ground with a thud. Several people in the field were shocked. It turned out that as early as when Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru Kabuto were fighting, he had secretly arranged several avatars in the ground, and the battle with Kabuto just now was just to paralyze his attention and let him do his best. In response to his own attack, when Kabuto thought he had avoided Naruto's full-strength blow, Naruto's shadow clone, who was hiding in the ground, immediately appeared and used Rasengan to knock him out. You know, with Kabuto's cunning, it's not easy to hit him with Rasengan in the front, so Naruto can only use this method to knock him down quickly. Orochimaru was surprised when he saw that Naruto had defeated Kabuto, and he was even more shocked in his heart. Even for himself, it was not easy to defeat Kabuto so quickly, but Naruto did it. The tactical arrangement was indeed unexpected. Chapter 102 Hurt. That's great, Naruto. I didn't expect your fighting mind to be so good. I didn't even expect you to have a shadow clone hidden in the ground beforehand. Shizune exclaimed with joy. Tsunade was still trembling, but his eyes lighted slightly, and he admired Naruto's battle. Listening to the speeches of several people, Orochimaru's face was gloomy and he seemed to be dripping blood. I didn't expect that this time, it was Uzumaki Naruto who came out and disrupted his plan. This kid is really hateful. With a ruthless attack, Orochimaru swung his body and attacked Naruto. Although he couldn't hand seal, his physique skills were still there. With the retractable neck and tongue, Naruto couldn't be careless. Pity that Orochimaru, who couldn't hand seal, plus his hands were abolished, and he couldn't surpass Naruto in speed. It seems, let's take Tsunade back first. This kid is too difficult to deal with. If Jiraiya wakes up later, he won't be able to leave. Thinking of this, Orochimaru shook his body and wanted to take Tsunade away first. At this time, before Shizune could react, Orochimaru had already rushed in front of her. Just as he was about to stop him, he was kicked and flew away. Out his tongue, he wanted to take Tsunade away. Fortunately, Naruto caught up in time, forced Orochimaru away with a punch, and said angrily, "Your opponent is me. If you want to beat her, pass me first." Orochimaru had no choice but to dodge, but there was a sinister smile on his face. "I want to see how you can stop me." Before Orochimaru finished speaking, he opened his mouth, and suddenly several large snakes came out. The incomparably fast speed flew towards Naruto. Naruto dodged to the side and gently avoided the long swords, only to find that the long swords were still being castrated, and they pointed directly at Tsunade, who was sitting on the ground. "It's despicable," Naruto scolded secretly. At this time, he couldn't attack Orochimaru at all. He couldn't guarantee whether these sharp weapons had penetrated Tsunade's body before he knocked Orochimaru into the sky. Whether Tsunade in this state would use the Yin seal. There was no other way. He could only reach out and grab a snake's neck, so that it couldn't move, but unfortunately he only had 2 hands and couldn't stop it all, and at this time, if he wanted to turn around and bring Tsunade or use defensive ninjutsu, he will definitely be stabbed into a hedgehog by these swords before that. After all, Orochimaru's attack speed is not slow. Seeing all the long swords attack, Naruto bit Kiba, pinched the neck of a snake with one hand, grabbed another snake with the other hand, and then used Rasengan to knock out 2 snakes, but was finally killed by the last 2 snakes. Got stabbed in the body. But fortunately, Naruto avoided the vital point of his body at the last minute, passing through his left shoulder and stabbing him in the thigh. At this moment, Naruto couldn't help groaning. The feeling of being pierced by a sharp weapon really hurt, but it also stimulated the blood in his chest. With a muffled roar, he snapped the 2 big snakes, rushed up and punched Orochimaru in the face, knocking him out violently. Yin Yuhi's blood kept pouring out along his chest. Naruto bit Kiba, and quickly took out the bandages to bandage the 2 blood holes on his body. At this time, Shizune struggled to get up, ran over screaming, and hurriedly supported Naruto and treated him. "Naruto, don't move, you're bleeding a lot." Shizune's voice was filled with incomparable worry, and the medical ninjutsu frantically repaired Naruto's wounds. It's fine." Although Naruto was in pain, he still stared at Orochimaru, who was smiling, to prevent him from doing anything. After all, he was already injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Losing his hands as Orochimaru, the incomparably powerful, he can't be careful. You're all right now." Shizune's anxious face was covered in sweat, and his voice was full of tears. If Naruto was killed by Orochimaru in order to save himself and others, he would not be at ease for the rest of his life. Naruto gave a wry smile, turned his head and shouted at Tsunade, "Hey, are you still not getting up? I can't stop it any longer." Tsunade was staring blankly at Naruto's back, and the streaks of Yin Yuhi's blood left from him, struggling in his eyes. On the one hand, she was very afraid of the blood, but on the other hand, she didn't want to watch Naruto die for herself. However, this damn phobia made him weak and his body couldn't help himself. How to do? What exactly should I do? Get moving. Get your body moving. At this moment, Tsunade hated his weakness very much. Seeing that Naruto was hurting himself in order to protect himself, he could only sit there and couldn't help. "Naruto, hurry up. Don't mind me," Tsunade said, shaking his body. Naruto shook his head after hearing this, turned his head to stop looking at her, but said, "I said that I won't let Orochimaru hurt you, so I will never break my promise. Man, how can I give up what I said? Then I myself you will also look down on yourself." Tsunade was stunned for a while, and suddenly felt that Naruto's back was so tall and straight. How could this kid say such a thing? She was very moved, but she still persuaded. "No," reluctantly, "let's go." Naruto simply ignored her. Shizune silently looked at his profile with an indescribable feeling in his heart. "I just felt that Naruto stood here, and Tsunade and myself would feel safe." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Naruto-kun, if you weren't injured, I couldn't help you, but now. Do you think you can stop me? What's more," he said and looked aside at a glance, "I don't know when Kabuto actually got up and came over while treating his injury. You have no chance." Naruto frowned. Shizune looked nervous as he watched the two approaching, but Tsunade-sama behind him still had no ability to move. "No, even if you die this time, you won't be able to hurt Naruto and Tsunade-sama again." Shizune stood up abruptly and stopped in front of Naruto after roughly handling Naruto. "Ha ha." Orochimaru shook his head and laughed, seeing Shizune, Tsunade's performance is a futile struggle. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. Stop. Orochimaru. What? This incomparably calm and angry voice immediately surprised both Orochimaru and Shizune's face was full of surprises. Chapter 103 Back to Konoha. I don't know when. Tsunade has stood up from the back. The trembling body is completely balanced at this time. The fear and panic in the eyes have long been replaced by the icy cold air, and the momentum on the body is even stronger. Lord Tsunade, your hyperphobia. Shizune turned to look at her in surprise and joy. Tsunade glanced at Shizune, and then on Naruto's back. A soft smile suddenly appeared on his face. I saw that she walked forward slowly, stretched out her hands and pressed Naruto's two wounds. A faint green light slowly emerged, and I saw that Naruto's wounds suddenly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's more than halfway better. Naruto felt that the wound was enveloped by a gentle force, and his body was shaken slightly, and he couldn't help but praise. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was truly unparalleled in the world, and his actions were no longer a problem after such a time. You finally got over the hyperphobia. Naruto looked at Tsunade next to him and smiled. Tsunade also smiled at him. Thanks to you. If you hadn't stopped in front of me regardless of safety, I couldn't overcome the fear in my heart. After this incident, I really want to thank you, you little brat. At this moment, Tsunade's smile was so gentle that even Naruto couldn't help but stare blankly, but he immediately recovered and smiled and said, if you don't recover, we will be in trouble today. Well, it's really hard work for you guys. Let me do the rest. Let's see how I blow them up. After Tsunade finished the treatment, he gently stroked Naruto's cheek and pulled him behind him. When facing Orochimaru again, the gentle expression on his face instantly turned extremely cold. Naruto was stroked by her jade hand, which was softer than that of a young girl, and his heart swayed, so he had to be blocked behind him in a daze. Boom. Soon as he lost his mind, Tsunade had already attacked, and the powerful force of chakra-enhanced strength immediately forced Orochimaru and Kabuto away. Immediately afterwards, she flew up, not giving the two of them a chance to breathe, and rushed forward with punch after punch. Damn Uzumaki Naruto, he actually made Tsunade's phobia disappear. Orochimaru scolded secretly, and Kabuto and two quickly backed away, saying, it seems that there is no way to catch her today. Kabuto, prepare to retreat. Quote. Yes. Soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade's attack came again. This time, Orochimaru opened his mouth fiercely, and suddenly spewed countless poisonous snakes from his mouth, forming a high wave of snakes, and immediately included everything around him. The sound was terrifying, and a gust of wind blew up. Tsunade's scalp was tingling, so many snakes were not easy to deal with. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, Doden, Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. In the next instant, the group of snakes that was like a wave suddenly sank. Although they were still swimming hard, they were constantly being pulled by a gentle force, and they couldn't go any further. Naruto looked to the side. It was Jiraiya. I don't know when he woke up and used this ninjutsu to resist Orochimaru's snake waves. After everything subsided, Orochimaru and Kabuto had long since disappeared. Facing the chaos in the field, they could not help but be speechless for a long time. In the town, a few people have returned to the hotel. After this battle, Tsunade cured the hyperphobia. Although Naruto suffered some injuries, she was also cured by her. The remaining problem is that Tsunade returned to Konoha. Something happened. When Naruto asked her if she would like to go to Konoha as a Hokage next, Tsunade suddenly smiled at him. Little devil, since you sincerely let me go, then I will send a kind heart and promise you. But Naruto couldn't help sweating, and looked at her suspiciously. But I don't want to hold the position of Hokage for a long time, at most 3 years. When you grow up, I will give it to you, Tsunade said. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then Jiraiya said, that's fine. To do Hokage with Tsunade's character is also embarrassing for you. Since you are willing to take over as Hokage for 3 years first, I will train Naruto well in these 3 years. Quote. When Tsunade heard it, she readily agreed. Although she prefers gambling rather than Hokage, it is not bad for her to do Hokage. So the next day, a few people packed up and prepared to return to Konoha. On the way, Naruto walked up to Tsunade and asked, I said Tsunade-sama, why did you agree to me so easily? You seem to be very resistant to being a Hokage before. When Tsunade heard this, he smiled and reached out to pinch Naruto's face, but Naruto avoided him, and pouted, it's really not cute, but in fact, I cured me to repay you. I only went to Konoha because of hyperphobia, otherwise who would want to do Hokage, it's hard and thankless. Quote. Naruto couldn't help sweating. Tsunade, the Hokage position that everyone in Konoha wanted to be, was not uncommon at all. Hearing her reason, he could only laugh. I was secretly grateful that I saved her life and cured her fear of blood phobia, otherwise I don't know how to get her back to Konoha. But this ending is not bad, at least this is what she voluntarily went back to. Looking at Naruto's smiling face, Tsunade's heart was filled with gentle ripples. This face was so similar to Naoki's, and his back in front of him yesterday was so tough and straight. That moment, she suddenly felt a sense of security being protected. As Sannin, she hadn't felt this way for a long time. Naruto, if I used to live aimlessly and decadently, then from now on, I will pave the way for you, fully support you in Konoha, and protect you until the day you become the 6th generation of Hokage. This, Shizune was also watching Naruto silently, with a very gentle expression on his face. A few days later, the group returned to Konoha. Just after arriving at the gate of the village, the ninja guarding the gate rubbed his eyes in disbelief when he saw Jiraiya and Tsunade. When he saw that it was really these two big men, he finally became furious. Ran out to report. Tsunade looked around, watching Konoha's scene. His face couldn't help showing infinite emotion, and his eyes couldn't help but get wet. After decades of separation, I'm finally back here today, she muttered to herself, while Jiraiya laughed. Tsunade, how is it? Konoha still hasn't changed, right? Yeah, it hasn't changed, it's just that we're getting old. Tsunade sighed, looking a little lonely. Are you regretting your lost youth? You're not old. In my eyes you're still an 18-year-old sister. Naruto couldn't help comforting her when he saw her sad look. You brat, I'm an old woman. After hearing Naruto's praise, Tsunade couldn't help but burst into a smile, his face burst into bloom, and he scolded with a smile. However, although she laughed and scolded her, she was very happy in her heart. I didn't expect this little devil's mouth to be so sweet. Naruto smiled and shook his head. Seeing that she was no longer sad, he was relieved. At this time, he suddenly saw a figure sneaking in a corner, his face couldn't help but be taken aback. Chapter 104 Style. The next moment, Naruto and Tsunade said a few words and left them first, actually walking towards the place where the man was hiding. Just halfway there, I saw a petite figure standing shyly from the corner, with a shy and happy expression on his face. Hinata, Naruto shouted, and he suddenly understood that it was Hinata who was secretly hiding here to watch him. He was also happy about this, and it felt very good to be cared by the girl. Naruto, Hinata seemed to be a child who had done something wrong, standing in front of him at a loss. Her face was ashamed of Yuhi, even the root of her neck was Yuhi. I haven't seen Naruto for a long time. It's hard to find knowing the news that Naruto was returning to the village today. She waited here early, but at the moment when she saw Naruto, seeing so many great people around him, she was very shy and did not dare to go out and meet him on the spot. Seeing that she was still shy as always, Naruto smiled gently, touched her head, and said softly, Hinata, are you waiting for me here? Hinata nodded slightly, looking submissive. Suddenly she looked up at him again and said, Naruto, how have you been outside these days? After speaking, she lowered her head. Seeing her so cute, Naruto couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. He quietly pulled her hand, squeezed her pink cheek again, and said with a smile, "Hinata, thank you for your concern. Is your injury alright? Let's go eat something first, and I'll tell you slowly." He just came back from outside, and his stomach was already growling with hunger, and now he just pulled up Hinata to eat together. Good. Hinata had eaten before, but seeing that Naruto looked very hungry, he readily agreed and accompanies him to dinner. While Naruto ate a lot, he did not forget to tell her about his encounter with Tsunade this time. Of course, he naturally hides those ambiguous coincidences and his injuries. Hinata listened with relish, and Chichi-ai whispered, If there is a chance, I can also perform a mission with Naruto, that would be great." Naruto couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, scratched her cute little nose, and said, "My missions are all very dangerous, you can't go." Hinata was yuhi by Naruto's close contact and face, but now that she has gotten used to it a little, she won't faint. At this moment, a surprised whisper came from outside the restaurant. "Hey, Naruto, so you're here." With a crisp voice, Sakura with long pink hair jumped in and ran in. Seeing Naruto and Hinata eating intimately, he pouted. She was a little jealous, but she didn't show her joy at seeing Naruto, and said happily, "Naruto, I haven't seen you for a few days. I heard that you brought Mr. Tsunade, one of the Sanins, with you. She is my most admired female ninja, and her medical ninjutsu is so high. I really want to meet her. If I can learn her medical ninjutsu, then I will die of joy." Hearing her chatter, Naruto smiled and greeted her, interrupting her, "Sakura, I just got back to the village, and you found it here. The news is really well informed." Sakura gave a slight yuhi on his face, glanced at Hinata, and said jokingly, "People are paying the most attention to your news. When I heard that you were returning to the village, you ran out of the medical class halfway through your study. How is it? Good to you?" It's really good, really good." Naruto touched his nose and said, "In that case, let me help you talk to Lord Tsunade. Maybe I can convince her to accept you as a disciple." Really? When Sakura heard a surprise on her face, she danced with joy. "It's great. If I can become Master Tsunade's disciple, my medical ninjutsu will definitely become super powerful. You are so kind, Naruto." Saying that, Sakura, who was overly surprised, suddenly rushed over and hugged Naruto's neck and gave him a hard kiss on the face. Hinata's eyes widened immediately, and Naruto was kissed by Sakura. Naruto was kissed by Sakura. Naruto was kissed by Sakura. I'm sorry, I'm too excited." Sakura came back to her senses, only to realize that her actions were a bit too much. Looking at Hinata's face and Yuhi's dazed appearance, she immediately screamed. Yuhi ran out with a shy face, but he was overjoyed. He took this opportunity to kiss Naruto. Did he get closer to Naruto? Naruto touched the hint of girlish fragrance still on his face, looked at Hinata with a slightly embarrassed look, but when she saw her eyes, Yuhi lowered his head with a face, and looked slightly lost. He didn't know what to say for a while, and he couldn't help but feel a little resentment at Sakura's actions. This Sakura kissed himself in front of Hinata. Isn't this to make Hinata think too much? Eating and drinking, Naruto paid the money and walked around the village with Hinata. The news that Tsunade had arrived in Konoha had spread all over the village, and people kept mentioning Tsunade's name on the street, many of them Tsunade. Her enthusiastic fans praise her enthusiastically, and when I heard that Tsunade was coming back as Hokage, she even raised both hands in approval. Naruto couldn't help but sigh that although Tsunade had been away from Konoha for decades, she still held such an important place in the hearts of the people of the village. Her medical ninjutsu saves countless people, and her beauty is also an important factor. You can see that the middle-aged uncle in his 40s still looks like a nympho. The two walked around the village, and the original loss in Hinata's heart finally slowly dissipated. It was not until the sun set that she and Naruto reluctantly parted at the door of Hyuga's house. Naruto. When Naruto turned to leave, Hinata suddenly called him again. Well, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Naruto turned to look at her. Looking at Naruto's clear eyes, Hinata's face gradually became moistened by Yuhi's, and the sunset slanted on it, making her white and penetrating Yuhi's skin even more attractive, making it difficult to tell whether it was the color of the sunset or her original color. Color. That, Naruto, Hinata said in a dignified manner, can you please close your eyes? What? Naruto, can you close your eyes? I have a gift for you. Hinata took a deep breath and said carefully. Naruto didn't know why, looked at her doubtfully for a while, and finally closed his eyes, thinking that you're not going to kiss me, are you? Just as the idea of Naruto came up, there was a sudden hot and humid feeling on the left cheek, and a warm girly fragrance suddenly spread over the surface, and he was stunned. Depend on. It was guessed right. Hinata with his beautiful eyes closed and kissed his face in surprise. He saw that her eyes were tightly closed, her lovely eyelashes were trembling slightly, and Yuhi's face was even more dizzy. All over. He was stunned by such a beautiful scenery, but he was more surprised at this moment. He never thought that Hinata, who had always been shy, would dare to kiss himself. This time, Naruto finally couldn't bear it anymore, and when his heart was hot, he opened his mouth and kissed her cute little mouth. Hinata let out a coquettish snort. Her whole body trembled violently, her pure white eyes opened immediately, but immediately closed tightly, her small hands tightly tugged Naruto's clothes, and her body was even tighter. Naruto actually kissed me. At this moment, Hinata's heart was infinitely ashamed and joyful, a heat surged over his head, and he fainted immediately. Chapter 105 Four People. The next day, Naruto returned to Konoha for a night's rest and continued his training refreshed. Rasenshuriken can no longer be used at present, and he can only temporarily develop ninjutsu such as Big Ball Rasengan. Last night, Hinata was kissed by Naruto and fainted. Later, Naruto, who realized that she was a little rude, sent her back to Hyuga's house. At that time, she was also uneasy when she was scrutinized by Hyuga Hiyashi. Unexpectedly, he actually molested a 12 or 13-year-old girl, and Naruto couldn't help but feel hot when he thought about it now. The past 2 days, Tsunade has also been working on taking office. By the way, he performed surgery on Little Lee to treat the wounded who were seriously injured in this battle. Her reputation has become more prosperous because of this. Now everyone in the streets and alleys knows that Tsunade is about to become the 5th generation of Hokage. In this regard, although Naruto was a little curious about why Danzo's group were so quiet, he didn't think too much about it. Since Danzo and the others did not compete for the position of the 5th Hokage, they must be worried about something. Jiraiya left the village last night, saying that he had received a very important news temporarily, and he had to go check it out in person, and when he came back next time, it would be time to take himself to practice. Today is the 2nd day of returning to Konoha. Most of the village has been built in these days, and it has recovered to its former prosperity. He came all the way to the training ground and began to sit down cross-legged to appreciate the power of nature. It's a pity that at that time the feeling that I felt in the Yudu space can no longer be obtained. Because of this, he couldn't help shaking his head in frustration. A few days later, Tsunade's inauguration ceremony has passed, and the village is thriving. It seems that although Tsunade has just taken office, his management is still orderly. Suzuki also went to Naruto the day before Naruto came back and asked to train with him. During the days when Naruto was not in Konoha, Suzuki lay on the bed for a long time because of Itachi's moonlight until Tsunade it's fine when you come back. These days, she has also thought about a lot, most of which is that her strength is too poor, and she can't fight Itachi at all. Thinking of the powerlessness she felt when facing Itachi, she was very unwilling, and when she thought of Naruto's powerful strength, she only felt that she was becoming more and more useless. When she was in danger, only Naruto came to save her, but when Naruto encountered danger, she was unable to save her. This feeling made her almost crazy. After training with Naruto for a few days, every time Zuoyu made a contest with him, she was defeated very quickly. She felt that Naruto was a big mountain in front of her, and she could never cross it. But what followed was more and more intense unwillingness and desire for strength. She was unwilling to be under Naruto forever, and she would always be protected by Naruto, and she also longed for herself to stand in front of Naruto. Protect him. She doesn't know how to become stronger. She only knows how to practice ninjutsu and taijutsu over and over again, but in her impetuous state of mind, how can she carefully appreciate the experience gained during training? Compared with Naruto, her progress is very limited. For this reason, Naruto also persuaded her that if she wants to become stronger, she must first change her state of mind. The irritable mood could no longer be calm, and Naruto persuaded him to have no choice but to shake his head and sigh. After a few days, Zuoyu became more and more impatient. On this day, Naruto sent her back home. Seeing her frowning all the time, he really had the urge to tell her everything he really wanted to tell her, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that even if he told her the truth, how about that? Although Zuoyu is only a 12 or 13-year-old girl, her heart is pure as white paper, but her basic thinking ability is not bad at all. She can't get confirmation of her own words at all, so how can she easily believe it? Moreover, after the truth he said, he couldn't justify it. After all, an outsider who didn't belong to the Uchiha family, and was a child of 12 or 13 years old, the truth he said was really hard to convince people. Okay, Naruto, I'm home. At the door of the house, Zuoyu waved goodbye to Naruto. Watching Naruto's figure drifting away, she also felt a sense of loss in her heart. Compared with the powerful Naruto, it's getting farther and farther away from him now. Reaching out, Sayu seemed to want to grab Naruto's back, but she could only watch the figure gradually disappear between her fingers. Sighing slightly, Zuoyu returned to the room and continued to take out Kuwu to practice in the courtyard. That night, when Zuoyu, who was training hard, was about to take a bath and sleep, a few figures suddenly jumped in from outside the wall. From the looks of it, it looks like an adult. Who are you? Zuoyu screamed, just about to rush up to see what happened, but suddenly those people jumped out together and fled outside. Zuoyu snorted coldly, feeling very unhappy with these guys who dared to break into her yard, so she immediately chased after her footsteps. Those figures were the Otogaku group of 4 under Orochimaru. They were ordered to take Sayu to Orochimaru. At this time, they finally touched the village and lured her into the bait. Zuoyu didn't know the identities of these people, and chased them all the way to the surrounding of the village, and they finally stopped on the top of a big tree. Why didn't you run away? Zuoyu stood quietly behind them and said coldly. At this time, it was almost midnight, and a full moon hung high in the sky. Under the moonlight, she could only see that they were 4 strange figures. Since you've been led out by us, why do we have to run again? Gatong Maru suddenly turned around and smiled, and at the same time, the other 3 turned around, Zukin, Tiyuya, and Jirobo. Seeing the 4 evil spirits, Zuoyu's brows could not help but wrinkle slightly, and she tightened her hands and said with vigilance, "What conspiracy do you have?" "Ha ha ha, Uchiha Sasu, we are Orochimaru-sama's subordinates. We brought you here this time to let you meet Orochimaru-sama with us. You are really lucky to be seen by Orochimaru-sama." Kidomaru laughed. Orochimaru. Sasu's tone turned cold when she heard the name. She knew that this guy was Missingnin who attacked the village. He bit herself in the forest of death that day. If it wasn't for Naruto, she would have been killed at that time. He took it, so she didn't like it at all, and said bitterly, "It turned out to be Orochimaru. What did he want me to see him for? HMPH, did he want me to go, so I went." "Presumptuous, it is your honor that Lord Orochimaru is willing to meet you." Zuo-jin scolded immediately upon hearing this. Zuoyu pouted, disapprovingly, "What if I don't go?" Chapter 106 Lure. Sayu fell to the side helplessly, looking at the figures of the 4 in front of her. Her heart was filled with infinite unwillingness. She was really useless. Not only was she unable to catch up with Naruto, but now even Orochimaru's subordinates couldn't beat him. What qualifications do you have to take revenge? What qualifications are there to chase Naruto? The more she thought about it, the more decadent Zuo-Yu's expression became. Kitamaru and the four of them laughed smugly when they saw Sayu, a genius who was hailed as a rare gift by Orochimaru-sama, and laughed proudly, "Genius, nothing more than that." Jirobo sneered, "Did I see that Orochimaru-sama was wrong? Is such a useless kid worthy of our shot? You really look down on her." Ha 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 ha. Several people laughed unscrupulously, which made Zuo-Yu extremely unwilling, biting her lip, and almost burst into tears. Suddenly, Kitamaru stopped laughing, squatted down and looked at Sayu. "Do you know why you are so weak? That's because you didn't get the power of your Lord Orochimaru. You have the spell on your neck that Orochimaru-sama bestowed on you, but unfortunately you can't use it, that's why you're so weak." "I don't know how to use this kind of thing." Zuo-Yu knew from Naruto long ago that the curse mark was harmful to her body, so she snorted after hearing his words, and didn't attack him at all. Gatonmaru smiled indifferently, looked back at the other four, stood up and looked down at her and said, "What a naive brat, a brat like you doesn't even know how much power Orochimaru-sama bestows." "Powerful. Since that's the case, let's show you how powerful this is." After speaking, several people smiled at each other, the curse seal opened, and everyone immediately entered the second state. The appearance of becoming a ghost and a ghost made Zuo-Yu's heart tremble, but the radiance from these people, the momentum is actually several times stronger than before. Although this level of aura could not be compared with Naruto, she was shocked when she saw several people suddenly turn their strength several times over. Naruto said that this power is very powerful, but if it is not used properly, it will have very large side effects on itself. However, if the master can control this power, it will greatly increase its own strength. Seeing how the four of them transformed using the curse seal in an instant, Zuo-Yu's heart was greatly moved. Several people naturally saw Zuo-Yu's thoughts, and couldn't help but smile together. After withdrawing the power of the curse mark, Taiyu also said, "This is the power bestowed by Lord Orochimaru." Wasted. Kitamaru smiled and seduced. "As long as you follow Orochimaru-sama, you will naturally get the power you want. How about it? Do you want to come with us? Don't miss the beautiful future." Zuo-Yu frowned, her expression unmoved. Seeing her appearance that the oil and salt did not go in, Gatongwan took out another pill and said to her, "This is a medicine prepared by Lord Orochimaru to temporarily stimulate the power of the curse in your body, take it and let it be feel the power for yourself." He then threw the pill to Zuo-Yu. Zuo-Yu took it, put it in her hand and stared at it for a long time. Finally swallowed it. She is not afraid that the drug is poisonous. These people obviously did not want to forcibly take her away when they came here. Otherwise, with their strength, they would never talk to herself so much, but would simply take herself away. It can be seen that their purpose is not to arrest themselves, but to convince themselves. So, she swallowed the pill. When the pill was swallowed, a heat flow rose from the abdomen, and at the same time, the curse mark on the neck suddenly stinged. Immediately afterwards, a powerful force spread out from the curse seal, surrounding his entire body. Under the moonlit night, Gatongmaru and the others looked at the fiery Yuhi's curse marks on Zuo-Yu's face. The power was stronger than his own state, and they were envious of the power of this day's curse marks in their hearts, but it was a pity. He and others all have the curse of the earth, which is even worse than the curse of the sky. Power. Zuo-Yu stared blankly at her hands, feeling the powerful power that surged up from her body. The power that she had only felt in the previous outbreak came again. This feeling made her whole person intoxicated. She felt that she could now blow up a big tree with one punch, and even the few people in front of her were no match for it. How is it? Do you feel it? You are only in state 1. If you further use drugs to stimulate the power of your state 2, it must be even more powerful. Gatongwan said. How is it? Are you excited? As long as you promise us to see Lord Orochimaru, we will naturally give you this power. Several people continued to seduce. Zuo-Yu has been dazzled by the power now, and has long left Naruto's previous words behind her. The power of the curse mark has made her intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. And she didn't care so much about the side effects of forcibly using the power of the spell. The next day, when Naruto saw Zuiyu again, he suddenly found that she seemed a little too afraid to look into his eyes, as if dodging and daring to look at him, and he couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. Zuiyu, what's the matter? Did something happen? Naruto couldn't help but ask her while cultivating. Oh, no, nothing. Zuiyu saw him ask herself, and hurriedly walked away to continue training. Naruto frowned slightly, wondering in her heart, she must be hiding something from herself. At the end of the day, Naruto was also quietly observing her, and when she found her frowning in thought and struggling with her face, she felt even more relieved. In the evening, after taking her home, Naruto was walking on the street alone, wondering if Zuiyu was troubled by the lack of progress in her recent practice. It seems that I have to find another opportunity to enlighten her well. At this moment, the two familiar figures in front suddenly appeared in the line of sight. It was Tsunade and Shizune, but at the moment they were heading straight for a casino. Shizune followed behind and kept persuading, while Tsunade looked impatient. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but follow him, watching Tsunade bet big bets. It's just that many people around were afraid to gamble with Tsunade because of her majesty. Later, she slammed and said that if anyone dared to let her in gambling, he would have to taste the anger of Hokage. In this way, everyone had to gamble with her, but, as you can imagine, Tsunade lost everything, and those people were addicted to gambling, and for a while they forgot Tsunade's identity. In an instant, Tsunade ran out of the casino in a fit of rage, empty-handed. Shizune followed her with a downcast look on her face. Chapter 107 Drunk. Naruto followed them with a funny face. Seeing that they had lost all their money, he couldn't help but stepped forward and smiled. Master Tsunade, as Hokage, you still have time to gamble now. When Tsunade saw that it was Naruto, Tsunade hummed, "What? Are you coming to see me as a joke?" Seeing her angry expression, she doesn't look like a person in her 40s or 50s. This temper is clearly a little girl, and he couldn't help laughing. I don't dare, but I'm very strange that you gamble like this. Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? Shizune nodded vigorously behind him, agreeing with Naruto's statement. Tsunade looked at the two of them like this, and hummed in anger, "Okay. You two have joined forces to teach me a lesson, haven't you? Humph, you are not qualified yet." Shizune was trained by Tsunade to not dare to speak, but Naruto was not afraid of her, and still laughed secretly there. Result, Tsunade glared at Naruto angrily, and shouted, "Damn kid, he's making fun of me even after he lost all his money today. Come drink with me. If you can drink it, I'll let you go." Shizune was startled when he heard this. Master Tsunade, Naruto is still a child. He can't drink. It doesn't matter, I drink with this Hokage today, so what if I make an exception? Tsunade said, giving Naruto a sideways look. You mean that? Naruto, if people don't agree, they will immediately jump over and bite him to death. Naruto was stunned for a while, then glanced at Shizune helplessly, and said, "Hey, if you want to drink, just go, why are you pulling me?" Huh, what do you mean by that? Tsunade immediately became unhappy when he heard that, grabbed Naruto's collar, and hummed close to him, "If you don't drink with me, then you look down on me. Just watch done." Naruto was at a loss for words, and he could only nod in agreement as he smelled the unique body fragrance on Tsunade's body. Haha, that's good. Tsunade stroked Naruto's cheek affectionately, pulling him to the pub. The tavern, Tsunade, Shizune were being forced to drink by Tsunade. Listening to her keep talking about gambling, they could only smile wryly on their faces, and then heard her talk about Hokage's work. It's another big downfall, saying that the happy days of the past are no more, and now even gambling is restricted everywhere. Naruto couldn't help laughing at this. Master Tsunade, as long as you don't lose the entire Konoha. HMPH, I'm that kind of person. Tsunade rolled his eyes at him, With the slightly drunk face after drinking, the intoxicating blue eyes, and the charming and innocent tone, Naruto's heart was instantly shaken, and he thought that Tsunade for it's a heinous crime to be so attractive at the age of 50. Sir Tsunade, you're almost done drinking, let's go back to rest. Shizune was also dragged to drink several glasses, and at this time he was a little drunk and persuaded, but the tone was so weak and not convincing at all. Naruto was also drunk long ago, but he still maintained a trace of sobriety. He tried his best to stand up and pull the two of them out. Don't pull me, I still want to drink. Tsunade ignored him and dragged him back instead. Naruto slumped into Tsunade's arms, his head resting on her incomparably huge weapon. A soft feeling came, and suddenly there was a feeling of not wanting to get up. Maybe he was really drunk. Tsunade actually hugged Naruto's head and laughed. You kid, you are so naughty, you even got into my arms, do you still want to drink my milk? Quote. Naruto faced this great beauty, and his mature mentality has long been tormented. Hearing her say this at this moment, there is a bang in his head. He just feels a surge of blood, and he can't wait to directly press her under him. For rectification on the spot. However, the impulse was only temporary, the thought was instantly extinguished, and the restless mind was also suppressed by reason, but Tsunade continued to hold his body. A pair of jade hands pressed against his head and kept squeezing to his chest, seems to really want to give him milk. Shizune on the side was ashamed and shocked. I didn't expect Mr. Tsunade to be so rude after drinking today, and actually molested the child. Naruto is only 12 or 13 years old, this is not as simple as an old cow eating tender grass. Shizune hurriedly pulled Naruto away, picked up the drunk Tsunade and walked out. Naruto left Tsunade's embrace, and suddenly there was a hint of reluctance in his heart, but he immediately woke up and hurriedly dragged Tsunade out of the tavern with Shizune. 3. Returned to Tsunade's house. Naruto was already sweating profusely, not tired, but suffocated, and he really didn't dare to drink with her in the future. Luckily, only Tsunade drank the most among the three, and Naruto and Shizune were not drinking much on the road. Watching Tsunade fall into a deep sleep at this time, the two of them couldn't help but glance at each other, and they were speechless. After a while, Naruto was about to leave. Shizune grabbed him and apologized. Naruto, I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama just lost his temper after drinking. Don't take it to heart. It's nothing, there's no need to apologize, Sister Shizune. Naruto smiled back. Well, that's fine, but I'm also surprised that Tsunade-sama is so close to you. She has never been so happy since those things. Shizune glanced at Tsunade silently and said slowly. Naruto had an indescribable feeling in his heart that this teenage boy could actually eliminate Tsunade-sama's fear of blood and make her so happy. Could it be that he had some magic power on him? Naruto was stunned when he heard the words, then smiled again, and said goodbye. Sister Shizune, you should rest early as well, and you have to work tomorrow. After speaking, he jumped out of the window, leaving Shizune standing in front of the window silently watching his back disappear into the moonlight. At this time, Sayu was in the woods somewhere outside the village when she saw the 4 Otogakure. How is it? Have you considered it? Gatong Maru asked. Zuo-Yu's eyes were as calm as water. She looked up at the moon in the sky, and when she lowered her head, she finally exhaled heavily. I promise you. The 4 of them heard the words. They couldn't help but look at each other, smiled at each other, and said, you know the current affairs. Sakin also said, it is our honor to be able to serve Orochimaru-sama. Kidomaru patted a high wooden barrel beside him, and said to Zuo-Yu, since you agreed, then come in, we will help you unlock the power of the second curse, and in the meantime, also bring along you go back to Lord Orochimaru. Then you will have great power. Chapter 108 Take Command. In the early morning sun, Naruto practiced in the old place for a while, but he never waited for Zuo-Yu to come over. In the past few days, Zuo-Yu had arrived earlier than himself, and this place was an appointment for the two of them to come together. In the training place, she shouldn't go the wrong way, right? After practicing for a while, Naruto had a bad feeling when he remembered the abnormal state of Zuoyu yesterday, so he rushed to Uchiha's old house and came to Zuoyu's house to have a look, but found that there was no one there, and the door was tight. Close. Naruto frowned and became more and more uneasy. Finally, he knocked open Zuoyu's door and stared blankly at the empty bedroom. Zuoyu is not here. Did she go somewhere else? Naruto was about to send out hundreds of shadow clones from Hand Seal to look for, but suddenly saw a note on her bedside table. Picking it up, it reads, Naruto, I'm sorry I can't train with you today. I think I was no longer in the Konoha village when you found this place. Naruto, you know, I'm also very reluctant to leave the village, but I can't help it. What I don't pursue, if I don't have that thing, I can't take revenge, I can't get happiness. Although I am very happy when I am with you, but I have no strength, I just feel that you are getting farther and farther out of reach, so, I'm gone. The power I can't find in the village will be found outside. At that time, when I have enough power, I will come back to you. At that time, no matter what happens I will protect you. Naruto, will you blame me? Seeing what was written on this note, Naruto was stunned for a while, and finally thought of the original plot in his mind. No wonder he has been feeling uneasy these past few days. It's just that over the past few days, Sayu's performance was fundamentally different from that of Sasuke in the original book, and he was also numb for a while, but he didn't expect that she still went out of the village in pursuit of power. Zuiyu, you stupid girl. Naruto scolded secretly and rushed towards the Hokage office building with a note. Tsunade was dealing with the files with a headache when suddenly an Anbu came to report that several Anbu outside the village had been knocked unconscious last night. Tsunade immediately became alert, and just as he was about to send someone to investigate, Naruto jumped in from the window, which immediately startled Anbu. Tsunade and Shizune also hurriedly turned to look at him. Naruto, what's wrong? Did something happen in a hurry? Tsunade asked first. Tsunade didn't seem to remember the gaffe after drinking last night. Naruto showed her the note and stated that she might have gone to Orochimaru's place. The next few people suddenly looked serious. Tsunade said, is this child Sasu unable to figure it out? He actually ran out of the village. And he still went to the Orochimaru guy. This is already an act of defection. Hearing Tsunade's angry tone, Naruto hurriedly said, don't worry, I think they should still be on the road now. We will send someone to chase them right now. If they are fast, they should be able to catch up. Humph. Uchiha Sasu is too ignorant. It's so stupid. He actually listens to Orochimaru's words. Tsunade cursed for a while, and Shizune hurried to comfort him. Finally, after Tsunade had calmed down a little, he gave the order to Anbu, go and call all the Jonin who can be dispatched from the village now. Then Anbu hesitated and said, recently, Jonin and Chunin have been sent out on missions for the sake of the reputation of the village, and there are no suitable Jonins left among those who can be assigned missions. Tsunade frowned and said again, then let Shikamaru Choji Ino and the others come over, by the way, then call for Neji and Kiba. Anbu heard the order and went away. Naruto shook his head and said, I don't think so many people are necessary. Just let Kiba and Neji go with me. I just need their perception ability. Are you alone? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, I know that your strength is enough to deal with this Sayu recovery mission, but don't you think it's a good time to train them? Any chance? It seems that Tsunade-sama, you are becoming more and more like Hokage. Naruto couldn't help laughing bitterly. Nonsense, didn't I have the Hokage style before? Tsunade glared at him when he heard the words, and then seemed to think of something, his face slightly yuhi, and he snorted and ignored him. Obviously, she was thinking about the drunkenness last night. After a while, several people were called, and Sakura came with them. She originally wanted to come to Hokage to find Tsunade to apprentice, but she didn't want to meet so many companions to do the task, and suddenly became curious. Afterwards, Tsunade told a few people about the matter, and Sakura couldn't help but exclaimed, looking at Naruto, is this true? Naruto. Of course it's true, Tsunade snapped. Do you still doubt what I said? Hokage's Majesty, Sakura, didn't dare to resist, so she had to bow her head when she heard the words, but she was a little afraid of Tsunade's hot temper. As a result, the thought of wanting to be a teacher immediately sank to the bottom of her heart. Sakura's frightened look, Naruto couldn't help but patted her on the shoulder and said softly, "Don't be afraid, Tsunade-sama is just a little bad-tempered." Hearing Naruto's consolation, Sakura felt a lot better, raised her head and said worriedly, "Naruto, you must bring Sasu back, she used to be alone, and now that we have our companions, we must not let her go." She was alone again. Naruto nodded, complimenting Sakura's kindness in his heart. "Don't worry, this girl Zuiyu just had a cramp in her head for a while. When I go out, I will definitely bring her back. If she dares to behave badly, I will give her a hard blow," Naruto said with a smile. With a puff, hearing Naruto speak so directly, several people present couldn't help laughing out loud. Sakura was relieved and looked at Naruto tenderly. "Well, I believe in you." Ino, who was on the side, couldn't stand it any longer, and hurriedly pulled Naruto and was about to leave. "What else are you talking about? Let's go quickly. The time is very pressing now." Hearing what she said, everyone nodded in agreement. So, a group of people took Tsunade's order and hurried out of the village. Along the way, they sent Kiba and Akamaru to the stunned Anbu to smell the smell of the enemy, and then they followed the smell all the way. Kiba's long-distance tracking ability is very strong. Even if the other party has been running in the middle of the night and has a long distance from the Konoha group, he can still roughly judge the other party's direction. So, with Kiba around, Naruto no longer has to worry about finding the traces of the Otogaku 4. Instead, he was thinking about how to deal with them when the time came, and persuaded Zuoyu to come back. Chapter 109 Catch Up. The group was just about to leave the village, but when they passed the gate of the village, Naruto saw a petite figure standing pretty at the gate of the village. Exactly Hinata. Seeing a few Naruto appear, she seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage, and ran to his side before stopping, panting and coquettishly, "Naruto, are you going to rescue Zuoyu?" Naruto nodded. Hinata had a worried look on her face, raised her head and showed a cute smile again, and said softly, "Naruto, be careful along the way. Be sure to come back." Although she pretended to be relaxed, she was very worried, because she heard that Sayu was captured by Orochimaru's people, and what Naruto had to face this time was a powerful ninja like Orochimaru. Do not worry. However, she knew that even if she was worried, it was useless, and that her weak strength could only silently bless her behind her back. Naruto knew that Hinata was caring about himself, so he reached out and touched her head, and said softly, "Don't worry, Hinata, I will definitely bring Sasu back." "Well, I believe in you, Naruto," Hinata replied sweetly. Naruto and the others continued on their way. Hinata stood at the head of the village and looked at his back, fascinated for a long time. Along the way, several people began to discuss this mission strategy. Since the opponents are very powerful, and the specific intelligence of the enemy is not clear at all, so after discussing for a long time, there is no good plan, and we can only wait to catch those people first. Although Naruto knew the specific situation of the Otogaku group of 4, he didn't pay much attention to the 4 of them. What he was worried about was whether Orochimaru would personally take part in this operation, or would gather his many masters to deal with him. How will you be by then? However, he immediately thought that Orochimaru was now at a critical moment of changing his body, so he probably wouldn't go out in person, and what he had to deal with was Kimimaro. After chasing them for a long time, they came to a dense forest. Suddenly Neji said with a startled voice, "I saw a few vague figures in front of me. It's about 5 kilometers away from here." Naruto was shocked when he heard it. "Hurry up, make sure to catch up with them." Front of the jungle, the Otogaku group of 4 were running fast, and Jirobo was carrying the wooden barrel that sealed Sayu. At this time, the four were chatting with each other. Sara Orochimaru will surely reward us for bringing back Uchiha Seijutsu smoothly this time. The four of us will be able to use him even more. Jirobo said with a smile. Yeah, we have been planted with the brand of Lord Orochimaru, and there is no other way to go except to serve him wholeheartedly. Besides, it is very rare to be able to do things under Lord Orochimaru. Zuo Jin also haha laughed. You two idiots, don't get too carried away. After all, we are nothing more than chess pieces for the Orochimaru-sama. The power that Orochimaru-sama gives us is the most important. Taiyu also scolded. Who are you scolding? Jirobo was immediately angry when he heard it. Sakin also stared at Tayuya angrily. I think you are an idiot. Lord Orochimaru is invincible, and it is an honor to be his pawn. Listening to the argument, Gaidumaru on the side also spoke. Don't waste your energy arguing, we have already lost a lot of time last night to seal Uchiha Sasu, and it is estimated that Konoha's pursuers are about to catch up. If you don't go back quickly, it will be troublesome for them to catch up. Several people looked at each other when they heard it, and their feet accelerated and ran forward. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking the air from the rear, and the next moment, a kunai nailed it to the big tree trunk in front of them. The four finally stopped and turned around. Kitamaru said, it's really there. Konoha guys, I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. At the same time, the group of Naruto who had finally caught up also jumped over and stopped in front of them. A no-shikacho trio, Neji, Kiba, Naruto, a total of 6 people. Due to the long journey, the state is not at the best moment. When the 4 of them looked across, they were just a few kiddos younger than him, and they suddenly laughed. Jirobo sneered. Is there no one in Konoha village, the first of the 5 great ninja villages? You actually sent you little devils to chase us. Or is it that Konoha looks down on the 4 of us so much? There was a strong momentum, and this momentum definitely belonged to the level of Jonin. Shikamaru felt this momentum at first glance, and his face changed suddenly. The secret was not good. The strength of these guys is so strong. It's not inferior to Jonin. Although I had been mentally prepared before, I was still shocked at this moment. In contrast, Naruto and Neji are much calmer. Neji's own strength is already very strong. Even in the face of Jonin, with his strong Kekkei Genkei, there is no need to panic, and Naruto is because he did not put these people in my eyes, so I don't really care. At this moment, seeing that he has seen the sealed wooden barrel behind Jirobo, stand up and say lightly, hand over Zuiyu. Otherwise I will kill you. In the plain tone, there is a strong killing intent and the momentum suddenly surprised the 4 people on the opposite side. This brat looked much more powerful than the others. Seeing his blonde hair and blue eyes, he immediately recognized him. You are Uzumaki Naruto, Kitamaru exclaimed. So what? Naruto was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that these Orochimaru subordinates actually knew him. Did they remember him in the Konoha collapse plan? But he didn't want Gatonmaru to hurriedly said to the 4 people around him. Jirobo, Tayuya, Zukin, the 3 of you take Uchiha Sasu away first. I'll hold them here. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he spit out the pile of golden metal texture as kunai, flying towards Naruto and others, and the speed is extremely fast. It turned out that Orochimaru had warned his subordinates early that if he encountered Uzumaki Naruto, he must not be careless, so at this moment, Kitamaru decided to stay and hold them for a while in order to complete the task, and only hope that Sayu can get Orochimaru safely there. When the other 3 heard it, their expressions couldn't help changing, but when they thought that they came out this time to complete the task, if the task could not be completed, Orochimaru would not be able to spare them after returning, and their future would not be guaranteed. Thinking of this, the other 3 rushed out after biting Kiba. Chapter 110 Overwhelming Battle. Seeing Gaidumaru blocking his 6 people with the power of 1 person, Naruto couldn't help but praise. Although you are Orochimaru's subordinate, I really admire your courage to stay alone and stop us regardless of everything. It's just you have this strength. Haha, since I'm left alone, of course I'm sure to stop you. What if there are 6 of you? I can still kill you. Gatonmaru felt guilty, but his mouth was tough. At this time, Shikamaru said beside Naruto, "This person is very strong. We can't delay time here." Since they resorted to this delay, then we also send people to stay and entangle him, and others continue to chase. Naruto nodded. "Okay, you go after the others, I'll just stay." Shikamaru frowned. "I think it's better for me to stay. Naruto, you are the main force in our team, you mustn't waste your time here." "Yeah, let me stay," Neji also said at this time. After listening to the two of them, Naruto shook his head and said, "No, this guy is very powerful, I can only deal with him this time. I think so, you go catch up with the others first, and then implement the Shikamaru delay plan. Come over after I have taken care of this guy. Then I will be working with you to kill the others." Shikamaru listened, frowned and thought for a while, thinking that this is also a good solution, but the key is whether Naruto can quickly solve this guy. Naruto saw what he was thinking and smiled. "Go after him. Although this guy is powerful, I can still defeat him." Ino looked at Naruto's self-confidence, and suddenly became crazy, and shouted to Shikamaru, "Naruto, he is the heir of the 6th generation of Hokage. His strength is obvious to all. What are you worried about?" "Ah," said, looking at Naruto with a look of admiration. Shikamaru listened and nodded. Neji and Choji also nodded in agreement, and then they chased out. "Do you want to leave?" "It's not that easy." Seeing how many people were leaving, Gatonmaru hurriedly shot out countless sharp kunai. Seeing this, Neji stopped behind the crowd and shouted, "Revolving heaven." There was a screeching noise, and all the kunai were bounced away, followed by Shikamaru and the others quickly leaving behind him. Gatonmaru was in a hurry to see this, but there was nothing he could do, because Naruto had already rushed towards him at this time. Naruto doesn't actually need much strength to deal with Gatongwan. His current strength is not afraid of Kage-level powerhouses in the state of the curse mark, let alone Gatongwan. And after many battles, his grasp of the battle situation has become more mature. In this battle, he will make a quick decision. At this time, when Gatongmaru saw that Naruto's shot was so fast, he had a feeling that he couldn't resist, and he was shocked and hurriedly stepped back. But he retreated fast, and Naruto chased faster. Before he could get away from him, Naruto punched him, only to hear a bang. Gatongmaru stretched out his hand to see that it resisted Naruto's full-strength blow. He took this to fly back, and without hesitation, he opened the spell seal, and immediately tried his best to be in the second state of the spell. Naruto frowned slightly, and Gatongmaru's momentum at the moment has increased greatly. The strength of this chakra is much stronger than that of ordinary Jonin, but Naruto doesn't care at all. Compared with the power of the curse mark, his own but much stronger than them. In order to speed up the battle, Naruto saw that he had opened the curse seal, and he no longer hid his strength. He directly opened the curse seal, and a huge chakra suddenly emitted, and a wave of air was instantly set off around Naruto. Feeling this powerful chakra, Kidomaru backed away in fright, and said in shock, "This chakra is not inferior to Lord Orochimaru." "You bastard, how can you have such a powerful force?" Kidomaru was shocked beyond measure. If he had known that his strength was almost the same as that of Lord Orochimaru, he would not have dared to stay. Naruto's figure flashed, and before he could come back to his senses, he rushed over immediately. The figure almost turned into a golden light and shadow, and came to Gatongmaru in an instant. Rasengan. He stretched out his hand, and a violently spinning chakra ball slammed into it instantly. Although Gatongmaru's speed and strength have increased a lot in the state of the curse, but facing Naruto, this action is faster and fiercer than him. In front of him, he could only dodge awkwardly. Boom! Dangerously avoiding Naruto's Rasengan, Kidomaru just rejoiced, and Naruto's body was close to him like a gangrene attached to the bone. Kidomaru, who was forced to do nothing, had a unique secret technique but couldn't use it, so he could only be beaten passively. Although he has so many arms, his physical skills are really not good. After being approached by Naruto, he was kicked and flew out just after parrying a few moves. Watching Kidomaru being kicked into the air, Naruto hand sealed with both hands and immediately used the shadow clone technique. In the bang, dozens of shadow clone rose into the sky, and each shadow clone held a Rasengan in his hand. The strong energy was like a sword that pierced the sky, and Gotong Maru was shocked. He quickly wiped it on the corner of his mouth and quickly made a few seals. When the person was in the air, he hurriedly shouted, "The art of psychic." Boom! With a loud noise, a huge five-flowered spider appeared out of thin air in midair, accompanied by a large amount of smoke, and Naruto's many shadow clones collided immediately, and the Rasengan in his hand hit the big spider's body. Boom boom boom. Another violent cyclone stirred, blue light flashed in midair, the airwaves danced wildly, and the big spider roared, and just after it appeared, it was already used by his master as a stand-in, and was smashed into disbelief by dozens of Rasengans. Boom! The big spider swirled upwards for dozens of meters, and finally disappeared into the air as a puff of white smoke. At this time, Gotong Maru had already escaped for a while, but he had just landed on the ground, and his feet had not yet stepped on the ground. His abdomen suddenly cramped, and with a bang, he stared at Naruto not far away in disbelief. The main body, look under him again, an arm stretched out from the ground at some point, and the extremely violent Rasengan was whistling and spinning in his abdomen. Boom! Like the big spider just now, he swirled and flew out, bang 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 3 times, breaking 3 huge trees in a row, and then fell into the ruins. Naruto smiled slightly, turned and ran in the direction where Shikamaru and the others left just now. As for the arm that suddenly emerged from the ground just now, of course, it was the shadow clone that Naruto had arranged in advance. Under the overwhelming strength, Kidomaru's energy was all in danger on the ground. For Naruto under the ground, the sneak attack of the clone was too late to respond. So far, only 10 minutes have passed since the battle. Naruto jumped quickly between the trees, thinking in his heart that if he hadn't set up clones in the ground before each battle, it would have been difficult to quickly deal with the enemy. It can be seen that the shadow clone technique is well used. An insane ninjutsu. Chapter 111 Cooperate. Just when Naruto solved Kidomaru, Neji, Kiba, Shikamaru and others had already caught up with others. It's just that the other party left Jirobo to block him, and the one who restrained him became Neji. When Naruto arrived at the place where Neji Jirobo was, the two were fighting hard. Jirobo had already entered the second state of curse and seal. He had a headache, and Jirobo was also very afraid of Neji's physical skills, and didn't dare to be approached by him. At this time, after the attack of the two ended, they were standing on the spot facing each other. Thinking of this, he held his breath and quietly sneaked over. Neji's Byakugan immediately observed Naruto's approach, and he couldn't help but smile because he couldn't deal with Jirobo, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. When Naruto sneaked past, he already felt the feeling of being penetrated by Byakugan, so he already knew that Neji had found his whereabouts. Quietly, Naruto did not rush up directly, but spared a large bay to the side and sneaked to the rear of Jirobo. Seeing this, Neji's eyes lit up slightly. He already understood what Naruto meant. The next moment, he rushed towards Jirobo at such a fast speed that Jirobo had to retreat. If he was hit by Gentle Fist and Chakra was banned, he would be dead. So, he was very careful and saw Neji flying up, paying full attention to him, while holding the hand seal in his hand. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Thorn. Sharp soil thorns continued to stick out from under Neji's feet, and Neji kept dodging and moving, like a butterfly wearing flowers, and Jirobo couldn't do anything about him for a while. Suddenly, I don't know if Jirobo was careless, the movement of his hand suddenly stopped. Neji seized this opportunity, kicked his foot violently, and immediately patted his palm full of chakra. However, a smile appeared on Jirobo's face in the next moment. Just when Neji's body was still a few meters away from him, the seal in Jirobo's hand suddenly changed. At the same time, a circular earth wall suddenly appeared in front of Neji. Out! Doden, Earth-style, dungeon no. Rumbling, in an instant, Neji was surrounded by the circular earth wall of Jirobo. Ha ha, I finally caught you. Now you just wait for me to suck the chakra dry. Jirobo pressed one hand on the periphery of the circular earth wall, controlling the chakra that kept absorbing Neji trapped inside. His face the previous piece was colored. However, after laughing, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because Neji's movements seemed to be a little slower this time. Although his move was a little unexpected, it was impossible to catch him so easily. Just when he was slightly puzzled, he suddenly heard a strong wind whistling in his ear, and his heart was startled. Turned around, Jirobo's fat body had no time to dodge to the side, and his chest jolted violently. Boom! Rasengan. At this moment, the voice sounded beside his ears, and within sight was Naruto's figure close at hand. Ah! A scream, Jirobo's body slammed directly into the earth wall behind him, and with a bang, the earth wall collapsed directly, and a white shadow flashed out of it. It was Neji. Neji with a smile on his face. It seems that our cooperation is not bad. You need a lot of courage to lure the enemy with your body. Neji stood beside Naruto indifferently. Byakugan stared at the dusty ruins, exhaled, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc. Naruto, I trust your strength very much. If you can't deal with him, I can't. Qualified to be the heir of Hokage. Quote. Naruto heard this. He smiled and dismissed it. At this time, the smoke gradually dissipated, and Jirobo fell to the ground with serious injuries. He doesn't have the strength to fight anymore. Naruto, go after the others. I'll stay and deal with him, Neji said. Naruto nodded, without hesitation, and ran straight ahead. At this moment, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Kiba have just caught up with Tayuya and Sakin. With 4-2, their own side has the upper hand in numbers, but their strength is worlds apart. However, Ino Shikacho, the cooperation of the trio is very powerful. Even if the opponent is Jonin, it is not necessarily a failure. Tayuya, you take Uchiha Sasuke away, and I'll intercept them. Zuo-jin looked at the 4 Shikamaru and said to Tayuya beside him. Okay, don't you die. Duo-yu also said something and rushed forward. Shikamaru watched her go away and gave Kiba a wink. Kiba understood and immediately chased after her. At this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the field, and several people were slightly taken aback. Naruto, why are you here soon? Ino exclaimed. Zuo-jin saw Naruto appear. His face changed slightly, and he said in shock, You little brat, did you get rid of Kitamaru so quickly? Impossible. You must have sneaked over here. Kitamaru usually looks like this guy. It looks very reliable. I didn't expect it to be so unreliable this time. Seeing how a few people were just catching up with him, Naruto glanced at Tayuya, who was constantly walking away, and said to them, Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, the 4 of you stay and deal with him quickly. I'll go first. Chase that woman, and Neji has taken out that fat man and is rushing over now. After Naruto finished saying this, he flew up without waiting for everyone to agree. Kiba just wanted to leave, but after hearing Naruto's words, he had to stay, but he secretly said in his heart, this guy Naruto has become so powerful. There is actually a kind of feeling that people can't help but listen to his command. Heard Naruto say that Jirobo had been dealt with, and his face could not help but turn pale with shock. If he said that, Gatong Maru was also likely to be killed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. These little devils look nothing. The appearance of strength, but the fact is so unfavorable to himself and others. Do you want to give up the mission and run away this time? But then he shook his head again, not to mention how Lord Orochimaru would punish him after he went back. Now that he was faced with the sullen escape of a few goblins, he couldn't accept that embarrassment. Come on, let me see what you are good at. Zuo-jin was aroused by the desire to win, and shouted at several people. And Naruto, at this time, has quickly caught up. Taiyu also carried Sayu on his back, and his speed of action was somewhat affected. Under Naruto's full pursuit, he was caught up in a short while. Damn it. This kid is so fast. Duo Yuya scolded, looked around, but found that there was no way out. Just when she was about to stop and fight to the death, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. Chapter 112 Sasuke is unblocked. As soon as this figure appeared, the look on her face was a joy. Kimimaro-sama. She saw a young man in a gray and white robe standing in front of her. His face was pale and his clothes were very similar to Orochimaru's usual dress. This person was Kimimaro. Naruto leapt over and saw Kimimaro appearing beside Yuya, and he punched him without thinking. Kimimaro glanced at Naruto slightly, and when he saw that he was moving quickly, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. This brat's strength is not bad. Kimimaro thought to himself, but this time he came to complete the mission of Lord Orochimaru. Although he really wanted to fight Naruto, he could only give up. The next moment, he suddenly flicked his arm, and suddenly several phalanxes shot out of his fingers, whistling at Naruto's face. Naruto was in the air, hurriedly pulled out Kuugia in front of him and quickly blocked it, but his body was already blocked by the force of the rebound, and he stepped back and fell to the ground. Leave Uchiha Sagat over to me. You stay and stop him for a moment. Kimimaro said succinctly. Also thought that Kimimaro was blocking Naruto, but he didn't expect him to let himself stay. He was helpless, but he had no choice. Kimimaro's strength was second only to Lord Orochimaru, and he was the first choice for Lord Orochimaru's next container, just because he had to be given up because he was seriously ill. It can be said that his strength has surpassed the elite Jonin, and even in the face of Kage level, he has the strength to fight. You can never defy him. Yes. Taiyu also responded, and handed the wooden barrel sealed with Sasu to Kimimaro. Kimimaro took the barrel and immediately fled away. Naruto looked anxiously, the next moment he hand-sealed with both hands, and immediately separated out a shadow clone. The main body flew towards Kimimaro. Duo Yu also saw that Naruto had just assigned a shadow clone to deal with him, and was annoyed in his heart that this kid dared to underestimate himself. Although his strength is the last among the four, he is not something a kid like you can despise. The art of psychic. The next moment, she suddenly bit her finger and used a psychic technique. 3 grotesque human-shaped ghosts appeared in front of her with a few bangs, then took out a wooden flute and played it across her lips. Just as Naruto was about to leave, a strange music came from his ears, and then the 3 tall ghosts attacked his body one after another. Get out of the way! Naruto shouted softly, facing the 3 seemingly powerful monsters, but he directly punched one, and then kicked the other, just before the 3rd monster was close. At the moment, he stretched out his palm directly, and Rasengan issued it, slammed into the abdomen of the ghost, and blasted it out. With 3 bangs, the 3 ghosts disappeared, and this move was quickly cracked by Naruto. Taiyu also changed his face. He didn't expect Naruto's skills to be so fast. The 3 ghosts couldn't entangle him with his own psychic skills. At this time, Naruto's clone also attacked her. Although it was only half of the main body's strength, this clone was also very powerful in Yuya's eyes. She had to step back and activate the spell without hesitation. Print status 2. It's so strong. Just being a clone is hard to resist. Yuya had just avoided the Rasengan attack of Naruto's clone, wiped his sweat and muttered to himself. However, after opening the second spell, she didn't care about Naruto's clone at all, and directly chased up to Naruto's main body at full speed. In the state of Curse Seal 2, her speed is also very fast, and it is difficult for Naruto clone to catch up for a while. Naruto kept chasing Kimimaro in front of him. Although Kimimaro was moving fast, he was also approached by Naruto while he was carrying a wooden barrel. Kimimaro has noticed that Naruto's breath is getting closer and closer, and his heart is quietly excited. For him, if Naruto catches up, it is also very good to be able to fight. In this way, Naruto is chasing Kimimaro, Taiyu is also chasing Naruto, and Naruto's clone is also chasing Yuya, and a few people started a chase battle for a while. Seeing that he was about to leave the forest ahead, Naruto became more and more anxious. With Kimamaro's speed, if he kept running away, it would be difficult for him to catch up for a while. Fortunately, just as Naruto was moving fast, Kimamaro in front suddenly stopped, and Naruto immediately stopped in front of him. After Kimamaro stopped, he murmured, "Is it time to seal it? Then let her come out. I want to see what the speciality of the container chosen by Lord Orochimaru is." The next moment, Kimamaro directly ignored Naruto in front of him, and made a few seals to unseal the wooden barrel that sealed Sayu. Naruto frowned and didn't go up to fight him, just wait and see what happened. He also wanted to ask why Zuoyu had defected after she came out. Boom! With a loud bang, the sealed wooden barrel exploded directly, and a powerful chakra escaped out. Naruto felt that this chakra was slightly different from his own magic seal immortal power, and he felt a little strange in his heart. It stands to reason that after the spiritual power of Orochimaru in the curse seal is removed, the remaining natural chakra should be of the same nature, but at this time, the chakra of Sayu that he feels is somewhat different from his own magic seal immortal power. In contrast, his own spell seal immortal power should be more pure and strong. The breeze blew, and Zuiyu's figure slowly emerged. At this moment, her face was covered with lines of fire Yuhi's curse marks, and the powerful chakra on her body could not be controlled and spread out everywhere, surrounding her. Stir up a storm. After Kimamaro saw Zuoyu, he frowned slightly and said lightly, "I'm much weaker than me. If it wasn't for me being seriously ill, how could Master Orochimaru have such a weak body?" Zuoyu had just woken up at this time, and seemed a little dazed about everything around her, but after a while, she had already reacted and looked around. Seeing Naruto on the side, her expression couldn't help but be stunned. "Naruto, why are you chasing here?" Naruto said with a cold face. "You stupid girl, do you know how stupid you are? What's the use of pursuing such a misguided power?" Naruto's scolding made Zuiyu stunned for a while, but then she suddenly laughed, looked at Naruto in dissatisfaction, and shouted, "Naruto, don't you feel that I am strong now? Do you have the power of Orochimaru? You also have Orochimaru's spell, why can't I have it? All I have to do is control the power of the spell for my use. What's wrong with that?" Hearing her ignorant words, Naruto was even more angry. The power of the curse seal is not so easy to control, you have to go through time to control it, and using the drug seal to forcibly stimulate it like this will only affect your body. Harmful, you know. Zuoyu was at a loss for words for a while. Naruto's words made sense, but her impetuous heart couldn't wait for the powerful force, so she couldn't help but retorted, "I don't have that much time. If you can get strength quickly, what if there are side effects?" "I will." Chapter 113 Against Kimamaro. Hearing Zuoyu's naive and angry words, Naruto was angry and helpless, wishing to slap her and wake her up. But at this moment, Kimamaro had stopped in front of Naruto, looked at him lightly and said, "Uzumaki Naruto, right? Uchiha Sasu is the person that Orochimaru-sama wanted, and if you want to take her away, you must pass me first." After a pause, he said to Zuiyu without looking back, "It's not too late. I'll drag it here, you can go to Lord Orochimaru as soon as possible." Zuiyu glanced at Naruto, her face flashed a complex and unspeakable reluctance, but when she thought of the wish in her heart, she bit Kiba suddenly, turned around and ran out. Seeing Zuoyu resolutely leave, Naruto's heart tightened, but she didn't expect that she would still leave when she came in person. "Zoe, what the hell is going on in your mind?" At this moment, Naruto Chunin couldn't help bursting out with anger. "Does he really want you to go to Orochimaru like the plot? Do not. No way. With me, I will never let you fall into the dark abyss again." Looking at the back of Zuiyu quickly leaving, Naruto said silently in his heart. "Okay, she's gone, the next is the battle between us. As long as you can defeat me, you can catch up." Kimamaro waved his arm, and with a swoosh a white bone blade stretched out from his palm out, shaking and pointing at Naruto. At the same time, an oppressive aura spread out. Naruto had no intention of fighting. Facing Kimamaro's inspiring aura, he knew that he would not be able to defeat him for a while, and he could only last until the last moment of his life, but by that time Sasu was already far away, and it would be even more difficult to catch up. Chasing after him, also came to the arena. Seeing the two of them fighting each other, she immediately came to Kimamaro's side and prepared to fight Naruto with him. The arrival of Tayuya made Naruto frown slightly. It was just a dying Kimamaro that was easy to deal with. If Tayuya also used demonic illusion to interfere, he would definitely be in a disadvantageous situation. Trapped by demonic illusion, Kimamaro will definitely hit him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help being secretly vigilant, and at this moment, his clone had already caught up. If you use Shadow Clone's crowd tactics, you won't be able to dominate in front of Kimamaro, a master of physique, and the result is just a waste of chakra. It seems that I can only let Shadow Clone entangle Tayuya, prevent her from having the opportunity to use demonic illusion, and let her own body quickly solve Kimamaro. Thinking of this, Naruto did not hesitate, hand seal with both hands, and very skillfully released a futon wind-style ninjutsu. Futon wind-style wind cut. Quote. An invisible wind blade instantly appeared out of thin air and slashed towards Kimamaro and the two of them. When the two saw this, their figures flashed upwards, and they quickly avoided this ninjutsu move. At the same time, the two of them were not idle in midair. Kimamaro stretched out his 10 fingers, and the 10-finger piercing bullets were released. The powerful phalanx shot towards Naruto. Seeing this, Duo Yuya couldn't help showing a look of joy, and hurriedly blew the flute on his lips, and demonic illusion was about to come out. But Naruto's clone had already been on guard against her demonic illusion, and when he saw it, he rushed towards her desperately, and at the same time threw out several kunai shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Swish swish. 1 for 2, 2 for 4, 4 for 8. An instant, the rain of hidden weapons surrounded Kimamaro and the two of them. They had nowhere to hide. Duo-yu could only give up the operation and use the flute in his hand to block the hidden weapons one by one. Kimamaro was covered with a layer of body surface. The hard bone, the hidden weapon fell to the ground as soon as it fell on him. At this moment, before Naruto could continue to attack, Kimamaro's figure in midair suddenly swooped towards Naruto, and the bone spurs in his hand danced into an afterimage. Dance of the Camellia. When Kimamaro's voice sounded in front of Naruto, Naruto was able to avoid his first round of attacks. However, compared with Kimamaro, Naruto was not as good in physical skills. He was approached by Kimamaro, hastily pulled out the kunai to resist his bone spurs. There was a crisp sound, and Naruto resisted his bone spur attack effortlessly. Sparks shot out between the two, and Naruto was attacked and retreated again and again. Finally, Kimamaro's round of attacks passed. Naruto exhaled, and his body burst back, but the kunai in his hand was full of gaps. Kimamaro's bones are so hard that even a steel kunai can't stand it. He didn't dare to be careless, and immediately used the magic seal immortal power. The surging chakra surged out, and when Kimamaro hadn't attacked again, he quickly rushed forward and launched a round of physical attack on him. Under the blessing of the immortal power of the curse seal, Naruto's speed and power have been greatly improved. Even Kimamaro was beaten back and forth for a while. Boom! With a muffled sound, he was kicked in the chest by Naruto and flew out. You guy, you're so good at physical skills. Kimamaro got up with a shocked face, but he didn't seem to be injured at all, and said in surprise. Naruto didn't answer, but told him directly with actions. The moment he just stood up, he rushed up again, stretched his arm, and a blue chakra energy ball appeared in his palm, whistling. Press Kimamaro's chest. Kimamaro was obviously shocked by Naruto's technique. He felt the powerful chakra energy inside. His expression was slightly solemn. It was too late to avoid. Naruto was faster than him at the moment. With a deep sigh, dance of the larch. Swish swish. As if a sharp blade was unsheathed, the next moment, dozens of hard bone spurs suddenly grew out of his chest, bending and covering his chest. Naruto's Rasengan slammed into the bone spur, and suddenly burst open with a bang, the spiral roaring and tearing at his bones, rubbing against the pile of bones to make Kiba's sour chirp. However, to Naruto's surprise, Kimimaro actually stood there, fighting directly with Rasengan. After a few breaths, Rasengan's energy finally dissipated, but Kimimaro's body was pushed back dozens of meters. But his chest was intact. Those bone spurs were just torn out of cracks on the surface, but there was no injury to his body. What a strong defense! Naruto was secretly shocked, but he didn't expect that even Rasengan, who had been hit all the time, couldn't knock him down. This shows how hard Kimimaro's bones are. If that's the case, then we have to increase the output. Naruto took a deep breath, and chakra gathered secretly. Chapter 114 Win. Kimimaro blocked Naruto's blow, and just as he was about to feel fortunate in his heart, there was a sudden pain in his chest. Puff. The next moment, a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. Unbelievable, I didn't expect that. I blocked the energy ball out of the body with my bones, but my body was still hurt by the spiral energy. Kimimaro looked at Naruto in shock. Curse Seal 2. Without hesitation, Kimimaro immediately entered the state of Curse Yin 2, which suppressed the physical injury, and the chakra momentum also skyrocketed again. I've suffered so much from you in vain, this time it's my turn. Kimimaro roared, and his body, which had become more burly and sturdy because of the curse mark, came from the sky like a bolt of lightning, and rushed to the ground in an instant. In front of Naruto, there was no fancy punch, but the speed reached ultimate, and before the punch arrived, a swift and violent wind rushed towards him. Naruto hurriedly backed away, facing Kimimaro's extremely skilled and fast physical movements. Although he also used the immortal power of the seal, he still didn't want to face the peak. The moment the punch was just thrown, he was already at him. Back off. However, just when Naruto was able to avoid the punch, several bone spurs suddenly grew on Kimimaro's arm, and stabbed directly into Naruto's chest over his fist. This sudden growth of bone spurs was so fast that Naruto had just noticed the danger, and with a snort, several blood flowers had already splattered on his chest. Injured. In a head-to-head battle, this is the first time Naruto has lost in the speed of the shot. Kimimaro's physical skills are already extremely powerful. After entering the state of the curse, it is even more powerful. If this battle is replaced by Gaara, a mid-talon range attack ninja, it may be better to fight, but Naruto is also a melee ninja. It is still inferior to Kimimaro in physique. The injured Naruto slammed backwards, the clothes on his chest were cut several times, and the chest was also dripping with blood. Fortunately, Naruto's speed was not too slow. Although Kimimaro's move was unexpected, it only hurt Naruto a little. Naruto quickly swallowed a blood-enhancing pill, and before he had time to bandage the wound on his chest, Kimimaro took advantage of the situation and flew up. When he was in the air, he suddenly pulled out the spine on his back and threw it towards Naruto, who was standing still. Crisis! Naruto suddenly stretched out his hand and made a shadow clone seal, and with a bang, a clone appeared beside him. Kimimaro couldn't help frowning, and secretly said, "Is this guy not hiding? Does he want to die?" With a swipe, the long spine immediately entangled Naruto on the spot. Kimimaro's face was slightly delighted, and he pulled his hand hard, trying to pull Naruto over, but Naruto's feet pressed hard, chakra clinging to the ground. Firmly motionless, Kimimaro swooped towards Naruto, flying away. At the same time, his other arm suddenly turned into a strongest hardened bone spear, and stabbed towards Naruto's body fiercely. At this moment, Naruto can no longer move, but fortunately, he has an arm that can move, and there is a clone beside him. The bone spear came from the sky, and Naruto's shadow clone suddenly stretched out his palm. A Rasengan instantly congealed, and Naruto's trapped body also stretched out his hand to increase the output of chakra. In a blink of an eye, the Rasengan it has grown to the size of a basketball. Seeing Naruto trying to use this trick again, Kimimaro sneered, "Do you want to use this trick to solve me? I want to see if your technique hits me first, or if my bone pierces you first." He is confident that with his speed and the length of his bone spear, he can definitely penetrate Naruto before the chakra ball in his hands can be pressed against him. However, Naruto's face did not change color. Within a tenth of a second, the bone spear was already in front of him, only 2 meters away from him. Go to hell. Seeing victory in sight, even Kimimaro, a dying man, couldn't help shouting excitedly. The next moment, he seemed to see Naruto being stabbed into a big hole by a bone spear. However, Naruto's body, which was infinitely close in his eyes, was suddenly replaced by a strong chakra energy in the next moment. How is this possible? Boom. The strong roar was still echoing in his ears, and Kimimaro's face was filled with an incredible look. Super Big Ball Rasengan. I saw that a Rasengan with a diameter of 2 meters appeared in front of Naruto. Kimimaro was still 2 meters away from him, but after the Rasengan with a diameter of 2 meters appeared, his body was instantly touched. So that his bone spear didn't have time to touch Naruto at all, and was blasted away by this huge spiral energy, and his body was also hit by this huge Rasengan. Boom boom boom. The strong and unparalleled spiral Chi-Jin was raging everywhere, and a violent gust of wind blew up around him. The ground in front of Naruto was directly affected by the aftermath of the Chi-Jin, and it burst open in an instant. Kimimaro's whole body was enveloped by the energy of Rasengan. Although he tried his best to harden the bones all over his body at that moment, he was still unable to resist the power of this super Rasengan. Boom. The next instant, the incomparably powerful spiral force directly knocked Kimimaro out. His body spun and flew over a distance of hundreds of meters. Along the way, he broke countless trees and dragged 100 meters away from the ground. The long ravine, along the way, was stirred up by a piece of flying dust. Call. Naruto let out a long breath, feeling a little tired. At that moment, he spent almost all his energy on controlling and maintaining this huge Rasengan. Fortunately, under the immortal power of the curse seal, it was not too difficult. This should beat him. Naruto could not help wiping his sweat secretly. The face of Kimimaro's tyrannical bone defense, the only way to face it is with a more powerful attack. On the other hand, Duo Yu, who was fighting with another clone, also saw this earth-shattering battle, but his mouth opened wide in shock, his face full of disbelief, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Naruto. This guy, chakra is so powerful. That kind of powerful ninjutsu is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. At this moment, Naruto has become an insurmountable mountain in her eyes. Suddenly, her body froze, and Genin couldn't help but step back. Because Naruto's eyes had already fallen on her, and at this moment, the fighting spirit in her heart instantly collapsed. You, what are you going to do? Tayuya in fear couldn't even maintain the state of curse Yanji. His strength retracted inside his body, trembling all over and kept going backwards. Naruto smiled slightly, seeing that she actually showed such a frightened expression, and only then noticed that the enemy was still a beautiful beauty. Chapter 115 Ruthless. Naruto glanced at her slightly, and flew out in the direction where Sayu left. Taiyu was also taken aback, thinking that Naruto was going to take action against him, but he didn't expect him to leave without paying any attention to him. Standing in the same place for a long time, she came back to her senses, but her heart became infinitely decadent. She thought that she had gained powerful strength and was already a leader among her peers, but today she found out that one is younger than herself. The several-year-old guy was so powerful that he not only defeated the mighty Kimimaro, but also had enough energy to continue chasing him out. The next moment, she ran quickly to where Kimimaro was, but saw that his body had been torn and twisted, blood was everywhere, and there were many broken bones around him. At this time, he was dying. Taiyu also came over and took his last breath. Kimimaro, dead. Naruto hurriedly chased after Sayu, but he didn't kill Duoyu. One was because his energy had been consumed a lot, and it would take some effort to kill Duoyu, and the other was because more than 10 minutes had passed. Now, I can't waste time staying here, otherwise I won't be able to catch up with Zuoyu. Moreover, Taiyu is only one of Orochimaru, subordinates, and his strength is not enough to pose a threat to him, so he is too lazy to kill her. Valley of the End. There may be a master in the dark. When Naruto rushed to a valley, he finally saw the figure in front of him. Zuo-yu. Naruto hurriedly called out when she saw her jump out of the forest and stopped beside the cliff. Zuo-yu turned around and looked at him blankly. Why are you still following? Zuo-yu said lightly, with no emotion in her tone. Naruto leapt in front of her in one breath, stared straight at her and said, I won't let you step into the dark. Darkness. Zuo-yu sneered disdainfully. The fire Yuhi's spell on his face had solidified into a black rune, and when he heard Naruto's words, he raised his head and shouted, as long as you can get power, what is darkness? Zhao Yu, you have to calm down. You're too extreme right now. Do you know that when you go to Orochimaru, you will be taken away by him, and your consciousness will cease to exist? Do you want that result? I know, I won't let him succeed. Zuo-yu said proudly. You are still too conceited. You don't understand the strength of the enemy at all. Naruto persuaded. When you are alone with him, no one will help you, and you will struggle alone. The expression on Zuo-yu's face changed slightly, and she suddenly smiled. Naruto, are you caring about me? Yeah, so, can you go back with me? Naruto saw that her expression seemed to be a little loose, and his tone could not help softening, and said, I can help you with anything. Zuo-yu's heart is extremely complicated. Looking at the gentle look on Naruto's face, she is very reluctant. Naruto, I really want to be with you, but my background does not allow me to be immersed in this tenderness. My mission does not allow me to go on like this. Seeing the struggling look on Zuo-yu's face, Naruto smiled and stretched out his hand. Come on, come back with me. No. Suddenly, Zuo-yu gave a snort, and pulled Naruto's arm, pulling his entire body forward, and the next moment, he suddenly raised his leg. A knee bang. With a muffled thud, Naruto couldn't help groaning, and his body flew backwards. Zuo-yu. Naruto frowned and murmured slowly as he felt the sharp pain in his abdomen in midair. Boom. The body fell to the ground, and Naruto slowly got up, his face expressionless. Zuo-yu, since you are so disobedient, then I have to force you back. The next moment, Naruto took out his kunai and came to her, his tone unquestionable. Zuo-yu's delicate body trembled slightly. At this moment, she felt an incomparably powerful sense of oppression coming from Naruto, which made her almost dare not resist. Why should I listen to you? Zuo-yu shouted, unable to bear Naruto's powerful momentum any longer. He rushed up and launched a swift attack against Naruto. Although Zuo-yu's strength increased greatly in the state of the curse, she still seemed so powerless in the face of Naruto. Let her attack how? Naruto just raised his hand lightly to block her wave after wave of offensive. Snapped. A punch hit. Naruto grabbed her fist at once, slapped her fist. He turned slightly sideways, stretched his arm, moved forward, and already caught her arm. Zoe couldn't move. You can't beat me. Naruto restrained her tightly and said lightly. Zuo-yu struggled for a while. Naruto's hands were like iron tongs, so she couldn't shake it no matter what, and in the end she couldn't help panting and sweating. You, let me go. The constant struggle made Zuo-yu trapped tighter and tighter, and in the end, Naruto almost held him in his arms. At this moment, she was ashamed and angry in her heart. She couldn't beat him, and she couldn't talk about him. Could she just submit to him? Thinking of this, Zuo-yu's heart was ruthless, and she suddenly raised her leg and attacked Naruto's crotch. Naruto was watching her struggling with great interest, but he felt that this usually stubborn girl was very cute when she was completely helpless at the moment. However, the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and when he was startled, he immediately noticed Zuo-yu's movements, and he couldn't help but feel furious in his heart. This dead girl, how dare you use such a sinister trick against yourself? This is to cut off the offspring. The legs clenched fiercely, and the next moment Zuo-yu's slender jade legs were controlled again. This time, Zuo-yu only landed on one foot, and she was completely unable to move. Humph! You're going too far. Naruto snorted in her ear. You actually used such a despicable trick on me. Looking at the cliff behind him, Naruto immediately had an idea. Give me down. With his feet hard, Naruto hugged her and pushed forward, jumping with her into the huge pool below the cliff. Ah! Zuo-yu exclaimed. This sudden fall made her pale in shock. Is Naruto going to fall to her own death? You bastard! Zuo-yu cursed loudly, and the next moment she felt a sudden shock in her back, followed by a loud bang, and a large stream of water drowned herself. Zuo-yu was not prepared at all. She immediately drank a few sips of water and was choked. The burning pain came from her back when she bombarded the surface of the water just now, and her brain fell into a flash. In the blank. Chapter 116 Do You Like Me? And Naruto was well prepared. Before entering the water, chakra secretly protected his whole body. Although the impact of the fall was very powerful, it had little effect on him. In contrast, even if Zuo-yu has a curse mark, chakra is not weak, but because she was not prepared in an emergency, the fall caught her off guard. In the deep water, the two continued to sink. Zuo-yu took a few mouthfuls of cold water and choked again, and suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. She had already scolded Naruto to death in her heart, yet she was so cruel to me. She didn't know that she had been more cruel to Naruto before. Seeing that her body was trembling constantly, and the bubbles in her mouth continued to bubble up, Naruto let go of her body and wanted her to swim up by herself. Unexpectedly, as soon as she let go, she suddenly sank. No way. Passed out. Naruto couldn't help but feel anxious. The next moment he hurriedly pulled her back again, moved his body, and rushed towards the water. Kai. He rose from the water holding her, and fell suddenly to the ground on one side. Hey, Zuo-yu, are you alright? He quickly lowered his head and asked, but Naruto couldn't help but be stunned. Because at this time Zuo-yu's eyes were closed, her breath was like a gossamer, her face was pale, and the curse had already faded away. It's not going to happen, is it? Naruto couldn't help but be surprised. Did he punish himself too much? Probing her breath, Naruto hurriedly rescued her from drowning, and pressed his hands on her chest without hesitation. Puff puff. A big mouthful of water overflowed from Zuo-yu's mouth, but she still didn't wake up. Naruto hurriedly lowered his head to give her artificial respiration, and closed her small cherry lips with a mouthful, breathing heavily. After more than 10 breaths, Zuo-yu's complexion slowly improved, but it became more and more yan-yuhi, and finally turned purple. Suddenly, she moved her hands and pushed Naruto out of her body, gasping for breath. Naruto, are you trying to suffocate me? I saw her staring at him fiercely, rubbing her chest while panting. It hurts. Doesn't this guy know this is a girl's sensitive part? I squeezed so hard just now, it must be broken. In fact, her consciousness just now fell into a blank moment because of drowning, but after the first spit of water was spit out, her consciousness had returned to her body, but Naruto was squeezing vigorously at that time. As she was focusing on her sensitive parts, her brain was caught in another crash at that time, and as a result, even Naruto's lips came up to give her artificial respiration, and she didn't have time to stop it. However, at the moment when the two's lips touched, Sayu only felt an electric current spread through her body. She completely lost the ability to think in her mind, and was kissed by Naruto. What should I do? At that time, she hesitated for a while, but she was slowly immersed in the realm where the lips and teeth of the two met. She only felt that at this moment, she was so close to Naruto. Completely immersed in the breath of Naruto. However, after a while, Zuo-yu was finally blown away by Naruto, and she forcibly pushed him away. At this moment, a strong reluctance rose in her heart. The girl's mind is so complicated. You're finally awake. After being pushed away, Naruto couldn't help but be overjoyed, but then his face turned stern again, and he said viciously, just now this is just a small lesson for you. See if you dare. So capricious. At this time, Zuo-yu was Yuhi's face, staring at him blankly. The next moment, she finally came back to her senses and said in a complicated tone, "How on earth are you going to let me go?" Hearing that she was still so stubborn, Naruto flashed in front of her again. "I said, I won't let you leave again. I will do what I say." Seeing Naruto's determined look on his face, Zuiyu's perseverance was also disintegrating little by little. "What should I do? What should I do?" Zuiyu couldn't help but raised her head and looked at the sky, speechless for a long time. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a little bit of rain quietly fell on the shoulders of the two of them. Bowing her head, Zuiyu finally asked softly, "Naruto, do you like me?" "What?" Naruto froze for a moment. "I don't have a home in Konoha anymore, and if you don't like me either, I'm really alone. You know what? Every night, I wake up in my sleep, that night of the genocide, I'll always be I can't forget it, so I kept pushing myself to become stronger, to become better, to kill Uchiha Itachi, and to revive the Uchiha clan. Only in this way can I comfort my parents, the spirit of my clan. Naruto, the pain of losing everything alone, I can't bear it anymore." Zuiyu couldn't help grabbing his shoulders and hissed. Seeing her drenched and pale in pain, Naruto couldn't help but feel a hint of pity, stretched out his hand, slowly embraced her in his arms, and brought his lips slowly to her ear. "Zuiyu, I will seal your pain. I will not leave you alone in the future." Zuiyu's body couldn't help shaking, and then she suddenly raised her head in surprise. "Naruto, so you like me?" "Yeah." Naruto nodded. "I thought to myself, if I don't nod my head again, I'm afraid I really won't be able to make you look back." Hearing this, Zuiyu's face flashed with joy, and her heart was extremely sweet. "It's raining, come back with me." Naruto helped her up. Zuiyu leaned on his shoulder, listening to his words. Her heart suddenly became extremely soft. Vengeance, the pursuit of power, and so on, have become light and light at this moment. "Naruto, don't lie to me," Zuiyu murmured softly, letting him carry him away from here. However, at this moment, a hoarse laughter suddenly sounded above the two of them. "He, it's really wonderful. Naruto-kun, I didn't expect you to say such beautiful words." The two looked up and saw two figures standing there on the cliff above the valley, looking down at them. It is Orochimaru and Kabuto. At this time, Orochimaru, who had just changed his body and had recovered most of his strength, was waiting for the news that his subordinates would bring back Zuiyu, but he didn't expect to wait for a long time without results. But did not want to see Naruto convincing Saiyu when he came to the Valley of the End. He didn't expect that Uchiha Sasu actually likes Uzumaki Naruto. This surprised him, and he secretly miscalculated. Under normal circumstances, with Sayu's personality, even if everyone from Konoha was dispatched together, she would not be able to persuade her determination. Convinced. Is the emotion of love really so powerful? Chapter 117 Call for Help. Orochimaru. Sayu's heart tightened, and she couldn't help showing a look of alertness on her face. "Zhao Yu, you really disappointed me." Orochimaru looked down at the two of them high, with a regretful expression on his face, with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, and said contemptuously, "A girl with a weak mind like you. What kind of power do you want to pursue? In my opinion, you can only achieve nothing." Saying that, Orochimaru smiled regretfully. Sayu was unmoved after hearing this, and said lightly, "Orochimaru, don't use aggressive tactics, this is a decision I made by myself, you have no right to interfere." "Naruto, let's go back," said. Zuiyu hugged Naruto's arm and turned to leave. Naruto admired Zuiyu's change very much, and the girl was finally persuaded to come back by herself. She finally gave up the power to walk into the dark. However, how could Orochimaru give up so easily? Seeing that the two were about to leave, Orochimaru and Kabuto jumped off the cliff directly, tapped their feet on the rock wall, and they came to the two in a few ups and downs, blocking their way. Naruto's face sank. "Orochimaru, are you still not giving up?" Kabuto stood up, pulled out his kunai and confronted Naruto. "Uchiha Seijutsu, we are bound to win. Unless you can defeat me and Orochimaru-sama. Naruto was silent. His current state was not very good. The fighting and chasing along the way had consumed too much of his chakra and energy. If it was in his prime, he was not afraid of the half-crippled Orochimaru and Kabuto, but at this time his chakra is less than half. Zuiyu also saw that Naruto's state was not very good, and she also guessed that Naruto must have put in a lot of effort to catch up with her along the way, and she felt both self-blame and sweetness in her heart. If it wasn't for being so self-willed, how could so many things happen? What's the matter, Naruto-kun? What about your previous aura? Why don't you talk? Kabuto laughed and said, I think you have insufficient chakra. Naruto heard the words. He pulled Zuoyu behind him, stepped forward and said, you can try. Okay, I've been wanting to beat you for a long time. Kabuto yelled and rushed over regardless of Orochimaru's approval. Naruto turned on the curse imprint instantly, but his brows could not help but wrinkle, because he found that the power of the curse imprint was getting smaller and smaller, no longer as powerful as it was at the beginning. It seems that he has used it too many times today. It consumes too much power. At this time, Orochimaru suddenly said, Kabuto, take care of Sasu first. As for Naruto, leave him alone. To avoid other mistakes, Orochimaru had already planned to attack Sasu directly. In his capacity as Sannin, with Kabuto to deal with Sayu, this is enough to show that his style of acting is unscrupulous. Sayu knew that her strength was not enough, and faced Orochimaru, and the two of them had no power to fight. In order not to burden Naruto, she decisively used the curse mark, and the fire Yuhi-colored runes gradually climbed up her white cheeks, and the double Tomo Sharingan it also opens in an instant, hand seal with both hands, Chidori sends out. Plan to strike first. Lightning poured into her left hand, and her figure turned into a streamer, rushing towards Kabuto in an instant, hitting his chest. Facing Zuoyu's incomparably fast move, Kabuto didn't dare to take it hard, and lightly stepped on his feet, narrowly avoiding her thrust. Naruto saw Zuoyu's movements, hurriedly hand-sealed with both hands, and shouted at the same time, Saoyu. Come back. The art of psychic. One hand wiped on the chest, a little blood stained from the chest that Kimimaro had scratched before, and slapped it on the ground, chakra poured out. Bang bang bang. Hold them for a while for me. Please. Huge white smoke rose, and after a while, 3 huge toads appeared in the valley. It was Toad Wentai, Toad Jien, Toad Guang. Both Kabuto and Orochimaru hurriedly flew back, and their faces changed drastically. No, they're running. Kabuto, help me hand seal. Orochimaru cried. The art of psychic. With a loud bang, one snake appeared. Naruto, it looks like you're in great danger. You actually want to summon the 3 of us at the same time. Toad Bunta said with a leisurely expression, smoking a big cigarette holder. Naruto pulled Sayu's back and quickly jumped from the back of Gao Wentai to the cliff at the top of the valley, and shouted at the same time, no way, this time I can only run away in embarrassment. You just need to drag me for a minute. A minute, no problem. Toad Wentai squinted his eyes and let out a breath of smoke, then pulled out the huge short knife and held it in his hand. The 2 of Orochimaru were also standing on top of Wan Snake at the moment. Wan Snake saw the 3 big toads on the opposite side, and immediately changed his expression, shouting, Bastard Orochimaru, I can't deal with the 3 of them alone. Orochimaru stared straight at Naruto's retreating backs, and shouted viciously, don't try to run away. Before he finished speaking, he saw his neck stretched out suddenly, directly over Taniguchi, and appeared above the backs of Naruto and the 2 of them. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spit out a long sword. Come fly. Zuoyu was being pulled by Naruto and ran away quickly. Looking back, she suddenly found that the long sword with a length of 100 meters was stabbing Naruto like a bolt of lightning. She couldn't help but exclaimed, be careful. Naruto had already sensed the crisis behind him, and when Sayu reminded him, he quickly hand-sealed with both hands. The art of shadow clone. Another running Naruto appeared, and I saw him pull up Naruto's body and one of Sayu's arms, and slammed forward. Kai. The next moment, the long sword pierced through the clone's body, and the two of Naruto just got out of danger. The two who were thrown out by the clones started running again. At this time, Orochimaru's long sword finally came to an end and could no longer move forward. Toad Bunta and the others just held them back. I finally escaped successfully. Naruto breathed a little, his heart pounding a little too fast. At that moment, if he hadn't used Shadow Clone, he would have been pierced by Orochimaru. And Orochimaru, who was at the bottom of the valley, retracted his head, his face gloomy. Damn Uzumaki Naruto, how could he come up with such a temporary solution? Orochimaru scolded fiercely and said to Kabuto, "This operation is cancelled, let's go back to." Seeing Orochimaru's gloomy face, Toad went laughed, slashed over and shouted, "What's the matter? Did that kid Naruto escape successfully? Orochimaru is still a Sannin because of you. You can't even chase a kid." One snake twisted his body, avoiding Toad Bunta's knife. Orochimaru's face was sinking like water, and he directed one snake's tail to sweep over, avoiding the three big toads. He and Kabuto both jumped back quickly, leaving the Valley of the End. Chapter 118 Meet Again. Getting away from Orochimaru's pursuit, Naruto still didn't care. He went all the way at full speed, following the route he had just come over, and galloped all the way towards Konoha village. "Naruto, are you alright?" Zuiyu asked worriedly when she saw Naruto panting and sweating profusely. "It's okay, just a little tired." Naruto showed her a reassuring smile and continued to move forward. Suddenly, he stumbled under his feet and almost fell to the ground. "What's wrong with you, Naruto?" Zuiyu looked shocked, and hurriedly supported him. Looking at his increasingly pale face, she couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. Naruto smiled bitterly. "The arm was scratched just now, I didn't expect that the sword was poisonous." He rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a blue-black sword mark on his small arm. Although Naruto had used Shadow Clone to avoid Orochimaru's straight stab just now, he still accidentally cut a small wound on his arm. It was just this wound that allowed the poison from the sword to enter his body. Zuiyu looked at it and couldn't help feeling very distressed, tears welling up in her eyes. "Naruto, how are you doing now? I'll help you suck the poison out." Saying that, she opened Cherry's small mouth without hesitation and kissed the wound on his arm. A soft and moist touch came, and Naruto watched as she lowered her head and kept sucking blood for herself, and shook her head. He smiled and said, "It's useless, Zuoyu, the poison has already entered my body, and I can't get it out. You go back to Konoha and call a medical ninja to detoxify me. This poison can slowly numb my body and make I can't move." Zuiyu raised her head, tears kept coming from the corners of her eyes, and the little bit of Yin Yuhi's blood on her lips made her even more pear blossoms and rain, causing people to pity, but she stubbornly shouted, "No, I'll carry you back. You will be chased by Orochimaru." Naruto pushed her and said, "No, I'm not going. Let's go together. You said you wouldn't leave me." Zuoyu lifted Naruto, carried him on his back, and walked forward. Naruto's heart warmed slightly, seeing how persistent she was. She no longer shied away, and let her carry her on her back. Orochimaru has Toad Bunta and the others dragging them, so hopefully they won't be caught up. Did he know, the two Orochimaru had withdrawn. Otherwise, I wouldn't let Zuoyu go back first and stay behind. At this moment, a figure in front of them suddenly appeared in the sight of the two of them. Naruto's complexion couldn't help changing, and he hurriedly called in Zuoyu's ear, "Get around that person. Don't be discovered by her." Zuoyu took a closer look, but saw a long-haired girl with a brown shawl from Yuhi coming towards her. "It is Tayuya." Hearing Naruto's words, she quickly turned around and wanted to leave, only to be discovered by the other party. "Uchiha Seijutsu," Tayuya exclaimed. At this time Seijutsu also saw clearly that the other party was actually one of the four Otogakure. Naruto hurriedly jumped off Sayu and stood there waiting for Taiyu to approach. Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as he arrived in front of Sasu, Taiyu saw Naruto jumping down from behind her, took a deep breath and let out a soft snort. Zuo-Yu's body tightened, her face full of alertness. Tayuya, have you seen it? Sasu has been chased back by me. Your mission failed. If you don't want to die, go back to Orochimaru to take the blame. I won't kill you because you are a girl. Naruto. He pulled out his kunai and stood in front of her indifferently, a powerful aura enveloped her. Duoyu was also taken aback. He didn't expect Zuiyu to be successfully rescued by him, and it seemed that he was very relaxed. It was terrible. In an instant, she felt a sense of retreat. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong, because just now she clearly saw that this guy jumped off Uchiha Zuiyu's back. Why did he climb onto Zuiyu's back? Are you injured? At the next moment, Tayuya suddenly smiled. Naruto's expression was indifferent. He quietly grabbed Zuo-Yu's hand, and said, I've suffered a little injury, nothing major. What's wrong? Do you want to take me back? Tayuya's expression changed, and Naruto said to Zuiyu again, Zuiyu, since that's the case, you can go back first. I'll stay and play with her first, and catch up later. Before Zuo-Yu could speak, Naruto squeezed her hand secretly, signaling her to be obedient. Zuo-Yu didn't want to leave at all, because Naruto was poisoned at this time, and she was afraid that he would not be able to defeat the opponent, so she just stood there motionless. Naruto frowned secretly, and then he suddenly kicked hard and punched Tayuya. Boom! Duoyu was so frightened that he quickly stepped back, and Naruto slammed a punch on the tree, and the tree immediately broke in two and fell to the ground. Come on, don't get in my way here. Naruto glared at her and said, although he suffered a little injury, he still has the ability to clean up this woman. In an instant, Zuo-Yu's tears flowed down. She knew in her heart that Naruto was only working hard for her own smooth escape, but she couldn't leave him behind. What's the point? However, if he stayed and faced with him, he would definitely be caught up by Orochimaru. At that time, all Naruto's efforts for him would be in vain. Biting Kiba, Sayu finally left under Naruto's angry eyes. Naruto, you must not be in trouble. Otherwise, I will let the whole world be buried with you. Zuo-Yu used her usual strength to rush the road. She wished that she could instantly move to the village and move to rescue soldiers. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief after Sasu left, looked up at Tayuya with a smile. What? I let you go, but you still haven't left. Taiyu also stood there, but looked at him with a smile. It's so touching, Naruto-kun. You are already seriously injured. Do you still want to stay and fight for her to escape? Duoyu also suddenly smiled. It's a pity that she is so ruthless, but she really gave up. I'm leaving you. Naruto secretly said that it was bad, and this woman saw it. That's right, the two of them were too obvious just now. This is obviously trying to hide it. However, if you don't do this, Zuo-Yu will not leave at all. I didn't expect this to be a bad thing. And there is Orochimaru in the back. It seems that he is more fortunate and less fortunate. Did you say I was seriously injured? Then do you want to try it? Naruto looked up at her with contempt. Until the last moment, he will never give up hope. Moreover, although this poison is very troublesome, it seems to be slowly being resolved by his own body energy now. He was slightly overjoyed. It seemed that as long as it took a little more time, the toxins in the body would be dissolved, and there would be no need to worry. Moreover, I still have the last whole card. Neji and the others haven't arrived yet. Think about it now, it's almost time to come. Chapter 119 Being Held Hostage. Duoyu also looked at him with a somewhat uncertain expression. Although he should trust his own judgment at this time, his strength is really terrifying. If he is really not seriously injured, wouldn't he be asking for his own death if he made a rash move? However, if you don't try it, you will be very unwilling. Such a powerful enemy can be planted in your own hands. You can't miss such a cool thing. Moreover, taking him back and bringing him to Orochimaru-sama, even if he couldn't complete the mission, it would be considered a small credit. At that time, I might be able to ask Orochimaru-sama to reduce the punishment. After hesitating for a while, Tayuya finally made his move. I saw her take out the fife, and brought it close to her lips and started to play. If he was seriously injured, it would be extremely difficult for him to break free from the bondage of demonic illusion. Curse Seal 2. Demonic Illusion Magic Sound Lock. Duoyu also instantly entered the Curse Seal 2 state. The surging chakra spread out with a burst of music. Naruto couldn't help shaking slightly, and immediately felt his own the body as somewhat involuntary. Demonic illusion is used to bind the enemy's body through sound. This technique may be useful for other ninjas, but Naruto's chakra is also very powerful. At the moment of being bound by demonic illusion, he forcibly transports chakra and spreads all over the body. A dense chakra coat, and the sound waves entering his ears are distorted by the energy of chakra, making it lose its original effect. Sonic demonic illusion cracked naturally. Duoyu also looked at the powerful chakra outside Naruto's body, and his face was shocked, and the rhythm couldn't help but stop, and exclaimed, "How is it possible? You actually cracked my demonic illusion. You are not seriously injured." Naruto smiled disapprovingly and said, "Your demonic illusion is nothing special, so why is it weird that I cracked it?" Duoyu was also shocked, took a few steps back, looked at Naruto with a very alert expression, and cold sweat broke down on his face. "Damn," Duoyu scolded reluctantly. "I didn't expect that this kid was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger." In fact, he wasn't injured at all. He still confronted him so recklessly. Isn't this courting death? Damn boy, it turned out that he was playing with himself from beginning to end. Naruto stood there and smiled bitterly in his heart. The toxins have now penetrated into all parts of his body. Although he can still use chakra, his body has become paralyzed. At this moment, even lifting his legs and walking is a problem. I hope it can be delayed again. Take this guy for a while. Duoyu also stared at Naruto from a distance for a while, and suddenly said strangely, "Why haven't you shot yet? You bastard, are you still playing with me?" Naruto was secretly anxious in his heart, but his face was silent, and he said slowly, "I said, for the sake of being a girl, I won't kill you, just get out of here. You are discriminating against women." Duoyu was also furious, but he couldn't beat him at all, but he didn't make a move. "Do you really want to retreat?" She stared at Naruto for a while, then suddenly laughed. "I see, so you were poisoned. You have been poisoned by Orochimaru-sama's snake venom. Are you paralyzed and unable to move? So he was posing with me." Naruto frowned, secretly thinking bad, was she actually seen? "How is this going?" "I just heard Duoyu also said. I saw your chakra strong, but your arms are shaking. This is obviously the toxin that paralyzes Orochimaru's body muscles. Ha ha ha, it's really insidious. You brat. Now I see through it. Even if you don't give me a disguise, I'll just be captured." With that said, Taiyu walked towards him, and took out a rope with him to tie Naruto. Naruto stared at her, secretly saying bad. Duoyu also approached Naruto, and seeing that he hadn't made any moves, he was more certain of his own judgment, and the smile on her face was even more dangerous. I saw that she suddenly stretched out her hand and pinched Naruto's face, and said in a sinister tone in front of him, "Boy, what I hate most is a guy like you who plays tricks and tricks. It's in my hands, let's see how I deal with you." Naruto moved his face away with difficulty, and Taiyu looked even more interesting, and couldn't help giggling. "You're moving. Why aren't you moving? Didn't you move very fast before? Why can't you even hide my hand now?" What? She couldn't help but follow Orochimaru's way, sticking out her tongue and licking her lips, smiling excitedly. At this moment, a crisp, startled and anxious voice suddenly sounded, "Pervert. Let go of Naruto." Naruto was delighted. It was Ino's voice. Looks like they finally caught up. Saved. Sure enough, at the same time, several other voices also sounded, "Let go of Naruto." It was Shikamaru Choji. "It's you guys." Tayuya turned his head to look, and immediately recognized a few people. It was the Konoha genin who had been chasing him at the beginning. "Where are the others?" she asked in a deep voice. Shikamaru pouted and said, "They're all dead, and now you're the only one left, so hurry up and surrender." "Damn it. He actually killed my companion." Taiyu also scolded angrily. "In this case, I also killed this kid." Saying that, she took out Kunwu and stabbed Naruto in the chest. Just at this moment, another voice suddenly came, "Kiba through Kiba." A violently swirling gust of wind rushed towards Tayuya. "It's Kiba." Seeing this, Tayuya hurriedly dragged Naruto out of the way, but the movements in his hands were also forced to be interrupted. At the same time, another figure appeared from behind her. Aware of the danger, she quickly picked up Naruto to block in front of her, and Neji's gentle fist stopped abruptly in midair. "I didn't expect you all to come. It seems that those guys have really failed." Although Taiyu also had a stronger personality, at this time he knew that he could only retreat. The next moment, she pulled Naruto and quickly stepped back. Seeing her escape, Shikamaru and the others looked anxious. When Ino saw Naruto being held hostage by the enemy, he was so worried that his tears almost fell. Neji and Kiba sighed. "The enemy is moving very fast, and with Naruto as a shield, our plan has failed." Shikamaru pondered slightly. "Let's catch up quickly, we must not let Naruto get into trouble." Duoyu also flew with Naruto for a while. Naruto was extremely helpless. He actually became a prisoner, but his heart was slightly relieved, with Neji and the others chasing. Duoyu also temporarily in order to save his life, and would not kill if she can save herself, as long as she can delay for a moment. When the toxin in her body weakens, she will be able to break free from her bondage. Thinking of this, Naruto also felt relieved. Although he was embarrassed by Duoyu's armpit, but speaking of this woman's body actually had a faint fragrance, and her body was quite soft. Chapter 120 You Feed Me. Taiyu didn't know what Naruto was thinking now, otherwise he would definitely stab him to death without hesitation. In the state of Curse Seal 2, even if she took Naruto with her, Shikamaru and the others behind her couldn't catch up. Soon, the two came to the Valley of the End. At this moment, Duoyu also frowned suddenly, and the curse mark covering his neck stopped, with a look of struggle and pain on his face. "You bastard, you've used the curse too much." Taiyu also scolded in a low voice, looked around, and found that she might be caught up if she continued like this. After a slight hesitation, she led Naruto straight to the end. Within the valley, Naruto noticed Tayuya's state, and he couldn't help but secretly said, "Orochimaru's spell seal carries his spiritual power. If you use it too much, it will be eroded by his spirit. Strength, think about it, it should reach its limit." "Orochimaru's spell is not that easy to use," Naruto said. "Shut up." Duoyu also cursed. Naruto couldn't help but be speechless. This guy who opened and closed his mouth was swearing. He really didn't look like a girl. Shikamaru and the others behind him had already caught up, and Tayuya's expression changed. Looking at the waterfall between the two giant statues of the first generation and Madara, he bit Kiba, pulling Naruto and suddenly jumped down. Puff! The two fell into the water, and Naruto quickly held his breath and fell into the pool with the waterfall. The powerful impact almost shook them apart, but Taiyu also held Naruto tightly, holding him in his hands, for fear that he would escape. The two sank to the bottom of the water and quickly flowed downstream with the current. Above the Valley of the End, Shikamaru and his party stood on top of the first stone statue. Kiba shook his head. "The smell disappears here, I think they should enter the water." "Neji, search with your Byakugan," Shikamaru hurriedly said. Neji nodded. Byakugan turned on, and carefully searched the entire Valley of the End, but the Valley of the End was not small. With Neji's current strength, although he could see through a long distance, he had to find it within such a large area. It's a bit difficult to get two people out. Searching for a long time, Neji still shook his head. "The chakra is a little insufficient, and my Byakugan range is a little blurred." How could this be? Ino was speechless for a moment, and at the critical moment, Neji's Byakugan was overused. Kiba and Akamaru's noses were blocked by water to smell. Is Naruto really going to be more fortunate? Naruto and Tayuya went out of the valley along the river of the Valley of the End. Only then did Tayuya emerge from the water, and suddenly climbed to the bank and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Naruto was also panting. It was really dangerous, he almost drowned. The two gasped for a long time. Naruto felt that the toxins in his body were gradually dissipating, and his body was able to move. However, because there was no medical ninja to detoxify, he could not move freely by relying on his own resistance to the medicine. At this moment, his limbs were sore and weak, and he simply lay on the ground. Don't get up anymore. Taiyu also regained some strength, finally got up, kicked Naruto who was lying on the ground, and said, "Hey, are you dead?" "I am not dead yet, but I only have half my life left," Naruto said weakly. Now that his body was weak, and he wasn't sure if he could defeat her, he simply showed her weakness and let her be paralyzed and waited. He recovered slowly, and then he was able to escape. Duoyu also frowned, looking at his half-dead appearance, hesitant for a moment, and finally picked him up, lifted chakra and jumped into the distance. At this time, Taiyu has also withdrawn from the curse mark, and Naruto is soaked wet, and Naruto's head is right next to her smooth lower abdomen, but she does not notice anything wrong, but Naruto has already some can't stand it. After all, Tayuya was a little beauty, and the strange touch coming from her body when he was clinging to her tender body made him a little nervous. What's more, her face was still facing her lower abdomen. Looking up, it was the two prominent points that stood out, and looking down, it was a triangle area that was tightly outlined. For a moment, Naruto felt a rush of blood, and his heartbeat could not help speeding up. However, even though he was suffering, he didn't show any clues, and let her hold him and temporarily enjoy this fragrance. After running for a long time, until the clothes on both of them were air-dried, a market town appeared in front of them. Only then did Tayuya let Naruto go, and when he entered the town, Chien tied his hands with ropes, and took off the forehead guards on the two of them, and then pulled him into the town. "Hey, don't you have to do this? You tied me up," Naruto protested dissatisfied. After a while of recovery just now, Naruto is confident that the poison is now completely cured, and there is no danger at all. Moreover, even if he is bound, he has a way to break free. "You bastard is too cunning. Even though you are poisoned, I still can't be careless. I don't worry if I don't tie you up." Duoyu also snorted, dragged him into the town, and said as he walked, "Wait for me to catch you. When you go back and meet Orochimaru-sama, you can make up for it, and seeing you, the guy who ruined our plan, Orochimaru-sama will be very happy." While talking, the two entered the market town, but they were greeted by pedestrians along the street. Because the forehead was hidden, although everyone was strange, they didn't think that it was two ninjas. Just seeing a sunny and handsome blonde boy being dragged by a girl, there are some 8 trigrams. Are these two brothers and sisters? Or a couple relationship? Disobedient younger brother or lover made a mistake and was caught and punished at home. 8 trigrams of passers-by are blazing. The two entered a hotel, and Duoyu was already hungry. After opening a room, they ordered 2 more meals. In the room, Naruto looked at Tayuya's dejected appearance with no image. "You ordered 2 servings of food, and you didn't untie me. Are you trying to starve me to death?" Naruto said, looking at her. Although he has regained some strength now, his stomach is empty, his body is tired, and his condition is really bad, otherwise he would have broken free. Duoyu also glared at him and shouted, "Captives are not qualified to negotiate terms with me." Naruto was speechless for a while, and couldn't help it for a while. Chakra was lucky, and just wanted to break free from the rope, but she heard her suddenly exclaim, "Well, I'm so full. For the sake of your safety, I'll let you eat. But if you want to trick me into loosening you, there's absolutely no way." Duoyu was also full of food and drink, and seemed to be in a better mood. A pair of bowls and chopsticks came to Naruto and said, "Open your mouth." Naruto was stunned. "You want to feed me?" Chapter 121 Bite You. What? I feed you and you still dislike it? If it weren't for the fear that you would starve to death and it would be difficult to communicate with you, I would not bother to care about you. Duoyu also mumbled, and took a bite of the vegetable and shoved it into Mingyu. In the human mouth. Are you going to kill me? Naruto was shoved a pile of vegetables into his mouth, almost choking, and said angrily, a girl like you who is neither gentle nor short-tempered will never be wanted in the future. Duoyu also heard it. Shingmu glared at him and stared at him fiercely. What did you say? I said you won't be able to marry in the future. Naruto found it a little funny when she saw her reaction. You bastard. I want you to take care of it. Duoyu also threw down the bowl and chopsticks. The food was scattered all over the floor, and then she angrily ran to the window, ignored Naruto and looked out the window. The look on her face suddenly dimmed. That's right, for someone like himself who has been planted with a curse on his body, and who has to be a slave to Orochimaru all his life, how can he be qualified to pursue happiness? Looking back at Naruto, Duoyu also suddenly envied a person like him who was born in a big village since he was a child. Since he was a child, he didn't have to worry about being bullied by people from other villages, and he didn't have to worry that the place where he lived would turn into ruins. And he is just an orphan. In order to survive, he can only pursue powerful strength, otherwise he can only become a plaything for other strong people. Naruto suddenly found that Tayuya's back was a little lonely. What's the matter with you? He asked aloud the next moment. Turning his head, the expression on Tayuya's face returned to the rebellious look. You're so mean. He cursed viciously, and Duoyu also dragged him out of the room. Hey, where are you taking me? Naruto shouted, I haven't eaten yet. Damn you, I'm going to buy clothes now. I haven't changed them for a few days. It's so uncomfortable. Duoyu also glared at him and dragged him out of the hotel. At this time, it was getting late and it was dusk. Pedestrians on the road also returned home one after another. Duoyu just dragged Naruto and ran directly to an lingerie store, ignoring the strange looks from the two of them, and quickly picked out a set of underwear to buy, and dragged Naruto back to the hotel quickly. Naruto couldn't help but be speechless, but fortunately, before that, Taiyu also ordered another food to come in. This time, she patiently fed Naruto to eat and drink, and then said, Troublesome guy, I'm going to take a bath now, don't try to run away. Even if you escape in your current state, you will be punished. I'll catch up, and if I come out of the shower and find you're gone, I'll be dead when I find you. Then, in front of Naruto, she took off her jacket, revealing the delicate body inside. Naruto swallowed his saliva secretly, stared straight at her body, and secretly thought to himself, Tayuya's body is petite, but the place where he should be big is big, and the place where he should be erect is still very erect. Really unexpected. Taiyu also finished taking off, and when only her underwear was left, she realized that Naruto in front of her was staring at her with a burst of hot eyes, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Little devil, how old are you? Tayuya asked. Why? You look at me like this at a young age. Believe it or not, I dug out your eyeballs. Tayuya cursed with his hands on his hips, and at the same time, Yuhi's dizziness flashed across his face. She herself is only 15 or 16 years old, not much older than Naruto. At first, she didn't care about Naruto as a kid, but now she feels uncomfortable all over. This kid's eyes are too lustful. However, she couldn't lose her aura. Although she was a little shy and couldn't stand it, she still sounded like an adult teaching a child. After Naruto's lesson, she hurriedly took the newly bought underwear into the bathroom. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. After eating and drinking enough, the strength is back, and the toxins in the body are almost healed. It is time to go back. As soon as the chakra was lucky, a group of slightly spinning chakra suddenly appeared on the tied hand, and the rope was twisted instantly in the sound of chi-chi. And Duoyu who entered the bathroom didn't notice anything strange at all. She was not a perceptive ninja, and Naruto also tried his best to control the chakra aura, so that he would not be noticed as much as possible. After the rope was loosened, Naruto couldn't help but feel relieved for a while. Although the toxins in his body still remained, the effect was not too big. He just had to let Tsunade deal with it when he went back. However, just when he was about to jump out of the window to leave, a prank thought suddenly appeared in his heart. Why didn't he wait for her to wash out, and then swagger in front of her and leave? But her expression must be wonderful, right? Thinking of this, Naruto jumped onto the bed, lay down directly, and slowly waited for her to come out. That water in the bathroom kept coming, but Naruto suddenly became a little bit crazy. Thinking of the ambiguity along the way, he couldn't help shaking his head, took a deep breath, and calmed down his restless mind. At this moment, the door to the bathroom opened with a click, and Duoyuya came out while wiping Yuhi's wet long brown hair, the tips of which were long hanging behind her back, and there was a splash of water on her pretty face who had just come out of the bath. The moist Yuhi, a pair of big eyes also seems to contain water vapor, coupled with a white bathrobe, the slender legs are vaguely visible, and Naruto is also slightly absent. After Tayuya came out, he also lost his mind when he saw Naruto. However, compared to Naruto's absence, Tayuya exclaimed in the next moment, "How did you break free?" Naruto looked at her with a smile. "Tayuya, you miscalculated, I was poisoned, but now the poison has been cured, you can't help me." Duoyu also trembled all over, his face full of shock, and he became flustered for a while. He habitually touched his body but did not bring any cutting tools, nor did he have the flute in his hand. "My rope can't be freed even by a ninja's break-free technique. How on earth did you do it?" The next moment, Tayuya clenched his fists and stared at him with a wary expression on his face. "Haha, don't be nervous, for the sake of you feeding me, I won't hurt you, but this time your plan will be in vain. I'm leaving bye." Looking at her, she was nervous, flustered and confused. Looking shocked, Naruto was so amused, he laughed twice, opened the window and jumped out. However, before Naruto jumped out, Duoyu swooped on him, wrapped his arms around his waist, and hugged him directly. "Don't want to leave," she cried out, biting Kiba's teeth, and clinging to his body desperately to prevent him from leaving. "You bastard, you are playing with me again. I'll bite you to death." Suddenly, Tayuya Jongi opened his mouth and bit Naruto's shoulder, and blood immediately flowed from him. Chapter 122 Bad Feeling. "Are you crazy?" Naruto felt a sharp pain in her shoulders, but she didn't expect her to be so impulsive, to bite herself. He quickly retracted his body and slapped Tayuya's stomach, knocking her out and landing on the bed. Tayuya's body was shocked, and the next moment, Naruto jumped up directly, pressed her under him, looked at the trace of blood on the corner of her mouth that belonged to him, and glared angrily, "Do you want to die? I'm going to bite you before I die." Tayuya also shouted angrily, "You actually played with me twice. I'll never let you go. Crazy woman, then I'll kill you." Naruto raised his hand, the Rasengan in his hand rose up, and a strong aura suddenly spread, and the furnishings in the room were shaken by the swirling airflow. Duoyu was also shocked, his pupils could not help shrinking, only then did he realize how stupid his behavior was. "Are you looking for death yourself? Going up and biting him? This guy is an opponent that even Kimimaro can't defeat, even Orochimaru-sama can't help him, it's ridiculous that he is so clueless." Watching this powerful ninjutsu gather in Naruto's hands, Tayuya was dumbfounded. Is he going to die? Die in the hands of this guy? Yes, a person like himself who is only treated as a chess piece, so he can only die like this, right? Uzumaki Naruto, after you kill me, you will return to Konoha smoothly, and the future will be bright, and there will be a Sayu who thinks of you. Your life will be much, much better than mine, right? To die in your hands, is this also a kind of destination for me? But, I am so unwilling. I also want strong power. I also want a better life, and I also want to be able to pursue my own happiness. Duoyu also slowly closed his eyes, his breathing gradually calmed down, and said softly, "Go on, Naruto." However, after a long time, the pain still did not come. She couldn't help but open her eyes, only to see that the Rasengan in Naruto's hands had dissipated. "Why didn't you kill me?" Naruto walked away from her, walked to the window, shook his head, and turned back. You are just a pawn of Orochimaru. Killing you has no effect on me, we just have different positions. Are you taking pity on me? Taiyu also called out. Naruto smiled slightly. If you understand me like this, there is nothing to say. In short, I really want to go now, don't stop me. Finally, I advise you, as long as you stick to your heart, you will not be reduced by power. I hope you can change your destiny when I meet you next time. Quote. After speaking, Naruto jumped out from the window, and the figure gradually disappeared into the dim night. Tayuya lay blankly on the bed, recalling what Naruto said. Stick to your heart, Uzumaki Naruto, can we meet again next time? Naruto kept running in the dark of night. The reason why he let go of Duo Yuya just now was that he really couldn't handle this beautiful girl. Besides, although she didn't speak very well to her along the way, she still fed herself. This is the first time in this world that she has been fed by others, so it is even more impossible to kill her. Second, it can be seen that Duo Yu is not an unforgivable bad person, she just has a different position from her own, and seeing her eyes that are not reconciled to the control of fate like hers is also a little touched, she can be considered soft-hearted for a while. However, although Naruto also softened his heart towards Taiyu, he knew in his heart that if the other party was a heinous, Sasori-hearted woman who did all her bad things, she would kill him without hesitation, no matter how beautiful she was. Running all the way, rushing through the night. In the early morning of the next day, Naruto finally returned to the Land of Fire. The small town was in the Land of Fields. Although he let go of Duo Yuya, he did not guarantee that the other party would go back to find his whereabouts and move rescue soldiers. Trouble, he left the country as fast as possible. After arriving in the Land of Fire, Naruto just paused for a while, ate some game in the forest on the way, rested for a while and rushed back to Konoha again. I am afraid that Tsunade has already found out about her being taken away by Duoyu. Maybe Zuiyu and the others have already known about it. If Zuiyu knew that she was staying yesterday and was taken away, it would be troublesome. Konoha that afternoon. When he jumped in from the window of Hokage's office, Tsunade immediately exclaimed, then stepped forward and hugged him, squeezed his entire face into the pair of big breasts, and said excitedly, Naruto, you stinky boy, finally came back alive. Are you really so worried about you? Shizune on the side looked at the two of them with embarrassment, especially seeing that Naruto's whole face didn't fit into Tsunade-sama's chest. He couldn't help but slightly face Yuhi, secretly thinking that Tsunade-sama was really, Naruto would be suffocated to death like this what? Immediately, he thought of his pair of twin peaks that were obviously a few sizes smaller, and envied her again. First, let me go first. Although Naruto was squeezed into this incomparably soft place, his heart was rippling, but he still tried his best to break free. Son is so embarrassing. Tsunade hurriedly released him after hearing this, looked at him happily and said, tell me, how did you escape from the enemy? Let's not talk about that. I want to ask if Sayu has returned to Konoha. Shizune on the side nodded and said, yeah, she came back yesterday, but she was. Tsunade hurriedly glared at her, and Shizune realized that he had missed the point, and immediately shut up. Naruto was stunned. What happened? What happened later? It's alright, Naruto, just come back, take a good rest these 2 days, we'll take care of other things. Tsunade said with a haha. Shizune, on the other hand, hesitated, looking worried. Seeing them like this, Naruto suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that something happened to Zuoyu? However, looking at their appearance, it is obvious that they will not tell themselves, even if they ask them at this moment, they will not say it, so I should ask Zuoyu personally. Thinking of this, Naruto and them left after saying goodbye. Seeing Naruto jumping out of the window and walking away, Tsunade let out a breath and glared at Shizune. You girl, you almost missed out. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. Shizune hurriedly apologized, but couldn't help saying, but, why don't you tell Naruto about this? If he finds out then, I'm afraid he will blame us. Tsunade sighed slightly and looked out the window. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Zuoyu is very important in Naruto's heart. I will never let her have any trouble. Chapter 123 Conspiracy. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Naruto thought for a while. Tsunade was obviously hiding something from himself, and he felt more and more that something was wrong, so he couldn't help but quicken his pace and ran towards the Uchiha family's residence. Although he did not rest all night, Naruto is not very tired now, and the toxins remaining in the body have been completely dissolved by the body, so Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is not used at all. It seems that his body is still there are many secrets waiting to be developed. After a while, Naruto arrived at Sayu's house. He came to her room with ease, but did not find her figure. After a slight stun, he was relieved. It is still daytime, why is Zuoyu at home? It should be training. Shaking his head, Naruto didn't look for her anymore, but sat down in her room and rested. Time passed little by little, until night. He didn't wait for Zuoyu to come back. He frowned slightly. The next moment Naruto left this place. An underground base somewhere in Konoha. In the long dark corridor, only a few faint candles swayed gently, emitting a dim yellow light. Two tall Anbu walked slowly towards the innermost room in the corridor with a petite figure. That petite figure is Zuoyu. At this moment, she kept walking in with the two of them, looking at the dark environment around her. Her expression couldn't help but get a little nervous. Who are you taking me to see? Zuoyu asked coldly. One of the figures replied in an emotionless voice. It won't do you any harm to see a big man. Who is it? Zuoyu continued to ask. Another figure turned and glared at her. Don't ask more. This is Konoha's secret. Zuoyu couldn't learn anything from the two mouths, so she had to give up, but she felt that something was wrong in her heart. Soon, the two took her to a dark room and left. The door behind him slammed shut. In the darkness, Sayu's heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. Although these two Anbu were Konoha's ninjas, they acted so strangely and brought herself to such a dark place. She had a bad premonition. Suddenly, two candles lit up in the room, and suddenly a face appeared in Zuoyu's line of sight. I saw that man sitting quietly on a chair. Half of his body was tied with white bandages, and only one shining eye was exposed on his old wrinkled face. This man is Danzo. Uchiha Seijutsu. Danzo's old, low voice sounded. Zuoyu had a wary look on her face and said, Who are you? Why are you looking for me? At the same time, she looked around by the firelight, but found that the room was very spacious. Right in the middle of the room. As soon as you speak, there will be an echo. He, don't be afraid. I invited you here to discuss something with you. Danzo smiled slightly and said, Do you really want power? So what? I can let you get what you want, as long as you promise me one condition. Danzo tempted. What conditions? Zuoyu frowned slightly, thinking to herself, this is definitely not a good condition. Join the route. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door, followed by a stern scolding. Danzo. Don't even think about Lezuiwe joining the team. That route of yours is not a place for people to stay at all. Zuoyu turned her head sharply, just in time to see Tsunade appearing at the door of the room with two Anbu. The door had been blasted open by her strange force. Danzo frowned. Tsunade. Tsunade ignored Danzo, rushed over and took Sayu's arm and walked out. Don't listen to his nonsense. If you get into the route, you will be trained by him to be a tool without the slightest emotion. Let's go. When Zuoyu heard this, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. It turned out that this old man had such an idea. No wonder he brought himself to this dark place mysteriously. Certainly not a good person. Although she also wanted power very much, after contacting Naruto, she had already made a secret decision. If she could be with Naruto, what if she didn't have power? She believes that Naruto will protect herself. Suddenly, Danzo stood up abruptly and shouted angrily, Tsunade. Don't you forget that Uchiha Sasu is a missing nin. Joining the route is her only destination. do you still want to protect her? Humph. Zuiyu has come back, so she is no longer missing then. Tsunade snorted coldly, walking towards the door without stopping. I will never allow you to shoot at her. This is Hokage's order. Danzo's face was gloomy, and he suddenly waved his arm, and several figures suddenly jumped out from the darkness. He said coldly, break the rules of Konoha, even if you are Hokage, I will not let you go. Uchiha Sasu has given birth to a rebellious heart, so she must not continue to let her go unpunished. Danzo's righteous words. Tsunade couldn't help but get furious. This old guy is too arrogant. Is he bullying himself for his unstable foundation? Forget it. The next moment, she suddenly groaned and slammed her fist on the wall next to her. With a sudden bang, more than half of the wall collapsed, and the entire base couldn't help shaking. Danzo was shocked. Hurry up and stop her. Suddenly, several figures suddenly appeared beside Tsunade, and quickly made a few seals on her. Quartet barrier. In an instant, several light curtains rose beside Tsunade and Sayu, enclosing them almost instantly. Tsunade didn't expect this guy to be bold enough to shoot Hokage. He couldn't help but get angry. Danzo, you actually did something to me. Are you trying to rebel? Danzo didn't buy her account in the slightest, and laughed, I'm just preventing you from destroying the Konoha base. At this time, the two Anbu next to Tsunade also shot, and they quickly drew out their weapons and slashed at the barrier wall, but after a burst of sparks appeared, they were shocked by the shot. Even after retreating, the enchantment did not suffer any loss at all. The two of them couldn't help being shocked. Master Tsunade. Don't worry, Danzo doesn't dare to do anything to us. Tsunade calmed down slowly, stared at Danzo coldly and said, I have given an order. Uchiha Sasu will be my personal Anbu. If you don't want to be charged with the following, offending Hokage, stop now. Danzo's expression changed involuntarily. You actually made her your Anbu. Yeah, do you want to disobey Hokage's orders? Danzo couldn't help but lower his head and frowned, and suddenly he raised his head again and smiled and said, since this is the case, then I will even more wrong the 5th generation to stay in this enchantment for a while. Chapter 124 Tsunade's Deterrence. What? Before Tsunade got angry, Anbu, a female beside her, scolded angrily, Danzo, do you really think that after the death of the 3rd generation of adults, you can cover the sky with one hand? Danzo gave her a disdainful look, shook his head, stopped answering, and indifferently instructed the ninjas who were maintaining the barrier. Look at them, don't let them come out, I'll take care of something. He decided that since Tsunade had given an order, he would intercept the order halfway through, and then use his own means to persuade the elders to win Zuoyu over. At that time, Tsunade will be helpless. Little girl, after doing 5 generations of Hokage, you want to fight with my senior. Danzo gave Tsunade one last contemptuous look and walked out of the house. However, at this moment, there was another bang. Rasengan. After a burst of blue light, a large hole was pierced through the wall again, and the stone chips were flying. Danzo stepped back quickly, looking at the person who came. I saw Naruto exuding a faint golden light all over his body, and he kept a Rasengan in his hand, walking slowly step by step. Shizune followed him with a worried expression on his face. When he saw that Tsunade was trapped in the barrier, he couldn't help but rushed forward. Master Tsunade. Naruto. At this time, Tsunade, Sayu and others had also seen Naruto, and their faces couldn't help but be overjoyed. Naruto's face was calm, and he was already very annoyed. After waiting for a long time, he couldn't find the figure of Zuoyu. Later, he went to find Tsunade and found that she was not there. As a result, after pressing Shizune repeatedly, he learned that Tsunade came to the base of the root matter. So he asked Shizune to bring it and came here quickly, only to see this astonishing scene. What's going on? The 5th Hokage is actually trapped. Naruto laughed angrily, his eyes fixed on Danzo. After Danzo's previous surprise, he now saw that it was the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force, and Naruto, the 6th generation heir, came, and his face suddenly turned down. Uzumaki Naruto, how did you come here? Is this where you came from? He tried to suppress Naruto with his identity. However, Naruto is a person who is not afraid of the sky and the earth. He used to keep a low profile because there was not much trouble. Now that trouble is coming, how can he keep a low profile? He didn't like Danzo at all, and now he was even more annoyed when he saw Tsunade's attack on Tsunade. He ignored Danzo, and the next moment his figure suddenly flashed out and appeared next to Anbu, who was maintaining the barrier at the fastest speed. The Rasengan in his hand suddenly pressed against the opponent's abdomen. Boom! With a bang, the violent energy vibrated continuously in the space, and Anbu flew backwards with a scream, slammed into the wall, and smashed the entire wall to burst. Because one person was attacked, the other people were unable to maintain the barrier and evacuated. Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you commit this crime? Danzo was shocked and angry, and he was also very shocked. Just now, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for him to keep up. After Tsunade got out of trouble, they all stood beside Naruto, and Naruto smiled lightly. I am just repaying you in the same way, you just committed a crime against Tsunade-sama. Danzo was suddenly at a loss for words, and snorted angrily, Uzumaki Naruto, as a human Jinchuriki column force, you must have the consciousness of being a human Jinchuriki column force. This is a matter between our high-level officials, and you have no right to interfere. Naruto shook his head and laughed. Tsunade stood up and laughed. Danzo, Naruto is the 6th generation heir, and will be the 6th generation Hokage in the future. Why is he not qualified? Although Sayu didn't know anything about Jinchuriki column power, but now she could see that she seemed to be involved in a high-level fight this time, she couldn't help but move closer to Naruto, secretly thinking, no matter what, I have to stand on Naruto's side. Okay, since you are covering up a rebellious person like this, you are at your own risk. Danzo was extremely angry, but he knew that this time he was not prepared enough, and he couldn't win this Uchiha tribe to his side, so he snorted and said nothing. Talk again. I didn't leave. Tsunade waved her hand, and immediately took a few people away. Before leaving, she couldn't help but turn her head and threatened. Danzo, I don't care about the open and secret struggle between you and the 3 generations over the years, but if you dare to if I fight, I won't be as easy to talk as the 3rd generation. The big deal is that we will die. Zuiyu is my person now, if you want to move, you can try it. Hearing Tsunade's words, Danzo's expression couldn't help changing. He knew Tsunade's temper. When she said it, she would definitely do what she said. Below, there is no way. Damn Tsunade, Konoha will collapse under your management sooner or later. Danzo scolded secretly, but had to dispel his thoughts. He knew that although the 3rd generation passed away, the Hokage faction was still very firm in supporting Tsunade. If she really did something out of the ordinary, her goal would not be achieved, and the stability of Konoha village would be ruined. A few people walked out of the root base safely. Tsunade could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Zuiyu followed Naruto silently. She was still immersed in what happened just now. When Naruto saw her silent appearance, he couldn't help holding her shoulders, and softly comforted. Zuiyu, don't think too much, there is a bright place. There is darkness, and what happened today is the dark side of Konoha, but as long as you stick to your heart, you won't be affected by these things. Quote. Zuiyu's body was shocked. She raised her head and looked at Naruto steadily. Hearing his gentle comforting voice, her heart was filled with emotion. After a while, she finally nodded heavily. Well. Don't worry Naruto, I won't be too much. Think. Well, that's good. Naruto smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Tsunade couldn't help but teased. Yo, Naruto, you can be so gentle, I'm moved to hear it. Tsunade-sama. Shizune yelled awkwardly for Tsunade. Tsunade giggled and didn't take it seriously. I solved a troublesome matter, why don't we go to the bar? Tsunade-sama, it's so late, do you still want to go? Shizune protested. Shizune, you can go back and rest if you don't go. Tsunade glared at her. Shizune was at a loss right away. You must know that Tsunade-sama is very troublesome when he is drunk. If he hadn't been there to take care of her, he didn't know what would have happened. And Naruto, you should go too. Tsunade said to Naruto again. Naruto gave a wry smile and had to say to Zuiyu next to him. Okay, then, Zuiyu, go back alone first, it seems that I can't send you today. Zuiyu frowned, looked at Tsunade with some dissatisfaction, and suddenly said, I'm going to. Chapter 125 Sleep Together. Result, Tsunade brought a few people into the tavern, drinking wildly, and she just held down Danzo's head today, and she was in a good mood. She kept drinking and laughing, her face full of yuhi, and she saw the only male Naruto present. A moment of discomfort. Tsunade, why do you have nothing to do with your face to make you look so young and beautiful? And he kept dangling that pair of tits in front of his eyes. Isn't this a crime? Naruto's heart is secret. On the side, Sasu saw Naruto's gaze from time to time to Tsunade's twin peaks that made the woman look at Yuhi. Immediately, jealousy exploded in my heart, and angrily picked up the glass and drank the wine. The first time she drank, she choked on the sudden surge, and Shizune hurriedly rubbed her back. Zuo-yu, don't force it if you don't know how to drink. Tsunade glanced at her and smiled. When Zuo-yu heard this, she was so angry that she drank again. As a result, after a few drinks, she looked so drunk that she couldn't speak well. Tsunade didn't drink enough until the dead of night, at midnight. Shizune was handling the aftermath with a wry smile and helped her back. Seeing that Tsunade was drunk and unconscious, he couldn't help complaining to Naruto, Hey, it seems that tomorrow Tsunade-sama will return again. I'm going to delay work. Naruto shook his head and laughed. Haha, I can only work hard for you, Sister Shizune. After you go back, you should rest well. Don't be exhausted. Hearing Naruto's concern, Shizune couldn't help feeling warm, and he didn't know what to think, so Yuhi's face quietly changed, and he hurriedly said goodbye to him and went back. Next, Naruto had no choice but to carry Zuo-yu, who was also drunk, to her house. The night wind was blowing slowly, bringing a hint of coolness. Zuo-yu on her back couldn't help shrinking her neck, and unconsciously hugged Naruto's neck even more. She whispered softly in her small cherry mouth. Language, called Naruto's name. Naruto couldn't help but smiled and quickened his pace. When I came to her home and put her on the bed, I found that her arms were tightly wrapped around her neck. He couldn't help but patted Zuiyu's tender Yuhi's cheek lightly, and called out, Zuiyu, it's time to go home, it's time to sleep. Zuiyu muttered and sprayed her mouth full of alcohol into Naruto's face, humming softly, Don't move, let me be good. Hold you well. This girl, Naruto really doubted whether she fell asleep. Helpless, he had no choice but to hold her in his arms and lay down himself. However, holding such a fragrant and delicate body, Naruto could not help but feel a little throbbing in his heart. Although Sasu's body is not as mature and attractive as Yuhi and Tsunade, this delicate and soft touch still makes him feel incomparably tempted. Early the next morning, the sun slowly poured into the room, and a female voice suddenly screamed. Ah, Naruto, why are you in my bed? Zuiyu shyly propped herself on Naruto's chest. She just woke up and found herself lying on his chest, holding his neck tightly with both hands, not to mention, a pair of thighs were still tightly wrapped around his waist. Naruto was awakened by her actions, opened his eyes and saw Sayu staring at him with a face full of Yuhi, only to realize that it was dawn, but suddenly found that the hard thing under the quilt was soft. Zuo-yu, are you awake? Naruto couldn't help yawning and said, Last night you held me so tightly that you didn't let go. There's no other way but to do this. In other words, you can get up now. Right. Naruto finished speaking, his expression a little unnatural. Zuiyu was embarrassed, thinking about how she was jealous and drunk with Tsunade last night. She immediately hesitated to look at Naruto. But then she felt something hard in her abdomen pressing against her, which made her very uncomfortable. What's this? Zuo-yu reached out and touched it, and immediately touched the firm object. After being stunned for 3 seconds, she immediately reacted, screaming in horror and retracting her hand. Her body also suddenly jumped up. Touched by her tender little hand, Naruto couldn't help feeling agitated. Although his body was not fully developed, he had reached the age of development, and his physiology was also very strong, which made him embarrassed. He hurriedly sat up and looked at Zuo-yu with an embarrassed expression. Zuo-yu only felt that her hand was burning hot, her heart was beating wildly, and it almost jumped out of her throat. Looking at Naruto, her eyes became extremely shy, but she was very curious. It's so hard down there. The girl who is in puberty can't help but think about it in her heart at this moment. But luckily, Naruto didn't stay too long. He opened the door and left after saying goodbye, leaving Zuo-yu alone in the room, dazed. Naruto, who left Zuo-yu's room, hurried back to his room, washed hastily, changed into a white short-sleeved shirt, and was ready to have breakfast. As soon as she went out, she encountered a familiar figure standing there, and she walked over as soon as Naruto appeared. Exactly, Sakura. Naruto, that's great, you're fine. I heard that you were taken away yesterday, and I was scared to death. Sakura said excitedly. When did you come back? Why didn't you come to me? Made me worry for so long. Seeing her chattering appearance, Naruto couldn't say that he spent the night at Zuo-yu's place last night, so he could only smile and change the subject. I came back yesterday, and now I'm going to have breakfast. Okay, Naruto, let me go with you. Sakura took Naruto's arm and walked towards the street outside. Along the way, Sakura blamed herself again and said, if only I would have gone there at the time, at least I could delay a little time for you, hey. Fortunately, Sakura doesn't know about this, but it's alright now, you're back, everything is fine. It's alright. Naruto, please don't tell Zuo-yu. We've been hiding this matter from Zuo-yu. It would be troublesome if we let her know that you were taken for her sake. Naruto nodded and thought to himself, no wonder Zuo-yu didn't appear very excited after seeing him yesterday. It turned out that she didn't know that she had been kidnapped by Zuo-yu also. It seems that this matter will not be told to her again. When Sakura saw Naruto nod, she smiled with satisfaction, and she was secretly relieved. In fact, she said this with selfish intentions. It would be better if Sayu didn't know about it. If she did, she would definitely tell Naruto. Whatever idea arises, then you will have another rival in love. She didn't know that her companions were already progressing faster than her. The two were chatting and laughing, suddenly passing by a flower shop, and then only heard a crisp sound and a coquettish cry, ah. Naruto, you are back. Chapter 126 Two Women Entangled. Immediately afterwards, a pretty girl with yellow hair rushed over, put her arms around Naruto's neck, and shouted happily, great, Naruto, you finally came back safely. I saw how you were taken away that day. I am really worried to death. As she spoke, a trace of mist rose in her eyes, and she looked even more watery. Naruto smelled a fragrance in her nose. She didn't know if it was her body fragrance or the floral fragrance brought out by her. A helpless cry came from the store behind him. Hey, Ino, you kid, you broke the flower pot. Ino hurriedly pushed Naruto and left. Let's go, leave my mother alone. Although she hadn't seen each other for 2 days, it seemed like a year had passed, and she was listless when she was helping in the flower shop. Now that she sees Naruto, she has no intention of continuing to stay in the store. Naruto was dragged by Ino and ran halfway down the street. At this time, Sakura, who was behind him, felt that Naruto was taken away, and became dissatisfied. Hey, Ino, I want to take Naruto to breakfast. You drag him and run, why so far? As soon as Ino heard this, she immediately shouted, so Naruto hasn't had breakfast yet. Come and I'll take you to a breakfast restaurant, it's very delicious. As she said that, she hugged Naruto's arm intimately and walked to the other side. Go. Sakura was immediately unconvinced, and pulled Naruto's arm and shouted, I'm the one who has to take Naruto to breakfast first, Naruto should go with me. No, come with me. Follow me. Naruto was immediately speechless. Although both arms were tightly embraced by the girl's jade arms, embedded in two pairs of slightly raised hills, he felt a little airy, but he had no intention of losing weight. A big head. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she saw a figure at the door of a ball store in front of her, and hurriedly pulled out her hands and walked over. Anko. Anko was just about to buy some kusamaru for breakfast when he heard a familiar voice behind him, turned his head and saw that it was Naruto. It's you stinky boy. It's been a long time. Anko laughed and walked over and said, you are the heir to the 6th generation of Hokage. Hey, it's really amazing, he is indeed the man I fancy. Quote. Naruto smiled slightly and didn't care about her jokes. At this time, Sakura and Ino ran over and saw that Naruto was actually talking to Anko. Quite a while. It wasn't until Naruto and the two men approached the ball store with a smile that they came back to their senses, and they were even more shocked. They didn't expect that their rival in love had another Anko examiner. This is a typical old cow eating young grass. The two looked at each other and shouted in unison. Moreover, Naruto also seemed to be very familiar with her, which made them even more chilling. So, does Naruto like women who are older than him? Ino said. Sakura shook his head with a sad expression. We all failed. It turns out that this guy Naruto has such a hobby. How can we win the Anko examiner? As soon as Ino heard this, he looked down at his petite figure and the twin peaks on his chest that were completely incomparable to Anko's, and immediately became depressed. Suddenly, Sakura raised his head and said, no. I will never give up. Even if Naruto really likes mature women, I will try my best to become more mature. 3 years. No, 2 years, I must let him impressive. Ino glanced at Sakura, and his heart also ignited fighting spirit. Yes, we are still young. In a few years, Naruto will definitely find us good. The two looked at each other, and both received great encouragement from their respective eyes. But Naruto didn't know that his move had caused a major change in the mood of the two girls in an instant. He and Anko were chatting casually while eating meatballs. Anko's tone was full of admiration for Naruto, and his eyes couldn't help but cast a burst of admiration. Naruto, soon, you will become the 6th generation of Konoha's Hokage. Then you will be able to. He has become my immediate boss. With our relationship, you can arrange a good position for me. Naruto heard that although he knew she was joking with him, he couldn't help sweating profusely. Seeing him in a predicament, Anko couldn't help giggling, patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Those two girls seem to be interested in you. Naruto, you are really popular. How's it going? Which one do you like? Naruto continued to sweat. If you don't speak, it means you want both. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so lustful. One is not satisfied. Do you want to count me as another? The human face actually began to tease him. Naruto couldn't bear it. After all, Anko was not a little girl like Sakura Ino. She was a mature woman with a D cup, and she exuded a strong feminine scent. He couldn't stand it. I'm full, thank you for your hospitality, we'll see you next time. Naruto hurriedly ran out of the store after stuffing a few mouthfuls of meatballs, throwing off Sakura and Ino's pursuit by the way. Anko looked at Naruto's retreating back, and couldn't help showing a knowing smile at the corner of his mouth, and muttered, I really look forward to your future as Hokage. Finally, he got rid of Sakura Ino after he was full, strolled the streets satisfied for a while, and was ready to start practicing. But just as he was about to head to the training ground, an ambush suddenly appeared in front of him, and a female voice came out from behind the mask with a clear and unsentimental expression. Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade-sama asked you to come over. Naruto couldn't help but stun for a moment, and he couldn't help thinking, did Tsunade wake up so soon? She drank a lot yesterday. Shaking his head, he immediately followed Anbu to Hokage's office without thinking about it. As soon as he arrived, he found a tall figure with long white hair hanging down to his waist. Lustful toad, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Jiraiya turned her head and gave him a dissatisfied look. I've already told you to stop calling me a lecherous toad. Naruto pouted and continued. Lustful toad, did you find any important information after investigation? Jiraiya was helpless, but after listening to Naruto's words, her expression suddenly became serious. Naruto, this time I did find important news. This news is very bad for your future, so this time I'm here to take you out of the village to practice. Yes. Hearing his words, Naruto's expression tightened, but he secretly thought that he was finally going out of the village to practice. Chapter 127 Farewell Before Leaving the Village. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a gentle smile and said, Naruto, you will be leaving the village soon. It will take several years for you to come back. I hope you will become stronger by then. Naruto nodded with a knowing smile on his face. Don't worry, when you come back, Master Tsunade, you can abdicate and retire. Stinky boy, how dare you say I'm old? Tsunade heard Naruto's tune of guy, jumped up and grabbed her shoulders. Believe it or not, I'm welcome to you. Naruto smiled unmoved. Tsunade sighed. Her eyes were full of reluctance. She suddenly reached out and took off the necklace around her neck and put it lightly on Naruto's neck. You are leaving, this necklace is for you. I hope you are safe and sound. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but put her lips together, kissed Naruto's forehead gently, and showed him a kind and bright smile. Naruto couldn't help being stunned. The gentle touch on his forehead warmed his heart, and it felt so good to be cared for as soon as he left the village. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with admiration. Tsunade's kiss was something he had always dreamed of, but he couldn't get it until now. He didn't expect Naruto to get it so easily. Okay, Naruto, I'll give you one day. We will leave the village tomorrow morning. During this time, you should say goodbye to your friends. After all, you will be gone for several years. Jiraiya waved. After saying this, he jumped out of the window. Next, Tsunade explained some of his going out of the village and let Naruto leave. In the evening, Sayu, who learned that Naruto was going out of the village to practice, found him. Naruto was sitting cross-legged at home practicing chakra. Seeing Zuiyu's sad and lonely face, he couldn't help but say, Zuiyu, what's wrong? I heard that you are going out of the village tomorrow. Zuiyu stared at him and said. Naruto nodded, seeing the deep reluctance in her eyes, and sighing a little, comforting, I will be back here in 3 years, and you must cultivate well in the village. Zuiyu was silent for a while, then suddenly said, I will wait for you to come back in the village. Naruto smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, when did Zuiyu be so obedient? He didn't know. In fact, Zuiyu really wanted to go out with Naruto to the village, but she knew that going out with Naruto with her own strength would only cause him trouble, and it would only affect his cultivation. Becomes a burden. So, this time, Zuiyu silently vowed in her heart that she will definitely become stronger in a way that you approve, and let you see a different me when she comes back. Next, Zuiyu took Naruto to the night scene, and Naruto did not refuse. The two walked slowly, admiring the beautiful night. Zuiyu quietly followed Naruto, not saying a word. She just glanced at Naruto secretly from the corner of her eyes from time to time. Her face was sometimes sad and sometimes sweet, and then she remembered the embarrassing incident this morning, and there was a shy look on her face. Happiness. Naruto suddenly discovered that the arrogant and unreasonable Zuiyu in the past had become so gentle at this moment, and the way she curled up beside him had the taste of a little girl next door, and he couldn't help but feel a warm mood in his heart. This night is destined to be a fragment that the two will remember forever. The next day, Naruto, who had prepared everything early, appeared at the gate of the village with a scroll on his back, and the scrolls sealed the various salutes he brought this time. Naruto looked left and right, but did not find Jiraiya. At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly came. Naruto. So you are here. Naruto turned his head and looked at him, but it turned out to be Sakura, and the slim Ino stood beside her, and they both looked at him reluctantly. Sakura couldn't help but said, Naruto, I went to your place to look for you last night but couldn't find you. I thought you had already left. Today, I went to ask Mr. Tsunade to know that you should be at the village gate. Naruto, you really are you going? Naruto smiled and nodded. Of course, is this still lying to you? The two of Sakura couldn't help but see a mist in their eyes. Seeing them so reluctant, Naruto had to comfort him. Okay, it's not like I'm not coming back, won't we meet again in 3 years at most? Don't make much progress by then. After listening to Naruto's comfort, the two girls laughed again. Naruto, when you come back, you have to find me as soon as possible. Sakura said. Ino on the side listened and pushed her away and shouted, Sakura, you are too cunning, Naruto should find me immediately. Seeing that the two were arguing again, Naruto couldn't help but puff out his head. Just at this moment, a delicate and timid figure came to him. Naruto looked, it turned out to be Hinata. Seeing her cute appearance with Yuhi's face running towards him, Naruto couldn't help showing a knowing smile, saying that he hadn't seen her for several days. Naruto. Hinata trotted all the way to him, shyly called out, panting slightly, watching him go out of the village to experience the high-spirited appearance. His heartbeat couldn't help beating fiercely. Hinata, have you been cultivating hard these days? Naruto asked proactively, seeing her uncomfortable appearance being stared at by Sakura Ino. Naruto, I will always work hard. After hearing his greeting, Hinata felt that the hard work of cultivating in the past few days disappeared in a flash, and his heart was sweet. Pause. Hinata suddenly took out a small and delicate bento and handed it to him. Although under the staring eyes of Sakura, he still raised his head to look at Naruto and said, Naruto, this is what I prepared for you. The bento, you can take it out and eat it when you get hungry on the road. Quote. Naruto's heart was hot. Hinata was so considerate and gentle, and even prepared a lunchbox for himself. After he happily took it, he couldn't help but hug her. Hinata, thank you. In the eyes of others, Hinata was hugged by Naruto at once, and his brain immediately crashed, and a small face suddenly rose to Yuhi, and he was a little reluctant to push Naruto away. In the end, I had to squeeze the corner of my clothes tightly, trying my best not to faint. Fortunately, Naruto just hugged her for a while and let go of her, knowing that she was too shy and didn't kiss her, which allowed Hinata to breathe and not faint. Only in this way, the two women Sakura Ino on the side looked at Yuhi endlessly, and cast their murderous eyes to Hinata. Chapter 128 The experience begins. After a while, Tsunade and the other Xiaoqiangs also came to the gate of the village to see Naruto off. Seeing their enthusiasm, Naruto really felt the pure friendship of these Xiaoqiangs. And, Jiraiya appeared at the head of the village and waved goodbye to everyone with Naruto. After the two left the village, Jiraiya couldn't help laughing. Naruto, there are so many good companions in the village, you must not let them down. Of course, it won't be long before I surpass you. Do you believe it? Naruto replied with a confident smile. Cut. What an arrogant kid. I'm the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya was very upset with Naruto's tone, and shouted, I'll talk about this when you beat me. By the way, the bento in your hand is pretty good, so use it as a tribute. Master. Naruto's face suddenly pulled down. Jiraiya couldn't help but patted his shoulder and said, just kidding, look at you like this, if I take something from your little girlfriend, you are not going to kill me. Naruto smiled. However, I don't want this lunch, can you give me the necklace? After a while, Jiraiya came over and said shamelessly. Naruto was speechless for a moment, and kicked him directly with one kick. Jiraiya dodged away with a smile, and shouted dissatisfiedly, what an unlovable disciple, you have to respect the master, you know. The two of them talked and laughed like this and didn't feel bored along the way. Compared with staying in Konoha, Naruto also felt that the sky was high and the birds were flying. Maybe this is the passion of being a boy. After a few days, the two have left the country of fire. During this time, Jiraiya also talked to Naruto about Akatsuki and the threat this organization poses to him. Of course these Naruto know, and, compared to Jiraiya, Naruto has more information than Jiraiya, he knows every member's abilities and weaknesses in Akatsuki, so he doesn't know much about this organization now. Scared, the only thing to worry about is Obito, the masked man, and how he will sabotage his plans in the future. However, these things don't need to be thought about when he is not strong enough. Right now, what he cares most about is how to train himself and improve his ability. So, a few days later, Naruto and Jiraiya made a request to practice stronger magic. Jiraiya thought about it. Just when Naruto thought he was going to let himself practice Sage Mode, he heard him say, "Naruto, the chakra in your body is already very powerful, plus the spell you can control freely. The power of the seal, even some Kage-level powerhouses, can't compare with you in chakra, and you are still lacking in jutsu, so I will supervise you to strengthen ninjutsu in the past few days. Go ahead with your practice, and you can create new ninjutsu on your own when you have mastered some necessary and commonly used ninjutsu techniques." Compared with the original book, Jiraiya is very confident in Naruto's ninjutsu talent, so he hopes that he can become an erudite ninja, not only in the 5 elements of escape, but also in other fields such as sealing, enchantment and so on. Get in touch as soon as possible. Although Naruto thinks that being complex and not refined will make it difficult to improve his strength, but now he also feels that he has encountered a bottleneck, so let's follow Jiraiya's intention to learn systematic techniques from him first. Maybe it will help you. So, in the following days, Jiraiya continued to teach him some very practical techniques suitable for Naruto, such as various psychic techniques that cooperate with toads, and some sealing techniques, such as the seal of fire and the seal of the 5 elements. Such as sealing. While Naruto learned a lot of these high-end ninjutsu knowledge, he also carried out high-intensity taijutsu training. Soon, 3 months passed. On this day, Naruto finally learned most of Jiraiya's skills. Although he has not yet mastered it, he has been able to send and receive as he wishes. This makes Jiraiya very pleased, cannot help but praise him. The two came to a market town. There were not many people in the market town, but the street was crowded with people and looked messy. Jiraiya entered a pub first, called a waitress familiarly, and began to drink freely. Naruto looked at him so cheerful, and he didn't bother his yaxing, and just walked on the street by himself. Without the old-fashioned dress of the original book, with a white short-sleeved body, a dazzling blonde hair slowly fluttering on his forehead, with a faint smile on his face, his close and unrestrained appearance immediately attracted the attention of some passers-by. Among them were some mature women in their 30s and 40s, which Naruto just smiled and didn't care about. Suddenly, he saw a reward order somewhere on the corner of the street, and a group of people were talking about it. He couldn't help being a little curious, and walked over, thinking, is this the bounty order posted by the legendary Bounty Guild? But when he saw the above content, he couldn't help but stunned. I saw a photo attached to the reward list, but the head of the photo was a very beautiful girl. Naruto felt a little familiar, and after reading the text below, he finally woke up. It turned out to be her. I saw a few lines written on it. The original princess of the country of snow has been imprisoned by the rebels recently, and the country of snow has fallen into the control of the rebels. A bounty is hereby issued. I hope that all heroes will help and rescue the princess. The winner will not only get 6,000 wands bounty, and it is very likely to win the favor of the princess. Those who are interested, please tear off the list and go directly to the snow country to perform the task. Santeifu. Quote. After reading these words, Naruto couldn't help sighing secretly in his heart. The original theatrical version of the plot has now appeared in this way, and depending on the situation, the princess seems to have been arrested. With Kazuhana's angry character, once the goal is achieved he will definitely be ruthless, but this time he just put her in jail. It seems that he did not get the key to the treasure, and he also let Santeifu escape. Thinking of this, Naruto stepped forward without hesitation, tore off the reward list, and stuffed it into his trousers pocket. Someone suddenly shouted around, "Hey, what are you doing, little brat? Didn't you see that I was still watching? Hand it over to me. Looking for a fight?" Naruto turned his head and saw that it was a big fat man with a fat face, holding a very fierce-looking knife in his hand. But he instantly saw through this man's strength, not as good as Genin. At this time, someone on the side said, "Is this kid trying to take over the mission?" "Haha, such a kid still wants to do this kind of task." "Don't be kidding, brother." Another person laughed. "Shish, maybe they're ninjas. Don't guess." Since Naruto didn't wear a forehead guard these days, everyone didn't know he was a Konoha ninja at this time. Hearing the miscellaneous remarks of the people around him, he smiled lightly, ignored it, and left. Chapter 129 Spiral Retaining Wall. I saw that the strong man saw Naruto walk away as if nothing had happened, and immediately stepped forward to stop him, shouting, "Boy, hand me the reward list. Otherwise, be careful, I will cut you." Naruto raised his eyes and glanced at him, couldn't help but smile slightly, and said, "If you have the ability, come and grab it." "You're courting death." The big man's giant tower-like body rushed up the next moment, and swung a big knife in his hand. However, just before he cut it down, his body was already frozen in place. The boss with an open mouth was hissing and breathing, as if he couldn't catch a breath. The next moment, his body fell backward with a bang, his eyes rolled over, and he fainted. The onlookers couldn't help but take a deep breath, and immediately pushed back several dozen meters, staring at Naruto with a ghostly expression. Just now they only saw Naruto's body shaking slightly, an afterimage flashed in front of him, and the big man stopped. This unparalleled quick action, the people present can hardly even have a line of sight. How strong is this? Seeing Naruto's back disappearing in front of everyone came back to their senses with shock on their faces. After Naruto accepted the reward list, he had already decided to go to the land of snow. Since he came out to experience it, it would be good to do some interesting tasks. So, he returned to the previous pub and found Jiraiya. This guy was still immersed in the arms of beautiful women. Drunk Yuhi's face was full, and a pair of big hands kept walking around those women. After Naruto kicked open the door of the box, the service women screamed themselves. Jiraiya thought that some enemy was coming, and opened her confused drunk eyes, but it turned out to be Naruto, and she couldn't help saying angrily, "What are you doing here, you bastard? Didn't you see I was having a good time?" When the women heard it, they knew each other, and they were also a handsome young man. They immediately surrounded Naruto with a giggling smile, grabbed Naruto with one arm, and said with a mouthful of fragrance, "Hey, so small. The handsome guy also wants to come and have a taste. Hee, but I like my sister, come, let my sister serve you well." Quote. Saying that pretty mature woman began to grope up and down Naruto's body. After a while, her hand had already reached into Naruto's chest and gently stroked it against his chest. That technique was simply ecstasy. Incomparably, Naruto wanted to push it away, but it was difficult to start, so he could only stand there and stare at Jiraiya. When Jiraiya saw that Naruto was actually addicted to women's pornography, he burst into laughter and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, Naruto, so you are also from my generation. Come on, since you have this heart, let's have a good time today." Seeing this disrespectful and lecherous toad, he actually encouraged himself. Naruto was immediately speechless, and quickly pulled the woman's hands away, pushed the woman who was trying to entangle him again, and came to him. He shouted, "Lustful toad. I just took a quest, and now I'm going to do it, so I'll let you know, since you're having such a good time, then I'll go first." Jiraiya is now immersed in the gentle village, unable to extricate himself. Hearing that, he just hummed twice, and he didn't know if he heard it or not. Seeing this, Naruto really wanted to punch him a few times, and finally he could only say, "My mission this time is to go snow country. I'm leaving first, come find me when you've had enough." Leaving Jiraiya alone in the box, Naruto took the lead. He now has a certain ability to protect himself. Even if he encounters a dilemma that is difficult for ordinary people to solve, he is confident that he can solve it, so this time he didn't force it. Told Jiraiya, just informed him, let him know, then find himself. What's more, he is not afraid that the two will not be able to contact each other in the future. After all, there are psychic beasts, and the two can contact at any time. Naruto, who is on the road alone, is not idle. Some time ago, he has been learning a lot of advanced techniques under the guidance of Jiraiya. Big Ball Rasengan. Super Big Ball Rasengan is nothing more than increasing the output of chakra and strengthening the control of chakra. Now Naruto is also a master, but compared with Futon Wind-style Rasenshuriken, the damage is still slightly insufficient, and now he can't throw the destructive Rasenshuriken out. In the end how? After much deliberation, Naruto felt that on the basis of not having the master's stronger power, he should improve other aspects first, such as defense. Yes, it is defense. Naruto thought about it carefully. He found that most of his ninjutsu was mainly offensive, and defensive ninjutsu was basically rare, while ordinary escape techniques such as Doden, Earth Style, Suiten, Water Style, and the like are not prominent, and they are still weak in defense. In the past battles, I used Shadow Clone to evade the enemy's Nirvana most of the time, but I couldn't do it in every case. If there is no defensive ninjutsu at hand at that time, it will definitely fall into crisis. After pondering for a long time, Naruto suddenly remembered the Super Big Ball Rasengan that he used when facing Kimamaro's attack. At that time, it was better to say that he was defending rather than attacking. Thinking about it, Naruto's eyes lit up involuntarily. He involuntarily stretched out his hands, stopped and slowly gathered chakra in front of him. A burst of blue slowly spun up, but this time it did not shrink in the palm, but gradually spread out, gradually forming a rotating chakra wall with a diameter of about 1 meter outside the palm. However, after a while, the rotating chakra wall slowly dissipated and could no longer be maintained. Naruto couldn't help frowning, thinking secretly in his heart. It seems that in order to form a chakra into a rotating wall, not only a continuous and powerful chakra is required, but also a more precise control force. Try again. Naruto stretched his palms forward and released the chakra quickly. A circular rotating chakra wall appeared in front of the palms, but it was very unstable. There was a strong wind, and after a while, he retracted his hands, rubbed the acupoints on his hands that were a little sore, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that we still need to practice hard. On the way to this mission, it seems that it will not be boring. Chapter 130 Arrive in Snow Country. It was not until the third day that Naruto came to the pier of the Land of Fire, ready to take a boat to the Land of Snow. In the past 2 days, in order to practice this technique named Spiral Wall Protection, 10 shadow clones have been assigned to practice constantly, while the main body is resting as much as possible to hurry on the road. Fortunately, Naruto has already mastered the advanced form-changing technique of Rasengan before. Although he encountered some problems when he practiced the spiral barrier, they were solved smoothly. Although he has not yet fully mastered it, he has already almost done. In fact, this just changes the shape of Rasengan from a round shape to a flat pie shape. Once the spiral protective wall is opened, it is equivalent to setting up a chakra enchantment in front of the body. Its protective power is higher than that of ordinary ones. His escape technique is definitely stronger, and this layer of protective wall also has attack power. If an enemy hits this chakra wall, it will be knocked out by countless rotating Chi-Jin, and its attack power is not worse than Rasengan. Moreover, in the process of gradual improvement, Naruto also found that this technique is not static. In the future, he envisages that this layer of protective wall can even be extended to the surrounding 360 degrees to form a closed space, but such of the control requirements for chakra are even higher, and to do this, it is impossible to do it with just the acupuncture points of both hands. You must learn to release chakra through the acupuncture points of your whole body. When necessary, it seems that I have to go to the Hyuga clan for some advice. While thinking about it, Naruto came to the pier and asked if there was a ship that had arrived in the snow country, but unexpectedly got a boat that had not yet arrived in the snow country. After I asked, I found out that the country of snow was originally a remote place, and now it is very close under the management of Kazuhana Furious Waves. Many people are reluctant to go to that mysterious place, so few ships go there. Naruto had no choice but to go to the market town near the pier to ask. At this moment, two figures suddenly entered Naruto's line of sight. Naruto was shocked, because the two of them were actually wearing Akatsuki's black Yuhi cloud robes. One of them was holding a huge Yuhi-colored three-edged sickle and swaggeringly asked for directions. Kakuzu and Hidan. Naruto frowned. Why are these two people? What a coincidence to come across here. I just came out of the village to practice, but I didn't expect to meet Akatsuki's guy so soon. Are these two trying to catch themselves in order to collect people Jinchuriki column? Out of curiosity, Naruto quietly approached the past, but heard Hidan pulling a passerby and shouting, "Hey, is there a boat going to the snow country?" No. The passerby trembled in fright when he saw the vicious looks of the two of them. Hidan angrily threw him away, and then suddenly ran to grab a captain and shouted, "I'm going to divert Laosu to the land of snow immediately. Did you hear me? Otherwise, I'll kill you and give it to the evil god as a matsuri." The captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s with a full beard, but he couldn't help the strong aura of the two. His body trembled and he couldn't speak. "Did you hear me?" Hidan slashed the wine barrel in half with his sickle, and the wine smashed into all directions. The captain immediately shouted, "Sir, forgive me. I'll take you there. Don't kill me." After hearing this, Hidan let him go with satisfaction. "For the sake of your obedience, I don't want you to be a matsuri product." Then he muttered, "Lord Evil God must not like the way your mouth is full of hair." Kakuzu on the side remained silent with a cold face. After Hidan finished speaking, he glanced at him and said dissatisfiedly, "I said Kakuzu, I was trying my best to ask for directions along the way. Don't fight with me when it comes to fighting." Kakuzu snorted, ignoring the way he chirped. Hidan felt bored, so he pouted his lips and stopped talking, but he still muttered, "It's really fast wood, so boring. Can you shut up? Believe it or not, I'll kill you." Kakuzu was annoyed and said coldly. Hidan laughed, "If you could kill me, I would have died 100 times. Kakuzu glared at him, and suddenly there was nothing he could do. Naruto listened to the conversation between the two not far away, and only then did he realize that the two had come for a mission, not to catch him. It appears that Akatsuki is now out raising money, and it's no surprise that the quest to rescue the Snow Princess has enough bounties to attract them. Only in this way, I will inevitably encounter them in the mission, and once they are recognized by them, I am afraid that there will be a lot of trouble. But Naruto was even more excited in his heart. The reason why he wanted to practice, he had to fight against powerful opponents. The two of Hidan Kakuzu are very strong. Although they are not afraid of them with their current strength, they should not be underestimated. Moreover, they appeared in the mission. Two powerful enemies, which is also quite interesting. Thinking like this, Naruto jumped onto the boat and walked into a cabin at will to rest. And Kakuzu Hidan did not seem to find the existence of Naruto, and stood on the bow of the boat to let the captain sail to the snow country at the fastest speed. Despite this, several people sailed at sea for 2 or 3 days before arriving in the country of snow. At this time, the surrounding climate gradually turned cold. Fortunately, Naruto had already bought a large black windbreaker and put it on his body on the way. When I got off the boat and set foot on the ice and snow in the country of snow, I didn't feel cold. And Kakuzu Hidan, the two big olds, didn't prepare clothes to keep out the cold. As soon as they got off the boat, they shuddered from the cold, and Hidan couldn't help complaining. However, the two chakra physiques are very strong, and they are not afraid of the cold in this area. Naruto went down from the other side of the boat. When the two of Kakuzu went straight to their destination, in order to try not to conflict with them before completing the task, he took a detour from the other direction. They advanced to the castle, to find the way, and they are better to act in the dark. After thinking about everything, Naruto put on a large black windbreaker and walked alone in the snow. While silently mastering the spiral retaining wall, he also felt the scenery of this snowy country. In his opinion, the snow scene in the snow country is actually quite spectacular. After Naruto walked for a while, he suddenly found that there were many footprints in the snow, and there were even battles in some places. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that the snow country is quite lively now. I don't know how many variables my joining will cause here. Chapter 131 Uncle Beast. Snow Country Castle, like a steel cast, can't help but marvel at its fortified defense. Before Hidan and Kakuzu came to the castle, they couldn't help but admire the magnificent city in front of them. The whole castle is not bad. Hidan waved his scythe in the snow, his face full of fighting spirit. Kakuzu shook his head, showing disdain. Although this city looks magnificent, there is no strong man in it, and he can destroy such a castle at any time. Should we just go in or find out where the princess is first? Hidan asked. Kakuzu glared at him. We're here for the money. As long as I can get the money as soon as possible, the rest doesn't matter. When Hidan heard the words, he immediately said, okay, let's just rush in and find the city lord. So, two fearless guys rushed into the castle and were discovered immediately. The alarm sounded immediately, and the whole castle was boiling. When Naruto came to the castle, the two of Kakuzu had already entered. From a distance, he could feel the sound of explosions coming from the castle, as well as screams and thunder and lightning. He couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. It seems that those two guys are using the most direct method. Then let them toss and go, and I should go to rescue the princess first. The next moment, Naruto took action, randomly found a soldier who fell to the ground, forced him to ask him the direction of the prison, and sneaked over there. At this moment, most of the troops have been attracted by Kakuzu Hidan. His march was not difficult. Even if there were some sentries along the way, he also made the other party unconscious in time. In this way, Naruto entered the prison very smoothly. In the dark prison, Naruto found that there were still many ninjas, but most of them were some wandering ninjas and some missing nin, and when they saw Naruto appear, they all shouted for him to let them go. They went out, but when they just touched the iron bar with their hands, they were shocked by a burst of electric light and flew out, groaning in pain. In fact, most of these ninjas came because of the reward order, but because of their poor strength, they were caught by Kazuhana and locked in these special chakra cages, and when they looked at them, Naruto, it was found that everyone had a chakras uppressing machine placed in their abdomen. Seeing that Kazuhana's anger still has some means, Naruto didn't have time to pay attention to these people, and continued to search for the location of Princess Kazuhana Koyuki beyond them. However, when he turned around the entire prison and found no figure of her, he couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, in a spacious and bright room, the tall Kazuhana furiously frowned at the girl in front of him. You bitch, you have attracted such a troublesome and powerful enemy. Kazuhana scolded her angrily, while Koyuki had his hands tied behind his back, wearing only a thin white dress with some stains on it. There are blood stains on her beautiful face, and there are traces of being beaten on her beautiful face, but she is stubborn at the moment. Bah, you devil, Santeifu will definitely find someone to rescue me. Kazuhana saw that she was still so stubborn, so she couldn't help but slap her across, and with a snap, Koyuki's body fell backwards, but fell right on the edge of the bed, and his head hit the edge of the bed all of a sudden. The whole person could not help but faint. She has never been treated like this before, and now she can't wait to slash the man in front of her with 1,000 swords, but she knows that she is a weak and powerless woman who can't resist, and can only hope that someone will come to save her. Tell me where the hexagonal crystal is hidden. I can't bear it any longer. Kazuhana shouted with a grim face. If you don't tell me again, don't blame my uncle for being cruel. Speaking, Kazuhana glanced at Koyuki's chest with a lewd face, and slowly leaned towards her. Koyuki's body trembled in an instant, his face was filled with fear, and he shouted, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" As if to respond to Koyuki's words, Kazuhana walked up angrily, picked her up, and threw her on the bed, laughing loudly. Let my good niece have a good time now. Deal with those two powerful enemies. Ah, you beast. You are my uncle, Koyuki exclaimed suddenly, her face full of helplessness and despair. In the past few days after she was arrested, although she was tortured and abused, she still felt deeply in her heart. Never thought that this ruthless uncle would do this to himself. At this moment, she can't wait to die directly. However, at this time, with her hands tied behind her back, even death was an extravagant hope. Seeing the despairing expression on Koyuki's face, Kazuhana burst into laughter at this moment, frantically, and roared, "You forced me. Who asked you not to cooperate well with me and tell me the whereabouts of the crystal? Such a powerful enemy, it was all caused by you." Koyuki struggled desperately, but Kazuhana had taken off his armor, revealing the strong muscles of his upper body, but Koyuki felt only nausea now. Oh my god, someone help me. If he was insulted by his uncle, he would rather jump from here and never live again. However, no one came in this room. Even if there were people outside the room, they were just guards, and no one would come to sympathize and rescue him at all. Koyuki's despairing mind went blank, waiting for the most painful thing in life to come. Kazuhana, who was preparing for the next step, put on a cloak and rushed out without even putting on his armor. Bastard! You've come here. Are you all trash? You can't even stop the two of you. Feng Huan Nutao cursed as soon as he left the room, but only a black figure flashed in his eyes. Damn it! Don't run! The next moment he immediately led someone to chase him out. The room, Koyuki couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief after Kazuhana's raging departure, and secretly said that he had finally escaped this disaster. At this moment, the whole room suddenly shook, a bang, and a wall suddenly burst open, followed by a figure flashed into the room. The person here is Naruto. Koyuki in the prison just now, so he separated dozens of shadow clones to quietly search other parts of the castle, and finally found this room, hid outside and eavesdropped on the situation inside, and learned that when Koyuki was in danger, he immediately took action, first using his clone to create chaos to distract Kazuhana's raging waves, and his own body rushed in to save people. Chapter 132 Give Away Treasures. Nor was he afraid of Kazuhana's rage. The strength of Kazuhana's raging waves just surpasses Jonin at most, and has not yet reached the level of elite Jonin, and it is not difficult for him to solve him. The reason for this was because Naruto didn't want to fight Hefeng Hua Nudao here. After all, Kakuzu Hidan and Kakuzu Hidan were also in the castle. If those two people noticed the movement on his side, they would definitely attract them. When it comes time to bring a Koyuki by yourself, you will really be in trouble. So, he plans to take Koyuki out of here first. As for Hidan and Kakuzu, if these two can't avoid conflict with them, then they can only fight when the time comes. After all, he wasn't afraid of fighting. Naruto's arrival made Koyuki panic again. Seeing him walking towards him with a smile on his face, he couldn't help asking in a trembling voice, "You, who are you?" Naruto knew the atrocities that Kazuhana was about to do to her just now. Seeing her trembling with fright at the moment, she felt a little sympathetic. After all, a weak woman was locked up alone for cruel torture. It's really not easy. He smiled slightly, stepped forward to untie the rope on her body, and then comforted softly, "It's all right, you are now safe, Her Royal Highness." Hearing Naruto's gentle words, Koyuki couldn't help trembling all over. All the people around him looked fierce these days, and he seemed to be in hell. The warm and kind smile on Naruto's face at this moment seemed like a ray of sunlight suddenly illuminated her painful and trembling state of mind. Are you the one sent by Santeifu to save me?" Naruto smiled and took out the reward order from his pocket and unfolded it to show her. The expression on Koyuki's face suddenly loosened, and he couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly, "Great! I'm finally saved. Yeah, now you don't have to worry about it. I will protect you from now on." Naruto stretched out his hand, pulled her up from the bed, pulled up another sheet and wrapped it around her, saying, "Get on my back." Koyuki has now regarded Naruto as a life-saving straw. Of course, he obeyed his words. Hearing that, he nodded immediately and leaned on him according to the words. Naruto tied the two with a rope in order to make a good move, and then turned around and smiled. Okay, let's get out of here first. As he said that, he lifted the Rasengan and blasted a wall, revealing the ice and snow outside. At this moment, the two were above the castle, and Naruto jumped directly from here. Koyuki screamed suddenly, and was so frightened that he tightened Naruto's neck. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was still intact, and was now leaping forward on the city wall. Don't be nervous, I'm a ninja, even if I jump from a high place, I won't fall to my death. Naruto couldn't help laughing when she saw her reaction. Koyuki couldn't help but slightly face Yuhi, but seeing Naruto's smile, he felt very at ease. Staying on his back at the moment felt an unprecedented sense of security. What's your name? How old are you? Koyuki finally asked after Naruto dashed for a long time. Uzumaki Naruto, 13 years old. Uzumaki, Naruto. Koyuki's eyes flashed with brilliance, but he was very surprised at his age. He was only 13 years old, and he was several years younger than himself. Such a great thing. After running for a long time in the wind and snow, Naruto stopped until he was out of the castle's surveillance range. Koyuki couldn't help but burst into tears of excitement. He finally came out, and finally no longer accepted those painful tortures, and finally could not stop see Kazahana's terrifying and disgusting face again. Ooh, she finally couldn't help burying her head on Naruto's head and started to cry. Tears fell on Naruto's neck drop by drop. Naruto couldn't help being a little speechless, but there was no way. I had to try my best to comfort her. Okay, don't cry, now you are safe. As your Royal Highness, you have really suffered these days. I will protect you from now on, so you can rest assured. Hearing his comfort, Koyuki raised his head embarrassedly, wiped away his tears, and wrapped his arms around Naruto's neck even tighter. By the way, do you know where Santeifu is? I haven't been able to contact him since I received the quest. This reward quest was released by him, so let's go find him next. Naruto said again. Koyuki shook his head. I don't know where he is either. Naruto was speechless. If even Kazahana Koyuki couldn't contact the person who posted this mission, then his bounty would not be honored. Moreover, even if there is no reward, wouldn't Koyuki be unable to return to Santeifu? You're not leaving me, are you? Koyuki whispered. No, you can rest assured. Naruto comforted. In my heart, I secretly said, trouble. This time there is more burden. However, since I have already taken over this task, I have to deal with it myself. This is also a kind of experience. In the end, he could only console himself with a wry smile. So, Naruto first decided to leave the snow country and settle down with Koyuki. However, just as he was about to leave, Koyuki suddenly said, Naruto, I still have something to fetch, can you help me? What? It's a necklace. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, you show me the way. It seems that you Koyuki have hidden the necklace beforehand. No wonder Kazahana is still furious at this time, and he still wants to try Bodo female dry Koyuki. So, Naruto followed the direction pointed by Koyuki to get the necklace. Fortunately, the necklace was hidden in a backward village in the snow country. It was from here that Mitsuha sent troops to retake power. Koyuki is captured, and he desperately escapes on a rescue mission. Kazahana Nutao never imagined that Koyuki would deposit such an important necklace in a small village. When Koyuki got the necklace, he couldn't help but say proudly, hide the necklace here, the beast will never find it. Naruto smiled faintly, carried Koyuki on his back and left the village. Koyuki, who was sitting on Naruto's back, held the necklace in his hand, his face hesitated slightly, and then, as if he had made a major decision, he said to Naruto, Naruto, can you take me to another place? I have something for you. Naruto didn't realize it for a while and asked, what is it? It's about this necklace. You saved me, I have nothing to repay you, just use those things as a reward. Koyuki said, her face darkened, she now has nothing, even if she has it, what about those treasures? She is absolutely unable to keep the treasure by herself. Rather than letting the treasure fall into the hands of others, it is better to give it to her own savior. Chapter 133 Battle of the Treasures. Naruto came to the treasure address Koyuki said according to his words, and a high platform appeared in front of him in a field of ice and snow. Naruto knew that as long as the hexagonal crystal in Koyuki's hand was inserted into the high platform, the country of snow would turn into a spring. Although there was no legendary treasure, Naruto would not stop Koyuki from doing so. Before carrying her to the high platform, Koyuki handed the hexagonal crystal to Naruto. After Naruto took it, just as he was about to plug it in, his expression couldn't help changing. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably strong breath came straight from a distance. The surrounding wind and snow were rolled up, and they rushed towards the two of Naruto. Before Naruto could insert the crystal necklace into the high platform, several figures appeared beside him. It's a hexagonal crystal. Hyoten Ice Style, Black Dragon Blizzard. The voice came, it was Kazuhana's furious waves. Koyuki's body couldn't help trembling, and hurriedly looked in the direction of the danger, but it was all pitch black. The storm came roaring like a giant dragon. Naruto had no choice but to retract the necklace. His palms slammed forward, a spiral barrier was formed, and the violent black long dragon was suddenly forced outside the spiral barrier and turned into dust, unable to get close. He floated back with Koyuki on his back, watching Kazuhana's furious waves with a wary expression. At this time, the two figures also looked at Naruto. It was Hidan and Kakuzu. Just now, the two of them directly attacked the castle. There was a lot of commotion in the whole castle, and people were panicking. In the end, they searched the entire castle and couldn't find Koyuki's figure. Finally, they encountered Kazuhana Furious Wave and fought with him for a while. Afterwards, Funghua Nutao was finally defeated, and was subdued by the two of them, asking him to tell the whereabouts of the princess. Kazuhana was forced to bring the two to the room, but found that Koyuki had long since disappeared, and was immediately beaten by the two. In desperation, he finally had to come up with a means to save his life and bring the two to this treasure land, and the two who came for the money immediately agreed and followed him to this place. It was Naruto who was about to open the treasure. Two adults, that kid holds the key to the treasure. Kazuhana shouted hurriedly. The two of Hidan Kakuzu heard the words, their eyes lit up, and Hidan shouted, "Haha, this is released, Kakuzu, with this treasure, what other tasks will we do in the future, and the money will be raised in one fell swoop." Kakuzu was also very excited. He didn't care about money, so he rushed towards Naruto and shouted coldly, "Boy, hand over the keys. I can spare you." Naruto looked at him calmly, and said lightly, "Go away." Kakuzu was furious, and the man was still in the air, and immediately slammed his hand, and then the whole palm immediately disconnected from the wrist, and flew towards Naruto at once. The speed was extremely fast, and there was no response at all. Did Naruto realize that this undead old monster that had lived for 100 years did not have any Kekkei Genkei, but his combat experience and the ruthlessness of his shots were definitely among the best among Akatsuki. Before he could think about it, he suddenly raised his hand and opened a spiral protective wall. The palm was about to touch Naruto's body, but it was blocked by the spiral protective wall and bounced out again. Palm, Kakuzu felt the severe pain in his palm, his face full of surprise, and then he fell to the ground and looked at Naruto carefully. To meet a guy who can resist him. However, after looking at it for a while, Kakuzu suddenly exclaimed, "You are Konoha's Kyubi, Nine Tails, Person Jinchuriki, Column Force." At this time Hidan also rushed over and shouted in surprise when he heard Kakuzu's words, "It's true. I didn't expect this guy to come to us by himself. I'm so lucky. Today we have both money and people." Ah! Angry Kazuhana behind them learned that these people actually knew each other, and they seemed to be enemies, and his heart burst with joy. "I will watch you snipe and muscles compete and benefit from it." Naruto didn't speak. At this time, his expression was slightly solemn. He didn't expect to meet them here. If he was alone, he would never be afraid, but there was a Koyuki on his back. Just deal with Koyuki. Thinking of this, he silently made a few seals, bit his finger and patted the ground lightly. With a soft bang, a big toad that was 2 people tall appeared in front of him. As soon as it appeared, the toad couldn't help shaking his body and shouted, "It's so cold, where is this?" Naruto didn't have time to talk to it, so he just ordered, "Help me take her back, I'm going to fight now." After saying that, he didn't care how surprised and confused Koyuki was. He stuffed her into the big toad mouth. Koyuki looked at Naruto's movements inexplicably, and saw that he suddenly summoned a big toad, and suddenly became curious, but he didn't expect that he would actually let the toad eat himself, and he was so frightened that he turned pale and screamed. "Sorry, just hide for a while." In the end, she only heard Naruto's words, and the next moment, she disappeared into the ice and snow with the big toad. At this time, Naruto looked up at the 2 in front of him. At this time Hidan shouted, "Boy, have the funeral been handled? Now let's fight." Naruto smiled slightly. Just now, they didn't start when they summoned the toad to send Koyuki away. It seemed that they also wanted to fight with their own strength. "That's what you want." Naruto didn't turn on the curse mark, and rushed towards them directly. Hidan shouted excitedly and came over with a scythe. Kakuzu was not far behind. After hardening his fist with the Doden Earth-style technique, he slammed punch after punch, although his strength was not as strong as Geton Tsunade, but with such force, you're bound to get hurt if you get punched. Boom boom boom. In the field, the snow was flying all over the sky, and the snow was directly smashed into large holes with potholes. Looking at the battle of several people, Kazuhana's anger is in a cold sweat. This level of battle is not for him to join. Directly in front of them, he can't last a few rounds. It's just that those 2 men are so powerful, but the blonde boy looks like he is only in his teens, yet he is so strong. And it's possible to get around between the 2 of them. This is even more incredible. And when Koyuki was on his back just now, it seems that he also took Koyuki away. However, he suddenly thought of a question, and his whole body was suddenly cold. With the strength of this young man, when he came to rescue Koyuki, he did not start with himself. Why is this? Do you want to slowly torture yourself later? Kazuhana's heart was full of fear, and he could not help but quietly back away, preparing to stay away from this terrifying place. Chapter 134 Great War. The 3 of Naruto didn't care about Kazuhana's raging movements, because they were all immersed in the fight. Naruto and Kakuzu's physical skills are not much different, but because Kakuzu's attacks are so fierce and sharp, Naruto didn't dare to fight with him for a while, and Hidan's scythe on the side was swung from time to time, which made him even more so. It is difficult to deal with, after all, with 1 enemy and 2, and it is also a physical technique. Naruto in the normal state is indeed a bit overwhelmed. With a bang, Naruto blocked Kakuzu's heavy punch with both hands, and his body was smashed and flew out, and a long trace was drawn in the snow under his feet. Kakuzu smiled. "You can reach this level at a young age. You are the best ninja I have seen in 100 years." Facing Kakuzu's praise, Naruto's expression remained unchanged, but he was secretly planning how to defeat the 2 with an unexpected attack. In the ice and snow generation, the 3 looked at each other quietly. Suddenly, Naruto's hands danced into an afterimage, and a ninjutsu quickly formed a hand seal. Futon, wind style, blast blade. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the wind and snow, the air current in a large area of air in front of Naruto suddenly became more violent. In a short while, the wind and snow in front of him had turned into a wild dance of wind blades, and among those wind blades, there was another with the wind and snow. It looks like a feast of blizzard from a distance. Seeing this, Kakuzu's face could not help but change color slightly. He could feel the wind blade containing powerful chakra in this blizzard. If he was ravaged by these blizzards for a while, he would definitely become completely incorrupt, even if he had a hardened body. Hard to stop it. Not to mention Hidan. Go back. Thinking of this, Kakuzu hurriedly shouted to Hidan next to him. Hidan heard the words and knew that this ninjutsu was not easy, so he quickly stepped back. Kakuzu suddenly stood in front of him, bowed slightly, and puffed up the fast hand seal in Chakra's hands. Doden, Earth Style, Triple Earth Wall. Sweden, Water Style, Triple Water Formation Wall. Chakra poured out. Kakuzu used 2 difficult ninjutsu at once, and the 6 paths water and soil wall suddenly rose from the ground in front of him. The water wall and the soil wall were intertwined, forming a huge defensive barrier. At this time, Naruto's art, which was transformed from Futon, Wind Style, Daitapa, Great Breakthrough, and Futon, Wind Style, Wind Blade, finally rushed towards the two of them. In this technique, he also added a lot of chakra, so the attack power of each wind blade is enough to tear the human body. Because Kakuzu saw this, he solemnly used multiple defenses. Boom boom boom. There was a loud noise like the sky and the earth cracking. The blizzard was mixed with wind blades, and the water wall and the earth wall were blasted apart. Kakuzu resisted this monstrous attack with a solemn expression. At the intersection of energy, the snow was directly lifted by a thick layer of soil, and the snow was mixed with frozen soil, and the surrounding air flow became chaotic. Hidan hid behind Kakuzu and couldn't help shouting, "What a powerful boy, I didn't expect to be able to perform such a strong ninjutsu." Kakuzu snorted and immediately increased the chakra output. When only the last 2 walls of water and soil were left, the blizzard finally calmed down. At this time, Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief and finally blocked a wave of attacks. However, just as he relaxed for a moment, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Curse Seal 2 has already been opened. Hidan is exclaiming, "Be careful." Only then did I realize that the blizzard was actually released to cover the eyes and ears of the two of them, and the real attack was here. However, before Hidan could think about it, a whistling Rasengan slammed into Kakuzu's back. And the Rasengan in Naruto's hand is no longer the original light blue, but with a hint of white air. This is the Rasengan with the wind attribute added initially, which is the unfinished Rasenshuriken. Named Futon Wind Style Rasengan. Its power is more than double that of ordinary Rasengan, but it has no side effects on itself. It is just right to deal with Kakuzu, a Kage-level powerhouse. In Rasengan's hissing rotation, a mask on Kakuzu's back was directly smashed into pieces, and his whole body also flew forward and slammed into the snow with a bang, arousing a flurry of snow. Hidan finally rushed up at this time, and the sickle in his hand slammed over, directly covering Naruto's neck. The period when Naruto attacked Kakuzu just now, Hidan had already rushed over, and it was difficult for Naruto to escape at this moment. If it was Hiraishin's technique, he would never take such a situation into his eyes, but at this moment he would not. In the midst of crisis, Naruto's left hand, which had not completely dissipated after knocking Kakuzu out, suddenly roared again, and then his palm waved violently. The next moment, a burst of sparks exploded, and Hidan's sickle slammed into a spiral wall. After a stalemate for a while, Hidan finally gave up and retreated, but the side was already shattered by the spiral force. Finally caught up. Fortunately, at the moment just now, I made a breakthrough in the use of the spiral protective wall, and created a protective wall to block in front of me at a faster speed than before. Otherwise, he will really take away the blood. At that time, he can only fight back. What a powerful boy. The reaction is so fast. Hidan shouted, "Kakuzu, how long are you still lying there and pretending to be dead? This boy is difficult for me to deal with alone." Hidan, who has always been arrogant, at this moment, there is nothing to do with Naruto. Only then did Kakuzu calmly stand up from the pit, looking at Naruto calmly, hiding a trace of anger. "Very good. You actually made me so embarrassed." Kakuzu walked towards him step by step, and said coldly, "Today I want you to dig out your heart." Seeing that he came in intact, Naruto of course knew that he had 5 hearts. I am afraid that his attack just now cost him a heart, but in order to paralyze him, Naruto still pretended to be shocked and exclaimed, "No. Possibly. How did you not die?" Kakuzu laughed at this. I am immortal. So today is destined to be yours. Naruto sneered secretly in his heart. This guy is still arrogant and pretending to force himself, but he doesn't know that he already knew his weakness. Next time, just keep hitting his mask all the time. Once the 4 masks are broken, then a fatal blow to his body will definitely send him, an old monster known as undead, to hell. The next moment, just when Naruto was going to rush to fight again, he suddenly saw that the expressions of the two of them changed. Immediately afterwards, Kakuzu stared at Naruto unwillingly, and suddenly said, Hidan, let's retreat. Chapter 135 Nowhere to Go. A bang sounded, and bursts of smoke suddenly filled the air. When Naruto was stunned for a moment, the two had quickly withdrawn. Seeing the figures of the two quickly leaving, Naruto did not pursue him. As a Kage-level powerhouse, if he wanted to retreat, he could hardly stay at the same level, unless the opponent had advanced timespace ninjutsu. Suddenly, Naruto was the only one left at the scene. Looking at the ice and snow in front of him, he shook his head, looked at the high platform with the crystal necklace in his hand, and immediately retracted his pocket and left the place as soon as he moved. The figure gradually disappeared into the snow. Along the way, Naruto silently absorbed the experience of fighting the two of them just now, and gained some insights from it. For him, the biggest reward of this mission was not to rescue Koyuki, but to fight 2 strong men and gain experience. And there are not many such opportunities. A few days later, Naruto reappeared in the original town, but Jiraiya had already left. He didn't know where to go. He was not in a hurry. A toad was summoned from the alley. It's Naruto, do you have anything to do with me? The toad, who was only 1 person tall, said as soon as he came out. Naruto smiled slightly. Where's the girl I sent over the other day? Help me bring her out. Oh, you mean that beautiful girl, she. The toad mentioned this question, but he was a little hesitant to speak. Well, what's wrong? Naruto couldn't help but wonder, did something happen to her? Impossible, Mount Myoboku can be regarded as a fairyland on Earth, and there is no danger there at all. Even I have never been to that place. Oh, there's no problem. If that's the case, I'll let someone take her out. Toad laughed dryly and disappeared in place with a bang. After a while, Naruto used the psychic technique again by hand seal. This time, a taller toad appeared, and then I saw it opened its mouth wide, and a figure crawled out immediately. It was Koyuki. And when the toad saw Koyuki come out, he disappeared without a word to Naruto. As soon as Koyuki came out, he lay on the ground directly, and got up in a very embarrassed way to see Naruto, and seemed to be stunned, and immediately a burst of resentment, grievance, and resentment appeared on his pretty face. Various complex looks. Naruto's heart fluttered when he saw it. Princess Koyuki, are you alright? Naruto asked with concern. He threw the family directly on Mount Myoboku, although it was to protect her and keep her away from the battlefield, but she has been ignored these few days. Kind of unreasonable. Naruto didn't say anything, but Koyuki cried out immediately after speaking, and then couldn't help but pounce directly. A pair of pink fists smashed towards Naruto's chest desperately, and cried out in his mouth, You bastard, you left me alone in such an inexplicable place and didn't come to me for so many days. I thought I died and went to hell. Although the scenery in that place is not bad, it doesn't look like it looks like hell, but it's full of toads, tadpoles, and the big toad that can crush me to death with 1 foot. You know how scared I am. It's okay, but after these few days, that toad mother-in-law Ten gave me earthworms and worms. I couldn't eat them, and later vomited them all out. Woo, you bastard, leave me alone and leave me alone, I'm going to starve you to death you know. After a while of crying, Naruto finally understood. It turned out that Koyuki couldn't adapt to the life there when he first arrived at Miaomu Mountain, and he could only eat those kinds of bugs even when he was eating. The daughter's mood. Naruto shook his head and laughed, patted her on the back and comforted. Okay, it's all my fault. I didn't think about it carefully, and you have been wronged by your highness princess, then I'll take you to dinner now. Koyuki was comforted by him, and his mood miraculously settled down. Only then did she realize that she had thrown herself into his arms. Thinking of the coquettish cry just now, her pretty face suddenly turned into Yuhi, and she left at once. He fell into his arms, bowed his head and stood beside him, but his heart was beating wildly. It's just that I haven't seen him for a few days, and Koyuki has a feeling of reluctance in her heart. When she was on Mount Myoboku, she Tenten recalled the feeling of leaning on Naruto's back, as if the sky fell and he was safe. Sensation, making her girlish heart burst into turmoil. At this moment, returning to his side, Koyuki felt sweet in his heart when he saw this boy who was only meeting for the first time. Taking Koyuki to eat, Naruto glanced at her with lingering fears, feeling a little speechless. What kind of starvation has she made these days? Just now, this princess, Her Royal Highness, actually ate 3 people's portion in one go, even if I am usually very hungry, and I have about the same amount of food. And Koyuki also seemed to realize this. After eating, Yuhi followed Naruto with a face, without saying a word. Naruto glanced back at her and saw that she was still wearing the same clothes that day. After a slight sigh, he took her to the bathroom to wash it again, and bought her a set of clothes and trousers for her to put on. It wasn't until night that Naruto settled the trouble, and after the two rested in the hotel for a day, Naruto was ready to set off. After grooming and dressing up, Koyuki looks extraordinarily youthful and beautiful. As a princess and an actress, she has 2 exciting temperaments of fashion and elegance. With her well-developed body, Naruto has a kind of worthy of it. It is the feeling of Her Royal Highness. The two stood at the entrance of the town. Naruto glanced at Koyuki, and finally put forward the thought in his heart, Princess Koyuki, do you have a place to go now? Hearing this, Koyuki was stunned for a moment, then his expression darkened, and he lowered his head and said silently, my country has already been occupied, and Santeifu doesn't know where it is. Now I am alone and have nowhere to go. Quote. Seeing her desolate look, Naruto bit Kiba and finally couldn't come up with the words to say goodbye here. After pondering for a long time, he had to say, then you stay by my side first, we will try to find a way along the way. Find Santeifu. Koyuki couldn't help but smile when he heard the words, and he giggled, well, Naruto, you are so kind. In the future, if you protect me, I will not be afraid of anything. Seeing her cheering, Naruto shook his head and sighed in his heart. With such a dragging oil bottle, how could he experience himself? If he couldn't find Santeifu in a short time, he had to send her to Konoha first. Been living for a while. Chapter 136 Cut Beard. A few days later, Naruto finally learned about Jiraiya's whereabouts from Toad. It turns out that this guy has been looking for him since he left that day. Later, he found out through Toad that he was going to the country of snow, so this guy is in the snow these days. In the country. And now that he had returned from the snow country, Naruto smiled helplessly, and after passing the news to Jiraiya through Toad, he planned to wait for him in a nearby village to study a genin technique with peace of mind. Originally, he planned to travel to various countries to see the ninjas of various countries, and fight some strong men by the way, but because of Koyuki, he had to put this plan on hold for the time being and chose to study ninjutsu in the nearest area. Since the last time he created the spiral barrier, Naruto has used it quite proficiently. The next step is to develop various other Rasengan techniques, such as the spiral suction pill that can suck the enemy directly, and the spiral bullet that shrinks the Rasengan smaller and can be thrown out. Of course, these are all it is still being conceived, and more exploration is needed at present. On this day, Naruto separated dozens of shadow clone to practice in the forest near the village. He was sweating profusely. Sun slanted down from the shadows of Madara's trees, and before he knew it, Naruto fell asleep leaning against the tree trunk. Every moment, a charming figure came to him, slowly squatted down, and looked at him seriously with a pair of wonderful eyes. It was Koyuki who came. At this moment, she looked at Naruto who was sleeping, and suddenly gently untied her coat and draped it over him, then sat on the spot with her hands on her cheeks and looked at his face without blinking. He looks so cute when he sleeps. So attractive. Koyuki thought to himself, a jade hand stretched out slowly, wanting to touch his face, but he thought of something and immediately retracted. He is so powerful and powerful, if you touch him, you will definitely be discovered. It's hard to explain by then. Thinking of this, Koyuki struggled again and continued to look at him. Under the sun, Naruto's face still looks very flavorful. If there are fewer beards, he must be a handsome guy. Koyuki looked at Naruto with her professional eyes for a while, and secretly came to a conclusion. Then she suddenly took out a small pair of scissors from her body, hesitated slightly, like the 6 paths beard on Naruto's face stretched out past. When Naruto woke up, he found that it was already evening, and he saw Koyuki sitting on the stone beside him, fiddling with the pebble in boredom. He couldn't help but froze for a moment, and immediately said, "Koyuki, why are you here?" "Here, this dress is yours." The next moment, Naruto picked up the clothes and looked at it, and his heart couldn't help but warm. At this time, Koyuki saw Naruto wake up and let out a happy cry, came over to take the clothes from Naruto's hand, and said with a smile, "Naruto, why are you asleep? You just lie outside in the daytime, but you're going to catch a cold." For Koyuki's concern, Naruto remembered it in his heart and smiled back, but he was thinking that he had split up dozens of clones just now, and he was so tired all of a sudden that he couldn't sleep, and even Koyuki came to give him. He put on his clothes and made small gestures on his face without knowing it. But at this moment, Naruto finally noticed the strangeness on his face, reached out and touched it, and couldn't help but be surprised. "Where's my beard?" Koyuki put his hands behind his back, pursed his lips slightly, and looked at him with big bright eyes, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. "Did you do the hands and feet?" Naruto thought of her at once. Koyuki suddenly smiled playfully. Naruto, I think you look so handsome after cutting those weird beards. I really don't know why you still keep those beards." Naruto was dumbfounded for a while. This Princess Koyuki was so quirky. She cut her beard, it was so boring. If it goes on like this, will she cut the hair under her one day? Seeing Naruto's speechless expression, Koyuki said with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you can look in the mirror yourself." Naruto didn't speak, just stared at her. Regarding the beard on his face, he also wanted to cut it off before, but it would grow back in less than 2 days after cutting it off. So after that, he simply stopped worrying about it, but today he was suddenly attacked by Koyuki. After cutting it off, a flash of light suddenly occurred in my heart, and I thought of something. Because he is a traveler, he knows most of the plots clearly, and he also knows that Naruto seems to have a special connection with the 6 Paths Immortal, and he knows that the 6 Paths Immortal also has these beards on the face, so this beard, does it mean that it belongs to the Pujo of the 6 Paths Immortal heritage? In that case, why didn't his own father, Namikaze Minato? After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with the answer, but he already had the pleasure of exploring in his heart. After all, I must have some connection with the 6 Paths Immortal, so why don't I even have a power inheritance that belongs to the 6 Paths Immortal? To legend, the Uchiha and Senju clans have the inheritance of 6 Paths Immortals, namely Immortal Eye and Sage Body, and they also have obvious 6 Paths inheritance, but why there is no special blood inheritance? Could it be said that a large amount of chakra and strong vitality can also be regarded as a kind of Kekkei Genkei? Naruto couldn't help frowning slightly, thinking deeply. But at this time, seeing Naruto frowning, Koyuki panicked, took his arm and said, "Naruto, are you angry?" "I'm just curious, don't be angry. It's my fault." Now, Naruto finally came back to his senses. Hearing her apologetic appearance, he couldn't help laughing. "I'm not angry, I was just thinking about things just now." "Phew, it scared me to death. I thought you were angry. If you get angry and leave me alone, I really don't know what to do." Koyuki breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then tightened his grip again. Holding Naruto's arm, "It's so late, you must be hungry, let's go eat something." After returning to the village, Naruto ate a meal hastily, then returned to his room, closed the door, and gradually sank into his own consciousness. In the consciousness space, there are dark and damp underground passages, heavy and huge metal iron doors, and dark yuhi-colored beast pupils. The sound of roar suddenly came out. Roar. You bastard, what are you doing here? Long time no see Kyubi, Ninetales. Naruto stepped forward and looked directly into Kyubi, Ninetales' eyes and smiled. I want to ask you some questions. Chapter 137 Millennium Fox. Go away. Boy, you're not welcome here. Kyubi, Ninetales, doesn't have a good opinion of Naruto now. All along, no matter how he tempted him, he refused to use his power and let the seal loosen, and, what makes him even more mad is that the hated body belonging to Naruto who has always been on his side is disappearing and weakening, which also makes his plan fail again. Doesn't this guy hate it? Who is he? Naruto smiled slightly, and didn't care about Kyubi, Ninetales' scolding, just said, actually, I know some things, but these things are not comprehensive, so I came here to ask you for proof. Hey, you know what to do with me. I don't know anything, don't bother the old man. Kyubi, Ninetales, shouted angrily, are you going? I'm welcome if you don't. Naruto suddenly burst into laughter, looked at Kyubi, Ninetales with a very unhappy look, and stepped forward and said, Kyubi, Ninetales, don't forget, this is my world, this guy really takes this place as his own. You don't belong here. Bastard. Are you laughing at the old man? If it weren't for this damn seal, how could the old man be trapped here? Kyubi, Ninetales, was angry. He was already very pitiful for being sealed, and the owner of this body actually it is unforgivable to continue to stimulate yourself. When I am Kyubi, Ninetales, is it easy to bully? The next moment, Kyubi, Ninetales, roared violently. The huge chakra slowly overflowed the sealed space, and surrounded Naruto at once through the fence. Naruto frowned slightly and was unmoved. Suddenly, the spell seal on his body opened, and a chakra aura stronger than Kage level was released, which immediately suppressed the chakra attack of Kyubi, Ninetales, and said indifferently. I told you a long time ago that this trick of yours is useless to me. Kyubi, Ninetales, reluctantly took back the chakra and finally said, what the hell are you asking? Seeing that he finally calmed down, Naruto smiled slightly and said, that's right, we are the closest neighbors, and we should have a more harmonious relationship. The old man who is more chatty will go to sleep. Okay, Kyubi, Ninetales, I won't say more. I'll ask you now, what powers does the Six Paths Immortals have? Naruto asked him word by word, looking into his eyes. Kyubi, Ninetales, was stunned for a moment, looked at him in surprise, and then suddenly said, Six Paths Immortal. That is a legendary existence. I have never seen it. Naruto looked at him and thought to himself, this Kyubi, Ninetales, was clearly created by Six Paths, and he lived with Six Paths for a while at that time. It can be said that Six Paths is equivalent to his parents. Now they say they don't know each other. 10 Tails. Naruto simply said a word. What? How do you know 10 Tails? Who the hell are you? Kyubi, Ninetales, immediately widened his red eyes when he heard this. Naruto smiled slightly and said unhurriedly, I not only know about 10 Tails, but also know that your 1 to 9-tailed beasts are all derived from 10 Tails, and this is the handwriting of the Six Paths Immortal. How dare you say you don't know him? Kyubi, Ninetales' eyes are full of shock. This is absolutely impossible. No one else will know about these things except themselves, the tailed beasts. But who is this guy? To know these things? How on earth did you know? Humans don't know these things at all. Kyubi, Ninetales, suddenly became cautious, and the look in Naruto's eyes was no longer contempt, anger, or other emotions, but it is to see him as a very mysterious guy. Naruto thought for a while, and suddenly said, well, I don't know the specifics. I just know that these memories have appeared in my mind since that day. You should know that the day I said that, I came here. Time in the body. Quote. Kyubi, Ninetales, looked at Naruto, lost in thought. It's time to tell me Kyubi, Ninetales. Kyuubi Ninetails raised his head and looked at him thoughtfully. The power of the six paths immortal is omnipotent. He can create and destroy all things. He is God. Naruto was stunned. Is that all? That's how I remember it. Don't you know that he has some other specific abilities? It's been such a long time. The old man is old, and he forgot a lot of things. Kyuubi Ninetails suddenly yawned and said, "Okay, the old man is going to sleep. Don't disturb me again." After speaking, he just turned around and lay down, facing Naruto with his butt. Naruto couldn't help but be speechless. Came here to ask for a long time. This Kyuubi Ninetails actually didn't tell himself anything. This 1,000-year-old fox really lived 1,000 years. Very unwilling to withdraw from the consciousness space, when Naruto opened his eyes the next day, it was already bright. After washing up, I was about to wake Koyuki up when the door was pulled open. Wearing a white dress, Koyuki walked in with a bowl of hot meat porridge in his hand, came to Naruto and greeted with a smile. "Naruto, you are awake." Naruto was a little surprised by Koyuki's sensibleness. As a princess, he actually brought breakfast to himself. Hearing her greeting, he smiled and nodded. A graceful body, long black hair draped softly behind her. No makeup on her face, but she looks fresher and more beautiful. Under her makeup, she has a tender face that can be broken by blowing, and Yuhi's tightly squeezed lips seem to be moisturizing. Out of the water. Seeing Naruto staring at him, Koyuki's heart skipped a beat and he was a little overjoyed. Naruto looks at people like this at a young age. But although she thought so, she didn't dare to raise her head to look at her. The boldness of being a star in the past seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. In front of this boy who was a few years younger than her, he was a shy boy. Girl. Finally, Naruto stopped looking at her, lowered his head and drank the porridge, thinking about something in his heart. At this time, Koyuki noticed that Naruto was no longer looking at her, and quietly raised his head to look at Naruto, but suddenly found that he was also very charming when he was drinking porridge, and his heart couldn't help beating violently. At this time, she secretly made a decision in her heart. After breakfast, Naruto wanted to wait here for Jiraiya to arrive, so he went to practice in the forest outside the village, and Koyuki was afraid of affecting Naruto's practice, so he didn't follow him, just said he would give it to him at noon to deliver the meal. Naruto was also very happy, and the princess helped to bring tea and food, and it seemed that such a day was not bad. But soon, Naruto sighed again. The town of Wenru is the hero mound, and he came out to experience this time. What is the difference between this and the Konoha village? Chapter 138 Koyuki in Distress. After a few days, Naruto's cultivation progressed slowly, and he was even more eager to go to other places, but carrying this oil bottle by his side really made him helpless. On this day, he plans to explain the situation to Koyuki and send her to live in Konoha for a while. However, before he could act, Koyuki suddenly suggested something to him. "You want to learn ninjutsu from me?" Naruto couldn't help his head go up as he looked at the weak princess in front of him. "Yeah, Naruto, I'm so envious of how you can fly around. If I can learn ninjutsu, I'll be like you, and I'll be able to fly with you even without your back." "Go," Koyuki said with a grin. Naruto wiped his cold sweat secretly. He came out to experience this time. How could he suddenly become someone else's master? "What's wrong, Naruto, don't you want to?" Koyuki looked very disappointed. Okay, I originally wanted to talk to you about something, but since you want to learn ninjutsu with me, then you can learn it with me for 3 days first, Naruto said. "Yeah, great, Naruto," Koyuki shouted excitedly, but she didn't look like a dignified princess at all, but more like a little girl next door. Seeing her happy face, Naruto also laughed heartily. So, while Naruto trained with the clone, the main body took time to teach her to sense chakra and practice various basic ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, Koyuki's talent is not bad, although she is now 17 or 18 years old, but after 3 days, she can't help but master chakra, and can use a basic avatar. Although it was full of flaws in Naruto's eyes, and the hand seal was very slow. It was already a genius level. I didn't expect that she, who was the first to contact Chakra, would have such an ability. He couldn't help but look at it differently. After learning Chakra, she was excited and novel, and her courage became bigger. In the past, she followed Naruto to receive protection. On this day, she suddenly wanted to go shopping alone on the street. This village is not very developed. There are only a few streets, but the streets are crowded with people, and there are also many hooligans in the village. Usually, Koyuki doesn't go out much, and as soon as he goes out, he walks to the place where Naruto practiced, so there is no danger all the time. And today, she just learned the avatar technique and chakra, and her self-confidence was bursting. She felt as if she had entered a new world, so she didn't care about moving around. As a result, it is conceivable that a beautiful girl like Koyuki has a 100% rate of return when she walks on the street. Maybe it will be fine for a while, but when someone sees her wandering around alone for a long time, her heart immediately rises. Evil thoughts arise. Unconsciously, Koyuki had walked into an alley, and behind her, followed by a few local gangsters. Hey, little girl, it's so boring to go shopping alone. Would you like us to accompany you? A frivolous voice came, and suddenly 3 figures walked towards her. Koyuki didn't expect someone to follow her, and when she turned around, she saw 3 men with lewd smiles on their faces. A trace of disgust flashed on their faces, and she felt a little scared at first, but she felt relieved immediately, and she had practiced ninjutsu like Naruto. The next moment she raised her head and scolded, "You scumbags, don't kneel down when you see this princess." The 3 men couldn't help but stare at each other for a moment, then looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. This little girl is really interesting. She likes to call herself a princess, then let's be a knight for a while, ah ha ha ha. Koyuki was trembling with anger, and suddenly rushed up and punched a man on the bridge of the nose in anger, and the man was immediately beaten back, clutching his nose and groaning, "Damn, this stinky bitch actually dares to do it. Kill her." The other 2 let out a strange cry and rushed towards her immediately. At this time, Koyuki's face showed a look of eagerness to try. Looking at the figures of the 2 rushing up, although he was afraid, he was mostly excited, and his hands were not tight. Slow hand seal, the next moment his body was thrown to the ground, but with a bang, the person who was thrown became a piece of wood. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and exclaimed in unison, "It's a ninja." "Haha, be afraid, this princess is going to be a real hero today." Koyuki stood not far away and smiled proudly. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the 3 of them. They looked at each other, and suddenly rushed over again, Koyuki casually hand seal, with disdain on his face. However, just as she was hand seal, one of the 3 suddenly changed from. He took out a wooden stick and threw it at her with a swish. Koyuki was caught off guard, stunned for a moment, and hurriedly retreated in shock, but was still hit in the arm by the stick. Although there was chakra, her little chakra was really useless. Koyuki exclaimed in pain, squatting on the ground, clutching his arms and screaming in pain. 3 laughed loudly. "What kind of ninja do I think I am? It turns out that it is not useful. Is it true that ninjas are like you? Haha, what a rubbish. You are not allowed to talk nonsense. Ninjas are the strongest." Koyuki immediately thought of Naruto when he heard several people insulting ninjas, stood up angrily and shouted, "Yo, how dare you be stubborn? You can't be stubborn after you've stripped it all away." A few people said and surrounded her. At this time, Koyuki was already in a mess. He could have jumped over the wall, but his mind was blank at this time, and he was in a panic. She was caught by the 2 of them separately, and then the other one forced her to reach out and touch her face. Koyuki yelled anxiously, "Naruto, come and save me." The 3 of them were even more excited. "Come on, no one will come even if you scream." However, as soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, a tall figure suddenly descended from the sky, and then with a few bangs, the 2 people holding Koyuki's arms flew out backwards, and a moment later the other person also flew out. Koyuki was stunned for a moment, looking at the tall figure in front of him, Full of doubts, it doesn't seem to be Naruto. Is Jiraiya. This person has long white hair and a yuhi-colored imperial robe. Looking at the back, he is definitely a representative of justice, and Koyuki has a good feeling in his heart. However, when the man turned around, Koyuki's face immediately became frightened, because the smile on the man's face was even more lewd than the three gangsters just now. Pretty girl, are you alright? Jiraiya greeted with a smile that she thought was very handsome but was actually very wretched. Koyuki opened his mouth wide, but was even more frightened. Chapter 139 Return to Snow Country. At this moment, a familiar voice made Koyuki immediately relax. Koyuki, are you alright? Don't worry about this lascivious toad. Naruto suddenly jumped out of her and said. As soon as Koyuki saw Naruto, he immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly, and shouted with lingering fears. It scared me to death, Naruto, you didn't come to save me, I almost. Having said this, she glanced at Jiraiya curiously and continued. Naruto, do you know him? He's the person I've been waiting for these days, and that's my master. Naruto introduced, but this guy is a pervert, you have to be careful with him. Jiraiya on the side was beaten to death by Koyuki's action of throwing himself into Naruto's arms, and now he has to be scolded by Naruto like this. His face suddenly collapsed, and he shouted in dissatisfaction, Hey, you bastard, I am your master. You have ruined my good image like this. Besides, you were standing by just now, why didn't you come out when this girl called you? Naruto, you've been protecting me all the time. Humph. It's abominable, but you're hiding and deliberately not coming out, it's really abominable. Koyuki immediately slapped Naruto in dissatisfaction when he heard it. It made Naruto embarrassed for a while, and Jiraiya stared at him enviously. I can't think of it, you are more promising than me. No wonder you have to be willing to go with me to find a woman, so there is such a beautiful girl here, hey, if I give up. Jiraiya cried out heartlessly rude. Koyuki's pink face suddenly became clear to Yuhi. Her unknowing dependence on Naruto's coquettish behavior usually seems to be nothing, but when someone pointed it out, she immediately panicked. Naruto didn't care about him, he pulled Koyuki and left, saying, Don't worry about this guy, he's just so disrespectful. Hey, I'm not old at all. Jiraiya protested from behind. Koyuki then giggled, and put his arms around Naruto's arm with a sweet face. Finding Jiraiya, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief, and next, it was time to deal with Koyuki's problem. Back at the hotel, Naruto and Jiraiya discussed a little, and called Koyuki over. Seeing the seriousness of the two of them, Koyuki's heart suddenly froze. Naruto, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Koyuki said with a sly smile. Naruto glanced at Jiraiya, hoping he would say something, but the guy just closed his eyes and looked like he was hanging up high, and glared at him secretly. Naruto had no choice but to say, Koyuki, you have been following me for many days, and our journey will be full of dangers. It is really inconvenient to take you with me. Before Naruto finished speaking, Koyuki's body trembled, and then she said with a trembling voice, Naruto. Naruto, are you trying to drive me away? Naruto looked at her sobbing, so sad, as if she was a dumped daughter-in-law, and was speechless. Koyuki burst into tears. Naruto, I don't want to leave. If you leave, I'll be the only one left. I will send you to Konoha, you can live in Konoha first. As for Mitafu, you can go to the outside world to find his whereabouts through Konoha village. Naruto said, traveling in the ninja world is to encounter many dangers. Yes, to the extent that you can't even deal with a few gangsters now, it's really not suitable for you to follow me. Koyuki burst into tears. Naruto continued, also, there is a very powerful organization staring at me, and everyone there has the power to destroy a small country. You said that in such a situation, how can I let you continue to take risks with me? Quote. After persuading me for a while, Naruto's mouth was dry, and finally Koyuki nodded. Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Jiraiya on the side was already very dissatisfied with Naruto. How could this guy have the heart to make a girl so sad? Hey, looking at her crying, it really smells sad, and she sheds tears. Once agreed, the three are ready to leave the small village and send Koyuki back to Konoha. As soon as they left the gate of the village, Naruto found that there was actually a group of people standing in front of them. As soon as the three of them walked past, an old man of 50 walked out from the inside. He was wearing a rough cloth and came to the three of Naruto. Suddenly, salute to Koyuki, Princess Koyuki. The old man finally sees you again. What? Naruto was surprised, but he saw Koyuki looking at him with a complicated expression. Santeifu, didn't I let you follow me? The old man burst into tears with excitement. Princess Koyuki, since you came out that day, the old man has been following your whereabouts, but seeing that you have not returned to the country at all, the old man can't help it. Princess Koyuki, please, you must be the master of the snow country. After all, the team of more than 100 people leaned over and gave a salute. Please ask Princess Koyuki to be the master of the snow country. Take back the snow country. The expression on Koyuki's face was struggling, but he didn't dare to look at Naruto's exploratory eyes, just lowered his head and stopped talking. At this time, Naruto had already heard some clues from the conversation between the two. It seems that Koyuki already knew how to contact Mitafu, and Mitafu has been following her secretly, but she seems to have been avoiding this. Question. Thinking of some things in the original book, Naruto knew it. He stepped forward and patted Koyuki on the shoulder and said, since your people support you so much, how can you live up to their hearts? The country of snow belongs to your father, and he is now in Kazuhana. In the hands of the angry waves, it's time for you to take it back. Koyuki looked at Naruto, but suddenly said indifferently, Naruto, do you want me to go back to the snow country? Naruto didn't hear the strangeness in her tone. He smiled slightly and said, yes, go back to the snow country. I will help you take back the country, then you will be the one of the snow country-kun. Quote. Really? One kingdom-kun? Koyuki smiled lightly, and there seemed to be some mockery in her laughter. Looking at the bright smile on Naruto's face, her expression was very complicated, but in the end, she sighed slightly. Okay. I promise you. That's great. Princess Koyuki, you are finally getting back on your feet. Our country of snow is hopeful. Sadafu shouted excitedly, and the 100 people around also shouted loudly. Koyuki was expressionless, and sighed silently in his heart. Chapter 140 Take Back the Snow Country. So, the next itinerary became the road to the country of snow again. Santeifu had already prepared everything. When he came to the pier, there was already a big boat waiting there. More than 100 people took this huge boat ship to the country of snow. Koyuki locked himself in his room and didn't know what he was doing. Naruto knocked on the door, and Koyuki opened it to let him in. Koyuki, you don't seem to be very happy these days. Are you worried that you won't be able to retake the snow country? Naruto asked directly after sitting on her bed. Hearing Naruto's concern, Koyuki's eyes flashed with joy, but then he faded away and shook his head. What's the matter? Naruto demanded. Koyuki's expression became complicated, and he looked at Naruto, not knowing what he was thinking. Naruto was taken aback by her, and quickly took out the crystal necklace and handed it to her. By the way, this necklace belongs to you. Now that you are going back to the snow country, I will give it back to you. Koyuki reached out and took it, touching the residual warmth of Naruto's body on it, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Naruto noticed her expression, and could not help holding her round shoulders, looking into her eyes and saying, Koyuki, if you have any unpleasant things, just say it, I will share it for you, don't be alone. Suppressed, okay. Naruto's gentle words made Koyuki's body tremble slightly, his eyes fixed on him, and a halo of intoxication gradually rose in his eyes. Naruto. Suddenly, she swooped up, pressed his shoulders and pushed him down on the bed. A small mouth lubricated like a jade suddenly covered Naruto's lips, feeling excited kiss up. And Naruto was shocked by her sudden sneak attack and forced kiss, and he was kissed again. Feeling that Koyuki's soft tongue is constantly exploring, that jerky action made Naruto's heart become hot, and he was pressed under the princess's body and kissed, which would be unbearable for anyone, and Naruto also I had already seen that Koyuki had some meaning for him, but this time he didn't expect to kiss him emotionally. For a while, Naruto even forgot to respond, and just let her toss on her body jerky. Koyuki raised his head out of breath, his pink face dazzled Yuhi's, his eyes were full of intoxicated brilliance, and Yuhi's lips were even more delicate. Naruto, do you know? I'm in love with you. Koyuki suddenly boldly confessed. I've been deeply in love with you since you rescued me and ran in the snow. Naruto was stunned, a little overjoyed, but also a little overwhelmed. In this way, there are more and more women who have a close relationship with him. How to sort out these things in the future? Ignoring Naruto's stunned silence, Koyuki continued. Although you are a few years younger than me, maybe you will despise me for being too big, but I will treat you with all my tenderness. I just ask you to let me stay by your side. As long as I can be by your side, I am not afraid of anything. Even if I die immediately, I will not regret it. It is said that women in love have zero IQ. Now Koyuki is incoherent. Since he can die immediately, how can he stay by his side? While Naruto was stunned, an idea suddenly appeared. But soon, he came back to his senses. Facing Koyuki's sincere confession, he slowly sat up, stretched out his hand to hug her shoulder, and said softly, Princess Koyuki, you are the one who is going to become the queen of a country. I'm really happy to be liked by you, but I can't let you stay by my side, because there will be too many dangers waiting for me. I can't let you have any danger. A pause. Naruto looked at the lonely Koyuki and said, if something happens to you, I will never feel at ease in my life. Koyuki was shocked, and when she heard this sentence, her heart was filled with infinite surprises. It turned out that she had such a position in Naruto's heart. But, I really don't want to leave you. Can you just ignore the disputes in the ninja world? How good it is for us to live together in the snow country. Koyuki raised this somewhat selfish idea softly. Naruto slowly shook his head. Although he said that it was a wonderful thing to go to the country of snow with a beautiful woman like Koyuki, but when he thought of Sayu in Konoha village, Hinata, and other friends, he couldn't let it go, because he knew how much turmoil there would be in the ninja world in the future, and he had to face it. Naruto couldn't tell her these things, and even if she did, she would only hear more and more worried and more frightened. Koyuki, Naruto suddenly shouted and took her hands. I have things that I have to face, and only after these things are resolved can I feel at ease, and then I will go to the country of snow. Find you. Koyuki looked at him tenderly, as if to remember every word Naruto said. After a long time, she finally sighed slightly. Okay, Naruto, I will listen to you. I will not be willful in the future. I will wait for you to come to me in the country of snow, and then you must ignore me. Looking at her as if she was an abandoned niece, Naruto shook his head and laughed, but he also felt that she was more lovely and innocent. Thinking of the two of them getting along these days, his heart warmed. A few days later, the group set foot on the land of the snow country again. This time, Naruto Jiraiya was in charge. Kazuhana, who had been restless for several days, finally rushed out. After that, his face changed greatly, and he quickly commanded all the forces of the snow country to resist. However, when Naruto smashed a super big ball Rasengan on the city gate and collapsed the entire city gate, everyone was desperate. Looking at Naruto's method that seemed to be like a god, he suddenly lost his fighting power. Next, the unrepentant Kazuhana Furious Tao launched a final struggle and launched a fierce battle with Naruto, but in the end, he was no match for Naruto and was beaten to the ground. Koyuki to step forward. Naruto said, Kazuhana Raging Wave is right here. He has now been crippled by me. You can do whatever you want. Koyuki bit Kiba and stared at him for a while, then finally waved his hand and let him stay, ready to settle everything in the snow country and then publicly execute him. Kazuhana's face is now ashen. Under the unparalleled power of Naruto, he will lose without any suspense at all. He can't figure out that such a powerful ninja, no matter which country it is placed in, is an existence that everyone admires. How can you take care of the affairs of this small country? Chapter 141 Leave and Love. Kazuhana Nutao was imprisoned, and before entering, Naruto directly beat him to half-death, so that he had no chance of escape. A few days later, accompanied by Naruto and assisted by Mitsuha, Koyuki quickly reorganized the snow country, and those forces that originally belonged to Kazuhana's raging waves fell to Koyuki on the day Kazuhana's raging waves were judged. This makes Naruto very satisfied. This is the person who knows the times. In the past few days, Naruto and the two also enjoyed the treatment of VIPs of a country in the country of snow. Tenten soaked Izumi, and there was a maid delivering meals. Jiraiya almost felt a little reluctant. On a snow-capped mountain behind the castle of Snow Country, the ground is covered with snow and ice, and flakes of snow are flying in the air. The footsteps of Naruto and Koyuki slowly stepped on the snow, printing deep and shallow footprints. Naruto, I'm fortunate to have you with me these past few days, otherwise I'll be bored to death. At this time, Koyuki, without the trouble of state affairs, felt as relaxed and comfortable as the snowflakes around him, almost a kind of it feels like I want to dance around Naruto. Naruto smiled slightly, didn't speak, just responded to her with a smile on his face. Koyuki pursed his lips and smiled, took his hand, and giggled, Naruto, let's build a snowman. In this weather in the snow country, as long as you don't move the snowman, it will never melt. Naruto nodded, and to be honest, when he came to the ninja world, he had never built a snowman before. So, the two immediately started working. Naruto was responsible for collecting ice and snow, designed by Koyuki, and soon, a snowman was made. Looking at the snowman, Naruto showed a knowing smile. At this time, Koyuki proposed to make another snowman, and then without waiting for Naruto to agree, he immediately started another snowman by himself. Two snowmen stood together, holding hands, and Koyuki couldn't help but go crazy. Of course Naruto knew what Koyuki was thinking, and he also deeply felt the beauty's tenderness, but when he thought about what he was going to tell her next, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. What's wrong, Naruto? Koyuki thought that Naruto was dissatisfied and couldn't help but ask. Naruto glanced at her, then looked at the two snowmen again, and after thinking for a while, finally looked into her eyes and said, Koyuki, I've been in this country of snow for several days, and you are sitting here too. I have taken the position of the name of the snow country, so today I plan to. However, before he could say goodbye, a green and cold jade pointer was placed on Naruto's lips, and Koyuki came up gently, with a smile on his face. Naruto, don't say this now, okay? I know yes. Now I just want you to accompany me to build a snowman and accompany me to see the snow scene in this snow country. Quote. Naruto stopped talking and let Koyuki's head rest on his shoulder. He looked at the distant scenery and thought to himself, Koyuki is so tender to him, he is really a little reluctant. However, you can't immerse yourself in this gentle village. He didn't see Koyuki leaning on his shoulder, crying quietly. It was the reluctance and concern before parting. Finally, Naruto and Jiraiya left the snow country. For Jiraiya, this is just a stop on the journey. For Naruto, here he took away a care and left a relationship. Koyuki, who was reluctant to part with tears in his eyes, and gave her some ninjutsu and ninja skills that he had sorted out for her to practice, and also said, the parting now is for the future. A more beautiful reunion. A few days later, the two of Naruto appeared in a town. As the weather turned colder, Naruto also added a white trench coat that Koyuki personally selected for him in the snow country. Hey, I really miss the days in the country of snow, it's so comfortable. Jiraiya said with emotion on the road. Naruto, I think the princess of the country of snow is very interesting to you, so you can go back and give it to you. It's good to be a concubine, so that you can go to the sky in one step. Naruto heard this, he couldn't help but glared at him. I still want to practice more. Haha, yes, you deserve to be my apprentice, your mind is firm enough. Jiraiya laughed and patted Naruto's shoulder in praise. Naruto shook his head and ignored him. At this moment, Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and suddenly said to Naruto, Naruto, I suddenly remembered something to do. You go to a hotel to rest first, I'll be there later. Naruto followed his gaze, but suddenly saw a figure. Jiraiya was staring at the man, and he couldn't help but be startled. Because the man has soft lavender hair, a small white paper flower on his head, and a large black trench coat on his body. He has a noble and cool temperament, and the woman has a very good figure, with the faint expression on her face. Purple eyeshadow, more elegant and peerless. However, what attracts Jiraiya is not her graceful figure, but because the two seem to know each other. This man is Conan. Naruto was secretly vigilant, knowing that Jiraiya didn't know that Conan was Akatsuki's white angel. And Conan's presence here is by no means a coincidence. Could it be that the undead duo reported to the organization when they went back, so they sent Conan to follow them in person? Conan's figure has disappeared from the street, and Jiraiya has also disappeared. It seems that he has followed. Naruto stood there for a while, but decided to follow him. Following Jiraiya's breath, Naruto soon found the two of them in a barbecue restaurant. At this time, he was surprised to find that the two were chatting happily. Conan was sitting opposite Jiraiya, with a sweet smile on his face, without the cold and arrogant temperament that Naruto had in mind. Conan, it's been nearly 30 years since we've been apart. How have you been in the past few years? Jiraiya sighed infinitely. Even though he was usually carefree, he couldn't help but have the urge to burst into tears now. Conan also said excitedly, Yes, Mr. Jiraiya, since we parted with you, we have missed you very much. Now we are all doing well, and everyone misses you very much. After hearing this, Jiraiya said emotionally, My teacher is really irresponsible. I should have brought you to Konoha in the first place. Naruto frowned as he listened to their conversation, his eyes fixed on Conan, his heart full of inquiry. Has the plot changed? Conan didn't join Akatsuki. At this moment, seeing Conan's excited look, he couldn't help thinking to himself. But he immediately rejected his idea. Akatsuki shouldn't change much, right? Chapter 142 Conan's Lurk. The next moment, Naruto walked up directly, interrupting the joy of the two of them reuniting, and asked Conan directly, Who are you? Suddenly seeing Naruto come in, Conan's eyes flashed a hint of displeasure, but he concealed the past very well, and introduced himself solemnly. My name is Conan, I'm a disciple of teacher Jiraiya, how about you? What's it called? Naruto could speak. Jiraiya introduced him. He is a disciple I just accepted, and he is very talented. Now his strength is unbelievable. Jiraiya's words were full of pride. Conan smiled slightly, then looked at Naruto with interest. Naruto frowned secretly, feeling more and more in his heart that she was an unkind person, but on his face he deliberately showed the appearance of just acquaintance with a bright smile. So it's senior sister Conan, please forgive my rudeness, this is for you. Apologize. As he said that, he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Conan. Conan took it. Naruto looked at her hand carefully, but found that she was not wearing the ring that represented the Akatsuki member logo. However, the Sharpie he saw a trace on her finger. That's the mark that only appears after wearing the ring for a long time. Sure enough, she's still Akatsuki's Conan, just disguised her identity and deliberately approached the two of them. It seems that she must be trying to take advantage of Jiraiya's lack of information and not knowing her identity to attack herself at close range. Naruto, who discovered this, became more vigilant in his heart. Looking at Conan's smile now, it feels very fake. Snort. Since you want to play with us, then I will play with you. Naruto sneered inwardly. At this time, Jiraiya, who was completely unaware, smiled happily. Conan, I didn't expect to meet you here this time. What are you going to do next? How can you stay with me as a master for a few days? Conan smiled slightly. Well, I'm very happy to meet you too. The next few days should let me do my best as a disciple. Jiraiya laughed when she heard it, and immediately took a sip from the wine glass, and ate a few mouthfuls of grilled meat. Seeing that Jiraiya was really happy in the dark, Naruto sighed inwardly. Conan, ah Conan, I really don't know if you are smiling or smirking when you see Master. Opposes Jiraiya regardless of any teacher-disciple relationship. I can't understand it in my heart, and I don't have a good impression of her. Why would a person who hopes for peace even forget the relationship between master and apprentice? What kind of scene does such a person hope for the so-called peace? Or was it because he didn't read the original book thoroughly and didn't understand Conan's state of mind? Next, a group of 3 found a hotel and stayed in, and then Jiraiya put Naruto aside and went to talk with his beautiful apprentice. Naruto guessed in his heart that she was afraid that her purpose was to deal with herself, and she would never deal with Jiraiya at the moment. If he was going to deal with Jiraiya, Akatsuki's ability over the years would have killed Jiraiya long ago. And he also believed that Conan and the others did not have any friendship with Jiraiya, otherwise they would not have killed him until Jiraiya rushed to the base camp at the end. Thinking of this, Naruto calmed down for a while, and after being alert, he began to practice, but he did not practice any advanced ninjutsu, but planned to further exercise his body to make his body more tenacious. This can prevent Conan from collecting ninjutsu information from himself, and also improve his taijutsu cultivation. Anyway, recently I am in the stage of puberty, and it is also a good choice to take advantage of this stage to train my body well. Moreover, he believed that Conan would not stay by Jiraiya's side for long. After all, Akatsuki's affairs could not be put down for too long, and once he made her unable to succeed for a long time, he would definitely leave to find another plan. If she really doesn't leave then, she will definitely find a timestamp to wear her. Thinking like this, Naruto started a threesome life with the attitude of playing with her. That night, when Naruto returned to the hotel, he asked Jiraiya about Conan. Jiraiya gladly told him how powerful she is now, how beautiful she is, and so on. Naruto will also train with Mrs. Conan tomorrow. Naruto secretly said, it really came. It seems that she is going to find out, but is it so easy for her to test out her own strength? The next day, the 3 left the town and embarked on a journey, with Conan naturally following. Jiraiya intends to make Conan and Naruto familiar with the brothers and sisters, so she walks far ahead. However, to Naruto's surprise, Conan, who was smiling happily in front of Jiraiya, actually ignored him when he had time to approach him, restoring the cold, arrogant and lonely image in his mind. In this regard, he is also happy to be at ease. Anyway, it is Conan who has plans for himself. When he knows her purpose, he just needs to pay attention. Jiraiya, who had been walking in front of him but silently watching the 2 behind him, couldn't help feeling a little depressed when he saw that the 2 of them didn't speak. He took the initiative to stop and say to the 2 of them for the sake of the relationship between the 2 of them. As my disciples, one is a female ninja who has been able to stand alone, and the other is a talented Konoha rookie. Master, I really want to see your competition. Why don't you just stay here? The terrain here is empty, just right for you to fight. Quote. Naruto secretly scolded Jiraiya for being troublesome, and looked at Conan calmly, only to see a glint in Conan's eyes, and said lightly, since it's your request, Teacher Jiraiya, then I will obey it. Naruto, what do you think? Naruto secretly said, he was waiting for him here. I secretly admire Conan as a ninja. His camouflage skills and patience are indeed very powerful. Of course Naruto wasn't afraid. He knew how powerful Conan was. He just had to deal with it a little bit. Even if he didn't use his full strength, he believed he could fool him. The next moment, he nodded with the same smile on his face, I'm fine. Okay, then I'll be a free referee for you guys, let's get started. Jiraiya walked over to Naruto and whispered, Naruto, don't be behind your senior sister, I'm optimistic about you. Naruto cut out, just watch it. As a result, the 2 stood still in the field, both looked at each other lightly, and the momentum of both sides continued to rise. Chapter 143 tried to no avail. Compared with Conan's secret pride in his heart at the moment, Naruto is very disdainful, thinking that he can deceive me with this camouflage technique. Naruto secretly said, he is a transmigrator. How many kilograms do you have? My ninjutsu is paper escape, it's my original ninjutsu. Conan smiled faintly. Don't underestimate this ninjutsu. Naruto smiled slightly. Come on, Sister Conan. Conan's mouth twitched slightly, and her figure rushed forward. During the battle, she took off her windbreaker outside, showing her bumpy figure tightly wrapped in tights, which made her more attractive in sports. Naruto glanced hurriedly and saw that she was rushing at the speed of a normal jonin at the moment. He knew that she was not using all his strength, so he didn't bother to deal with it, but slowly raised his hand and gently slapped her fist. Grip. Snapped. Conan's hand was held, and a slender jade leg suddenly slammed towards him, and Naruto immediately turned short and avoided her whip leg. Conan couldn't hit a single blow. Her speed suddenly increased, and she suddenly stretched out her hands towards Naruto and pressed it. Stab it. Seeing Conan's attack being so sharp, Jiraiya on the side can't help but nodded secretly. It seems that Conan has really grown a lot over the years. However, the next moment Naruto's hand suddenly flashed light, and a kuwu was held in his hand, and then he quickly waved the paper flowers a few times, and suddenly there was a tinkling sound of metal clashing. The two quickly separated. Conan frowned secretly inwardly. He had already tried to escape, but he didn't expect that he would still use ordinary physical techniques to deal with him, which was too contempt for himself. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, Naruto, let me see what abilities you, the talented guy that Mr. Jiraiya called you. Speaking, she finally showed a trace of strength, and she didn't see her hands in hand seal. Suddenly, countless pieces of paper flew up around her. In a moment, with her as the center, all the papers were flying within a dozen meters around her. Peace. Then, with a slight movement of her jade hand, those pieces of paper seemed to have spirituality, and all of a sudden they rushed towards Naruto. Jiraiya watched secretly in shock. He could see that each piece of paper had a strong cutting ability, equivalent to a wind blade. Originally, if Naruto was a Kaden fire-style ninja, he might not have to be afraid of her, but he knows that although Naruto has also learned a few Kaden fire-style ninjutsu, he has changed his wind attribute and has become a master. The attribute changes of his have not yet been learned, so the power of the other escape techniques he used is very limited. At this moment, realizing that Conan was forcing himself to use his trump card, Naruto sneered secretly. Of course he couldn't let her succeed, but he couldn't show no signs of it. I saw that he suddenly hand seal separated a shadow clone, and then the main body and the clone were hand seal at the same time. In an instant, two ninjutsus were formed. Futon, wind style, Shen Lan. Kaden, fire style, fire bomb. The next moment, a hurricane and a big fireball were sent out at the same time, and the two combined in midair, instantly turning into an extremely violent madness. Boom. The hot flame shot out in an instant, collided with the piece of paper, the two intersected, and suddenly made a crackling sound, and the piece of paper was burned by the flame. The flames had already rushed in front of her. At this time, Naruto stopped the chakra output and let the flames dissipate. Senior Sister Conan, are you alright? Naruto laughed. Conan frowned secretly, thinking that this guy is really strong. He mastered compound ninjutsu at a young age. Although he used it together with his clone, this is enough to show that he has reached the point of perfection as the master of shadow clone. However, Conan still didn't achieve her goal. From the battle to now, she only knew that Naruto would use compound ninjutsu, which was not enough. However, it is clear that she has lost. Continuing the comparison will only make the battle out of control, and then it will not end well. Thinking of this, Conan shook his head and said lightly, I'm fine, Naruto, you are really amazing. Naruto shook his head and smiled. At this time, Jiraiya came over, looked at his two apprentices with great satisfaction, and laughed. You are all very good, you can learn more in the future, and strive to surpass my master in the future. Conan nodded, looking very well behaved. Naruto frowned secretly when he saw her, and suddenly felt a disgust for her. A former apprentice, but now stealing information as a spy. Regardless of any master-apprentice relationship, such a woman, is it still the gentle and kind Conan in the original book? Can the pain of war really make a person like this? Naruto entered a deep thought in his heart. That night, the three of them camped in the wild and slept. In the middle of the night, when Naruto got up to take a nap, he saw a faint glow in Conan's tent. Is she contacting Akatsuki at the moment? Or are you writing secret information? With this thought in mind, Naruto sneaked over with his lightest movements, held his breath, hid chakra, and completely isolated his breath. Through a gap between the tents, he saw the scene inside. In the faint candlelight, Conan was bowing his head, wearing only a light pajamas, his graceful figure showing amazing charm in the swaying firelight. However, at this time, a faint sadness flashed in her eyes, and she was fascinated by the candlelight in front of her, as if she was feeling something. After a long time, she sighed faintly, blew out the light, and fell asleep. Naruto couldn't help but stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect the situation to be unexpected. Why is she sad? Sigh for what? Naruto returned to his tent and gradually fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Naruto woke up, he saw Conan cooking breakfast obediently and serving porridge to Jiraiya. Naruto shook his head secretly. Conan, let me see what other waves you can make. After seeing Naruto get up, Conan immediately filled Naruto with a bowl of porridge and handed it to him. The gentle senior sister's appearance made Naruto feel in a trance for a moment. Which one is the real one? Her. No wonder that Jiraiya can't notice the difference at all now. It can only be said that Conan's disguise is too powerful. Naruto took the porridge and drank it slowly, thinking to himself, it is not a solution for him to be passive all the time. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to let her retreat. Chapter 144 Conan leaves. After several days in a row, Conan was still unable to dig up any useful information from Naruto, which made her feel that she had no idea where to start, who had planned to find Naruto's weaknesses from the very beginning. In the past few days, the beard on Naruto's face has grown again. When he looked in the mirror, he couldn't help but think of the princess who was far away in the country of snow, and the way she cut his beard playfully, and the expression on his face was revealed. A knowing smile. Time is pressing, there are still less than 3 years left, and I must step up to improve my strength. Now that my own cultivation has entered a bottleneck, it seems that it is time to explore new fields. Conan, I can't accompany you to continue acting, it seems that you have to leave. Naruto said secretly. In the market town, Jiraiya went to soak in Izumi, and Conan and Naruto stayed in their own rooms. Naruto took a deep breath and knocked on Conan's door. Senior sister Conan, can I come in? Naruto shouted. No echo. Naruto thought about it for a while. Anyway, he went in and turned his face, so he opened the door without hesitation and walked in. And just at this moment, Conan's voice came out. Come on, wait. At the same time, the door of the bathroom just opened, and Conan walked out from the inside, without any strands on his body. Because she was going to go to bed and put on her clothes before opening the door, but she didn't expect Naruto to come in. Naruto immediately felt that something was wrong, but his eyes were too late to avoid it, and he truly captured the beautiful scenery in front of him. The halo of light purple hair is still dripping with crystal water droplets. Those slender, jade-like legs were perfect, standing straight in front of Naruto, as well as the mysterious triangle area, that faint moist herb. For a moment, Naruto had a feeling of blood rushing to his forehead. I just felt that my whole body was boiling. Conan, senior sister, Naruto called out, but didn't turn his head, still staring straight at her. Until then, Conan exclaimed, Naruto, why did you come in? Get me out. A bang, Conan ducked back into the bathroom and closed the door, clutching the sensitive parts of his body with both hands, a wet yuhi on his face. Damn it, his body was actually seen by him. This is how to do. However, he is still just a child, so he probably doesn't understand this. Conan has completely lost the calmness of one of the major leaders of the organization, and his heart is in chaos, and he doesn't know what to do. After a long time, Conan called out, "Naruto, are you still there?" "Well, I'm here." Naruto's voice startled Conan. "This guy, why hasn't he left yet?" "Asshole. Why haven't you left yet?" Conan said coldly. "I have something to do." "Forget it, I'd better go," Naruto said halfway through, shook his head and left the room. Originally he wanted to come and expose her directly, but he didn't expect such an embarrassing scene, which led to the fact that he had just cultivated the good seriousness suddenly disappeared. It looks like it's only a few days away. After Naruto left, Conan came out and got dressed. Until evening, Jiraiya had not come back. Naruto was practicing chakra in the room. Conan suddenly walked in. "Senior sister Conan, is something wrong?" Naruto asked strangely. "Naruto, tell Jiraiya-sensei later, I'm leaving," Conan came in and said suddenly. "Huh?" Naruto was slightly startled and said, "Why do you have to leave in such a hurry?" Looking at Naruto, a trace of unwillingness flashed in Conan's eyes. So far, he didn't have any of the weaknesses of the master, but he was accidentally blinded by him. It's just that the organization suddenly had to deal with urgent matters, so this time the task had to be abandoned. "I've been out for a long time, and everyone else is anxious. Anyway, I've met Mr. Jiraiya now, and I recognize you as a junior. I'll come to Konoha next time to see you." Conan smiled slightly, and turned to Naruto. "Farewell." Although Naruto felt that her departure was a bit sudden, he still wanted her to leave, so that he could devote himself to cultivation. "Okay, then I wish you a smooth journey, senior sister." Naruto sent her out of the room, and when she saw her turn around and leave quickly, he returned to the room. That night, when Jiraiya came back, Naruto told him about Conan's departure, and he couldn't help sighing, blaming her for leaving without saying goodbye to his master. Naruto knew that Conan's trial of himself this time was a failure, and that Akatsuki's affairs were urgent, and it was impossible for her to stay here for a long time all the time. The next day, there were only 2 Naruto left on the road. These days, Naruto has mastered some of the enchantment techniques and sealing techniques. Next, at Naruto's request, Jiraiya finally let him start the practice of Mount Myoboku Sage Art. After Naruto prepared some necessary daily necessities and food, he channeled a toad and entered the fairyland of Mount Myoboku with Jiraiya. Jiraiya first brought Naruto to Immortal Big Toad and asked him to teach Naruto about sage art. Naruto was in this picturesque place, and he was slightly excited when he saw the Big Toad Immortal who was there with the old god. To Immortal Big Toad, Immortals Fukasaku and Shima were also on the list, and the arrival of Jiraiya made them very happy. "Little Jiraiya, I have long heard that Naruto is very good, why did you bring him in now?" Fukasaku asked. Jiraiya smiled and said, "Some time ago, he was still practicing other ninjutsu. Recently, he felt that it was almost the same, so he brought him here. I think it took me a lot of time to learn sage art. I hope this time in the 2 immortals under the guidance, Naruto can surpass my teacher, ha ha ha." Quote. Then, Jiraiya thought about Immortal Big Toad and said, "Immortal Big Toad, please make a prediction for Naruto's future destiny. Maybe he is the son of prophecy I am looking for." "Ah, who is talking over there?" Big Toad squinted his eyes, but he seemed to be unable to find where Jiraiya was. Naruto was speechless, not sure if this old toad was pretending or real. Dizziness. "I said Big Toad Immortal, I'm Jiraiya, I'm here." Jiraiya shouted helplessly. Oh, it turned out to be little Jiraiya. Then the Big Toad Immortal leaned down slightly, opened his turbid eyes, and looked at Jiraiya. "Why, talking to the Big Toad Fairy is still so tiring," Jiraiya secretly murmured. Then he turned his head to Naruto and said to him, "Come and see the Great Toad Immortal." Chapter 145 Practice Sage Art. Naruto took a step forward, raised his head and looked at the big-toed immortal without being humble or arrogant. He looked directly into his eyes and said with a smile, "I have seen the big-toed immortal. I am Uzumaki Naruto, please take care of me in the future." An imperceptible light flashed in the eyes of the big-toed immortal, and he looked at Naruto carefully for a while, and then he leaned back on the big chair lazily and nodded. "Well, little Jiraiya, this little guy is not bad. Wait, I'll do the math for him." Then, the big-toed immortal lowered his head, as if he was out of the world, while Fukasaku, Shima, and Jiraiya waited solemnly for the end of the big toad's prophecy. Naruto is very curious about this prophecy, but he also knows that it is not a field that he can get involved in, so he quietly waits for the end of his prophecy. I don't know how long it has passed, when Immortal Big Toad suddenly yawned and came back to his senses. "Ah, I'm sorry, I fell asleep just now." Jiraiya and others couldn't help sweating profusely. "Immortal Big Toad, please be more serious," Immortal Zima reminded. Immortal Big Toad moved his mouth a few times, then nodded and said, "Well, I actually saw his future just now, but Naruto's future is really incomprehensible to me." "What's wrong? Is there any problem, Immortal Big Toad?" Immortal Fukasaku asked suspiciously. Immortal Big Toad was silent for a while, then glanced at Naruto again, and said slowly, "There are countless possibilities for his future, and even one of them is that he will leave this world." "What? Could it be that Naruto will encounter death?" Jiraiya couldn't help but be surprised. "Well, this can't be said. It seems that in the near future, he will reach a level that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. It is not death, but detachment. After that, even I can't predict." Immortal Big Toad said with deep meaning, and at the same time was interested in Naruto. Transcendence. Jiraiya was a little puzzled, and after thinking about it, she still couldn't understand what the Great Toad Immortal said, so she could only say, "The Great Toad Immortal, is Naruto the son of prophecy I'm looking for?" "Well, Shao Naruto, he does have the possibility of becoming the son of prophecy, but due to the uncertainty of his future, I can't be sure that he is the one who will lead the ninja world to peace, but he is the one I have met. The guy who is most likely to become the son of prophecy." After the Big Toad Fairy answered, he fell asleep again. Although this has not been confirmed yet, it is still inseparable. It seems that Naruto is the son of prophecy, Jiraiya secretly thought. The two immortals Fukasaku and Shima said, "Little Jiraiya, the Big Toad Immortal is tired, now let's take Shao Naruto to practice." Jiraiya nodded, and several people left here and came to the place where Mount Myoboku practiced sage art. After Naruto learned about his own prophecy, he kept thinking deeply until he came to the Toad Oil Waterfall, and then he came back to his senses. And then the two immortals Shenzuo and Shima began to teach the basic knowledge of sage art. These Naruto have a general understanding, but they are not clear about some of the details. After listening to the words of the two, he immediately raised a few key questions, which made the two immortals greatly admire, and sighed that Naruto was countless times stronger than Jiraiya back then. Jiraiya watched in amazement and relief. "Okay, Naruto, you have a general understanding of the method, now you can try it to see if you can absorb the natural energy," Immortal Fukasaku said. Naruto nodded, sat down with his knees crossed, his mind entered a state of ecstasy, and he began to slowly feel the energy in the surrounding space. After receiving the guidance of the two immortals, I suddenly had some enlightenment. However, Naruto sat on the spot for a long time without any movement, which made him a little embarrassed. He thought he could absorb the natural energy, but he found that the natural energy in the outside world was very messy. When absorbing it, the natural energies belonging to the curse mark in the body will suddenly react, and then desperately resist and refuse the entry of these energies. This made him very puzzled, because he knew that he was not incapable of absorbing the natural energy from the outside world. He thought that when he was in Itachi's Tsukuyomi space, he suddenly realized the natural energy and successfully absorbed it, although it was only for a moment, but he also successfully cracked the powerful demonic illusion. He always thought that absorbing the natural energy was his own perception, but this time he had already realized it, but he couldn't absorb it, which made him feel helpless for a while. Jiraiya and the others didn't know about Naruto and thought he couldn't feel the natural energy at all. Immortal Zima said, "It seems that this is still a bit urgent. I think it is better to use toad oil to help him absorb natural energy first." Well, let him experience the feeling of absorbing natural energy first, and then do specific training, and he can enter Sage mode on his own in the next days. Fukasaku said with conviction. So, the next moment, the three of them asked Naruto to smear toad oil on his shirtless shirt, and then sat down and watched him by immortal Fukasaku, and let him absorb the natural energy forcibly. After applying toad oil, Naruto immediately felt an incomparably huge energy pouring into his body. This energy was very powerful, and the immortal power of the curse immortal in his body immediately counterattacked. In an instant, two natural forces were in his body. There was a violent blow in the body. I saw that half of Naruto's body exuded a faint golden light, and the other half was covered with pimples. The two immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, were amazed when they saw it, and they looked at each other and exclaimed, "What's going on? Why is Naruto able to produce such a pure power of nature?" Seeing this, Jiraiya frowned. "This is a spell mark, a spell developed by Orochimaru that can utilize the power of nature." Orochimaru. No wonder. Immortal Fukasaku suddenly sighed and said to Jiraiya, "It seems that Naruto is no longer suitable for cultivating Mount Myoboku's sage art." Huh. Jiraiya was startled. "I have already felt this sage art chakra from the White Snake Immortal. This is the sage art lineage belonging to Raichi Cave, which is somewhat different from the Mount Myoboku sage art lineage of my Toad family. I see Naruto's current situation. The immortal powers are fighting each other. We must stop him from continuing to practice. Hey, it's a pity." Just when Fukasaku was about to interrupt Naruto's practice, Naruto's body suddenly burst out with a Yuhi-colored evil chakra. With a bang, at the next moment, the Yuhi-colored chakra suddenly covered his body, forcing the two immortal forces in Naruto back. Chapter 146 4 Generations of Inheritance. The sudden appearance of Yuhi's evil chakra immediately shocked Jiraiya and others. "Kyubi, Nine Tails, chakra." Immortal Fukasaku whispered. "This is indeed Kyubi, Nine Tails, chakra." Jiraiya said. "No, we have to help him suppress it. Prepare for battle." "Wait, I see that Naruto is fighting against this force at the moment, let's not act rashly." Immortal Fukasaku waved. At this time, as Fukasaku said, the two sage art chakras in Naruto's body and the huge power of that Kyubi, Nine Tails, all emerged in Naruto's body meridians. These three extremely powerful energies, it was like three robbers, all struggling for dominance. But after a while, Kyubi, Nine Tails, chakra had firmly occupied Naruto's meridians and became dominant. At this time, in Naruto's consciousness space, Kyubi, Nine Tails, was laughing wildly. "Kid, I never imagined that I would get such a good opportunity. Today you are dead." Kyubi, Nine Tails, slammed the sealed iron cage, causing the entire space to vibrate slightly. And Naruto stood in front of the iron cage, tightly wrapped in a Yuhi-colored chakra escaping from Kyubi, Nine Tails. It's just that he is trying to gather that part of his own chakra to resist. Naruto never imagined that if he failed to practice sage art, he would actually attract two energies to fight fiercely in his body, and, most importantly, under the impact of these two energies, the seal in his body loosened. Kyubi, Nine Tails, eager to break the seal, finally has a chance. Outside the consciousness space, the Yuhi-colored chakra on Naruto's body became stronger and stronger, and in an instant, 4 chakra tails appeared behind Naruto. Moreover, chakra is still strengthening, and the number of tails is increasing. 5, 6, 7, 8. In a blink of an eye, Naruto had 8 chakra tails behind him. And his body has also been burnt to pieces by this chakra, and it has become Yuhi. In the consciousness space, Naruto's own chakra is getting weaker and weaker, and it is more and more difficult to resist the huge power of Kyubi, Nine Tails. Ha ha ha, the old man can finally come out. The damn seal has locked me up for more than 10 years. After going out, I must take revenge on you humans. QB, Ninetails, yelled. The chakra became more and more violent. The seal on the big iron gate was about to shatter immediately. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, before the big iron prison. The fourth generation of Hokage. QB, Ninetails, suddenly exclaimed. Long time no see, QB, Ninetails, you are still so irritable. The person who appeared was the fourth generation, Naruto's father. I saw that he had a few seals on his hands, and he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the seal. The power was injected, and the surging chakra of QB, Ninetails, was immediately forced back into the seal. The chakra on Naruto receded, and he couldn't help breathing heavily. He raised his head and looked at the figure in front of him. 4 generations of Hokage. Quote. Naruto. The expression on Namikaze Minato's face was a mixture of relief and surprise. It's been the first time since we met. I didn't expect you to be so big in a blink of an eye. Naruto's mood is a bit complicated at the moment, because for a long time, he has a faint feeling that he doesn't want to see him, because he is a transmigrator, replacing Naruto's soul, which makes him a little afraid to face Minato, and also bear it. Can't afford Minato's loving gaze. But at this moment, he had to face him. Naruto, why don't you speak? Hee, can't you see that I'm your father? Minato saw Naruto's silent expression, thought he didn't know he was his father, and smiled helplessly. Look. Sandai didn't tell you everything. Naruto continued to remain silent, sighing inwardly. Minato sighed slightly. Hey, it's my father's irresponsibility to leave you alone, even if you blame me now. It's not surprising that I can see you again this time with the only chakra left. I really very happy. Phew, damn 4 generations of Hokage. Why are you so haunted? QB, Ninetails, yelled after the big iron prison. Some kind of let me out, let's fight again. Minato frowned, glanced at QB, Ninetails, shook his head and said, it's too noisy here, let's change place. After he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and the surroundings immediately turned into a space full of warm tones. Naruto, my time is running out. I appear now because of the loosening of the seal of QB, Ninetails, when I sealed my chakra in your body. When QB, Ninetails, chakra overflowed into when I have 8 tails, I will come out to repair a seal. I have consumed most of my chakra just now, so let's make a long story short. Minato put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and said with a serious look. Next, he told the information and guesses about the masked man, and after asking Naruto to be more careful with him in the future, he breathed a sigh of relief and said reluctantly, Naruto, it doesn't matter if you forgive or not. Dad, I have no regrets if I can see you again. You will have to go on your own in the future. I will help you one last time. The last chakra left will be given as a birthday present. You. After saying that, Minato's figure suddenly turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into Naruto's body in an instant. Naruto's body trembled slightly, and suddenly he felt a large stream of information pouring into his mind. At a glance, he couldn't help but froze. The art of Hiraishin. Time and space enchantment technique. Hiraishin's second paragraph, and the theoretical study of the third paragraph. There are also some follow-up upgrade studies of Rasengan, plus some special seals, the 8 trigrams seal, the 4 elephant seal, and even the ghoul seal. These high-end sealing techniques belonging to the Uzumaki family, as well as the results of his own research on time-space ninjutsu, were all converted into information and passed on to Naruto. After a long time, Naruto absorbed the information. At this time, the 2 turbulent immortal forces in the body had already subsided, and QB, Ninetails, chakra could no longer penetrate into Naruto's body. Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima watched Naruto sitting in the same place. The chakra that belonged to QB, Ninetails, suddenly disappeared, and his body returned to its original state. At this time, Naruto finally woke up. The totem mortal power in his body had disappeared, and the curse mark had shrunk back. There is also an indescribable ease. And, most importantly, Minato's appearance brought him the Hiraishin technique and the advanced time-space ninjutsu he had always dreamed of. Thinking that he didn't even call him dad at that time, a faint sense of guilt emerged spontaneously. Although Minato doesn't know that his soul is no longer his son, everything he does is for the sake of his son. Now, as a traveler, he has accepted all the favors that belong to him. No matter how much he owes him a big favor. Chapter 147, The Exploration of Sage Art. Obtained the art of Hiraishin, soon fell into practice again. Because he could not practice the sage art of Mount Myoboku, he spent most of his energy on the study of the art of Hiraishin for the time being. I have to say that this is a ninjutsu that is extremely pervert. When you practice it to the ultimate, you can be invincible just by that elusive speed. If you use it well, you can defeat the weak. Naruto divided dozens of shadow clones and devoted himself to Hiraishin's practice wholeheartedly. As for sage art, he could only put it aside when he had no solution for a while. In a blink of an eye, more than a month has passed, and Naruto has been going back and forth between Mount Myoboku and the ninja world. With the technique of Hiraishin, he can now go back and forth between Mount Myoboku anytime, anywhere. When Jiraiya saw that Naruto had learned the art of Hiraishin in such a short period of time, he couldn't help but envy, but Minato also taught himself the art of Hiraishin, but he had no talent in this area. Until now, when Jiraiya saw Hiraishin again, she couldn't help but sigh. On this day, when Naruto was practicing the art of Hiraishin at Mount Myoboku, two immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, came to him. Naruto stopped cultivating and came to the two of them, but he heard Fukasaku suddenly say, "Little Naruto, through my understanding, the power of the curse mark in your body now belongs to the lineage of the White Snake Immortal, and our Toad clan. There are some differences in sage art. Since you can no longer practice Toad sage art, then go to Raichi Cave to find the White Snake Immortal and learn their sage art." Quote. Naruto couldn't help but stunned. The White Snake Fairy of Raichi Cave. Well, but you have to pay attention. Don't let them know that you are related to our Mount Myoboku, otherwise they will never let you practice sage art. There were some conflicts between Raichi Cave and our Mount Myoboku many years ago, Shenzuo nodded. At this moment, Jiraiya's expression changed and he shouted, "I'm afraid it's not enough anymore. That guy One Snake has seen Naruto psychic out toads, and he is a member of Raichi Cave." Quote. It's not easy to handle. Immortal Shensaku frowned and said, "Well, I'll ask Immortal Big Toad again to see if he can solve your problem." "Well, then I'll trouble you." Naruto nodded in thanks. It didn't take long for Immortal Fukusuo to return, but the expression on his face was obviously not very optimistic. Seeing this, Naruto has understood. It seems that the Big Toad Fairy has nothing to do. Immortal Fukusaku stepped forward and said, "Little Naruto, I asked Immortal Big Toad just now. Although he didn't give me a solution, he asked me to bring you a sentence." "Huh, what are you talking about?" Naruto couldn't help but cheer up. He said that sage art has the same root and the same origin, and those who practice sage art lie in a heart that understands nature. Sage art is of the same origin, and understands nature. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this time, Immortal Zima suddenly said, "Little Naruto, in fact, there is a legend circulating in our Mount Myoboku that the Immortal Big Toad, as well as Immortal White Snake and Immortal Toad, were all once disciples of Immortal Six Paths. At the beginning, the Six Paths Immortals gave the theoretical system of sage art to several immortals. Through the efforts of Dottoed Immortals and others, their respective sage art systems have not been formed until now. Although this has been handed down for thousands of years, but I think this also makes sense. Maybe, Naruto, you can cultivate your own sage art with this." Quote. Naruto was shocked. Your own sage art? Yes. Sage art is nothing more than absorbing natural energy and using the power of nature to strengthen itself. Why do you have to be obsessed with the teaching of others? Since Mount Myoboku's sage art is not suitable for self-cultivation, then go find another channel that can utilize the power of nature. If only I could find the power I felt in Itachi's Tsukuyomi space. Although the powerful feeling at that time was only for a moment, it was enough to make him feel the power of that power. Definitely better than Mount Myoboku and Raichi Cave's sage art. In the following days, Naruto stayed at Mount Myoboku, while studying the art that the 4 generations left to himself, while tentatively studying sage art. In the dull practice, in a blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. Naruto has preliminarily sorted out the ninjutsu that the 4 generations left to him. The first stage of Hiraishin's art has been completed, and it has been able to teleport with people. The next step is the second stage of cultivation, teleporting yourself to the edge of the coordinates in motion. At the same time, he has also mastered the basic timespace enchantment, using the timespace enchantment to transfer objects, but he is not proficient and needs more practice. As for other aspects of the spell information, he has no time to study it, but it is only a matter of time. Moreover, the continuous practice during this period has also made Naruto's own chakra stronger. Since that time when Kyuubi, Ninetales, broke through the seal, his meridian system has become more tenacious and his physical fitness has also greatly improved. Now Naruto's strength, even without the blessing of the immortal power of the spell seal, he is no longer afraid of Kage-level powerhouses. If the immortal power of the spell seal is added, he believes that even if it is Jiraiya in sage mode, he can also be with him. A fight. In addition to the maneuverability of Hiraishin's technique, Naruto's strength is enough to stand on his own, and basically no one in Konoha can compare with him. On this day, Naruto tried his hard work on sage art to no avail, and finally decided to go out and find other solutions. At present, the only place where Naruto can find a solution is Raichi Cave. Although the possibility of success is not high, he still decided to go try your luck. Saying goodbye to Fukasaku and Shima from Mount Myoboku, he and Jiraiya split up to find Orochimaru's whereabouts. This is unreasonable for Jiraiya. He has always wanted to persuade this friend back. Although he committed unforgivable sins, Jiraiya actually hopes that he can abandon evil and follow good. Naruto proposed to go take the initiative to find Orochimaru. He immediately agreed, and also provided him with a lot of information. Because of the Hiraishin technique, Jiraiya doesn't have to worry about Naruto's safety, and after hiding a Hiraishin kunai on her body, she begins her journey to find Orochimaru. The direction he was going was the land of fields, where the Otogakure village of Orochimaru was located. And Naruto set off by following another clue provided by Jiraiya, and the target is the southern secret place where Karen is located. It is said that there are all Orochimaru detaining the failed experiments due to the research of the spell. Karen, who had a relationship in the Forest of Death. I wonder if she is there now. Chapter 148 Threat to Orochimaru. A few days later, the location of the southern secret house. The dark dungeon, Orochimaru and Kabuto walked through the doors of the prison where the test items were held, and looked blankly at the people who were screaming in the prison. The two kept walking through a long corridor, and when they came to the end, they opened an iron door with several large locks. Chango, Orochimaru-sama has come to see you. Kabuto took the lead and said. In the room, Changwoo's hands and feet were all tied with black iron chains with huge iron balls attached to them. The arrival of the two of Orochimaru made him raise his head. Animal nature, so he turned to Orochimaru and asked him to help, and Orochimaru also studied the curse from him. And this time, Orochimaru came here to further study the spell mark, because Naruto's spell mark state is completely different from that of Shigego and others. Not only does it not change his body shape, but it is also stronger than the general spell mark state. This gave him the idea to explore. Kabuto, Orochimaru, has he found a way to suppress that power in me? Shigego asked indifferently. Kabuto's eyes flashed, and he smiled. We are working hard, and we will always find a way. Now, please cooperate with us in our experiment. Shigeo nodded, stood up and walked out. At this moment, he suddenly asked, I heard that Kimimaro died. Orochimaru paused slightly, nodded, and said plainly, well, he was killed by Uzumaki Naruto. Changwoo was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he felt the violent power surge up in his body, and shouted, go away. Suddenly, With a loud bang, a powerful chakra aura erupted from Chango's body, and the two of Orochimaru were shocked and immediately retreated to the side. With the strength of Kabuto and Orochimaru, there is no need to be afraid of him, but it takes a lot of effort to solve his rampage at the moment, so the two had to back away and wait for his violent force to dissipate. In the underground passage, Shigego spotted Orochimaru and Kabuto and rushed towards them. The two of Orochimaru didn't want to fight, and immediately retreated to the ground outside the secret room. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions kept coming. When Naruto came to the secret place, he happened to see Orochimaru and Kabuto burrowing out of the entrance of the secret place in embarrassment, and then Chango, who was in the state of the three curse marks, rushed out. Facing the two there was a heavy bombardment. However, judging from the strength of Kabuto and Orochimaru, although Shigego burst into a strong momentum, he still couldn't hurt them. It's just that the two of Orochimaru looked a little embarrassed for a while. At this time, Naruto immediately chose to hide his figure. When the power of Chango's curse imprint passed, he didn't want to go out and become the target of the curse imprint for him to fight. Although he was not afraid of him, he didn't want to fall into a rage for no reason. Guy fighting. After a while, Chango's strength was exhausted, he stopped moving, and stood on the spot gasping for breath. The two of Orochimaru were just about to go up, but Naruto suddenly jumped out and appeared behind Shigego. Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto's face was startled, and seeing Naruto's presence here surprised him, and Orochimaru couldn't help but be taken aback. However, compared to Kabuto's shock, Orochimaru seemed much calmer, seeing Naruto actually appearing behind Shigego, as if he wanted to hold Shigego hostage. An interested smile suddenly appeared on his face. Uzumaki Naruto, I can't believe it. You will be here, what do you want to do? After the last Seijutsu incident, Orochimaru paid more attention to Naruto. This guy who had the ability to challenge himself at a young age and let his plan that he thought was foolproof was thwarted by this, he no longer regarded him as a junior, but as an equal opponent. Orochimaru, long time no see. Naruto took the initiative to look for someone this time. Of course he couldn't speak ill of him when he went up. He laughed, I'm here to make an exchange with you, how about that? Swap. Orochimaru's eyes flashed coldly, but he saw Naruto's kunai was already tucked into Shigego's neck. Are you threatening me? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said slowly, his tone full of murderous intent. How dare this kid dare to use Changwu to threaten himself? At this time, when Shigego, who was already exhausted, heard that it was Uzumaki Naruto, the murderer who killed Kimimaro, his whole body suddenly shook, and his dry power showed signs of erupting again. You are Uzumaki Naruto, Shigego yelled, punching him behind him. Naruto smiled slightly, and before he could turn around, he pressed his arm on his shoulder, and at the same time, the power of the curse mark on his body was slightly released, which immediately shocked him to the spot, unable to move. You'd better be honest and don't move, I won't hurt you. Naruto whispered to him. But Kiba gnashing his teeth and shouted, you actually have the ability to kill Kimimaro, I must fight you. Let's talk about revenge later, now you are my captive. Naruto smiled and looked at Orochimaru again, how is it? Orochimaru, do you agree? Orochimaru's expression was indifferent, but he was already very angry in his heart. It was the first time for him to be threatened like this, and it was also threatened by a teenage kid. I didn't expect this kid to be so despicable, to dare to threaten himself as Sannin so much. Naruto felt somber in his heart. In his past life, he often saw Orochimaru's calm demeanor that he was in control of everything, but now he is threatened by himself and can't do anything about it. That flickering expression is really beautiful. Kabuto, who was on the side, saw that Orochimaru was silent, and knew that he was actually in a dilemma. On the one hand, he took care of his own face, and on the other hand, he was an important person, so he stepped forward and said, Naruto, even if you want exchange, then the conditions of the exchange must be stated. Otherwise, this transaction cannot be negotiated at all. Naruto listened, smiled slightly, and said, "Well, actually, this request is not too much, there is no loss for you at all." "Oh, say it," Orochimaru asked with interest. "Take me to Raichi Cave." Naruto took a deep breath and said lightly. "How did you know about the existence of Raichi Cave?" Orochimaru couldn't help but look surprised. Kabuto, who was beside him, had heard of Raichi Cave for the first time and was curious. Raichi Cave had never even been heard of himself. "Think this kid knows so much." "I don't care how I know, you can say whether you agree or not." Naruto continued. He, Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't expect you to know so much, but you have learned so many secrets at such a young age. I'm really becoming more and more curious about you." Orochimaru froze for a while, but smiled instead of anger said, "It seems that you are here for the curse mark in your body. Since that's the case, I'll take you in." Chapter 149 White Snake Immortal. Naruto didn't expect Orochimaru to be so straightforward and promised himself, which is very unreasonable in his opinion. Orochimaru is not so easy to get along with. With his character, he will definitely inadvertently sway him. Thinking of this, Naruto was secretly vigilant. He smiled and said, "Orochimaru, then take me to Raichi Cave, it's not too late." Orochimaru smiled. Wait a minute Naruto-kun, since I have promised you, you should let go of Shigego too, right? Naruto nodded and Yin let go of him. Orochimaru gave Kabuto a wink, and Kabuto understood and left the place immediately with Shigego. Only Naruto and Orochimaru were left standing face to face. "Okay, can we start now?" Naruto said lightly. He was not worried that Orochimaru would go back on his words, since he promised so simply. He must have something in his heart, not to escape, otherwise it would not be Orochimaru. "Although I promised to take you to Raichi Cave, the specific method of entry is still up to you. This is my blood. You can use it to summon 10,000 snakes. Whether you can let him take you to Raichi Cave is up to you." Orochimaru threw out a small bottle containing a blood sample. Naruto reached out and took it, opened the lid, dipped it with his hand, and started hand seal. Hi, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. Psychic art. Naruto quickly hand seal, his palm slammed on the ground, a bang, a puff of white smoke rose, Orochimaru backed away, a huge snake appeared in the field, and Naruto stood on top of his head. Hey, Orochimaru, what's the matter with you calling me out? The last time the injury hasn't healed yet, you are still calling me out. You bastard. Wan Shi immediately called out as soon as she saw Orochimaru in sight. Wan Snake, it's not me who summoned you. It's the little devil on your head. Orochimaru said lightly. Wan Shi was stunned for a moment, only then did he realize Naruto standing above his head, and he couldn't help but burst into flames. Stinky boy, it's you. Why did you summon me? Do you want me to be eaten? Naruto smiled slightly, and a flash of light flashed in his mind after hearing what he said, and suddenly said, yes, if you have the ability, you can eat me. Huh, are you looking for death? Wan Shi didn't care about anything. Naruto didn't have a contract with him, so eating him would have no effect at all. After Naruto said that, Wan Shi thought his head was burnt out, haha. With a smile, he raised his head, threw Naruto into the air, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed Naruto all at once. Boy, you brought this on your own. Wan Shi murmured in satisfaction after swallowing Naruto. And Orochimaru on the side frowned secretly, this idiot Wan Snake, so easy to fall into other people's tricks. Originally, he thought that with Wan Shi's character, Naruto would never be able to convince him. He would fight at most one battle, but he didn't expect that he would be used by Naruto when he met Wan Shi's lack of heart. Orochimaru, I'm back, don't call me out again next time. Satisfied after the snake ate Naruto, he glanced at Orochimaru and disappeared with a bang. HMPH, it's not so easy to get in at Raichi Cave. It won't be so easy to get out then, Naruto Uzumaki, this time you've miscalculated, and you won't be able to fly with your wings. Orochimaru stood in the ground, with a gloomy expression on his face, muttered to himself. Ryachi Cave along with Wand Snake. As the name suggests, Ryachi Cave is located in a huge cave, but the size of this cave is simply unimaginable. After a slap in the stomach made him spit himself out, the scene he saw made him stunned for a while. I saw that I was in a very huge cave. The top of the cave was at least 100 meters above the ground, and there were also many stone Jinchuriki columns surrounding the cave directly running through this cave. The coiled serpent, at the top of these stone Jinchuriki column, is a bright oil lamp, illuminating the cave slightly. I don't know who opened up a cave with such a vast space. Naruto thought to himself. And Wan Shi spit out Naruto and cursed. You bastard, you haven't been digested by me yet. Naruto's body is now dirty with the body fluids of Wand Snake. Facing Wand Snake's scolding, he ignored it. He directly found a small pool nearby and jumped into it. After a little cleaning, he walked out as if nothing had happened. At this time, the surrounding snakes had already discovered the human being who had entered through myriad snakes, and they rushed over, spitting out snake letters curiously at Naruto. Boss Wanshi, why did you bring this guy in? Yeah, he doesn't seem to have signed a contract with our family. Ah, is he an intruder? Let's eat him together. All of a sudden there was a lot of chatter around. Naruto's head is big, but after all, this is the domain of other people. Although the strength of these big snakes is the most powerful, there is still a white snake immortal, and there must be other masters here, so he did not show it. Very high profile, just smiled. Everyone, I came here uninvited. I want to meet the white snake immortal. I hope you can take me there. This guy wants to see the great white snake. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a voice sounded. No, what are you? Can you also see the great white snake? Naruto sighed. The snakes of Ryachi Cave don't look as easy to get along with as the toads of Mount Myoboku. Just when he was thinking about how to convince these guys to take him to see the white snake immortal, a distant and vicissitudes of life sounded. Bring him here. It's the great immortal white snake. The great immortal white snake actually wants to see him. All the snakes felt incredible. But they couldn't go against the words of the great immortal white snake, so they had to let Naruto be brought to meet him by 10,000 snakes. Naruto stood on top of 10,000 snakes' head, and 10,000 snake leapt forward quickly. After crossing a distance of hundreds of kilometers, Naruto finally saw the end of the cave. I saw at the end, a sitting bed larger than the seat of Mount Myoboku, a large white snake with white scales, wearing a double-horned hat and a cigarette pipe in its mouth. On the rock above the head are the 3 characters of Ryachi Cave. And his long body took up a large part of the place just squatting, which shows how long he was when he stretched out. Seeing this, Naruto felt a lot of novelty in his heart, but the basic etiquette did not fall. He stepped forward and said with a smile, Immortal White Snake, I have long admired your name, I came here to see you. Immortal White Snake looked indifferent, glanced at him, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and said calmly with a cigarette in his mouth, You came to learn sage art from our clan. Chapter 150 Make up your mind. Naruto didn't expect that the great immortal white snake already knew his purpose, and he suddenly froze in his heart and said, I'm here for this, I wonder if I'm lucky enough to learn sage art. After Naruto spoke, the great immortal white snake was silent for a while, took a few puffs of cigarettes, but did not speak. At this moment, Wan Shi suddenly stepped forward and shouted, Da Shanran, sage art must not be taught to this kid. He is from Mount Myoboku, he must be trying to steal our sage art. The boy succeeded. What you said is true. Great immortal white snake frowned, looking at Wan Shi said. Yeah, he has already colluded with the stinky toads of Mount Myoboku. We must not be deceived by him. According to me, we should take him down. Wan Snake twisted the huge snake body and stared at a pair of big lantern eyes shouted. Okay, I have my own discretion. Wan Shi, you go down first. The white snake nodded, drinking back Wan Shi, and looking at Naruto, his eyes became a little unkind. Since you are from Mount Myoboku, why did you come to learn the sage art of my white snake? He said lightly. Naruto was told by Wan Snake that he was ready for a battle or retreat. Unexpectedly, the white snake immortal did not immediately do something to himself, and he secretly thought that he had a play. So he said, although I don't know that Uraichi Cave and Mount Myoboku have a relationship. What kind of grievances, but I have no choice. I already have some of your Uraichi Cave sage art power, so my body is very repulsive of other types of immortal power, unable to practice Mount Myoboku sage art. That's why I thought to learn Uraichi Cave's sage art. Oh, so that's what happened. The great white snake's eyes flashed. Let me see your immortal power. Naruto released the immortal power of the curse seal according to the words, and suddenly a huge chakra scattered. Even the white snake immortal could not help but be moved slightly. What a strong chakra power. He looked at Naruto with a slight change in his eyes, and secretly thought about it. He didn't expect this kid to achieve such an achievement at such a young age. After a while, Naruto withdrew his power, and the great white snake frowned and said, your power does have the power of my Uraichi Cave's sage art, but I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate my sage art either. Why? Naruto was startled and hurriedly asked. I have the sage art power of Uraichi Cave on me, how could I not be able to cultivate your sage art? White Snake Immortal suddenly sighed. Indeed, your power comes from our Uraichi Cave, but now these powers have become part of your body. After so many uses, the nature of these powers has become the same as our Uraichi Cave's immortal power. The difference is getting bigger and bigger. It can be said that this power has become a unique immortal power, and most of its properties have been transformed into the same properties as you, so even if it is our white snake sage art, the body will still reject it. Quote. After a pause, Immortal White Snake suddenly looked very interested, looked at Naruto and said, as far as I know, no one has ever been able to blend sage art and himself so closely. Your body seems to be there are so many secrets. Naruto was stunned for a while. He has always had doubts about his ability to use the power of the curse seal for his own use, and that he was so handy. He knew that this must be the reason for his own constitution, but he didn't know why this happened. Now I listen to the white snake. When the great immortal said this, he immediately fell into contemplation. And just when he was stunned, the white snake great immortal said again, sage art is actually the same root, as long as you can grasp its essence, even if you don't have my white snake sage art. Naruto was shocked, and the words of the great white snake made him suddenly realize that sage art was originally from the same origin, and the great toad immortal also said this. Since the power of sage art comes from nature, why do you have to be attached to other people's sage art? Moreover, even the white snake immortal now says that he cannot cultivate his sage art, so he can only comprehend and explore a new sage art theory by himself. Thinking of this, Naruto made up his mind to create a set of sage art by himself. A set of your own sage art. Immortal White Snake, thank you for your guidance, I'm leaving now. Naruto figured out a key point and couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Boy, why do you come to Uraichi Cave when you want, and leave when you want to leave? Before the white snake immortal could speak, one snake, who was standing behind him, jumped up and said angrily. Naruto frowned, secretly saying that the 10,000 snakes' temper was too irritable. The white snake immortal hadn't spoken yet, so this guy started shouting. He said indifferently, then what do you want? As he spoke, a powerful chakra aura emanated from his body, which immediately overwhelmed the aura of one snake. However, he also took into account that this place is someone else's territory, and he is not too serious. He immediately closed his momentum, glanced at the white snake, and said, the white snake, the boy is just here to study and first sage art, there is no malicious intent. Doesn't mean Mount Myoboku, and you don't blame me, do you? The great white snake was still coiled there, smoking a cigarette. Naruto looked at him, but found that he was already asleep, and all his words were said in vain. At this time, Wan Chi on the side also saw that the great immortal fell asleep, and immediately laughed. Boy, the great immortal is hibernating, let's see how we kill you. Naruto couldn't help but be speechless, looking at the white snake big immortal who was still smoking with his eyes closed. This was obviously intentional. He took another look at the group of snakes around him, all looking forward, and he couldn't help shaking his head. In terms of strength, you are not my opponents. I advise you not to waste your energy. Naruto shook his head. Humph. The great immortal white snake doesn't care about you, but it doesn't mean we let you go like this. The guys from Mount Myoboku trespassed on our territory. This is something that can never be forgiven. Wan Shi shouted, and there was a kind of snake around. Classes are also attached. At this time, outside, Orochimaru and Kabuto were both laughing secretly. Knowing what happened, Kabuto laughed and said, Uzumaki Naruto really has no brains. He dares to break into Raichi Cave alone. If no one takes him out there, I think he will stay in it for the rest of his life. He will be eaten by them. Sooner or later. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Does he think sage art is so easy to learn? I also went to pursue it for a long time, but in the end I didn't succeed. He couldn't even practice sage art in Mount Myoboku, let alone Raichi Cave. The sage art is out. Quote. However, they did not know that Naruto was playing with a group of snakes in Raichi Cave at this time. Although there was a large group of snakes, at Naruto's speed, they couldn't touch his body at all, and whenever he stepped on when one snake was on its back, the attack of the other snake arrived, and the two snakes collided immediately, resulting in another internal struggle. Naruto stood upside down at the top of the Raichi Cave, folded his arms and watched a group of snakes beat each other with interest. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the next moment his figure flashed, as if a golden light disappeared in place. It was only then that the great immortal white snake, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, opened his eyes with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Chapter 151 People Jinchuriki, Column Force Alliance. The Art of Hiraishin. Orochimaru alone, and followed the snakes into Raichi Cave, facing the scene of the group of snakes dancing without any change. The technique of Hiraishin, in a sense, left Naruto an undefeated way back. He is now more and more admired that the fourth generation of Hokage can create this technique. In an instant, Naruto had appeared thousands of miles away, and on the way to the secret place, he had already set a space marker in a safe place. At this moment, although he did not come into contact with the sage art of Raichi Cave, he felt that the great immortal white snake should not deceive himself. If he was really hostile to himself, he would never talk to himself so much with his power. He must have turned his face long ago. Of view, although there is some kind of contradiction between Mount Myoboku and Raichi Cave, it seems that the leaders of these two areas are not very hostile, which makes Naruto guess, is that legend true? The Toad Immortal, the White Snake Immortal, and the Toad Immortal were once brothers. Thinking of this, Naruto smiled slightly. This world is far more exciting than the original book. After walking for a while, he began to think about how he should explore his own sage art. After thinking for a while, he found that unless he went to Itachi's Tsukuyomi space to experience it again, it would be really difficult to start. However, dealing with Itachi is not that easy. If you accidentally fall into Akatsuki's hands, you will lose more than you gain. After thinking about it, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Although the ideal was very lofty, this feeling of having nowhere to start made him feel a little anxious. However, he soon calmed himself down and couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. What he has to do now is to consolidate his strength. For now, let's master all the techniques left to him by the 4 generations. After that, Naruto has been cultivating. Whenever he has grown in cultivation, he will do tasks and find a few people to practice his hands. After more than half a year, Naruto is 14 years old, and now he has grown a lot taller and his face looks more mature. At this moment, Naruto has become more adept at cultivating the technique of Hiraishin. He has now entered the second stage of cultivation, and he can reach the level of the 4th generation with just a little running in. Moreover, these days, he has been continuously cultivating Hiraishin, and his understanding of time and space techniques and enchantment techniques has become more transparent, and his progress in time and space ninjutsu has also been unprecedented. Not only Hiraishin has entered the second stage, and can also use the time-space transfer enchantment, with his huge amount of chakra, the enchantment he displays is also exceptionally strong. As for Jiraiya, because of Naruto's Hiraishin technique, he doesn't have to worry at all, and even now Jiraiya can't defeat Naruto. Once Naruto really had no opponent to look for, and finally found Jiraiya, and that won during the battle, Naruto directly forced Jiraiya to open the Sage Mode and summon two great immortals, but under Naruto's Hiraishin technique, he was still unable to defeat him. But Naruto can't help but get Jiraiya, because his Hiraishin technique has not been used to the level of perfection, otherwise even Jiraiya will definitely not be an opponent. That time, Jiraiya did his best, and he already knew most of Naruto's abilities. After that battle, Jiraiya was completely at ease with Naruto's strength. He said that he would never do it again. The new yellow flash in the ninja world, no. A golden miracle will appear. He was still the same person. Naruto was wearing a white cape, with Konoha forehead guards tied on his arms, and a black long sleeve set off his well-proportioned figure. His whole body was restrained, and he had a faint smile on his face. Kind. The strength has steadily entered the Kage level. Naruto, as a transmigrator, is ready to do something. Future conspiracies and disasters must be prepared as soon as possible. And to stop the masked man's Eye of the Moon plan, it is actually very simple, as long as one of them is protected, Jinchuriki column force, so that the masked man cannot collect all the tailed beast chakra. So, he is going to lobby all countries while training, so that all the Jinchuriki column forces can all form an alliance, help each other, grow each other, and prepare for Akatsuki's attack in the future. And the direction Naruto is going now is exactly where the Sand Ninja Village is located in the land of wind and sand filled with sand. Gaara is a Jinchuriki column force of one-tailed people, and he also had contact with himself at the time, so it is suitable to be the first to lobby him. After passing through the vast desert, Naruto finally came to the location of Sand Ninja Village. After the announcement, a Chunin brought him into the village. With Konoha, Sand Ninja Village is indeed very depressed. Although there are not many necessary facilities, it is far from the lively and prosperous Konoha village. Most people hide at home and do not want to go out to bear the wind and sand. Naruto followed Chunin to the guest house. Someone came to make him a cup of tea and asked him to wait for a while. Naruto didn't care either. He took the liberty to visit. It's just a small genin at the moment. It's not bad that Sand Ninja Village can do this, although the biggest reason for this is because they were defeated countries in the Konoha collapse plan, and their strength not to mention, he has signed many contracts with Konoha, and now he naturally dare not neglect Konoha's ninjas. After drinking a few sips of tea, Naruto heard footsteps coming, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The door was opened, and three familiar figures walked in. The one who took the lead was Gaara with short brown hair from Yuhi. Compared to a year ago, he was much more mature now. Although his face still had that indifferent expression, the rage in his eyes had subsided a lot. Beside him, stood his older brothers and sisters, Kankuro and Temari. The two of them haven't changed much. Kankuro is just a lot more burly, while Temari looks more mature, and his body is well developed. Naruto looked at them, and at the same time they were looking at them. Gaara was filled with emotion when he saw Naruto, because he could no longer observe Naruto's chakra fluctuations by his senses, which was enough that Naruto was far more powerful than him. Kankuro saw that Naruto had grown a lot taller, and he was also curious about how this guy's strength had changed. Temari looked at Naruto with a smile on his face. Naruto used to be half a head shorter than him, but now he has to look at him, and his face looks much more mature than before, with a smile on his face. More charming. I can't help but secretly think in my heart, this kid will also be a handsome guy in the future. Chapter 152 Windmill. Naruto, long time no see. Temari called out first. Although it is said that the two villages had fought before, but now they have reconciled, and Temari is also happy to be friends with people like Naruto. Gaara just nodded to him lightly, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Kankuro also greeted him. The meeting between the two parties seemed very friendly, completely different from the arrogance when they met before. Naruto couldn't help but sigh, these people have grown up too. Next, a few people started to chat. In fact, most of them were Temari and Naruto chatting. Gaara didn't like to talk too much, and Kankuro didn't talk much, so it seemed that only Temari was entertaining Naruto in the room. Naruto didn't care, and after a few words, he explained his intention to them. Temari Kankuro turned their attention to Gaara after hearing this. After being stunned, Gaara said, "Naruto, I want to know why you formed the Jinchuriki Column Force alliance of this person." Naruto pondered for a while, then said, "To tell you the truth, in fact, I have discovered an evil organization in the ninja world. Each of them has the strength of a Kage-level powerhouse, and their goal is exactly us. These people Jinchuriki Column Force." Quote. Before Naruto finished speaking, Temari whispered, "Is this true? Isn't Gaara and you very dangerous?" There was a trace of worry in her eyes, and she looked at Naruto and said, "Have you fought them before?" "Already." Naruto nodded. "Well, they are very strong. If it is the Jinchuriki Column Force alone, it is definitely not their opponent. That's why I want to form this alliance. Let us all the Jinchuriki Column Force unite to fight against that organize." The three of them were shocked by Naruto's words. They didn't expect such a powerful organization to exist in this world. Such an organization can't even compete with the power of a village, so let alone the power of Jinchuriki Column. It's just that Naruto's words are too unbelievable, and I'm afraid no one will believe it. The three Temari naturally had doubts in their hearts, but Gaara nodded and believed Naruto's words. "Naruto, I agree with your idea. I'll join." Kankuro said, "No, Gaara, this matter is too important, and the senior members of the village must be informed about Akatsuki." Gaara glanced at him and frowned. Kankuro could not help shrinking his neck, not daring to speak any more. Temari was looking at Naruto, thinking in his heart, is what this guy said true? Maybe this is just a plan by Konoha for the Sand Ninja Village. But immediately, she shook her head, cast aside her doubts, and thought to herself, if Naruto really had unfavorable thoughts on Gaara, he could have killed him directly in Konoha at that time. Why do you want to now? Thinking of this, she already believed Naruto's words in her heart, and she was a little embarrassed for her suspicions just now. With a smile on her face, "Naruto, although I believe in you, but you have no evidence, you can't get the consent of the villagers." Naruto frowned when he heard the words. At that time, the Sand Ninja Village believed that Akatsuki's existence was due to the information of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and the abnormality of other ninja villagers' Jinchuriki Column, so he believed it, but now Akatsuki has not yet acted, and although he is the sixth-generation heir, his reputation is far less than that of Sannin, and his words are not enough to win the trust of others. This can be a bit of a hassle. However, after thinking about it for a while, Naruto showed a relieved smile on his face. "It doesn't matter, this Jinchuriki Column Force alliance was established between our people, Jinchuriki Column Force. I don't think it needs to be recognized by the village. Now I just have this idea. As long as you agree to Gaara, take this. In the future, once you are in danger, enter chakra into it, and I can feel it and come to save you. This is based on me. The sponsor's welfare for you members." With that, Naruto handed him a special Hiraishin kunai, which Gaara took. Several people were curious when they saw this kunai. With their knowledge, they still couldn't recognize the mystery of this kunai. Naruto smiled slightly. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief after solving a matter so easily, and he was even more optimistic about the future prospects. Next, after a few chats, Gaara went to practice, and Kankuro was called out, leaving Temari and Naruto alone in the room. Being bored, Temari proposed to take Naruto around the village to appreciate the local customs of Sandin Village. Although Naruto didn't like the environment of Sand Ninja Village very much in his heart, he had no choice but to agree to Temari's invitation. The two went out and came to the street. Temari kept introducing him to the surrounding environment, shops, and some interesting things. Naruto also felt very fresh. He walked along with her introduction. Suddenly, he saw a shop selling windmills on the street. Several children were walking around a small windmill, and they looked very happy. Tamari noticed Naruto's gaze and couldn't help but smile. This is a windmill. Almost all of our children in Sandin village played with this when they were young. Naruto nodded and smiled. Of course he knew this. He also played in his previous life when he was a child, and they were all windmills made by himself. Thinking of this, a warm smile appeared on his face. Tamari couldn't help staring at it for a while. She only felt that Naruto was so gentle and charming at this time. That smile was like a light that made it difficult for her to look directly. At this time, a gust of wind hit, and the windmill in a child's hand was blown out, and it fell right next to Naruto. Naruto picked it up, but found that the windmill had been scattered, and he restored it again. The windmill turned again. Tamari came back to his senses and couldn't help but sigh. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be a windmill. I can't believe it. I don't know what to think. Tamari's face slightly yuhi, and suddenly said, is this windmill for me? Naruto was stunned, saw the bright smile on Tamari's face, nodded and gave it to her. A flash of joy flashed in Tamari's eyes. At this time, the child who had lost the windmill ran over and asked her for the windmill in his hand, but Tamari directly took out the money and bought one for him, holding Naruto himself. The face of the windmill scent was full of smiles. Jonin Maki, who had been staring at the two in secret, saw this scene. His expression was slightly stunned, and then a knowing arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. But Naruto and the two didn't know that this small episode had become a big deal in the eyes of those with a heart. Chapter 153 Battle Shukaku. After walking around for a while, the two went to have a meal, and then Tamari took Naruto to the guest house. After arranging for him to stay, he said goodbye and left. At night, Naruto was sitting on the bed practicing chakra. The moonlight outside the window came in through the screen, and he suddenly opened his eyes. At the next moment, the ground seemed to vibrate, and then, a sharp roar suddenly sounded. It broke the silence of the night. Naruto stood up at once, went to the window and looked out through the moonlight, his brows furrowed. What's going on? Why did Gaara suddenly go berserk? Naruto looked around, and saw the huge Shukaku appearing in the residential area not far away. He was roaring frantically, his arms constantly slapped the surrounding buildings. The sirens sounded one after another, and at the same time, sand ninjas and Anbu also dispatched one after another. Maki first stood on the Cage building and directed the actions of the ninjas. The evacuated ninjas are also carrying out the evacuation work in an orderly manner. Naruto's side was still some distance away from Shukaku, so he wasn't affected, but from a distance he saw Tamari leap towards him. Naruto opened the window, jumped out, met her, and asked, "What's wrong? How could Gaara go berserk?" Tamari didn't have time to answer his words, and immediately said, "Naruto, you should go to other places to hide first, and leave Gaara's affairs to our village." When Naruto heard the words, he looked at the group of ninjas who were fighting hard over there. It was obvious that there was nothing he could do with Shukaku, so he frowned and said, "No, I'd better go and have a look." Tamari looked embarrassed, and finally bit Kiba and said, "Okay, you stopped Gaara once, but this time you can." She was a little worried, because after all, this is the internal affairs of the village. Naruto belongs to Konoha village. In Konoha village, it is difficult to participate without the permission of the upper management, but I believe that as long as you have your own guarantee, there should be no problem. The next moment, the two rushed to Shukaku immediately. At this time, the battle scene was very intense. The ninjas of Sand Ninja Village kept trying to control Shukaku's movements with various chains, but they were all broken by Shukaku, and those mixed up exploded. After Fuzukuni flew past, even if it exploded, it still couldn't cause substantial damage to Shukaku. And Shukaku was also annoyed by the crowd's attack at this time. He spotted a group of ninjas and opened his mouth to extract a huge wind bomb. It is futon wind style to practice empty bombs. Boom! The air was violently compressed, and the huge wind pressure brought a gust of sand, and the ninjas did not dare to face the attack of Shukaku, and they all avoided it. But the huge wind bomb still smashed into a building, smashing a large building into pieces. Next, Shukaku launched the futon wind-style attack again, and the surroundings were destroyed for a while, and Maki and Jonan were suddenly helpless. Tamari couldn't stand it any longer, and rushed out first, holding a big fan in his hand and slamming it towards Shukaku, and suddenly a gust of wind swept away and surrounded Shukaku. It is futon wind-style Scythe Itachi. However, this move obviously had little effect on Shukaku. Although Shukaku was blocked and could no longer attack, he quickly resisted Tamari's ninjutsu, opened his mouth wide, and faced the place where Tamari was. The training bullet that was compressed to the ultimate was blasted out. Tamari couldn't dodge for a while, and she couldn't help showing a panicked look on her face. At this time, Naruto, who was beside her, took a step forward, stretched her hand forward, slightly opened her palm, and suddenly a circle with a diameter of more than 2 meters was formed. A spiral wall formed, blocking Tamari and himself. Boom! The huge force of the empty bomb suddenly slammed on Naruto's spiral protective wall. Naruto's body shook, and a huge impact force came from his hand, but his body remained motionless, and the powerful chakra maintained the spiral protective wall. The empty bombs are raging wildly, and a huge dirt pit has been blasted out of the place. But the two people behind the spiral wall were safe and sound, and when the power of the empty bombs dissipated, the figures of the two were revealed. All the ninjas around were secretly shocked. This blonde boy actually blocked Shukaku's attack. Incredible. Tamari was saved by him once, and a grateful look appeared on his face. But at this time Shukaku saw clearly that it was Naruto, and suddenly shouted, "So it's you, stinky bastard. I must kill you." After speaking, Shukaku shouted, raised his head and suddenly gathered a powerful chakra energy in his mouth. Naruto frowned slightly. This is a tailed beast bullet. I didn't expect Shukaku to use tailed beast bullets to deal with him. It seems that he was very upset by his violent beating last time. When all the ninjas around saw this, they were all shocked. Maki secretly said that it was bad, and hurriedly ordered all the ninjas to retreat and prepare to defend against ninjutsu. However, just when Shukaku was in the middle of condensing chakra, Naruto suddenly hand seal, spirituality overwhelming street vendor. The next moment, a large toad suddenly appeared over Shukaku, and fell towards Shukaku's head with a mighty force. Boom! A loud bang, Shukaku was seated under the toad on the spot, and the half-condensed chakra ball in his mouth fell out, and it exploded with a bang, blasting a big hole directly beside him, with firelight, smoke and dust everywhere. Diffuse. Naruto's figure flashed, and immediately jumped over the head of the big toad. He laughed and said, "Wenta, is the butt blooming? You stinky brat, do you know that this is very dangerous? If it wasn't for me sitting just right, my butt would have been blasted by his tail beast bomb." Wentai shouted angrily. "Hee, I'm sorry." Naruto hurriedly apologized. Toad Wenta snorted twice and left Shukaku. At this time, Shukaku was already roaring loudly and angrily. When he saw Empress Wen, he immediately saw Yuhi as his enemy. "It's you two bastards again." Shukaku roared and waved his arm violently, and suddenly a violent wind and sand rose up, as if a tornado swept forward. Wentai hurriedly spewed a water cannon, blocking part of the wind and sand, and jumped back vigorously to avoid most of the wind and waves, and then drew his knife and looked at Shukaku. However, at this time, Shukaku had already taken this opportunity to condense a tailed beast bullet again. This tailed beast bullet was even bigger than the previous one, about the size of his head. Such a large tailed beast bomb, which contains chakra, is known to be very terrifying. For a time, everyone in Sand Ninja Village became nervous. And Maki and other senior executives also felt that the development of things could not be controlled. However, in the face of this tailed beast bullet, Naruto said to himself a little excitedly, "Good job. Just in time to try the time-space enchantment technique I just learned." Chapter 154 Marky's Conspiracy. Time and Space Enchantment. I saw Naruto quickly hand seal with both hands, and in one breath, the seal was completed. The next moment, the tailed beast bomb with huge power slammed towards Naruto and the two of them, carrying the power to destroy everything along the way, and everything they passed became a smooth road. At this time, Naruto's space barrier has also been opened. Invisibly, when the black chakra sphere came to a dozen meters in front of Naruto and Temari, it seemed to hit an invisible wall. At that moment, the black energy ball suddenly disappeared from the invisible wall, as if it was embedded in an invisible net. After a few seconds, the heavy pressure in the air suddenly disappeared, and everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, a loud noise suddenly came from somewhere outside the Sharon village, and then the whole ground couldn't help shaking, and everyone looked around. Looking at it, I saw a huge fire in the desert outside Shanon village, covering the sky and the sun. What kind of technique is this? The crisis was resolved in the blink of an eye, and this magical scene made some shallow ninjas stunned. Can you tell me what ninjutsu he used? Why did Shukaku's attack disappear? How do I know? Ask him if you have the ability. Let's forget it. When the ninja saw the graceful figure standing on the back of the toad, he immediately felt unattainable and said subconsciously. And Maki, who saw this scene not far away, was deeply shocked, and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that the most profound time and space ninjutsu was also mastered by him. How old is he? Such an achievement. I really read it right. And Temari stood not far away, looking at Naruto fighting against Shukaku alone. His eyes were full of brilliance, and he almost shouted. But despite this, she was still excited to communicate with Yuhi, and could not wait to rush up to fight alongside him immediately. After Naruto used the time-space enchantment technique to transfer the tailed beast bomb, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This technique was quite successful in actual combat for the first time. When Shukaku saw that the chakra that he had finally condensed was gone, he immediately jumped up in anger. Asshole! He jumped up at once, and rushed towards where Naruto was. When Tai had the opportunity to use it at this time, and a short knife slashed towards him fiercely. Shukaku waved his arms and lashed out at Bunta with sand while resisting. For a time, the toad and the tanuki were fighting so hard that the scene was extremely chaotic, and the surrounding ninjas could not intervene. At the same time, Naruto also established an extremely powerful impression in their hearts. Finally, just when Toad Wentai was getting tired, Naruto suddenly jumped up high, and at the same time, the magic seal immortal power on his body was activated, and the faint golden light appeared particularly dazzling in the night sky. The next moment, his palm turned to the sky, and a huge chakra ball suddenly condensed in his palm. It is 10 meters in diameter. The blue chakra was brighter than the moon in the sky, and Naruto held the huge Rasengan in one hand, looking down at Shukaku's wide eyes. Taste the power of this. Naruto snorted, his body slammed down, and a huge pop seemed to pass through the air. In the next instant, the blue chakra ball slammed into the huge Shukaku's body. Boom boom boom. A dazzling light emanated from Rasengan. Shukaku screamed, and his whole body suddenly rose from the ground, and was then smashed out by Rasengan's spiral energy. His huge body was spinning rapidly in midair, and the next moment he slammed into the city wall outside the village. With a bang, the entire earth wall cracked open, and huge dust and stone chips flew into the sky. The crowd fell into a long silence. The shock it brought to them tonight was too great. They had never seen someone who could fight a tailed beast in such a way. Naruto's figure with a faint golden light in midair is destined to be remembered. If it weren't for Naruto's not being a ninja from the village, they would have even cheered and hugged him. A bang, Toad Bunta returned to Mount Myoboku, and Naruto jumped in front of Temari. Temari just woke up from a dream, and looked at Naruto in confusion. It's resolved, Shukaku has been beaten back into him by me. Go and see Gaara. Naruto smiled at her. Temari's face was inexplicable Yuhi, and the originally calm heart suddenly thumped. It wasn't until Naruto reminded her again that she snorted and ran out in the direction of Gaara. Maki swung the surrounding Anbu away and let the other ninjas handle the aftermath of the scene. He came to Naruto to look at him, stretched out his hand and said, "Thank you so much this time, as expected of Konoha's 6th generation Hokage heir. The strength is really strong." Naruto stretched out his hand to shake him, nodded, accepted his thanks calmly, and suddenly asked, "Gaara ran away so easily, what's going on?" Maki's eyes flashed when he heard the words, and he laughed and said, "It's not that Gaara's runaway happened before, but there were 4 generations of Kazekage at that time, and this is the first time after the death of the 4 generations of Kazekage. I don't know the specific reason, but we will investigate it well and never let this kind of thing happen again." Really? Naruto was keenly aware that there seemed to be something strange about this matter, because when he saw the rescue at the scene, he could not see any casualties of ordinary people, and the ninjas were only injured at most. In the face of the sudden outbreak of the tailed beast, how could there be no casualties? "Hee, Naruto, you've worked hard too. I'll send someone to take a rest. This time you have brought so much help to our sand ninja village. We will give you a big gift." Maki, after laughing and talking, he said that he had something to do and left here. At this time, a ninja came over and motioned Naruto to follow him. Naruto nodded, seeing the expression on the other's face full of awe and admiration. Enjoy this look of admiration and awe. After Naruto left, Maki came to a conference room, where the elders of the Sand Ninja village had gathered. "How is it? Did you see it?" Maki said as he entered. "Well, this child is indeed very strong. And his time-space ninjutsu, it is also very similar to Konoha's 4th generation Hokage back then." An elder nodded. "Okay, in that case, that proposal is all right for everyone, right?" Maki said with a smile after listening. "No problem, although it is said that doing so will have some impact on the reputation of Sand Ninja Village, but for the future development, this is also a more stable method than a paper treaty." Another elder nodded and said, "Then it's decided. Tomorrow I will send a letter to Konoha's 5th generation Hokage. Ask Konoha to agree." Maki nodded and laughed, secretly thinking, Tamari, as a teacher, I don't have any gifts for you. This is a nice gift. Chapter 155 Four Beasts. The next day, Naruto left the Sand Ninja village, and Gaara had already replied, thanking Naruto for stopping his rampage. Leaving, Tamari kept holding him back, but Naruto left. Looking at Naruto's back disappearing at the end of the desert, Tamari was slightly lost. After returning to the village, Maki suddenly said that he wanted to talk to her. Tamari did not understand why, so he followed. A few days later, the Hokage office in Konoha village. Tsunade frowned as he looked at the mission document in his hand. After Naruto left Sand Ninja village, he planned to go to Kumogakure village to persuade Erway and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. In his impression, Yao is a very reasonable person. Although he is very awkward at times, he believes that as long as he has a good talk with him, there will be absolutely no problem. With this in mind, Naruto set foot on the road to Kumogakure village, the land of thunder. On this day, he happened to pass by a small river beach, and something of concern suddenly appeared in his sight. Ice. White ice crystals. I saw a large area of ice crystals and debris around the river beach. Moreover, what makes Naruto more concerned is that there was obviously a battle here. This discovery suddenly reminded him of someone. Haku. Only with Hyoten ice-style Kekkei Genkei can she make so many ice crystals. He still clearly remembered how Bai left alone during the mission of the Land of Waves. Unexpectedly, today I actually let myself find her news again. Naruto was a little excited. I can't say why. Dialogue, a girl who has experienced ups and downs but has a very gentle personality, has a great impression on him. But seeing the messy scene around, Naruto frowned deeply. I am afraid that Bai has encountered a battle, and from the traces on the scene, a group of people besieged her. Obviously her situation is very dangerous. After a careful survey of the scene, Naruto found that the battle seemed to have just happened. That being said, she must not have gone far. I don't know if she fled with an injury or was taken away. Naruto was slightly anxious. However, Naruto's current perception is not strong, and it is still difficult to perceive the existence of Shiro. Therefore, he can only use the oldest method to separate hundreds of shadow clones on the scene and spread them out. Search in all directions with the fastest speed. This method is much slower than direct perception, but the search ability is definitely not bad. Naruto's body sat on the spot with his eyes closed and motionless. Suddenly, a message came from one of his clones. In the picture, I saw a few masked Anbu ninjas sitting in a forest resting with a girl in white in their hands. The next moment, his figure disappeared in place. In an instant, Naruto appeared at the place where Shadow Clone was, and there was a Hiraishin kunai stuck on the ground. All the Shadow Clones, Naruto turned his attention to the group of people in front of him. At this moment, due to his hidden position, he did not let those people find him. 3, 4, 5. There are 8 ninjas in total. Each has the strength of Jonin. Naruto observed it carefully for a while, and after determining the number and strength of the opponent, he turned his attention to Shiro, who was bound to death by their whole body. At this moment, Bai's pretty face was full of exhaustion. After more than a year, his well-developed body was tightly bound by ropes, and his hands were tied behind his back, but his whole person was more exquisite. Especially the pair of raised double peaks on the chest are more obvious. At this time, the masked Anbu were sitting around and resting, and suddenly some of them set their eyes on Bai, and one of the tall Anbu said, "Brothers, this girl looks like a not bad, in good shape, do we want to play first?" As soon as the man spoke, the other Anbu moved, but one of the female Anbu snorted, "Rogue. You can do such a thing. Are you still a ninja from Kurigakure village? Haha, anyway, bringing this girl back is a dead end. It doesn't matter if we big men have fun. It's a waste if we don't play." The man smiled. Other male Anbu, 3 nodded, while the other 3 stayed silent, ignoring his words. The tall Anbu looked at everyone's reactions, stood up and walked towards Bai. He said with a smile, "Those who don't want to play can avoid it for a while, I want to play first." "Who do you want? Play, it'll be your turn when I'm done." It looked like this man was the leader of them. The female Anbu scolded, "You beast, have you done this task?" But she didn't want that. Tall Anbu suddenly turned her head and glared at her, exuding a powerful aura. "Shut up. It's my business, and I'll be polite to you if you keep talking about it." The female Anbu was forced by the opponent's force, bit Kiba and finally turned and left. 3 other Anbu followed her away. Were only 3 Anbu and the leader left at the scene. After looking at each other, they all let out a hee-hee, laughing. Bai Zhao heard the conversations of several people, and wanted to call for help, but was immediately fed a pill by the leader. She stared at him with wide eyes and said anxiously, "What did you eat for me?" The leader laughed. "Of course it's a good thing. A good thing that will make you unable to help yourself later." When Bai heard it, his face suddenly turned pale, his body trembled, and tears were dripping in his heart. "Am I, Haku, going to be planted here today? If you don't kill the adults, it seems that I will come down to accompany you." "Leader, you go first, we'll take care of you." Although the other 3 Anbu were itching for it, in order to please the leader, they could only let him enjoy it first. But the leader smiled and said, "It's okay, such a beautiful girl, it's fun for the 4 of us to play. Besides, I gave her special medicine just now, I'm afraid I can't deal with her alone." Other 3 Anbu heard this, they immediately became lewd, laughed, and no longer cared about anything. They walked towards Bai together. At this moment, Bai, who had already been exhausted from fighting, was given this aphrodisiac again. At this moment, her body was weak and unable to move at all, and she felt a strong flame emerging from her body. It was as uncomfortable as if she was going to burn her whole body. Her face couldn't help but wet Yuhi, and her breathing became even more rapid. The 4 of them saw that Bai's originally pure and pretty face turned into a radiant Yuhi, and the incomparably beautiful appearance made them stunned for a while. P.S. The protagonist of the next chapter is going to be broken. The protagonist has more than 300,000 words to break. I'm really embarrassed, I want a reward, haha. Chapter 156 Ahead. At this moment, the 4 people who were caught in the sea of lust did not notice at all, and the figure of Naruto appeared quietly behind them, holding a handful of Hiraishin kunai in their hands. Swish. When the sound of the sharp blade breaking through the air reached the ears of the 4 of them, they could feel the danger. The leader first came back to his senses, his face changed, his body immediately turned, and at the same time he took out his short knife and attacked the danger. Slashed where it came from. The other 3 reacted half a beat slower, and they only reacted when the leader turned around. What's wrong? The 3 of them turned around, but there seemed to be a flash of golden light in front of them. The next moment, the 3 of them suddenly felt a chill on their necks, and the pair of icy blue eyes in their sight gradually became clear, and then became blurred again. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 voices of the end of the human body sounded, and Naruto retracted his kunai, standing in front of the leader, looking at him with a stunned expression, holding the short knife but couldn't touch Naruto's body at all. You, who are you? The leader looked left and right, and found that all 3 of his subordinates had fallen to the ground, and blood spurted out from a deep scratch on his neck. He suppressed the fear in his heart and asked, "Why do you want to kill my people?" Naruto sneered, "Because you guys are damned bastards. Do you know who we are? We are the ninjas of the Kurigakure assassination unit." The leader didn't seem to understand the situation yet, and he shouted at him sternly. Naruto heard this. He laughed out loud. "Very good. As a Kurigakure assassination unit, you dare to do such a thing? That's even more damning." The leader was tall, but when faced with Naruto's angry look at the moment, the palm of his hand holding the short knife could not help but tremble slightly, because the strength Naruto showed just now was too strange, and his 3 subordinates unexpectedly unknowingly got killed. This kind of situation made him not dare to be careless at all, and at this time, even though Bai who was behind him was fed aphrodisiac and began to moan, he still did not dare to be careless. Naruto looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. He glanced at the whites of his eyes and saw that her whole body was twisting involuntarily, and he kept shouting, "I'm so uncomfortable. It's so hot." Naruto was slightly anxious. His figure suddenly flashed, and a flash appeared behind the leader, and a blue Rasengan in his hand slammed towards him. The leader had some skills, and his reflexes were not bad. Naruto's frontal attack was better than not hitting him. Rasengan slammed directly on the ground under his feet, and with a loud bang, the ground suddenly burst into a big hole. Amidst the dust, the leader's body rolled a few somersaults on the ground, and then he stood up embarrassedly, looking at Naruto with a face full of horror. At this time, the other Anbu who had left finally noticed the change here and rushed towards this side. "Stop! Who are you?" The 4 of them suddenly saw the 3 companions who were in the end, and they were shocked. Although these people's actions against Bai were too scumbag, they couldn't let others kill them easily. But Naruto ignored the shouts of those people, smiled coldly, and suddenly threw 3 Hiraishin kunai, and shot straight towards the leader in the shape of a pin. The 4 of them were shocked. They didn't expect this blonde boy to be so arrogant. Immediately, they showed their ninjutsu and blasted towards him. Naruto didn't pay any attention, turned around quickly and picked up Shiro's body, and then at the next moment, when the 4 Anbu's attacks came, his figure suddenly disappeared. The art of Hiraishin. In an instant, he appeared in the 3 kunai who had just arrived in front of the Anbu leader. Big Ball Rasengan. At this time, the leader wanted to wave his knife to block these hidden weapons, but he did not expect that there was a golden light and shadow in the eye, followed by that blue chakra light. In danger, he jumped back in a hurry. However, before he jumped halfway, Naruto's Big Ball Rasengan suddenly expanded to a diameter of 1 meter. Boom! The next instant, Rasengan slammed onto the leader's body. His whole body was covered by the spiral energy, and his body was twisted into a ball for a moment. Spit. Naruto didn't even look at him. The next moment, he made a slight movement of condensing chakra with one hand, and his figure disappeared directly from the sight of the 4 Anbu. At this time, the 4 people were able to come back to their senses, and then went to see the leader in the pit, but once they found that his body had been twisted to such an extent that he couldn't die any longer. Who the hell is this person? Why is there such a mysterious speed? The female Anbu couldn't help but murmured. The situation is very strange, we must report to Lord Mizukage immediately. Another Anbu mused. Then what did they do? These guys, just find a place to bury them. Go back and talk about it. At this time, Naruto appeared in an uninhabited corner of the forest holding a Hiraishin technique. After killing a few Anbu, the anger in his heart also dissipated. At this time, facing the drugged Shiro, his face turned pale. Cannot help but hesitate. My body is only 14 years old now. It's not fully developed yet, but in Bai's situation, you have to find a man. After thinking about it, he finally bit Kiba, walked to the grass under a big tree, and put her body down gently. At this time, Bai had already seen the powerful face in front of him, and he couldn't help but groaned and asked, Naruto, Naruto. Are you, Naruto? Naruto nodded and touched her forehead, but found that it was extremely hot. His heart skipped a beat, and he finally decided to give it a try. This is his first time. This is the first time that the past and present lives are added together. Even in the face of Akatsuki's enemies, he had never looked so cautious and nervous. He untied the rope on Bai's body at once. After Bai's body was freed from the bondage, he suddenly threw Naruto to the ground. Before the rope on his body fell to the ground, her fiery body was already wrapped around like a snake. Come up. Bai, Naruto called out. Bai's originally pure big eyes were full of admiration at the moment. Naruto's voice made her movements even more crazy. Regardless of any concerns, her hands took the initiative, circling around Naruto's neck. His body unconsciously rubbed violently on his body. Feeling the hot and soft feeling of the opposite sex's body, Naruto also raised a desire and hope. Chapter 157 finally broke. Although Bai was only 16 or 17 years old, her body had already developed just right. While rubbing Naruto's body with her jerky and frenetic movements, she kept tearing at her clothes with both hands. Naruto looked at her with a very uncomfortable look, and depending on the situation, he might tear up all his clothes, so he reached out and helped her take off her clothes one by one. This aphrodisiac is really powerful, and Bai was consciously speaking just now. At this moment, such a pure and lovely girl has become extremely wild, groaning unconsciously in her mouth, rubbing her hands around, and her graceful body is also violently twisted. Right. When Naruto stripped all the clothes off her body, the beauty in front of him immediately caused him to be in a daze. The suet and white jade-like skin exuded a Kiba-like light, and there was a little perspiration on it. And the pink halo, trembling with the twist. Naruto's desire that had been immersed in his heart for many years finally burst out after seeing this scene. He could no longer care about anything. He took off his clothes and hugged her directly in his arms. The beauty was in her arms, and Naruto tightly clung to Bai's delicate body, squeezing the pair of strong, sturdy white rabbits in front of Bai's chest so much that they couldn't get through. And Shiro's hands finally caressed and danced freely on Naruto's back. Those weak and boneless hands gave Naruto a strange feeling of comfort. Naruto could feel that the temperature of Bai's body was constantly rising at this moment, and the burning feeling almost burned her whole body, and what made him collapse was that Bai's body was already muddy, dripping with crystal jade beads. It was already flooded, and at this moment, she was sitting on her thigh, and she actually wet a large amount of her thigh. However, Bai, who had never had such an experience, couldn't find any outlet at all. She twisted her body helplessly, moaning and demanding, and looking at Naruto, there was a hint of a gleam in her eyes. Sheer unparalleled desire. Naruto's body has long been as hard as iron at this moment, and it has begun to take shape, but Bai doesn't know what to do with himself. His upturned buttocks are constantly rubbing against Naruto's hardness, but no matter what. The insertion point could not be found. Naruto was also a rookie, but the arrow was on the string, so he had to send it. He suppressed the wild beating of his heart, and reached out to quietly support Bai's buttocks. Then, he slowly moved his hard things to her Taoyuan Valley. However, Bai's body kept twisting, which made it difficult for him, a rookie, to find the entrance. Subconsciously, he pushed forward, and the two of them simultaneously with a groan, Naruto couldn't help sweating profusely. Unexpectedly, I found the wrong position and stabbed her chrysanthemum. Fortunately, no stab in. Naruto couldn't help but hate himself. What a shame for the transmigrators. The next moment, he had to free one hand and slowly touch the place where the white stream Izumi was surging. When he started, he felt smooth and warm. He couldn't help but caressed it carefully. He found a small bump. Of course he knew what it was, so he felt another narrow gap. Naruto was overjoyed, and quickly supported his hard object, facing the gap, slowly, a little bit, and pushed it in. First entry, warm and slippery. Entering a half, block, and exert a little force. With a puff, the whole root is in. Bai's delicate body suddenly stopped twisting. Her entire upper body slammed back. Her cherry lips immediately turned into an O shape, and her hair kept flying in her mind. At the same time, Naruto suddenly felt that the tight and slippery land that was wrapping him suddenly contracted violently and wriggled, and a suction force from it seemed to eat his hard things, which made him feel a pleasure like never before. Blood, mixed with a little bit of white jade dew, it slowly overflowed from the intersection of the two and kept flowing onto the grass. Bai didn't seem to feel pain, and when her body was stunned, she immediately moved frantically. She found a vent, and she kept releasing the excitement and emotion in her body. For a time, Naruto was actually pressed to the ground. She spread her slender and white legs, and sat deeply on Naruto's hard body, her body crazily swaying up and down, swaying, and trembling. In her small mouth, the uncontrollable body fluid has quietly flowed down from the corner of the mouth to Naruto's chest, and her chest is firm, and it is also swinging wildly, spinning. Above Yufeng the two dots of Yan Yuhi, drawn a perfect circle arc in the air. Sweaty. Panting pee. The sound of water flooding. Passion burning. Naruto was driven by her enthusiasm, and involuntarily reached out and clasped the pair of firm, wanton kneading. Bai felt the pleasure in his chest, and even tried his best to straighten his chest to let his flawless double, Feng accepts Naruto's love and support. Bai's body is more tireless, and the ups and downs on Naruto are faster and more intense. Every collision will bring a burst of water and a crisp, pop, sound. Clap clap. I don't know how many times I hit it, and finally, Naruto couldn't hold back the first time pleasure, and all of his life essence was sprayed out at once. And Shiro, as if he wasn't satisfied, his body was still moving and craving. Naruto took a deep breath when he saw this. What the hell did Anbu eat for her? Doing so will kill people. However, Naruto's physical fitness is really strong, and after a while, under the stimulation of Shiro, it becomes hard again, even more than before. And this time, Naruto couldn't stand this passive appearance any longer. He sat up, wrapped his arms around Shiro's body, and then pressed her to the ground ruthlessly, and the bottom shook violently and quickly. Chi. In order to allow Bai to quickly dissipate this medicinal power, Naruto didn't care about anything, and continued to speed up his expedition. Sure enough, in a short time, Bai had reached the high point of bliss, opened his mouth, and let out a sound of ecstasy in his throat, the groaning into the bones, followed by holding Naruto with both hands tightly, and his legs tightly gripping Naruto's waist. The valley shrank for a while, twitching. Oh! Bai finally released her second passion, but then, under such a violent medicinal power, she had a third craving. Naruto has fallen into a state of ecstasy now. How can she manage whether she can bear it or not? His body is attacking her fiercely, only to feel that after seeing the expression on her face that is extremely enjoyable, all his efforts have turned into nothing. A sense of satisfaction and pleasure. Finally, Naruto's second time. Spit out. Chapter 158 Pier. A long time. The two of them collected clouds and rained away. Even with Naruto's physique, he couldn't help but feel a little tired, and Shiro had already passed out in extreme happiness. But fortunately, all her medicinal powers were released, and Naruto finally understood why that Anbu wanted 4 people together. This medicine is too powerful. If it weren't for his toughness and strength, I'm afraid it would be difficult to cope with it, right? Naked, Naruto hugged Bai's delicate body tightly. He gently covered her with his clothes, and lay on the spot waiting for her to wake up. The wind came slowly, bringing a trace of coolness. Naruto lay on the green grass and hugged Bai. The desire and hope in his heart slowly dissipated. He glanced at the pretty face curled up in his arms and couldn't help laughing. It was such a wonderful enjoyment that he got Bai's body by himself, and he felt that his trip was worthwhile. However, after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help sighing slightly. Hinata, Sayu and others in Konoha flashed in his mind, thinking to himself, if they knew that they were already like this with Shiro, how would they react? Shaking his head, Naruto dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, exhaled slightly, stopped thinking about these things, and silently waited for Bai to wake up. In the evening, Bai Kai faintly woke up, and the first moment she opened her eyes, she saw Naruto's gentle face, but the next moment, she couldn't help but whispered and buried her head in Naruto. In his arms, he would never look up again. Because, she felt that her whole body was bare, and there was a faint numbness from below. Bai, Naruto called out and said, I didn't expect to see you under such circumstances, hee. Hearing Naruto's words, Shiro just nodded slightly, but buried his head even lower. And there was a burning sensation on her pretty face. Seeing her so shy, Naruto couldn't help recalling her crazy attitude just now. He couldn't help shaking his head, gently pushed her body away, and said softly, okay, Shiro, I'll take care of this matter. You will follow me from now on. Bai's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, but he turned his head away and didn't dare to look at him. His heart was extremely complicated. Did his own affairs cause trouble to Naruto? In order to save herself, he had such a relationship with herself, but he was only 14 years old, 2 years younger than him, yet he had to accept such a violent demand from her, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in her heart. There was no anger in his heart that he was broken, but instead he cared about Naruto's feelings. Bai is too considerate, too gentle, and too considerate of others. Naruto didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing the way she pinned her head, she thought she didn't want to. She couldn't help but feel a huge sense of loss. But immediately, he had a paranoid thought in his heart. No, how can a woman who has already had a relationship with him let her go? The next moment, he suddenly reached out to hold Bai's pretty face. His blue eyes looked straight into her eyes, and said word by word, Bai, whether you want it or not, I will never let you leave me in this life. Bai was stunned for a while. She didn't expect Naruto to say such a thing. He was so domineering as before, but this domineering was deeply imprinted in her heart and could never be erased. Naruto. Bai was so moved that he could not help but let out a soft cry. Would you like to? Naruto asked again. Bai dared not stare into his eyes. Yuhi shyly nodded, and nodded quietly. Really? That's great. Naruto saw her nod, and immediately became happy, but then he said again, Bai, although we didn't have any emotional foundation before, but we will gradually cultivate it in the future. I already like you a little bit now. Hearing his direct words, Bai couldn't help but show a smile on his face. Naruto is also straightforward and cute sometimes. Moreover, how does he know that he has no emotional foundation? Bai secretly recalled how he enlightened her more than a year ago. At that time, Naruto's shadow was already imprinted in her heart. After persuading Bai, Naruto is in a good mood, and he has a wife for no reason, which is definitely a good thing. Naruto helped Bai to a small stream. After the two went in and cleaned the traces of madness, they put on their clothes and went to a nearby town together. Bai's sequelae finally came at the moment. She frowned and couldn't move. Naruto smiled, and without waiting for her consent, he carried him on his back. After Bai was stunned for a moment, he leaned on his back and smiled sweetly. The pain under his body became lighter and lighter at this moment, and his heart quietly flew up to the clouds. Naruto, so gentle. She thought happily. At the same time, she finally made clear her future. Following him and traveling all over the world is what she is all about. Soon, Naruto came to a town intersection, and Naruto put her down and helped her into the street. Bai felt a little lost in her heart. She really hoped that Naruto could carry her for the rest of her life. But she also knew that this unrealistic idea was too selfish. She shook her head, hugged his arm tightly, and followed him into the town. Naruto first took her to a restaurant, ordered a table of good dishes, and had a good meal with her. In a good mood, he had a big appetite, but Bai kept serving him dishes, his face full of gentle smiles. "You eat too, Shiro." Naruto saw that she didn't eat it, so he brought her a lot of vegetables. The smile on Bai's face became more gentle and charming. There was a warm atmosphere at the dinner table. But at this moment, Naruto suddenly noticed that there were two people quietly staring at him in the corner of the restaurant, and he couldn't help but raise his vigilance. "What's wrong?" Bai was keenly aware of the change in Naruto's eyes and asked with concern. Naruto smiled at her and couldn't help joking. "There are two guys with short eyes that seem to be staring at us. Is it because they see you are too beautiful, Shiro, and are coveting you?" Bai's face turned a Yuhi. I didn't expect Naruto to call Guy himself like this, and he was happy and helpless, so he gave him a sullen look, lowered his head and muttered, "Really, how can you say such a thing?" Naruto thought she was more cute, so he couldn't help pinching her pretty face with a smile. The taste of first love is so wonderful, it makes people addicted, and Naruto is deeply involved in it at this moment. Chapter 159 To the Land of Water. After the two had dinner, they left the place hand in hand, planning to find a hotel to rest for a night, and then go on the road tomorrow. When they came to a deserted alley, Naruto and Naruto suddenly found that there was no road ahead. At this moment, a swish-swish suddenly came from behind, and the corners of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. "Bai, these people really showed up," Naruto said to Bai next to him. Bai nodded, and the two turned around together, facing the group of figures. There were as many as 18. And on their faces, they are wearing animal masks. Anbu. "Is it Kurigakure-'s ninja? Are you following me here for Shiro?" Naruto spoke first without waiting for them to speak. Those people looked at each other and looked surprised, because they didn't notice any expression of fear on Naruto's face at all. Surrounded by 18 elite ninjas on his side, he was so calm. This made them suddenly feel an invisible pressure. "Yes, we are members of the Kurigakure assassination squad. We came to arrest you on the orders of Mizukage-sama," one of the leading ninjas said in a deep voice. "Oh, arrest me? You Mizukage-sama are really in control. Didn't you see that I'm Konoha's ninja? It's not your turn to arrest me." Naruto smiled and said in a flat tone. "Humph, you killed the 4 of us ninjas, and you are the enemy of our Kurigakure village." The man snorted coldly. "Mizukage-sama let us capture you alive, and let us capture you without getting hurt." Naruto couldn't help laughing. "It's really funny. Shiro, these people are really sounding. I think it's just to catch you back." Bai Wenyan had a worried look on her face. "Naruto, there are so many of them, we'd better retreat." She felt a little guilt in her heart, for causing so much trouble to Naruto because of her own affairs. Now they have to face the pursuit of Kurigakure again. Naruto held her shoulders with a confident smile on his face. "Don't be afraid, with me here, no one will dare to bully you in the future. We don't have to run away from anyone." "What an arrogant kid. Let's go together," the leader shouted, and first rushed towards Naruto. Due to his physical inconvenience, Bai was unable to exert his full strength. At this time, he handed a hand seal and raised a high ice wall in front of the two of them. But with a bang, the next moment the ice wall was smashed by a group of ninjas. Seeing this, Naruto grabbed Shiro's waist and jumped back high. At the same time, his other hand quickly threw several kunai around him. At this time, seeing Naruto in the air, holding a person in his hand, a water dragon roared and jumped up immediately, rushing straight towards the two of them. Naruto stretched out his palm, and the spiral protective wall was instantly formed. With a loud bang, The water dragon hit the protective wall and was immediately bounced into a splash of water, which scattered down in the air. Suddenly, another powerful water whip attacked from behind Naruto. Naruto sensed the danger. He turned abruptly in midair, and the spiral wall immediately blocked the attack of the water whip. At this time, Naruto had already landed, and the 18 Anbu rushed up frantically and launched a rapid attack on the two of Naruto. Naruto smiled, his hands quickly hand-seal. A futon wind style ninjutsu was formed instantly. Futon wind style wind blade dance. I saw that the space around Naruto suddenly gave birth to dozens of sharp invisible wind blades, and then blasted towards a group of people overwhelmingly. Feeling the power of these wind blades, the Anbu hurriedly stopped and used their defensive ninjutsu to resist his attack. For a time, everyone was suppressed by Naruto's ninjutsu. Seeing that Naruto had become so powerful after not seeing him for more than a year, Bai was very happy, and at the same time, he liked him even more. Naruto, I didn't expect your strength to improve so fast. Bai said with a smile. Not to be outdone, she simply handed the hand seal with one hand and used a ninjutsu, which immediately matched with Naruto's wind blade. Suddenly in midair another burst of ice arrows fell, and the two increased each other, which immediately put the Anbu's pressure on a lot. And the ice arrow passed. The Anbu were able to breathe, but after coming back to their senses, they suddenly saw a chakra energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters in their sight, and they were immediately stunned. What kind of ninjutsu is this? They swore that the ninja who condensed such a huge chakra in their hands had never seen it before. Even the power of a tailed beast was nothing more than that, right? Rasengan with a diameter of more than 10 meters, walked towards the crowd step by step, with a faint smile on his face. How is it? Do you still want to take us back? The leader swallowed his saliva, and his eyes were filled with fear. In the face of absolute power, even if he was a well-trained Anbu, he couldn't bear it anymore. Let's retreat. The leader suddenly waved his hand, leading a group of people to retreat directly. Naruto then dispersed Rasengan and sneered. The Anbu turned around and wanted to leave as if they had been granted amnesty. At this time, Naruto suddenly shouted, wait. Also, what else is there? After seeing Naruto's power, the leader Anbu wanted to leave this powerful and monster-like guy early, and he was stopped at this moment, and his body could not help but tremble. Naruto glanced at Bai and said, take me to meet your Mizukage-sama. Naruto. After seeing Naruto's strength, Bai was deeply shocked by him, but after hearing his words, he became a little worried. This is very dangerous. For me, you don't have to be like this. Naruto shook his head. If you don't solve this matter, it will be very troublesome in the future. Besides, I think Mr. Mizukage is not an unreasonable person, right? After Naruto finished speaking, he gave Anbu a playful look. The Anbu breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't expect this kid to fall into the trap. At the village of Kurigakure, even if you have wings, it can make you fall. Okay, we'll take you to see Lord Mizukage. The leader nodded and said with a respectful tone. So, the next journey was Naruto following a group of Anbu to the land of water, and the Anbu was in awe of Naruto along the way, as if facing a tailed beast. Naruto didn't care about their gazes, and enjoyed the time with Bai on his own. It was as easy as traveling in the mountains and water, which made those Anbu's hearts envious. The world, and in the face of the impending danger, is so easy and reckless. How far does he have to cultivate to have his strength? Chapter 160 Shocking Remarks. Going to the land of water still requires a boat, but the Anbu's have already prepared the boat conditions, and the two of Naruto just need to get on the boat easily. On the boat, Shiro couldn't help but look worried. Naruto, isn't it a bit reckless for the two of us to go to Kurigakure village? Although you are very good, it is someone else's village. Naruto smiled mysteriously and said, don't worry, I just went to negotiate with Mizukage. Even if the negotiation breaks down, I will have my own way to escape. Bai glanced at him suspiciously, but out of her trust in him, she finally smiled. Well, Naruto, I believe in you. Naruto was stunned for a while, and Bai's smile was so gentle and soothing, so beautiful that it was almost bubbling. He had tasted love for the first time, and now he could hardly help hugging her and kissing her a few times. If it weren't for the fact that the ship was full of Anbu, he would have held her in his arms and loved her. Bai was embarrassed by his scorching eyes, his face was covered with dizziness, and he lowered his head and dared not look at him. Naruto was unbearably itchy, and while the people around him were not paying attention, he leaned in and kissed her tender white cheek. Bai was startled, looked around, and found that no one was paying attention to this side, so he gave him a strange look, but his heart was even more joyful. A day later, the ship arrived at Kurigakure village, the land of water. This village is always shrouded in fog. With a hint of mystery, Naruto followed the Anbu directly into the village. Along the way, people kept pointing at the two of them. Look, the ninjas of Konoha actually said that our village of Kurigakure is here. Really? But our village has always refused to communicate with other villages. The guys from Konoha dare to come to our village. I think he must have done something and was caught by Anbu from our village. Didn't you see that the woman beside him was missing of Kurigakure? Since Bai followed Zaibushin around the ninja world, since Zaibushin died, she has inherited Zaibushin's missing status and drew a horizontal bar on the original Kurigakure forehead. Naruto walked into the Mizukage office building with his head held high, ignoring the surrounding discussions. Turn a blind eye to a group of ninjas and villagers in the village of Kurigakure, who are eyeing them. In Mizukage's office, a coquettish and charming woman was looking at Naruto below through the window, her brows slightly wrinkled. What is the 6th generation Hokage heir of Konoha village doing here? The one next to him is Haku. At this time, an Anbu voice came. Mizukage-sama, someone is asking to see you. The 5th generation Mizukage Terumi-mei smiled lightly, and the corner of his mouth showed an interesting arc. Bring them in. Walked into the office surrounded by a few Anbu. This Mizukage office looks similar to Hokage's, and compared to Hokage's office, where you can look directly at the village shrouded in white mist through the window, it is even more beautiful. When Terumi-mei saw Naruto walk in, she first looked at the room for herself. She couldn't help but stun for a moment, then she laughed lightly and said to Guy, "Who am I talking about?" It turned out to be Konoha village. The 6th generation of Hokage. I wonder what is the matter with your visit to Kurigakure village. Bai, who is next to Naruto, was taken aback when he heard Terumi-mei's words. Naruto is actually the 6th generation Hokage. Why haven't I heard that Hokage in Konoha village has reached its 6th generation? It's not too bad to say this after 3 years, but it's too early to say it now. Naruto smiled and said, as the 5th generation of Mizukage, don't you even know what I'm here for? He glanced at Bai. Bai only understood after listening to the conversation between the two, but when he thought that Naruto was actually a candidate for Hokage, he was filled with admiration and joy. I didn't expect him to be younger than me, to have such an achievement. Terumi-mei also saw Shiro, but found Shiro standing beside Naruto, with an expression of only his arrogance, raised his brows, smiled and said to Bai, "Shiro, as a descendant of the Kurigakure Mizutsuki family, he is a shouldn't it be time to return to the village. Now the village no longer hates Kekkei Genkai. You can get the best treatment and development here, and it is not impossible to revive the Shuiwayu clan in the future." Naruto didn't expect this woman to throw an olive branch in the dialogue, and she couldn't help showing a strange look on her face. Didn't those Anbu want to kill her before? But want to bring her back? But the attitude of those Anbu was obviously different. "Sorry, Mizukage-sama, Shiro has followed me now. I'm afraid I can't go back to Kurigakure village again." Naruto said lightly. Besides, Anbu from Kurigakure village wanted to tarnish Shiro's innocence. If such a thing happened, even Shiro willing to return to the village, I will never give her to you. What? Terumi-mei's face was startled. You said that Anbu from Kurigakure village is going to defile her. Naruto nodded and held Shiro's hand. Before Terumi-mei could speak, his tone suddenly changed and he said firmly, "So, I came to see you in Kurigakure village this time, just to remind you that Shiro is mine now." Woman. No one is allowed to attack her in the future. Otherwise, as the heir of the 6th generation of Hokage, I will challenge your shinobi village. Everyone was shocked, including Terumi Mei and Shiro. All the ninjas in the office looked at him with shocked eyes. What did this guy just say? Did he say war? Just for one woman? Looking at Naruto's serious expression, Terumi Mei has no doubt that if he doesn't agree to him, after he becomes the 6th Hokage, his village will face the challenge of the entire Konoha. Unexpectedly, this kid actually threatened himself with war. What kind of arrogance is this? What a kind of tenderness. Terumi Mei, a woman, couldn't help but deeply envy the girl beside him at this moment. How blessed it is to have a man who loves her so much. And Bai, who was moved to tears at this moment, his body could not help shaking with excitement, and the eyes looking at Naruto were full of obsession. If she just had a great affection for Naruto before, now she has completely fallen in love with him. Terumi Mei looked at him deeply, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. Whether you believe it or not, I never thought of hurting Shiro, and as for the things you said, it's not what I ordered. I just sent 18 Anbu to investigate and follow you. The reason is that you killed 4 of our Anbu. But now it seems that there is still another hidden meaning in this matter. Speaking of this, she has begun to agree with Ming Ming. Humans and whites. But because of her identity as Mizukage, she couldn't admit her mistake for a while. Soon as she finished speaking, a female Anbu suddenly came to her ear and whispered a few words. Terumi Mei's face changed, and a pair of beautiful eyebrows immediately wrinkled. Chapter 161 Prerequisite for Cooperation. What you said is true. Terumi Mei questioned the man with an ugly face. The female Anbu nodded. My subordinates don't dare to lie. That matter all started because of their own selfish desires. She was the ninja who was there that day. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Terumi Mei was furious, the hatred in her heart, that such a beast had grown out of her ninja village, and now others have come to her door. As a woman, she also hates such people the most, so even if she is the Mizukage of Kurigakure, she can't wait to kill those Anbu. Subordinate. Okay, I'll talk about this later. Terumi Mei was in a bad mood right now, and with a wave of her hand, everyone in the office retreated, leaving only Naruto and Shiro. Naruto saw that Terumi Mei's smiling face turned into a frowning frown in an instant, and she couldn't help but feel amused. It seems that she is not the kind of indiscriminate leader, otherwise she can definitely reversing right and wrong completely disregarded the affairs of himself and Bai, and use the force of the entire village to compete with himself. Mizukage-sama, Naruto called out to her, interrupting her thoughts. Terumi Mei regained her senses, took a deep breath, and suddenly said to Naruto, as the 5th generation Mizukage of Kurigakure village, I apologize for Anbu's actions and you, and ask for your forgiveness. Naruto was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this woman to be so reasonable. However, as the leader of a village, I am by no means easily threatened. The next moment, Terumi Mei's almond eyes narrowed suddenly, looking at Naruto with a dangerous aura. But, Haku is me, Kurigakure. The ninja of the village, it is only natural to return to the village now. And I will also promise to give her the best treatment. Naruto laughed. Mizukage-sama, I think you were mistaken. Shiro will never leave my side. She will only be a Konoha ninja in the future. What do you mean? Are you trying to openly rob me? Terumi Mei snorted coldly. Naruto waved his hand and said calmly, well, I know that you are a very reasonable person, Mizukage-sama. I won't argue with you. How about letting Bai make his own choice? If she doesn't want to, you can't make her work for you even if you force her to stay. Terumi Mei frowned again and glanced at Naruto in surprise. This kid is so young, but he speaks so maturely, he can't even find a reason to refute it, and he can't help but stare at the beauty for a while. Eyes looked at him, confronting him. Of course she knew that Shiro was definitely going for Naruto. As a woman, she didn't have to think about it to know how attractive and tempting a man who was able to fight against the entire Kurigakure for a woman would be, let alone white, even if she was also a little moved. Therefore, she couldn't agree to what Naruto said. However, she couldn't find a way to refute him for a while. His mouth, Terumi felt that the young man in front of him was very difficult. He had such courage at such a young age, and he could make himself speechless. Such a talent became Hokage, which was definitely a blessing for Konoha. Are you going to kill him now? Be able to become Mizukage, Terumi is of course not a simple thing, and she will definitely not be less ruthless when necessary. She lowered her head, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Naruto's eyes were all on Terumi. Her murderous aura that was fleeting just now was immediately captured by him, and he sighed inwardly, as expected. Sometimes people can deviate from their hearts for the sake of their own village and beliefs. This is the sadness of being a ninja, and this kind of sadness is blamed by the majority of ninjas as the reality of the ninja world. As everyone knows, it is precisely because of people's hearts that this reality is created. The Dark Fallen often follow this reality and allow themselves to gradually become the masters. The bright and positive people want to change this reality and lead people out of hatred. And Naruto, neither the dark nor the light, all he can do is to stop himself from losing his mind on the way to the goal. However, just as Naruto was about to face Mizukage, Terumi suddenly raised her head and showed a bright smile. Very good, then let Bai make the choice, she said suddenly. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and thought to himself, this woman actually agreed. Did she give up Bai so easily? It shouldn't be possible. Although Terumi looks gentle and considerate, always with a smile, she is actually soft and not hard, and she has her own opinions in her heart, otherwise she would not have been the first at that time. 5 generations of Mizukage. In fact, Naruto blamed her wrongly. Although Terumi had a trace of killing intent in her heart just now, she was immediately suppressed. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally decided to compromise with him. First, it was because she saw Naruto's dialogue with such deep feelings. She herself would never want to see a pair of lovers being separated, and secondly, she is also very afraid of Konoha, the first of the 5 ninja villages. If she really annoys the guy in front of her, after the war in the future, her own village will just walk on. The road to revival will face setbacks again, which is absolutely detrimental to his village. So, Terumi finally made a decision and would rather lose a Kekkei Genkei than go to war with Konoha's Hokage heir. After all, she doesn't want a war either. Mizukage-sama, I am willing to follow Naruto. At this time, Shiro received Mizukage's promise, and immediately took Naruto's hand into his arms, and said to her with a smile. Terumi sighed softly, looking at Bai Xingfu holding Naruto's arm with admiration flashing in her eyes, and waving her hand, let's go. After speaking, she lowered her head and sighed again. Naruto didn't expect her to talk so well, but now I feel a little sorry. Why does it seem like he is bullying her? Master Mizukage is really wise, I admire it. Naruto said with a smile, I have no choice but to offend you this time. I hope you don't mind. You promised to let go, and I owe you a favor. If there is anything in the future, we, Konoha and Kurigaka are all good to discuss. Quote. After Naruto finished speaking with a smile, he took Shiro and left the office, leaving Terumi standing there in a daze, carefully comprehending what Naruto just said. She could hear that Naruto's meaning was obvious. As Konoha's 6th generation Hokage heir, the promise he made now will definitely be fulfilled in the future. That is to say, with this favor, the future will be opening up a good prerequisite for Konoha's collaboration with Kurigaka. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm more and more interested in you. After thinking about this, Terumi couldn't help but smile. Chapter 162 Gentle. Left Mizukage's office planned to leave directly, but when they looked at the sky, they found that it was almost evening, and it would be dark when they were on the road. Out of this idea, Naruto and the two decided to stay overnight in the village of Kurigaka, so they just found a hotel and stayed in, and then ordered a few local specialties to taste. While Naruto and the two were enjoying the warmth, Terumi was receiving a report from a subordinate in Mizukage's office. Mizukage-sama, They haven't left the village, they are now in a hotel at the east gate of the village. Terumi Mei's eyes flashed an inexplicable light when she heard this, and after waving away her subordinates, the corners of her mouth slightly curved. Lazily stretched her waist and moved her limbs. She took off the Mizukage hat and imperial robe, and said to a female assistant next to her, "The documents are almost done, I'll go out for a walk, and you'll be there when the time comes. Go back yourself." "Yes, Lord Mizukage." The female assistant gave her a strange look and thought to herself, the usual Lord Mizukage would not leave easily when the working hours were not over. What happened today? In the hotel, the two of them who enjoyed the perfect food sat contentedly at the table and drank tea. After a while, it was finally time to rest. Bai suddenly said with Yuhi's face, "Naruto, I'll go take a shower first." Naruto glanced at her. His eyes stayed on her Yuhi's moist face for a while, and then he smiled knowingly. "Okay, you go." Naruto's smile made Shiro even more embarrassed, and she ran into the bathroom as if running away. After a while, there was a rushing sound of water inside. Naruto was drinking tea, but his eyes couldn't help but drifted there. He had already had a desire and hope in his heart after tasting it for the first time. It felt like a long time before the door to the bathroom slowly opened, and immediately a slender and white jade leg was exposed in front of Naruto, but it was already covered by a white bath towel. Naruto couldn't bear it anymore. He had already made no secret of his scorching gaze towards Bai, who had already had a relationship with him. Bai couldn't help lowering his head when he saw him, and he walked over gently and slowly with the white bath towel in his hands. Naruto, it's up to you," Bai said in a low voice, not daring to look up at Naruto's eyes. Naruto laughed, and when he got up, he suddenly pulled Shiro's arm and rolled her onto the big white bed by himself. Bai exclaimed, his chest became cold, and when he reacted again, he found that he had collapsed on the bed. Naruto was pressing on him, and his eyes were staring at Bai's open chest. Round and lustrous, white and flawless, the pair of cute white rabbits in Naruto's eyes are standing proudly at the moment. Although they are not large and can only be held in one hand, their delicate taste has already made him drool. With the bath towel open, Bai's delicate body was completely exposed to Naruto's gaze. Except for Xuanfeng, the slender waist and slender and round jade legs made him unable to take his eyes off and linger. Couldn't take it anymore. He covered his forehead with one hand and covered his chest with the other. Naruto laughed and said, "I'm very clean." No, you have to wash." Bai twisted his body slightly, pushed Naruto with his hand and said, "You didn't wash it yesterday." Naruto sweated. "Okay, I'll go now." As a ninja, let alone not take a bath for a day or two, it's not uncommon to not take a bath for 10 days and a half months. Little things. However, under Bai's refusal, Naruto had no choice but to respond, and ran to wash it indiscriminately. Before drying off all the water droplets on his body, he couldn't wait to jump on the big bed. At this time, Baijun was curled up in the quilt with his face covered, and his heart was beating wildly. What should I do? Naruto wants me, but I'm not ready yet. What should I do if I get too nervous and make him uncomfortable? Will he hate me? Since this was the first time that Bai was awake, she didn't know what to do at all. What she did when she took the aphrodisiac was already in a daze, and she only remembered the feeling of ecstasy and soul, but she didn't know what to do. I don't know how to meet him. Pulled the quilt. Seeing her shy look, Naruto smiled slightly, and his heart became even more anxious. Although it has been 3 or 4 days since that time, it was obviously not enough for Naruto, who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. A good opportunity is provided to yourself. Of course, make good use of it. Bai, don't be shy, let me in. Naruto pulled away a corner of the quilt, put his mouth to Bai's ear, and said softly. The hot gas entered his ears, and Bai couldn't help feeling agitated all over, quietly got out of the quilt. A pair of big eyes full of water light glanced at him quietly, and then hesitantly released the hand that was holding the quilt tightly. Naruto dived in all of a sudden, and the two naked bodies touched each other at once. that kind of warm and smooth girl's skin, and Naruto reacted all of a sudden, and pressed the girl's body with a majestic arrogance. Abdomen. The girl trembled all over, and couldn't help tensing her body, letting him hold her in her arms, not daring to move. Naruto saw that Shiro was too nervous. Yes, she was also under aphrodisiac drugs that day, so she had been with herself for so long, but not now. Strictly speaking, this is her first psychological time. Thinking of this, Naruto said softly beside her ear, "Shiro, relax, didn't you try it that day? As long as you let go of your body and mind, you will be very happy." Bai Wenyan remembered that experience. The feeling was really very comfortable, it made people seem to be flying, but Naruto is only 14 years old, how could he do such a thing with him? It's so shameful. Bai was ashamed, but she felt the heat of Naruto's body, but she couldn't help but a flame rose in her bones, comforting herself. Anyway, she had already happened to him once, and she liked him so much, even if this is unconventional, so what? So, for the first time, Bai dared to stretch out a jade leg to Naruto, and took the initiative to put it on his waist, and his body moved up slightly, quietly feeling Naruto's high-spirited thing slowly moving down right. Chapter 163 Doubt. In the dark bed, Naruto had already felt Bai's movements, and was slightly surprised. It seemed that Bai let go and no longer mind. He was very happy and hugged Bai's slender waist, and controlled his body to reach her. Between the open legs. It was hot and humid. This time, with the experience of the last time, Naruto quickly found the entrance of the passage. In Bai's abrupt and satisfying humming sound, Naruto seemed to enter the infinite warmth slowly and quickly. Place. Bai clearly felt the rhythm of Naruto's hardness beating slightly in his body, and Yuhi's jade face could not help but become a piece. Fortunately, both of them were covered with quilts, and Naruto could not see clearly, otherwise Naruto would definitely be more excited. Okay, Shiro, it's not as scary as I imagined, isn't it? Naruto buried his head in her chest, sniffing the fresh and pleasant body odor on her body, while laughing. Said. Shiro hugged Naruto's head. Yuhi nodded slightly with a sullen face. Then, I'm going to move. Naruto got her response, and immediately moved after saying a word. Ah, Bai whispered softly, and the sensitive girl suddenly felt a burst of electricity passing through her body and hitting her brain. She opened her mouth wide, and whispered from the depths of her soul in her throat, feeling embarrassed in her heart. I just want to find a hole to dig into. It's such a comfortable feeling. I can't help but scream, I'm not ashamed. The next moment, Shiro clenched the Kiba pass, trying not to make a sound. Naruto moved for a while, and felt that Shirai had lost his voice. He thought that his ability was not enough, so he immediately increased his strength and depth, and his body heaved violently. Oh! Under his fierce attack, Bai finally couldn't help but let out a long moan, his body suddenly tensed, and then a shudder, his hands firmly pressed Naruto's head, pressing him to his chest, it almost took his breath away. Phew, Shiro, you almost suffocated me. Naruto finally broke free from her chest and couldn't help complaining. At this time, Bai was enjoying the afterglow after the peak. Hearing that, he couldn't help thinking, Naruto is so powerful at the age of 14, I really don't know how to deal with him in the future. However, this feeling of life and death is really enjoyable. After a long time, Naruto and everyone were satisfied with Bai, but Bai was already paralyzed and could no longer struggle. Her face was full of contented expressions, lying under Naruto panting. The two of them tightly covered the quilt and were about to turn off the lights and fall asleep when someone suddenly knocked on their door. Naruto was stunned for a moment, looked at Lichan with a white look on his face, and said strangely, who could it be? The next moment, he felt it carefully, but found that there was a familiar chakra outside the door. Why is she? What is she here for? Naruto muttered to himself. Bai murmured in his arms. Who is it? Naruto. Naruto frowned and glanced helplessly at the delicate body under him. The two were still tightly connected, and he gently touched the pretty face of Bai, and he said, looks like it's Mizukage-sama, you are here. Hold on, I'll go out and deal with it. Oh, you, come back soon. Bai Guai nodded obediently. Yeah. Naruto looked at him apologetically and gently pulled it out of her body, causing Bai to feel a sense of loss and emptiness. In the process of getting dressed, the door rang again, and Naruto couldn't help but shouted in dissatisfaction, "Come on." He opened the door and jumped out. But he happened to see that Mizukage, who had long hair in the color of wine, was looking at him with an ambiguous expression. "Naruto-kun, why did it take you so long to come out? Make me wait." Naruto laughed dryly and didn't give her a chance to look inside. He closed the door and immediately said, "Is there something wrong, Mizukage-sama? Can't I find you if I have nothing to do?" Terumi-Mei couldn't help showing a look of resentment on her face. "It's been a long time since you came out to see me. Are you doing something shameful with Bai in there?" Naruto's face was pulled down immediately. Mizukage couldn't help giggling. "Just kidding. How could a child your age do such a thing?" After laughing, Terumi-Mei said again, "Why didn't Shiro come out?" Naruto was sweating profusely, so he had to say, "Shiro is a little tired. Let's take a rest first. Mizukage-sama, why don't you say something? If it's okay, you came to me so late, our relationship doesn't seem to be so good." Terumi-Mei covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. What an uninterested boy. As the heir of the 6th generation of Konoha Hokage, I, the 5th generation Mizukage, came to visit you, and I can't even get in touch with you. I don't wear it now. Mizukage uniform, do you take me for a plan? To be honest, Terumi-Mei's sweet voice combined with her charming face, in the case of this late-night visit, is very confusing, but Naruto did not think so, but he knew that this woman was not as pure as she appeared. Hey, okay, since you said so, let's find a place to talk. Naruto sighed inwardly. Shira, I'm so sorry, I might be back tonight, I'll blame you find a woman. Terumi-Mei smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. In fact, she did have something to talk to him about this time. After a while, the two came to a tavern, which would not close until late at night, so it was just the right time for the two of them to come here. After coming to the box and being seated, Terumi-Mei ordered some food and drink and looked at Naruto with a smile. Mizukage-sama, if you have something to say, you can say it directly. I will take care of you in the past, so don't waste your time. A gleam of light flashed in Terumi-Mei's eyes, and she smiled. Naruto-kun, since you are so refreshing, I won't say more. In the information I gave me earlier, you seem to have used a very fast speed that day. Quick ninjutsu killed the eagle, right? Eagle, of course, refers to the Anbu leader who was directly bombarded by Naruto with the Hiraishin technique. Naruto nodded. The speed is so fast that even our Anbu can't react to the rescue technique. As far as I know, in your Konoha, apart from the ultimate body technique of the 8 inner gates, it is the legendary Hiraishin technique. Right, Terumi-Mei asked as she raised her glass and took a sip to moisten her throat. It looks like she's here to find out. Naruto was stunned, and it was no wonder that, as the heir of the 6th generation, his strength in all aspects naturally became the focus of attention of all sides. Mizukage is no exception. Whether it is for future cooperation or war, knowing oneself and knowing one another is a good strategy. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help laughing. Chapter 164 Drunk Calculation. Yes, I do know the technique of Hiraishin. At the next moment, Naruto finally broke out an amazing message to her. Terumi-Mei was shocked when she heard this. Although she was already prepared, she couldn't help but be shocked when she heard that he actually knew this legendary ninjutsu. Hokage, the developer of this ninjutsu, used this technique to soar between time and space, and exerted astonishing combat power on the battlefield. Wherever he passed, it was like a flash of light in an instant, and he would take away one in the next moment. Life. The ninja world at that time was completely helpless about this. Even if they knew the power of this technique, they still couldn't escape when they encountered it. And until now, no one in the ninja world has been able to develop a way to deal with this technique. I thought that this technique would eventually be lost with the sacrifice of the fourth generation of Hokage, but I didn't expect it to appear on this young man. Terumi-Mei looked at Naruto deeply, as if to see through him. Naruto smiled slightly. Mizukage-sama, you already know what you want to know, can I go back to? Naruto told him that he knew the technique of Hiraishin, and he was not worried. Anyway, sooner or later, the ninja world would know that he knew the technique of Hiraishin, but what if he knew it? And now, Terumi-Mei just knew earlier than others, and this, just in line with Naruto's intention, gave her a wake-up call. If your Kurigakure village continues to struggle with dialogue, get ready for the elusive ninjutsu of Hiraishin's jutsu. Think about it, as long as Naruto now sets a spatial coordinate in Kurigakure village, in the event of a war in the future, he can use this coordinate to penetrate deep into the enemy's rear and destroy it. With Naruto's strength, he can definitely cause chaos in Kurigakure village. Recovered losses. In fact, Terumi-Mei also thought of this, so after she pondered for a while, she finally no longer had the idea of going against Naruto in her heart. This invisible contest, Terumi-Mei admits defeat. Thinking of this, she couldn't help shaking her head with a wry smile, took a few sips from the wine glass, looked at Naruto and said, "You are so strong, are you afraid that I will be bad for you? Come and drink with me here for a few more drinks. It won't be so." Naruto laughed dryly, and had to take a sip from the glass as well. "Okay, then I'll accompany you to drink." So, the next two fell into a contest of alcohol consumption. Unfortunately, Terumi-Mei was already drunk after a few drinks. It seems that she is not good at drinking. Naruto looked at Terumi-Mei, who was drunk and hazy. "I can't help but secretly said that my alcohol intake is not good, but I didn't expect Terumi-Mei to be even more unbearable." "Okay, Mizukage-sama, I think you've had too much to drink, so go back," Naruto reminded her. "Hee, that's not enough, of course." Terumi-Mei reached out and brushed a strand of hair on her forehead, glanced at Naruto with a charming look, picked up the glass with a smile and took 2 more sips. Her unintentionally revealed charm made Naruto's heart skip a beat. He was still in Shiro's bed just now. For him, who was in great demand, Mizukage-sama's demeanor was more lethal than S-rank ninjutsu. Something. Naruto quickly stopped Mizukage's movements, took the wine glass from her hand, and lifted her tall and graceful body, calling, "Mizukage-sama, you should go back." I don't know if it was intentional or not, Terumi-Mei suddenly staggered and fell into Naruto's arms. Naruto's heart jumped again, and quickly straightened her, but Terumi-Mei stuck to him like a piece of cowhide plaster. Let him, it was simply unstoppable. ... Naruto looked at the woman in his arms speechlessly, and thought to himself, are women like this when they are drunk? It's a pity that I don't even know where she lives now. What should I do next? Just when Naruto was about to bring her back to the inn, dozens of Anbu suddenly jumped out from the surrounding area, and the situation in the tavern changed drastically. "Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you molest Mizukage-sama?" Die! Anbu, who was in the lead, shouted angrily, and slashed at him immediately. Naruto frowned, dodged, and at the same time threw Terumi-Mei on the cushion beside him, then jumped to pull out Kue and looked at him coldly. Terumi-Mei rolled a few times on the soft cushion and landed heavily on the ground. She was finally woken up by the pain, looked around blankly, and then closed her eyes and fell asleep. "Don't want to run." Anbu took the lead to watch Naruto retreat, and immediately ordered the crowd to rush up. There was a bang, and the other ordinary people in the tavern fled immediately. Naruto waved Kuuujiya to open a sharp blade that hit. Finally, he found a space and made a seal with both hands, and a wind blade sent out, forcing Anbu away in front of him. "Hurry up and don't let him run away." Led Anbu shouted and rushed up, and the surrounding exits were all blocked by the Anbu. Naruto looked at them helplessly and said, "If I say this is a misunderstanding, you must not believe it. Since this is the case, I will not entangle with you, let's go first." With a slap, Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared in place in the next moment, leaving the fleeting golden light in everyone's eyes. The scene was silent for a few seconds before the Anbu exhaled, and one person stepped forward to help Terumi Mei up. At this moment, Terumi Mei suddenly opened his eyes. Where is there any drunken gesture in his eyes? There was a glint in her beautiful eyes, and she murmured, as expected, I didn't lie, that's the technique of Hiraishin. Led, Anbu stepped forward and said respectfully, Lord Mizukage, what should we do next? Terumi Mei first straightened the messy clothes on her body and her long wine-colored hair, and then slowly said, it's going as planned, but I'll see how this kid responds. After a few people left the place, Naruto's figure appeared quietly in the dark. He stood there thoughtfully, and for a long time, the corners of his mouth suddenly showed a radiance. You're actually playing with me. It turned out that from beginning to end, Terumi Mei deliberately pretended to be drunk, and then let Anbu appear to mix things up, in order to put Naruto on a charge of molesting Mizukage and want to arrest him. They did as they wished to force Naruto's Hiraishin technique. However, Naruto thought about the plan that Terumi Mei said for a while, but he still had no idea. To the room. On the bed, Baijun was lying on his side under the duvet, sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. Naruto smiled reassuringly, took off his clothes and finally got into bed. Chapter 165 Naruto's Strength. Early the next morning, Naruto left the village of Kurigakure with Shiro. Shiro wanted to go back to his family's old site to see, but because of what happened last night, Naruto was afraid of Terumi Mei, a woman, and decided to get out of here early. After listening to Naruto's story about Terumi Mei last night, Bai felt as if she was brewing some kind of conspiracy. With Naruto in her heart, of course she was no longer going to visit the old family home, and left the village with Naruto. Next, Naruto planned to find a place to practice due to the fact that he had a white with him. He originally planned to go to Kumogakure village to persuade the people of Jinchuriki column force. Therefore, he gave up the idea of using the power. After all, there is not much time left. Now, if he doesn't understand the power of nature, his strength will never reach the peak. Now that he has Bai, he is even more urgent about the growth of his own strength. So, in the following days, Naruto and Shiro fell into hard training. But he didn't know that at this time, Danzo in Konoha was holding a stack of photos in his hands, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the photo, it was the scene of Naruto drinking with Mizukage in the tavern that day. Uzumaki Naruto, I see how you can compete with me for the 6th generation Hokage. Danzo looked at the photo in his hand, as if he had held Naruto's lifeline. 2 years later. 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared in a small town very close to Konoha village. In the past 2 years, Naruto's appearance has changed a lot. The short blonde hair is more elegant and natural than 2 years ago, and his face looks more mature and determined. From time to time, there are wise and calm eyes in the blue eyes. The whole person looks more sunny than before, and, at this time, the 6 paths beard on his face has disappeared. If Kakashi and Jiraiya are around, they will exclaim that Naruto is the 4th generation. 6 paths beard on his face disappeared. Naruto himself couldn't figure it out. Since Koyuki shaved him that day, it grew back in a few days. Later, when he was with Shiro, Shiro also cut it off for himself. Now, and she often trims Naruto, and takes pleasure in trimming Naruto's beard every day. Over time, Naruto finds that his beard doesn't need to be trimmed anymore, and it won't grow back. This is very strange. Naruto was also very puzzled for a while at that time. It was not because of the white cut, but this beard is like hair, and it has no adverse effects if it is cut, so he doesn't care very much. However, it is doubtful that the time when Naruto's beard no longer grows is exactly the day he mastered the nature transformation of water and soil and fused it together to form a new escape technique. That's when Naruto learned Mokuden, wood style. He could learn Mokuden, wood style, by himself, because it was born in an extremely accidental situation. At that time, he had been practicing with Bai for several months, and he learned the change of water attribute with Bai. And later went to Jiraiya to learn about the changes of soil attributes. When he mastered 3 attribute changes, he suddenly thought that the Mokuden wood style in the comics is a combination of water and soil, and with the idea of giving it a try, he combined the two attributes, and in an instant, a big tree grew out of Naruto's hand. At that time, Bai was stunned when he saw this. However, after this, Naruto couldn't help but be ecstatic. In the following days, he continued to practice Mokuden wood style, and it took him a year to use the power of Mokuden wood style to become familiar with it. Finally, he really felt that his time was not enough. The days of training abroad have ended in a hurry, and I am ready to return to Konoha. And this time, he came back earlier than the time he returned in the original book. It was not that Naruto didn't want to continue his training outside, but because he found that the experience he had brought to him from his journey abroad was very limited. In other words, it is still more useful to develop the power of nature, such as Hiraishin's technique and Mokuden wood style. This time, it was precisely because he initially mastered Mokuden wood style that he wanted to rely on some of the cultivation experience left by the first generation in the village to enhance the power of Mokuden wood style. By the way, he could also find Yamato to discuss Mokuden together. Wood style technique, this is the early return to the village. As for the power of nature, Naruto still has no clue so far. But at the same time as Master Mokuden wood style, he also awakened another ability, that is, super perception, the ability to perceive maliciousness. This is even more helpful to Naruto than Mokuden wood style. In battle, only with excellent perception can they perceive some dangers they encounter in time, and try to avoid them. For Naruto, who possesses the technique of Hiraishin, after he has malicious perception, he is even more powerful. With this speed close to light and instantaneous malicious perception in battle, he can remain undefeated even in the face of no matter how bad the scene is. Therefore, Naruto's real cultivation has just begun. Compared with 2 years ago, Bai has also undergone a lot of changes. Under the nourishment of Naruto day and night, she is wearing a pink kimono and exudes amazing charm, a flawless jade face, a bumpy figure, and a beautiful face. With those eyes that are more crystal clear due to her long-term practice of Hyoten ice style, every part of her body is enough to make men crazy. At this time, people on the street kept staring at Naruto with envy and jealousy, while others stared at Shiro with incomparably greedy eyes, as if they were going to eat her. Bai was a little embarrassed to be watched, and the jade arm held Naruto's arm tightly, leaning his body closer to him. Naruto, I think it's better to go back to the old ninja costume. Bai Yuhi said with a face, feeling a little embarrassed. If he knew, he wouldn't listen to Naruto's suggestion to wear a kimono. Naruto also noticed the gazes of the pedestrians on the street, frowned, nodded and smiled. Well, it seems that I underestimated the charm of Shiro. In the future, such a kimono can only be worn at home and shown to me alone. Naruto. In the face of Naruto's teasing, Bai was even more embarrassed. Although they had been together for more than 2 years and their relationship became more and more indistinguishable, Bai still felt that he was teasing him like this on the street. With some face Yuhi, she couldn't help but secretly gave him a blank look. But I don't want this kind of style to make the men who are watching her secretly unbearable. Hee, let's not talk about you anymore, let's find a place to eat, I'm almost hungry. Naruto hugged her slender waist and laughed. Chapter 166 Naruto's Guilt. At the gate of Konoha village, Naruto stood there, looking at the village after 3 years of absence, and he couldn't help but feel a burst of emotion. Haven't been back to Konoha for 3 years. The village of Konoha is still the same. It looks so prosperous and atmospheric, but not peaceful and peaceful. This is Konoha village. It's really impressive. Bai smiled softly on the side, his eyes wandering. He looked very smart. Yeah, compared to other villages, Konoha is still very good. Shiro, you will live here with me in the future. Well, as long as Naruto goes, I'll go wherever you go. Bai Tiantian said with a smile. Naruto smiled slightly, took Bai's hand and slowly walked into the village. After seeing Naruto for the first time, the guard couldn't help but wipe his eyes in disbelief, and said to his companions, I can't see it wrong, right? Isn't the fourth generation of adults dead? In the village? What nonsense are you talking about? It's daytime. You can't daydream. Where are there 4 generations? Four generations. Naruto turned his head and glanced at the two of them, with a bright smile on his face. How are you guys? You are all the same. Quote. You are Uzumaki Naruto. The two of them finally reacted. They jumped in front of Naruto at once, looked him up and down carefully, and then said, Uzumaki Naruto, you are not with Jiraiya. Did the Lord leave the village? Why did he come back suddenly? Who is this? The two suddenly noticed the beautiful girl by next to Naruto, and after seeing her alluring face, they couldn't help but stay for a while. Haku, I'm Naruto's lover. Bai smiled and introduced himself, and both of them couldn't help being stunned by the demeanor exuding from that smile. It wasn't until Naruto pulled Bai away and entered the village that he recovered. How can there be such a beautiful girl? Oh, Naruto is so lucky. He has a girlfriend at a young age. Pity I haven't yet. Entering the village, Naruto first brought Bai to the Hokage office. When the two of them appeared in front of Tsunade, who was engrossed in his work, she was really taken aback. Fourth generation. No, you are Naruto. Tsunade slapped the table and stood up, staring at Naruto excitedly. You bastard actually came back. Naruto spread his hands. Master Tsunade, don't get excited, you'll scare me. You kid, why don't you send me a letter before you come back? I'm not prepared at all for that. Tsunade and Nai couldn't help but get excited, stepped forward and hugged Naruto, holding him tightly in his arms. In his arms, tears welled up in his eyes. Bai looked at the way the two were hugging each other, and a smile appeared on his face, and he was really happy for Naruto. After a long time, the two separated after hugging. Tsunade also made Yuhi's face a little embarrassed. He raised his head and looked at Naruto, his eyes glowing again and again. Stinky boy, I haven't seen you for 3 years, and he is so much taller than me. It's so similar to the fourth generation. It's going to fascinate people and not pay for it. Even Naruto couldn't help but praise Tsunade like this, and he couldn't help but Yuhi on his old face. Haha, I'm joking, Master Tsunade, I haven't been back for so long. Nothing happened in the village, right? Tsunade smiled, and after hearing Naruto's words, her face became strange. She pulled Naruto to say something, and suddenly saw Shiro who had been standing by the side. She couldn't help saying in surprise, Naruto, she is. Oh, her name is Haku, and she's my lover, Naruto said, taking Shiro's hand. However, when he said this, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed on his face, because in Konoha, there are many girls who are suspected to be his lovers, especially Hinata, Sayu and the others. Thinking of this, Naruto also thinks of Zuo-yu, wondering what she has become. He is looking forward to this. However, just as he was about to ask a question, he was suddenly picked up by Tsunade. Stinky boy, you really are good at it. Tsunade rolled up his sleeves to reveal a section of pure white jade arms. His face became ugly, and he shouted angrily while holding Naruto's collar. You have a lover at a young age. Look, what on earth did you experience outside? Make women everywhere. Now you've brought women back. You're really good at it. Naruto didn't know why she was suddenly angry, so he couldn't help being taken aback. The next moment, he hurriedly held her hand and shouted, let go and speak slowly, don't get excited. Tsunade released his arm when he heard the words, but the next moment he suddenly threw out a punch, hitting Naruto's stomach with a bang, and Naruto immediately flew backwards, slamming his body against the wall. The entire wall shook. Shiro turned pale when he saw it, hurriedly jumped in front of Naruto, and looked at Tsunade hostilely. It's okay, Shiro. Naruto came back to his senses, touched his belly where he was punched, pulled Shiro's arm, and said to Tsunade, Master Tsunade, is that how you greeted me? This surprised me too much. Quote. Tsunade grunted angrily and suddenly called out, Shizune. Shizune in a black kimono walked in gracefully, holding some documents in his hands. After Tsunade took them, he took out a few and looked at them, and then threw them in front of Naruto. See for yourself. Shizune couldn't help looking at Naruto at this time. The look in his eyes was full of worry. Naruto turned over, and suddenly his body was struck by lightning. Special document from Sandin Village. Dear Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto of your village helped us to subdue Shukaku yesterday, and the relationship with Tamari developed well. We saw that he and Tamari were in love with each other. After the appraisal and approval of our elders, we decided to issue a marriage agreement to your village. The long-term cooperation between the two villages will bring about. When Naruto saw this, he was speechless. Then, another document appeared in front of him, which made his head even bigger. The 6th Generation Heir Charge, Cooperative Enemy and Treason. Reporter, Shimura Danzo. Naruto was startled, turned to the second page, and the first photo shocked him again. The enchanting and sexy 5th Generation Mizukage is lying in Naruto's arms, with drunk eyes and hazy eyes, showing a charming posture. Below the photo is a long list of critical text. It explains how Naruto and the Mizukage in the village of Kurigakure, the land of water, are related to Konoha's secrets, and then how will it affect Konoha. Naruto looked at it. It was a lot of trumped-up charges anyway. Isn't it? How could this be? Naruto couldn't help but sigh, and was silent for a long time. At the same time, I finally understood what Mizukage said about the plan. It turned out that this woman was waiting for him here. Chapter 167 Test Strength. Stinky boy, you have caused me so many things outside these years, how do you feel? Tsunade saw Naruto's face change, and pulled him over, bringing a beautiful face to him. In front of him, he squinted at Naruto. Naruto gave a wry smile, and secretly thought in his heart, wouldn't he be such a fool, didn't he just go to the country of water? Moreover, what happened to the marriage of Sand Ninja Village? Why don't you know anything? I said, I don't even understand these things. Let's not talk about Mizukage. What's the matter with that marriage? Does Tamari know? Wei Wei looks a little lonely, and suddenly her head is a little big. I've already suppressed these matters. I don't know the situation in Sandin Village, but they may send someone to discuss it recently. I'll help you resist from Danzo's side. Now the most important thing is it's not this, it's your strength. It's been 3 years. I want to see how far your strength has improved. It's not because you're busy making trouble, so let go of your cultivation, right? Tsunade pushed him away, said with a serious expression. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. It would be good for her to stop bothering about these things. Hearing the words, she immediately replied, don't worry, if you want to know my strength, why don't you verify it yourself? Oh, seeing Naruto's confident expression, Tsunade was surprised for a moment, and then smiled. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Naruto laughed. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly rolled his eyes, whispered a few words in Shizune's ear, and then said to Naruto, since you are so confident, let's go to the training ground now. Let me test your strength myself. However, for the sake of your confidence, how about I call in another helper? Naruto smiled indifferently after hearing this. Okay, it's better to call Kakashi and Guy. Tsunade smiled mysteriously. They're all on missions now, and the helper I'll call will surprise you later. After hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but wonder, who could make Tsunade so optimistic? Could it be Sakura, or is it Zoe? Just then, someone knocked on the door, and a figure walked in. This is Sakura, you came just in time, look who this is. Tsunade couldn't help but smile when he saw the person coming. Sakura came to Hokage's office to help the master as usual, but she didn't want the familiar and unfamiliar figure in the room to come into view. The next moment, when Naruto turned around, she immediately exclaimed, Ming people. Quote. Hee, Sakura, you still recognize me. Naruto thought that his image had changed a lot recently, and everyone he met wouldn't recognize him, but he didn't expect Sakura to recognize it all at once. Sakura's face was full of excitement and Yuhi, but she couldn't help but rushed over, and rushed into Naruto's arms all of a sudden. Naruto, I really miss you. Naruto hugged Sakura's delicate body, feeling her well-developed figure at the moment, and couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, Sakura finally left Naruto's arms. Yuhi peeked at Naruto. She found that Naruto became more sunny and handsome than before, and, after the 6 paths beard on his face disappeared, he was fascinated. What? As she recalled Naruto's broad and warm chest, she became shy again, and then she noticed that everyone's eyes were staring at her. I'm sorry, Naruto, I can't help but get a little excited. Sakura stuck out her tongue and said a little mischievously. Suddenly, she noticed the gentle and beautiful Bai in the field, and she couldn't help but stay for a while. You are. Bai's face immediately made her feel familiar. Haku, I still remember you. You are Sakura. Bai smiled slightly. It's Shiro. How did you come to Konoha? By the way, didn't you leave alone? Sakura suddenly remembered the mission of the Land of Waves, and a series of questions turned to Shiro, making Shiro a little difficult to deal with. The two got to know each other for a while, and then Sakura calmed down. His eyes swept over Naruto and her, and he secretly said in his heart, Bai obviously came with Naruto, and seeing the look of Naruto and her, is it their relationship? Thinking of this, Sakura became uneasy, and just wanted to pull Naruto to ask something. Tsunade, who was on the side, interrupted several people's reminiscence, and waved his hand. Okay, I'll talk about it later. Now Naruto and I have something to do. Shizune, you go first, we will come later. By the way, Sakura, you can come together if you are interested. After all, you are members of the same team, you should get to know each other. Strength. After Tsunade's explanation, Sakura knew that she was going to test Naruto next. Facing Naruto 3 years later, she was also looking forward to it, because he was already very strong 3 years ago. What kind of strength is it now? So, Tsunade, Sakura, Naruto, Shiro, the 4 left the Hokage office and went to the training ground. Along the way, Bai did not deliberately stick with Naruto, as if he was avoiding something. Naruto suddenly felt a little depressed, thinking that Bai would not be angry, right? Soon, several people came to the training ground number 23, which was a small wood outside the village of Konoha, and there was an open area for fighting. He came to the arena. From a distance, Naruto saw Shizune just standing there waiting alone. Close, I saw that the man beside Shizune had an animal mask on his face and a short knife on his back. Is that Anbu? However, when he carefully checked with his perception, he couldn't help but be surprised that it was Zuoyu. At this time, after seeing Naruto, Zuoyu couldn't help but tremble, but since she had agreed with Shizune before, she had to wait until the end of the competition before revealing her identity. Otherwise she was worried that Naruto would not be able to use her true strength. The mood is really indescribable in words. Excited, surprised, complicated. In short, when I saw the sweetheart I had been thinking about for 3 years in my heart, I couldn't wait to rush up and threw myself into his arms and let him cry. However, the 3-year Anbu career has also honed Zuoyu's mood to become more mature and stable. At this moment, she is trying her best to control her emotions and try to calm herself down to face the next task and measure Naruto's strength. But she didn't know that with Naruto's perception, he had already discovered the identity of Zuoyu. Chapter 168 Hiraishin. I haven't seen him for 3 years. Although Zuoyu is wearing a mask, Naruto can't see the face behind the mask at all, but just based on the external curve of his figure, he can already see the changes in Zuoyu, compared to 3 years ago. She is more mature, with slender legs, a tall figure, and the beginning to take shape on the chest. Sayu seems to have developed a little better than Sakura. However, Sakura still looks pretty good after cutting that long hair. After Naruto secretly commented on the 2 women in his heart, Tsunade pushed him. Naruto, it's about to start. This time I will attack you with my Anbu, and we will all do our best. If you are not careful, you will die miserably. No problem, you can start anytime. Naruto smiled. At this time, Sakura raised his hand and ran over, shouting, Master. I want to participate too. I want to. Tsunade glanced at her. Alright, but I don't know if Naruto can handle it. Just as Naruto was about to speak, Bai suddenly said lightly, no problem, Naruto can definitely handle it. After speaking, she looked at Naruto with a faint smile, her face full of pride. On the opposite side, Zuoyu keenly noticed Bai's expression, and after thinking about it carefully, she also discovered Bai's identity, and she couldn't help but be full of surprise. Why is she by Naruto's side? And the relationship between the two looks familiar. Hateful. As soon as she thought of a certain possibility, Zuoyu suddenly became restless. She took the lead with a coquettish cry, her figure suddenly flashed, the light of the knife in her hand suddenly appeared, and she quickly rushed to Naruto. Straight down, nothing fancy at all, but in terms of precision and accuracy, it's perfect, but for Naruto, it's just a sideways and lightly dodging. Zuoyu was not discouraged, the sword light turned, and suddenly a horizontal slash, slashed towards Naruto's inevitable retreat. Naruto raised his hand to strike and blocked it in an instant. When did a kunai appear in his hand? It was a specially made Hiraishin kunai. Tsunade suddenly saw this kunai, and the look on his face was startled. Be careful. Tsunade let out a coquettish scolding. His body leapt in the air at an extremely fast pace, and Bainen's fist suddenly fell from the sky, hitting Naruto's body. Naruto raised his other arm slightly, instantly holding back Tsunade's fierce punch. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and where the fists and palms collided, there was a small sonic boom, and the next moment, an invisible wave of air burst out from between the two of them. The ground under Naruto's feet suddenly sank, and countless gravels were shaken. Rise! Naruto frowned, kicked out, and swept towards Zuoyu. Zuoyu slashed with a knife, but was kicked out by him with a kick on the knife, and landed gently with a backflip. After Naruto forced Sasu back, finally because one hand could not resist Tsunade's heavy punch, he met her with both hands and endured her fierce force. With such a powerful force, she really didn't release water. Naruto wiped off the cold sweat secretly, but fortunately, he was going all out to meet her just now. Without activating the curse mark, his current strength is just enough to take over her strange strength, but one hand is still a little reluctant. Compared to Naruto, Tsunade was even more shocked. She was very clear about her own power, but she didn't expect Naruto to catch it so easily. How strong is his strength? Shizune on the side was also a little worried about Naruto's situation, but when he saw that he could take a punch from Tsunade-sama with one hand, his eyes suddenly filled with infinite longing, and his heart jumped with him. Sakura was surprised by Naruto's strength, but when he saw that his master had nothing to do with him, he immediately rushed up to help her, and blasted Naruto with the same chakra-enhanced strength as Tsunade. However, in Naruto's eyes, although Sakura has made great progress, and chakra-enhanced strength has also achieved a Tsunade score of 7 or 8, but compared with Tsunade, there is still a gap. Looking at her fist, Naruto's hand slammed hard, he pushed Tsunade away, and the next moment, just as Sakura's fist was just in front of him, his body suddenly turned to the side, and at the same time, he reached out and grabbed it. Snapped. An instant, Sakura's jade white wrist was immediately buckled in the air by a powerful hand. No way forward. Sakura was stunned, she struggled, and found that her arm seemed to be restrained by a pair of iron clamps. Her face could not help but panic. At this moment, Zuoyu, who was kicked out on the other side, finally used his trump card. Squeak. The sky, and a piercing screeching sound resounded in the ears of everyone. Zuoyu was holding a short knife in both hands, and lightning flashed on the knife. Reikiri flashes. The next moment, Zuoyu, who poured Chidori lightning on the knife, suddenly turned into an afterimage with the lightning speed under his feet, and suddenly flashed towards Naruto. Naruto laughed inwardly. As soon as Sayu used Reikiri, didn't he immediately know her identity? Besides her, there is no other female ninja in Konoha who can use Reikiri. And the speed of this move is very fast. In Naruto's eyes, Zuoyu's figure seems to have turned into an electric light. However, Naruto was holding Sakura in one hand, and Hiraishin Kunai in the other hand suddenly threw at Tsunade opposite. Tsunade's pupils could not help shrinking. In an instant, Zuoyu's dagger reached Naruto's chest. Immediately stab him. With a smile on his face, Bai calmly watched the battle on the field. Shizune frowned. She was already attracted by the battle between the masters, and the moment she saw Naruto's Hiraishin Kunai make a move, she thought something was wrong. Really, just when Sakura's face showed joy, thinking that Naruto was about to be defeated, suddenly a golden light flashed away in his sight. She was in a trance for a while, but when she came back to it again, she found that her wrist had been freed from the restraints, and Zuoyu's electric light just passed through the golden light. Zuoyu was taken aback. What about people? Ah! With a soft cry, everyone turned their heads immediately, only to find that behind Tsunade, Naruto appeared there at an unknown time, and Tsunade was being held by his Hiraishin Kuei's neck. Master Tsunade! Shizune exclaimed. Sakura and Sayu were also stunned. They seemed to be still wondering, how did Naruto appear there? With Zuoyu Sharingan's insight, he couldn't even see his trajectory. However, Naruto let go of Tsunade and said lightly, Master Tsunade, don't play hide and seek with me, come out. Boom. Tsunade in his arms turned into a wooden stake, and Tsunade's body quietly came out from behind a big tree. The art of Hiraishin. Tsunade looked at him with brilliance in his eyes. Chapter 169 Fighting. Naruto smiled slightly. Yes, it's Hiraishin's art. How did you come up with this ninjutsu? Tsunade asked in disbelief. Naruto slowly shook his head, did not answer, but said, let's continue the test, this time it's my turn to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw his figure flashing, and there was almost only an afterimage left in front of them. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zuoyu and Sakura. The moment they looked at him and reacted, his hands it has already stretched out, and punched the two of them separately. Sakura's Sharingan played a role in this moment. Although Naruto was very fast, with the insight of her eyes, she was able to jump back in time to dodge, while Sakura was half a beat slower, facing the Naruto's quick punches only had time to fight with both hands to protect the vitals and directly endure the punch. Bang! Sakura's body flew backwards, and Sakura also pulled away from him at the same time. At this time, Naruto's hands suddenly hand-seal quickly, and a dozen seals have been formed in one breath. Two ninjutsu forms in an instant. Futon, wind style, Daitapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Doden, earth style, dungeon no. Because the other party was two girls, Naruto did not use those powerful ninjutsu, but despite this, when these two ordinary ninjutsu were used in Naruto's hands, their power should not be underestimated. After understanding the properties of water and soil, he has studied many escaping techniques in this area, and with his shadow clone learning method and a large number of chakras, these ninjutsus are easy for him to use. Wind, Sakura and Zuoyu had to protect their faces with their hands, and their bodies kept retreating. Behind them, there was a huge circular earth wall. Zuoyu was the first to perceive the crisis behind them, and hurried. Pulling Sakura next to him, get out of the way. Boom. The huge circular wall shrouded the two of them. Sakura finally got ready after Sayu's reminder. She suddenly turned around in the air and raised her fist to face the shrouded earth wall. A punch to the ground. Boom boom boom. After a huge wave of air, the wall of earth that Naruto sent was smashed to pieces by Sakura's punch. Seeing this, Naruto could not help wiping his sweat secretly. After Sakura learned this chakra-enhanced strength, this fighting style is really a bit violent. However, her attack is still too single. Naruto knows Sakura's weakness, that is, in addition to close combat, there is no way to face some long-distance ninjutsu. If she uses the ninjutsu of the wind blade dance, she will be in a hard fight. Tsunade on the other side saw that Naruto didn't answer her words, but moved his hand instead, and suddenly became a little angry. This kid is still making a mystery with himself. She saw Naruto leave her to entangle with Zuoyu, and knowing that the opportunity was coming, she immediately approached him secretly. It's just that Naruto's perception is already very strong now. Judging from Tsunade's imposing manner behind him, he can know her action position, so he didn't turn around, and Tsunade secretly raised his fist at him. When it came over, it suddenly turned around. Immediately afterwards, he turned slightly to the side, and in Tsunade's surprised eyes, he instantly grabbed her wrist. However, Tsunade is not a vegetarian either. Although Naruto's movements are very sharp, as one of Sannin, she is also good at melee combat. Seeing this, a smile appeared on her face, and the next moment she suddenly raised her slender body. The big, round legs smashed Naruto from top to bottom in a splitting posture. Naruto let go, leaned back slightly, and suddenly there was a thud under his feet, and the ground cracked open, directly destroying the ground dozens of meters behind Naruto beyond recognition. Retreat. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly shouted, "Good chance." Sayu and Sakura immediately understood when they heard the words, and they couldn't help but feel a little happy when they saw Naruto, who was flying backwards in midair. The short knife in Zuoyu's hand turned, and the thunder light burst out again, and Sakura leapt forward, raising his fist to condense the chakra. It's now. The two saw the moment when Naruto was about to land, and rushed up. Divided into two sides to attack Naruto. Chidori cut. Chakra enhanced strength. Just when they thought that Naruto was unavoidable, Naruto suddenly danced into an afterimage with his hands in midair. Doden Earth Style, Sifang Earth Flow Wall. Boom. The earth shook violently, and four tall and thick earth walls suddenly burst out from the ground under Naruto, enclosing him in an instant. At this time, the attack of Sakura and Sayu finally came, and slammed into the earth wall. Bang bang bang. Wall was torn apart by Chidori's thunder and shattered by Sakura's fist. Wave after wave of gust of wind was swept up. However, behind the earth wall, Naruto's figure has long disappeared. The two of Sakura looked at each other, and their eyes couldn't help but be taken aback. Then Tsunade shouted, "Be careful." But it was too late. In the moment when the two were stunned for a moment, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from under Sakura's feet and grabbed her jade legs. Ah! Sakura sank suddenly, and was dragged directly to the ground by Naruto the next moment, leaving only one head exposed. Doden Earth Style Decapitation in the Heart. Naruto's figure appeared next to Sakura. He looked at her face lightly and said with a smile, "Sakura, you are the first to lose." At this time, Sasu had already stepped back, and she also felt the danger just now, but she wanted to remind Sakura that it was too late. If the target of Naruto's attack was her, she could barely escape at her own speed, but Sakura's speed was still a little worse than her own. She couldn't dodge Naruto's attack, so she was naturally defeated. Dealing with Sakura, Naruto smiled and looked at Suzuki and Tsunade, and seeing the vigilant and solemn expressions in their eyes, he couldn't help but say, "Anyway, you should show some strength." HMPH, didn't you show your strength? If we just used Hiraishin's technique directly, I'm afraid we would lose immediately. Tsunade snorted softly. Zuoyu glanced at Tsunade suspiciously, and asked, "What is the Hiraishin technique? Is that the technique he just disappeared suddenly?" Tsunade nodded. "Well, this is the original time-space ninjutsu of the 4th generation of Hokage. It has become a legend in Konoha. Once this technique is performed, the speed reaches the level of elusiveness, and even the two of us cannot be hurt no matter how fast we are." When Zuoyu heard this, she couldn't help showing a dignified and shocked look. "I didn't expect that. I haven't seen Naruto for 3 years and mastered such a powerful ninjutsu. Naruto, I thought my progress was big enough, but it seems that I underestimated you." "Ah. If that's the case, I'm going to use that technique." Zuoyu suddenly turned her head and said to Tsunade. Chapter 170 End. What? Are you going to use that technique? No, it's just a test of strength, it doesn't have to be real. Tsunade shook his head in shock. But 3 years later, Zuoyu was still so stubborn. Although Tsunade objected, she still rushed towards Naruto. At the same time, her hands quickly formed a seal. With her hand seal, Naruto suddenly felt a powerful chakra overflowing from her body. That chakra feeling, judging by Naruto's current perception, immediately knew that it belonged to the curse seal. The power of. At the same time, Zuoyu's exposed skin was immediately imprinted by the incantation pattern Yuhi, and the long hair behind her was also stirred up by this powerful chakra, and the whole person's momentum immediately rose. To the point of approaching Kage level. Naruto frowned. He knew what big move Zuoyu seemed to be using, and he was also a little curious, and wanted to see how Zuoyu had grown in the past 3 years. The next moment, Zuoyu suddenly raised her head and spewed out a huge flame, and the flame instantly rushed to the sky above Naruto, forming a sea of fire. Kaden, fire style, Phoenix fire. With a coquettish shout, the hot sea of fire suddenly transformed into a phoenix with a size of dozens of meters in the next moment, spreading its wings and diving towards Naruto. At the same time, Sayu snorted again, Raiden thunder style, Dragon Chidori. A large burst of strong thunder light suddenly released from her hands, and the thunder light suddenly let go of her hands in the next moment, turning into a thunder and lightning dragon dozens of meters long. Long Yin, Phoenix. Thunder Fire Ninjutsu Dragon and Phoenix Dance. In an instant, the Fire Phoenix and the Thunder Dragon combined, turning into an incomparably violent thunder and fire light, shrouding Naruto at the head. He was surrounded by dozens of meters around him. Naruto was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Sayu had created such a powerful compound ninjutsu. Two extremely destructive ninjutsu merged together, the power can be imagined and chased. However, a flash of excitement flashed in Naruto's eyes. At this time, he didn't want to use Hiraishin's technique to avoid this technique at all. He just wanted to use his own strength to experience the power of this ninjutsu head-on. I saw that the hand seal of his hands separated two shadow clones, and the next moment the body stretched out the palms of both hands, and immediately formed a Rasengan in the palms of both hands. 2 Rasengans spun violently, and then a humming screeching sound rang out in the left hand under shadow clone's chakra attribute input, Rasenshuriken. And in the heart of his right hand, the blue Rasengan color suddenly became darker blue, and there was a faint rise of water vapor. Futon, wind style, Rasenshuriken. Suigen, water style, whirlpool. Rasengans with wind and water attributes condensed on their hands. The next moment, he controlled the 2 ninjutsu with both hands and threw them towards Sayu's thunder and fire. At this time, after more than 2 years of training, he has been able to throw the Futon, wind style, Rasenshuriken, and he has also created an upgraded version of Rasengan with the addition of water attribute changes. In an instant, 2 forces collided, thunder and fire, wind and water. The 2 turned into a burst of energy that stirred violently in midair, water vapor, thunder light, gust of wind, and burning flames. The surrounding trees were almost blown up by the wind, and the leaves were charred by the heat. Tsunade Shizune and Shizune, who were present, were deeply attracted by the collision of these 2 amazing forces. Sakura finally broke free from the ground and hurried to the side, for fear of being affected. Although the energy was converging in midair, the ground between Naruto and Sayu was forcibly destroyed by the aftermath of this force. Gradually, wind and water gained the upper hand, the fire was gradually extinguished, and the thunder and lightning gradually disappeared. It seemed that after a long time, the field gradually calmed down. A big pit with a length of tens of meters or hundreds of meters appeared between the 2 of them. Zuoyu supported the ground with one hand and panted slightly. The Anbu mask also fell to the ground, revealing a beautiful face, but his face was slightly tired. Naruto, on the other hand, stood upright on the ground. The 2 shadow clones had disappeared. He was wearing a white imperial robe fluttering in the wind. His blonde hair was slow and motionless. Victory feeling. Zuoyu raised her head helplessly, looked at Naruto and let out a sigh. 3 years later, I'm still no match for you. Naruto flashed, appeared in front of Zuoyu, and gently lifted her up. Zuoyu, your strength surprised me. Zuoyu's mask had fallen to the ground, and was lifted up by Naruto at this moment. The original desire to fight on her face was instantly replaced by a sad and happy expression. The next moment, she finally couldn't help hugging Naruto's body. She tried her best to call his name, Naruto. Until now, she couldn't help but want to recognize Naruto. A gentle look flashed across Naruto's face. After 3 years, Zuoyu has become more beautiful and outstanding, and her strength is impeccable, but she is still so infatuated with herself, and he can't help but feel a little happy. Tsunade watched the two embrace each other with a smile on his face. Shizune was watching them quietly. Sakura pouted slightly and muttered in dissatisfaction. Naruto was too partial, dragged me into the mud, but so nice to Zoe. Bai looked at Zuoyu leaning on Naruto with a contented face. The expression on her face couldn't help but be a little complicated. I didn't expect that Zuoyu was so nostalgic for Naruto. How much emotion was contained in that affectionate call just now. As a woman, she naturally understands how deep love is required. After the hug, the battle couldn't go on. Sasu left Naruto's embrace a little embarrassed, glanced at Shiro who looked unnatural, and Sakura who was angry and aggrieved, and put on a mask silently. At this time Tsunade said with relief, Naruto, we have already seen your strength. The physical skills that even the three of us can't take advantage of together, are no less than Kage-level escape skills, and those miraculously powerful my own ninjutsu, the technique of Hiraishin. To be honest, we don't have any chance of winning. Even if you call in a few more people, we won't be able to defeat you. I should give you the Hokage seat. She couldn't help but say something. Emotion. Naruto touched his nose, glanced at Sakura and said with a smile, Sakura and Sakura's strengths are also improving very fast. But if Hokage is concerned, Tsunade-sama, if you want to be a few more years, I have no problem haha. Cut, I've been taking care of you for more than 3 years. If I continue, I'll never have time to drink and gamble. Tsunade rolled his eyes at him. Shizune on the side was sweating profusely. Be honest, in the past few years of Tsunade's reign, everything in Konoha has developed steadily. As a medical ninja and a woman, it is really not easy for her to quickly manage this gradually decaying Konoha. Of course Naruto knew this, and couldn't help but smile at her. Seeing this bright and warm smile, Tsunade also felt a huge sense of security in his heart, and his eyes could not help but be slightly blurred. Chapter 171 White Mood. After testing their strengths, Tsunade and Shizune went back to continue their duties as Hokage. Tsunade now has the identity and mission of Anbu, so it's not good to leave AWOL and leave with Tsunade, even though she has a lot of talk now. People tell, but since Naruto has returned to Konoha, there will be no time to be together in the future. The rest of Sakura was happy. Although Sayu's behavior made her a little depressed, but at this time, she took Naruto to visit the Konoha village and told him about some changes in Konoha in the past few years. Makes her extra happy, so that she can be more intimate with Naruto. Although, the white beside Naruto is suspicious of a light bulb. At this time, Bai lowered his head and followed Naruto, as if he had something on his mind. Sakura kept spitting across Naruto chattering about the changes over the years, but most of the time she was still talking about her own changes. Naruto smiled and listened to her, but noticed the strangeness around Shiro. After shopping around Konoha, Sakura finally asked a question that kept in her mind. Naruto, is this white sister going to live in Konoha in the future? Bai was slightly taken aback. Naruto nodded and glanced at Bai. Have you decided where to live? Do you want me to help find a house for Sister Bai? Sakura immediately asked again. Bai couldn't help but glance at Naruto, her face slightly yuhi, but then a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't answer. Originally, she wanted to answer that she lived with Naruto, but after learning that Naruto had a marriage in Sandin village, and that her relationship with Zuiyu was so ambiguous, she hesitated for a while. Naruto saw that she hesitated and did not speak, the slightly complicated look in his eyes, and he suddenly understood that he was not 250 with low emotional intelligence. After getting along with Bai for so long, he still understands the dialogue very well. She is too gentle and has its time to think about others too much. Thinking of this, he lightly held Shiro's hand, smiled at her, and said to Sakura, "Shiro lives with me." "What? How does this work?" Sakura suddenly shouted, but when she saw Naruto and Shiro's tightly connected hands, she couldn't help but froze, and subconsciously said, "Naruto, you and Shiro. Is my sister like that? Is it related?" Face turned Yuhi, she was held by Naruto's big and powerful hand, and her heart was calm. Facing Sakura's question, she lowered her head and did not dare to answer. Naruto nodded. Sakura's eyes were full of disbelief, and a huge sadness arose in his heart. It turned out that Naruto already had a lover. It turns out that his lover is Bai. Yes, after going out for 3 years, with Naruto's conditions, he can definitely find a girl who likes him. I feel sorry for myself, but I foolishly expect Naruto to come back and continue to develop with him. It turns out that all this is just wishful thinking. Thinking of this, the expression on Sakura's face became extremely depressed. Compared with Shiro, he had no body and face, but his personality was incomparable. She also knew that Bai was the man's favorite. "Oh, so that's what it is." Sakura lowered her head and said softly. The frustrated Sakura left. Naruto looked at her back thoughtfully, frowning slightly. Next, Shiro followed Naruto back to the small room. Naruto was surprised at first glance after opening the door, because he found that the room was very clean, and it was obvious that someone was cleaning it all the time. "I wonder who is so good." At this time, he suddenly noticed a note on the side of the cot. "Today is 1037 days since Naruto-kun left. If Naruto-kun comes back and sees this note, put this note on the tree at the gate of Hyuga's house, so that I will the first time to know the news of your return to the village Hyuga-Hinata." Naruto looked at the date. It happened to be today. It seemed that Hinata had already been here this morning, and it was obvious that Hinata was cleaning the room. Thinking of that innocent and lovely figure, Naruto couldn't help showing a gentle smile on his face. After Shiro saw the note and the name, he said softly, "Naruto, Hinata, does she like you too?" Naruto put away the note, turned his head to meet Bai's clear eyes, stretched out his hands and slowly picked her up, then gently placed her on the bed, pressing his body on it, and at the same time sealing it with his big mouth, her soft lips. After lingering for a while, Bai Jiao was panting, her face flushed Yuhi, her body twisted quietly, and Wu Wu gave him a coquettish glance. "Naruto, what are you going to do with so many girls?" "Uzu, let's talk about this later, now let's comfort my Shiro." Naruto laughed and said, actually he didn't want to hurt those girls, but if he wanted to hurt Shiro for them, then it wouldn't be the result he wants, so now he has to appease Bai first. Bai struggled for a while, but he couldn't resist his strength. In the end, he was helplessly pressed by Naruto, allowing Naruto to enjoy having sex with a girl in his own home. The feeling of love was very comfortable and refreshing. Bai Yi's face was flushed with Yuhi's face, and Yuhi's dizziness appeared all over his body. The bed that had been cleaned up was also stained with traces of the two people's madness. Naruto's things were still in Shiro's body. He gently kissed her forehead, eyes, Chong nose, soft lips, and jade neck, until he buried his head in her firm, trembling eyes, and Feng Li said, "Bai, I won't let you leave me." Shiro's body trembled slightly, and he felt Naruto's slightly domineering tone, and he thought again in his heart of what he said when he faced Mizukage. For his own sake, Naruto would rather be hostile to Ichikun. Why should he care so much about other things when he treats him like this? As long as Naruto can always be like this, he will be very satisfied with himself. I have to say that Bai is too gentle and considerate. She could have used her identity as her first girlfriend to repel those girls who were close to Naruto, or she could have used her own strength to force those girls to leave, but she also cared about those girls very much. Feeling, she knows how sweet it will be when she falls in love with someone, and how painful it will be when a pure relationship cannot be realized. Sakura just now, that extremely depressed look continued to appear in her mind. She couldn't imagine how she would feel if she also encountered such a situation. Moreover, compared to Sakura and Sasu, Shiro felt that his appearance had a feeling of taking advantage of it. After all, he had forcibly had a relationship with Naruto in that situation. Sighing slightly, Bai suddenly said softly, "Naruto, am I bothering you?" Chapter 172 Being Monitored. Naruto was stunned for a moment, seeing Bai's troubled and complicated expression. He couldn't help scratching her little Chang's nose lightly, and scolded with a smile, "Bai, you really think too much. You are Bai, the one who Ten and I are together with." "Ah, how could it bother me?" was a sweet smile on Bai's face. "Naruto, you are so kind." Although it had been 2 years, she did not feel that Naruto was bored with herself at all. How could she be such a gentle and considerate boy? Could it bother him? Naruto. Huh. You go and accept the marriage of Sand Ninja Village. What? Naruto's heart skipped a beat. As the heir of the 6th generation of Hokage, how can you do without a political foundation? The marriage of Sand Ninja Village will bring you huge benefits, especially with the adverse effects of Mizukage. I think you will definitely be hindered. Yes. Bai leaned against his chest gently and said slowly. For his development, Bai felt that he could not selfishly possess Naruto. He has a higher and broader sky, and his existence should allow him to fly more freely and farther, not bind him. Thinking of this, Bai Weiwei heaved a sigh of relief, and all the restlessness in his heart went away, and instead he just wanted to quietly enjoy the warmth of this moment. Yes, as long as I can be with Naruto, that's enough. Naruto didn't answer. He felt Bai's tenderness and thoughtfulness. His hands quietly wrapped her in his arms, and pressed each other's skin tightly together. After a while, the two talents gradually separated. Yuhi's white face was slightly pale and Yuhi put on her clothes. After the spring tide, she looked more gentle and euphemistic under the moonwhite robe, and there was an infinite charm and temptation invisibly. After Naruto also sorted everything out, he walked out of the room. Bai didn't follow behind, just said gently, "I'll cook for you at home, and deal with sheets." Naruto nodded, holding the note left by Hinata in his hand, glanced blankly, and left his room. Arriving at the gate of the Hyuga family, Naruto saw the eye-catching big tree. Thinking that this should be the place Hinata said, he dodged and hung the note in a prominent place on the tree, then clapped his hands and jumped down, ready to leave. At this moment, 2 figures, one large and one small, suddenly appeared from the gate of Hyuga's house. It is Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hanabi. The two happened to see the scene where Naruto jumped off the tree and prepared to leave. Hiyashi's eyes flickered slightly. When he first saw Naruto, he thought it was the 4th generation rebirth, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was wrong. He thought to himself, could it be Uzumaki Naruto? He actually returned to the village. Judging by the way he looked at his door, did he come to find Hinata? Although he is the head of the clan, Naruto, the heir of the 6th generation of Hokage, is here, and it is impossible to say a few words without going up. So, he called out Naruto and said, "Hello, Naruto, so you have returned to the village. It seems that you have changed a lot in the past few years." Naruto had also seen the two of them, and when he saw Hiyashi greeting him in an approachable manner, he could just go up and ask if Hinata was there. "Yeah, I just got back today. Where is Mr. Hiyashi going? Is Hinata at home?" "Hinata, she went on a mission today. Maybe she won't be back until tomorrow. What's the matter with you?" Hiyashi said politely. Hearing this, Naruto nodded, preparing to leave, and come back to her tomorrow. At this time, Hanabi next to Hiyashi suddenly said, "Uzumaki Naruto, my sister has become very powerful now. I want to know how you have improved." Hiyashi frowned and scolded, "Hanabi, I want to call Naruto big brother." He is your predecessor, the future 6th generation Hokage. Hearing this, Hanabi pouted a little unwillingly, but because of his father's prestige, he could only lower his head and act obediently. At Hanabi's questioning, without answering her words, he just said goodbye to Hiyashi and left. Asshole, actually ignore me. Hanabi shouted angrily in his heart, and gnashed Kiba's teeth in hatred as he watched Naruto leave. Hanabi, Hiyashi called her. Oh, father. Hanabi then came back to his senses and responded. Do you have any dissatisfaction with Naruto? He is Konoha's 6th generation Hokage successor and the future leader of our village. You can't be rude to him, and you can't have any doubts and contempt for his strength. Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago? At that time, his strength made me feel that I couldn't handle it, and now, as the patriarch, I can't see his depth at all. Hanabi shook for a while, lowered his head for a long time, and didn't know what he was thinking. Left Hyuga's house, wandered the streets for a while, and it was almost dusk. Looks like it's time to go back. Bai should be ready for dinner. Naruto thought. A warm smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he suddenly frowned, his expression calmed down, and he walked towards the sparsely populated place in Konoha village. When he came to an empty space, Naruto suddenly said indifferently, "Who sent you to monitor me?" As soon as the voice fell, 2 figures of Anbu suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. The two looked at each other, slightly shocked. But out of the task, even in the face of Naruto, who is a Jinchuriki column force and the heir of Hokage, they still managed to calm down, and one of them said lightly, "This is a task for the upper level, please forgive me for not being able to disclose it." Quote. Light flashed in Naruto's eyes, he squinted his eyes slightly, and said unhappily, "The upper class. Let me guess, is it Danzo? Or those guys from the elders?" The two of them trembled slightly, and they were speechless for a while. Looking at the reaction of the two, Naruto also knew that as Anbu, they also acted for the mission, waved his hand and said, "Okay, now, I don't want you to be discovered by me again." Yes, the two led the way, but after leaving, they found that their backs were completely soaked in sweat. What a terrifying atmosphere. How awesome is that guy? 3 years can actually bring about such a big change. The two thought together in their hearts and looked at each other. They dared not continue to monitor, and immediately went back to report. Driving away the two Anbu, Naruto couldn't help but think, it seems that the Mizukage caused him a lot of trouble that time. No one has followed him closely like this before, but he didn't expect that after returning to the village this time, he would be treated like this. Strict surveillance. As for the monitor, Naruto doesn't have to think about it and knows that it is one of the roots of the opposition to the Hokage line. It seems that what Tsunade said is a hidden danger. It was suppressed and not known by the whole village, but some high-level officials and ninjas inside have already learned about it. Chapter 173 Unexpected Incident. Back home, Bai had already prepared a table of delicious meals and was sitting on the only small table in the room waiting for Naruto to come back. As soon as Naruto entered the house, he smelled the refreshing fragrance. "Bai, I haven't used this kitchen for a long time. It's rare that you can make so many dishes." Naruto looked at Bai, who was standing up with a small checkered apron, and his eyes lit up. A happy and satisfied smile on Bai's face, he heard the words and chuckled. "I just went out to buy some new kitchen utensils, and we won't have to go out to eat in the future." I really like the feeling of cooking for Naruto. Naruto also laughed happily. Next, after the two finished dinner, Naruto told her about the encounter with Anbu today, and told her to pay attention to her, and use chakra to enter Hiraishin Kunai immediately if there was any danger. After the two finished dinner, Naruto suddenly laughed evilly because of the way Shiro was wearing an apron just now. Looking at Shiro's beautiful face and bumpy figure, he immediately pushed her down on the dining table with a smile. Bai struggled for a while, but Naruto had already entered her under her body. She could only helplessly tilt her neck up and let out a long moan, at the mercy of Naruto. After 2 years of getting along, Bai naturally became familiar with Naruto's character. When no one was there, he would act very embarrassingly to himself. Once, he even made love with himself in the warm Izumi where no one was there. As for this time at the dinner table at home, although it was the first time for her, because of the previous relationship, she only struggled symbolically, and then immersed herself in it. At this moment, a coolness suddenly came from the hot bodies of the two of them, and they couldn't help but look up, only to see that the door was opened at some point. In front of the door, a graceful girl was standing there blankly. Her long hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, and under her black kimono, her cold temperament added a touch of tenderness. However, at this moment, she was staring at Bai and Naruto's body tightly with her eyes wide open. She stood at the door of Naruto's house and stared at them blankly. Zuiyu. Naruto recognized her, but she didn't expect her to appear in front of his house. Suddenly Naruto was embarrassed to death. Naruto, you guys, Zuiyu whispered, looking at the two absently. Bai was entering the state at this time, and was still addicted to moaning and moaning. When he noticed the strangeness of Naruto on his body, he turned to look at the door. Ah! Bai exclaimed, and suddenly pushed Naruto's body away, stood up immediately, and anxiously sorted out the messy clothes on his body. Naruto was also very embarrassed. After hurriedly tidying up his demeanor, he couldn't help but sighed slightly. Zuiyu, Shiro and I. However, before he could finish speaking, Zuiyu sneered, Naruto. What else do you want to explain? Without waiting for Naruto to speak, she turned around and closed the door, and ran out alone. Naruto and Shiro looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Go and persuade her. Bai looked at him tenderly, his eyes full of encouragement. Naruto felt a heat in his heart, felt Shiro's tenderness and thoughtfulness, hugged her and kissed her deeply, and chased him out in a flash. Bai stayed at home alone, thinking back to the time when he and Naruto were actually seen by Sayu. Yuhi's dizziness filled his face again, thinking that he would never be able to see her again. At this moment, Zuiyu had already rushed back to the house, facing a pile of wooden stakes in the backyard, holding a short knife and chopping frantically, shouting incessantly, Dead Naruto! Stinky Naruto! I want to kill you! You! I must kill you! You heartless man! I must kill you! During the day, she finally completed Anbu's mission. After the test, she had been indifferent and anxiously wanted to find Naruto. Tsunade saw her mood and decided to let her go back early. She returned home excitedly, put on a kimono that she liked recently, and wanted to ask Naruto out, but when she arrived at the door of his house, she heard an unpleasant sound, and she opened the door in disbelief. That scene is unbelievable. The wooden stakes were chopped into countless pieces by her in midair, and they fell to the ground one after another. Tomo in her eyes suddenly changed, and the next moment it turned into the shape of a snowflake, her shocked expression solidified on her face. In the other corner of the yard, Naruto, who had already caught up, was watching her with a tangled expression on her face. Zuiyu actually opened her eyes. This is definitely Mangekyo Sharingan. The opening of Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes must be stimulated by the loss of the most important person. One can imagine Sayu's current mood. At the same time, in his ability to perceive good and evil, he suddenly noticed a dark and cold hatred in Zuoyu's chakra, which was hatred for himself. Zuoyu! Naruto flashed and appeared in front of her. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Zuoyu's face suddenly became angry. Tears could not help rushing out. Without saying a word, he raised the short knife and slashed at Naruto. Kai! As soon as the knife went down, blood splattered everywhere, and Naruto reached out and grabbed her blade, but the sharp blade cut Naruto's palm, and strands of yin yuhi fell to the ground along the cold blade. I'm going to kill you. Zuoyu glared at Naruto with her pair of yuhi's Mangekyo open, her tone icy cold and without the slightest emotion. Naruto didn't expect that Zuiyu would be so stimulated, but thinking about how abruptly what happened to him and Shiro just now made Zuiyu, who had never been exposed to this kind of thing, couldn't accept it. It seems that he is still too ignorant to restrain himself. Naruto thought a little ashamed. After Sayu's short knife was held by Naruto, her face became even more annoyed, and her chakra hatred soared, making Naruto feel frightened, as if Sayu was in danger of falling into the devil's way. Hey, Zuiyu, calm down. Naruto didn't care about anything, grabbed her short knife and pulling her whole body towards him, trying to restrain her by force. But at this time, Sayu had lost her mind. Driven by Mangekyo's hatred, she raised her arm towards Naruto, and a frenzy of thunder and lightning condensed. Feeling the power of the lightning in Zuiyu's hand, Naruto frowned and said in a deep voice, "Zuiyu, wake up." Zuiyu was stunned for a moment, and was slightly shocked by Naruto's chakra-sounding voice, but she was immediately enveloped by that hatred, raised her hand and stabbed Naruto's chest fiercely. Between the thunder and lightning, the courtyard was as bright as day. Zuoyu's face was also reflected pale and colorless, but her eyes, Yin Yuhi, was bloody. Chapter 174 Possessive. At this moment, Naruto hesitated for a moment in his mind. Was he trying to stop her? He still allowed himself to be hurt by her. Although he had the confidence to stab her a little blood while avoiding the key point, maybe it could calm her down, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that what he and Bai did were not the same. It's not that the sky is angry and the people are extremely sinful. It's normal for you to love me. If you are too weak, wouldn't you indirectly admit that Bai's status is not as good as Zuoyu? Compared to Zuoyu, of course, Bai in Naruto's heart also accounted for a large part, but if he really had a priority, it would be a very distressing thing. Therefore, Naruto who never hesitated, Naruto who did not give up resistance even in the face of the strongest enemy, in front of Sayu, for the first time, the mentality of struggle appeared. Time is just a moment, as if it is a ray of light that will never return. Zuoyu's thunder light has touched Naruto's chest. The white imperial robe has been torn apart by the power of thunder and lightning, revealing the pectoral muscles inside. At this time, Zuoyu was completely driven by darkness and hatred, and lost her mind. Naruto's body moved, and at a critical moment, he wanted to use the technique of Hiraishin to escape. Nonsense, do you want to let yourself die in the hands of Zuoyu? You are not that great. Besides, Sayu is now wrapped in Mangekyo's hatred, like a crazy mental patient. What she has done is completely beyond her control. Naruto doesn't want to sacrifice like this, he is not that stupid. And he didn't admit that he did anything wrong in this matter. If he really wanted to blame him, he blamed himself for being too careless. Every time he didn't want to see the girl who liked him get hurt. But he asked himself, this is not wrong. However, just when Naruto was about to move his mind and send out Hiraishin, a figure like a ghost appeared behind Sayu, and when he saw the man's arm, he immediately buckled her neck from behind. Zuoyu was not prepared for this unexpected crisis at all, and her body was immediately restrained by the person who came. And her slender fingers just plunged into the muscles of Naruto's chest, 1 centimeter deep. A trace of fresh blood slowly overflowed, and the thunder light on Zuiyu's hand dissipated immediately, and the warm current spread along her fingertips to her whole body, and she was shocked. Chimpanzee Yuhi's eyes suddenly sobered a bit. Only then did I discover that the person who restrained me was an Anbu. Naruto's face was full of surprise. Looking at the figure who suddenly came in, he suddenly felt a familiar feeling. His long blue-purple hair was draped around his back, and a tight Anbu costume tightly outlined his bumpy figure. The two thighs under the tights are slender and round, exuding a mature and cold temperament. But with Anbu's mask on her face, she couldn't see her face at all. I saw her clasping Zuiyu's neck with one hand and holding her back with Kuwu with the other, and said coldly, "Zuiyu, calm down. I won't allow you to hurt him." Zuiyu stared blankly at the trace of blood slowly flowing out of Naruto's chest, turned her head and said to the man, "Why did you stop me? Do you know what he did? Yugao, we have been together for so long. Don't you understand how I feel? It turns out that she is Azuki Yugao." I saw Yugao slowly shaking his head. "No matter what he does, I must stop you. Because now Lord Tsunade has decided to give way to him, as Hokage, guard, you and I must protect him. Zuo Yu's body was slightly shocked, but then she shouted again, I don't care. All I know is that I really want to kill this heartless man now. After listening to Zuo Yu's words, she seemed to understand something, and there was a hint of contempt in Naruto's eyes, but she showed a helpless look, and persuaded. Calm down, Uchiha Seijutsu, you can only blame yourself for not being able to control the person you like. If you continue to treat this matter with such a narrow mind, you are the enemy of the entire Konoha. I will never allow it you go on like this. Zuo Yu glared at the pair of Yuhi's Mangekyo, and looked at the pair of clear eyes behind the mask. Mangekyo in her eyes faded, returning to her original pure black eyes, and sighed, let go of me, Yugao. Seeing that Zuo Yu seemed to have given up the idea of resistance, Uzuki Yugao finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Naruto with some disgust, and said, since he has let you down, then you should ignore him in the future, never again. Quote. Zuo Yu whispered, no. Do you still care about him so much? Zuo Yu glanced at Naruto, lowered his head, looked at his blood on his fingers, recalled the scene just now, why did he shoot him? I almost killed him just now. If he is killed by myself, then I can only die myself. Why did I have such dark thoughts just now? At this moment, Zuo Yu deeply blamed herself, and she couldn't help feeling deeply regret for her impulse. But when she thought about Naruto and Shiro, she couldn't help but feel a layer of hatred in her mind, and Mangekyo in her eyes reappeared. The idea of losing Naruto was like being abandoned by the world. Do not. I must get Naruto. Naruto belongs only to me. I waited for him for 3 years. In order to narrow the gap with him, I trained extremely hard, but why, in the end, he was still with another woman. Zuo Yu felt the pain that she wanted to hug her head and scream. At this time, Naruto suddenly stepped forward, stretched out his arms and embraced her with a painful expression on his face. Zuo Yu's body trembled suddenly, and her whole body froze there. She lowered her head and leaned against Naruto's chest, in a dazed trance. At this moment, she felt that she had become so weak, all the original hatred disappeared, and there was only his warm feeling in her mind. Yugao on the side looked at the two of them hugging each other and shook his head, but he became more and more dissatisfied with Naruto. He had the heart to hurt her with such an innocent girl who treated him so well. Yugao felt worthless for Zuo Yu. But when she thought of the identity of Naruto's 6th-generation Hokage, she could only helplessly protect him. Suddenly, Zuo Yu raised her head and stared at Naruto's face with possessive desire in her eyes, her expression extremely firm. Naruto, I won't let you slip away from me. I will definitely get you. I want to become stronger than you and defeat you. Let you see that I am better than other women. Zuo Yu suddenly broke Naruto's face with a pair of jade hands, and stood on tiptoe and kissed Naruto's mouth with a dull expression superior. At this moment, Naruto's heart was very complicated. Zuo Yu was too strong to say such a thing. However, Naruto couldn't help laughing at the domineering sucking force from his lips. Suddenly, there was a tingling pain in his mouth, and Zuo Yu's teeth bit his lips fiercely. Naruto's eyes widened, the expression on his face was tangled, he finally pushed her away, and when he touched his lips, it was full of blood. Just as she was about to say something angrily, Zuo Yu snorted and turned away. Naruto smiled bitterly. Is this the legendary Uchiha clan? Is the sensitivity to love and hate far beyond that of ordinary people? How can I break it myself? He scratched his head, distracted. Chapter 175 Comfort. Zuo Yu, who had left, quickly returned to her room, and Yugao followed. Yugao took off her mask, revealing a beautiful face. She looked at Zuo Yu sympathetically and asked, Zuo Yu, do you have to get this man? Zoe nodded. Hey, Yugao sighed. Although I don't know what happened between the two of you, I think you'd better not have hope for a man like him. No, I must let him come back to me. Zuo Yu shouted stubbornly. Yugao couldn't persuade him, and he couldn't help Zuo Yu's persistent feelings, so he had to change the subject. After you left just now, Lord Hokage decided to give Hokage to this guy, and you and I were chosen by Lord 5 generations to be his close friend. Wei, so I stopped you just now. Looked surprised. She had been working with Yugao before, guarding Tsunade and completing some difficult tasks for her, but this time she was assigned as Naruto's guard by Tsunade, although she was very happy to be with Naruto. But when she thought about the vow she made, she really wanted to have enough time to practice. Otherwise, how can I defeat Naruto? How to get him back? I see. She nodded. I'm tired, I'm going to rest. Knowing that she was in a bad mood now, Yugao nodded and left. When he left Sayu's house, Yugao saw Naruto preparing to leave. Uzumaki Naruto. Yugao stepped forward and stopped him. Naruto turned around and saw Yugao without a mask. He was slightly surprised, but then he asked worriedly, "Is Zuyu okay? You still know how to care about her? You still have a bit of conscience?" Yugao said mercilessly. "6th generation Lord Hokage, although I don't know what you did to regret Zuoyu, I would like to say that you are the leader of a village. I no longer have any tall image in my heart." Naruto sweated. Did he really commit a heinous crime? Spreading his hands, Naruto said lightly, "Okay, think about it as you want." He turned around and left, a little upset. Yugao's face couldn't help but raise a slight anger, but he tried his best to endure it, biting Kiba and staring at the back of Naruto leaving. It's so worthless for Zuyu. How could she like him? With a grumbling grumble, Yugao also walked away. Naruto returned home and told the anxious Shiro the whole story. After speaking, Shiro couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Naruto, what should you do now?" Actually, Sayu's extreme emotions are related to her family inheritance. It is rumored that the Uchiha family is very sensitive to love and hate feelings. If there is no correct guidance, it is easy to walk into the dark. Naruto was lying on the bed, talked about the genetic nature of the Uchiha family. Bai was obviously also attracted by Naruto's words. She never knew that the Uchiha family had such a secret, so she couldn't help frowning and asked, "You mean, Sayu saw us?" That, and then the nature of her family's inheritance made she couldn't control herself, so she did something to you. In this way, she is also excusable. After hearing this, Bai no longer cared about Sayu's injury to Naruto, and instead wanted to find a way to guide her correctly. Bai gently treated Naruto's small wound on his chest, and gently touched the bitten lip on his mouth, shook his head and said helplessly, "But what she said about defeating you is impossible." Seeing that Naruto's expression was a little tangled, Bai paused and suddenly joked, "It seems that you will be in trouble in the future." "Hey, really, who made you make trouble everywhere?" Naruto's face suddenly collapsed, and when it's over, even Bai has said that to himself, it seems that he is really too scumbag. Push. Bai suddenly slapped him on the chest and laughed. "Just kidding with you, Naruto, really, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines these days. Zuoyu is just an exception. You are so powerful, at that time, we will definitely think of a good solution." Quote. Naruto listened and finally laughed. "Bai, you'll make fun of me too." Naruto grabbed her little hand and pressed her under him. "I'm going to punish you." The white-faced Yuhi struggled for a while, and then let him do anything wrong. She felt that his mood was much better, and the smile on her face brightened. She finally relaxed in her heart, stretched her body and endured the waves of Naruto's scolding. After the cloud and the rain dispersed, the two embraced each other and slept. Seeing Bai sleeping on his forehead and chest, Naruto felt infinite warmth in his heart. Why didn't he know that Bai was comforting him? It's such a blessing to have such a gentle and considerate girl here. Naruto looked up at the ceiling and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after Naruto got up and had breakfast with Shiro, he was called to Hokage's office. Soon as the two entered, Tsunade couldn't wait to walk over and said, "Come to the conference room with me. I have already issued a letter of abdication early this morning, and organized a meeting of the village's senior management and elders. Are you, the upcoming Hokage? Come with me, don't be late." So fast. Naruto was taken aback. Yeah, I already made my decision yesterday. Don't talk nonsense, come with me. Tsunade also hurriedly pulled him and ran out of Hokage's office. And Shizune looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and followed. The conference room was at the top of the Hokage building. There was only one independent room, and it was very spacious. When Naruto opened the door and entered, there were already a large number of people sitting there, many of them with unfamiliar faces. However, there are still some familiar figures, such as Kurenai Yuhi, Kakashi, Enko, Asuma, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, etc. Some of the others are gray-haired old men with extremely serious faces. Fifth generation, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Naruto and Tsunade appearing, Elder Kaharu stood up first and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Tsunade responded indifferently, and resolutely came to the chief to sit down, and then motioned Naruto to sit next to her. Shizune and silently stood behind them. It was the first time to face a meeting with so many people. Although Bai was a little nervous, she did not show the slightest timidity and stood behind Naruto with a smile on her face. Everyone didn't seem to know Bai, but seeing her such a beautiful girl following Naruto, they were a little curious about her identity. At this time, Tsunade said, "Okay, Naruto has arrived, and now I will officially announce it." Chapter 176 shocked the crowd. Wait. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Tsunade frowned, looked at the man and said indifferently, "Danzo, do you have any comments?" Danzo stood up slowly, first glanced around at everyone's expressions, and then smiled slowly. "It's okay for the 5th generation to step aside, but if Naruto Uzumaki is to be the 6th generation, this old man has an opinion. Now, what's your opinion? This is something that has been designated long ago, and it was also the last wish of the 3rd generation." Tsunade said coldly. Danzo looked at Naruto with a sneer and said loudly, "I think everyone has heard of the news that Uzumaki Naruto has an unclear relationship with the 5th generation Mizukage of Kurigakure village. There are photos to prove this." That said, Danzo took out a photo and let everyone take a look. Immediately, discussions erupted. "No way. That person is the 5th generation Mizukage. It's the first time I've seen it. Ri as pretty as Tsunade-sama. It turned out that I always thought it was a rumor, but I didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to really have something to do with her. HMPH, what does this prove? Who can prove that the woman is Terumi Mei?" Danzo said slowly, "I got this photo from the dark line in the village of Kurigakure. It is absolutely true." Danzo's influence in Konoha is not small. When he said this, everyone immediately believed more than half. With a bang, the conference room suddenly became lively. There are several younger executives who are very envious of Naruto. "This kid is amazing, he actually got together with Mizukage. Hey, what's your tone of voice? Is there a chance you'll do the same?" said one person next to him angrily. HMPH, this is obviously collaborating with the enemy and treason. Uzumaki Naruto's behavior is very suspicious. Remove him. Remove him. Someone started to make trouble. "Shut up," Tsunade shouted angrily. "What does a photo mean? A bunch of people who follow suit. Is that how you are at the top?" When Tsunade got angry, no one dared to speak out. At this time, Kakashi suddenly said, "I think it's better to let Naruto explain. He is very optimistic about Naruto, and he also believes in him, and will not do things like collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country, but the current situation is obviously beyond arguing now. If Naruto doesn't show a little courage if he wants to take the throne smoothly, he will definitely not be able to satisfy everyone." Naruto was at the cusp of the storm at the moment, facing a large number of questioning eyes. He secretly scolded Terumi Mei for his insidiousness, had to stand up, looked around and said, "Everyone knows, I have been practicing with Jiraiya for 3 years, right? In the past 3 years, I have traveled to many places, Kurigakure village is one of them, and I have also seen the 5th generation Mizukage. To be honest, this photo was taken when I was visiting her in Kurigakure village and drinking with her. Yes, it is indeed true. Whoa. The crowd immediately began to discuss. Sure enough, he had an affair with Mizukage. Damn it. He actually hooked up with such a beautiful woman, and he's still the shadow of a village. It's abominable. This is the envy. As the heir of Hokage, to drink with Mizukage. It's immoral. Immoral. This is old-fashioned conservative thinking. The two must have reached some sort of conspiracy. This is conspiracy theorist. For a while, there were endless discussions, and Tsunade rubbed his temples with a headache. Yuhi, who was sitting on the side, stared at Naruto and frowned, thinking to himself, this kid is really restless, it's not enough to be ambiguous with so many girls in the village, and after leaving the village, he even went to Kurigakure village. Looking at Naruto's sunny and handsome face, Yuhi sighed, but a boy like him is really a huge temptation. Enko murmured with interest, awesome, it's better to get Mizukage on. Hee, it's really interesting. Kakashi sighed and covered his head. As his teacher, he suddenly felt like he wanted to burrow into the ground. He was embarrassed, but at the same time he couldn't help but envy for a while. Can see intimacy paradise. Hyuga Hiyashi, who was sitting on the other side, also frowned, worrying about his daughter. This guy is far from being as calm as he remembered. However, the louder the doubts of these high-level officials, the calmer Naruto's face became. Suddenly, when the discussion reached a peak, Naruto slammed the table. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the sawdust on the table flew, and the table in front of Naruto was directly smashed. He snorted, shut up for me. Everyone was shocked. All eyes were on him. They did not expect that this young man could act so boldly in the face of the crowd. I saw Naruto raised his head at this moment, and said in a clear and powerful voice, everyone, please use your own brains to think about it. As the heir of the 6th generation of Hokage, I am the shadow who will lead the village, and Konoha village is the strongest village in Ninja village. What reason do I have to give up the position of Hokage and move to another village? Quote. A sonorous and powerful voice entered everyone's ears, and after a pause, Naruto continued, a discerning person can see that this is a trick played by Mizukage. If you people can't even see through this, or if you don't even give me such a little trust, I really have nothing to say. Every sentence and every word of Naruto is very powerful and reasonable, attacking everyone's heart. They look at Naruto and can't find a reason to refute. At this time, Danzo, who was shocked, finally reacted. He opened his mouth in a wily manner, and immediately wanted to refute Naruto's words. However, Naruto's eyes glared at him, and he didn't give him a chance to speak, loudly. Said, and some people obviously want to use this to prevent me from inheriting the position of Hokage. Here I can say unceremoniously, fish in troubled waters, I accept your provocation. Naruto's sharp eyes stared at Danzo for a while, and then slowly looked around at everyone, seeing that everyone dared not look at him, especially the momentum emanating from Naruto at this moment. It definitely shocked the audience, because at this moment, they even felt the teacup on the table tremble slightly. What a powerful chakra! Under this chakra, people with poor strength suddenly felt a sense of shortness of breath. Danzo was extremely shocked. Uzumaki Naruto dared to make such a naked threat. This is no longer a meeting, but a struggle. However, he looked around at the people around him and found that half of them were watching the white show, and half of the remaining half were firmly on Tsunade's side, and only some of them were old. His elders and his diehards are on his side. This meeting, under Naruto's chakra momentum, has turned into a fight between factions within Konoha. Chapter 177 Various Deaths. Those who haven't stood in line didn't dare to intervene, they just sat there and watched. Hokage faction headed by Naruto Tsunade, including Kakashi and other Jonin, as well as the Hyuga clan, Yuanfei clan and others all support Naruto, especially the Yuanfei clan. The last wishes of the 3 generations of Hokage have evolved into them. Therefore, it is also a must for them to make Naruto become Hokage. As diehards of the Danzo faction, their opposition is also very obvious. The end, the two advisors, Kaharu and Menyan, stood up, they looked at each other, and Kaharu said, I think it's hard to come to a conclusion on this matter, why don't you go and ask the great name of the Kingdom of Fire to come and decide? When she finished speaking, everyone was speechless. Naruto frowned slightly and glanced at the two of them. Tsunade pulled him quietly and gave him a wink, and Naruto nodded helplessly. After seeing Naruto nod, Danzo had no objection. A strange arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, got up and left, ignoring Naruto at all. Watching his back disappear outside the door, Naruto's mouth showed a faint smile. Next, Tsunade announced that after a few more words, the meeting was dismissed. When everyone left, Naruto was preparing to go back. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Naruto and grabbed his collar. Hey, boy, don't come to see me when you go back to the village. With a clear and bold voice, Naruto immediately guessed who it was. Enko Examiner, I just came back, I'm busy with a lot of things. Naruto broke free from her hand, turned around and smiled. Che, you're such an interesting fellow. If you said you'd come to see me later, I'd die. Enko mumbled and pulled him out, come with me to eat. I was caught before I had breakfast this morning. It's almost noon now. Naruto looked at the sky outside from the corridor, and time really passed quickly. So he nodded and called Bai. Huh, why did she follow me? Enko glanced at Bai and said without any scruples. When Bai saw Enko's unconcerned look of hooking his shoulders with Naruto, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, and he secretly thought, doesn't this woman have something to do with Naruto? Ah, she's my lover. Naruto gave a generous introduction. What? Enko was taken aback, and the expression on his face suddenly became strange, but he immediately put on a smiley face, giggling, you boy is so lucky to have found such a beautiful one. Girls. After she finished speaking, she took Naruto and ran out without any hesitation, but she was secretly dissatisfied. This bastard, which bit can't compare to this little girl. No, be sure to find a chance to ask. Naruto didn't know the little juju in Enko's heart, and she was quickly dragged to a meatball shop by her. He immediately went black. What's wrong? Bai asked curiously. Naruto muttered, Shiro, you don't know, she eats balls every time, and she never tires of it. Really? Bai looked curiously at Enko excitedly rushing in and yelling for food like a little girl, and a smile appeared on his face. What an interesting big sister. Three sat down and ate balls together. Although Enko didn't seem to care at all, he still felt that the smiling Shiro next to Naruto was annoying. This bastard actually took advantage of the old lady to secretly soak in such a beautiful girl. That's abominable. Hey, Naruto, can you tell me how you and Shiro fell in love? After eating and drinking, Enko 8 trigrams approached and asked. A dizziness appeared on Yuhi's face, bowing her head and holding Naruto's arm in silence. The incident was so shameful, she had already kept it in her heart, and now she feels ashamed just thinking about it. How could she say it woolen cloth? And Naruto naturally wouldn't say it. Seeing the two faltering and hesitating, Enko 8 trigrams, heart was soaring, he couldn't help holding Naruto's other arm with both hands, and said with a smile, good brother, hurry up. Hurry up. That voice, charming, was completely different from the usual thick lines, and Naruto couldn't help but froze there. Enko also realized at this moment that she was acting abnormally. She was slightly embarrassed and wanted to let go, but as if thinking of something again, she smiled evilly, and suddenly rubbed her full breasts against her chest. Naruto's arm stimulated his nerves with his incomparably soft part. He smiled, and was extremely sinister. Bai looked a little speechless, she definitely did it on purpose. But Enko had no self-consciousness at all, and continued to tempt Naruto with his D-cup, which was one size bigger than Shiro. Naruto swallowed his saliva secretly, he had already sensed the dangerous aura. At this moment, a voice from outside the Maruko shop suddenly came in. Enko, Naruto, why are you here? Being disturbed by the people who came, Enko stared a little unhappily, only to find out that it was Yuhi. Really depressed. Why did Yuhi come? She muttered and let go of Naruto's arm, and when Yuhi came closer, she said, Yuhi, you are so free. Did you just get rid of Asuma's entanglement? Yuhi, who was wearing a slim-fitting Yuhi white striped suit, under the slightly curly shawl long hair, the deep Yuhi pupils revealed a touch of joy. This joy was naturally expressed when he saw Naruto. Yes, she didn't even notice herself. Don't mention him, that guy is going to annoy me. Yuhi shook his head and turned to look at Naruto. She found that Naruto has become more mature now, and looks like a man. Look, that sunny and handsome face will be moved even if he sees it. I'm here to find Naruto. She glanced at Naruto and said, Naruto, can you come with me? I have something to talk to you about. Naruto touched his nose, glanced at Shiro and Anko, nodded and smiled, okay. Anko and Shiro looked strangely at the back of Naruto leaving with Yuhi. Bai suddenly said, can Sister Anko tell the story of you and Naruto? I don't have a story with him. Anko was stunned when asked, and suddenly looked like I can tell. Bai looked at her with a smile. Sister Anko, you like Naruto very much too. Well, what are you talking about? How can I like this kind of hairy boy? Anko panicked, and he couldn't help hesitating in the face of Bai's words. This made Bai even more certain, and he sighed secretly in his heart. Naruto, how many girls do you have to mess with before you are willing? Chapter 178 Yuhi's Request. And Naruto, who was called out to talk by Yuhi, followed her slowly all the way down the sparsely populated alley. Mr. Yuhi, just say something. Naruto said. Yuhi stopped and turned around, looking at him with those beautiful Yuhi-colored eyes, and then smiled after a moment of silence. Naruto, haven't we seen each other for 3 years? Naruto didn't know what she was going to say, and nodded suspiciously. Yuhi continued to smile. You've grown up. You're even taller than me. Hehe, people will always grow up. Naruto smiled slightly. Mr. Yuhi, you still haven't changed. Yuhi suddenly leaned forward, stared at him and asked, then what do you think I haven't changed? A burst of aroma came from Yuhi's body. Naruto took a step back and said, Teacher, you are still as beautiful as you used to be. The corners of Yuhi's mouth quietly revealed a happy arc, and then he chuckled lightly. Naruto, I want you to do me a favor. Oh, why are you busy? Since it was proposed by Yuhi-sensei, I will definitely do my best. Hearing Naruto's words, Yuhi's face showed a satisfied look, and he waved to him, signaling Naruto to approach and speak. Naruto stuck his head out in confusion. Yuhi also tipped his head quietly, and Yuhi's sexy lips whispered a few words into Naruto's ear. A burst of warm air entered his ears, itchy, and Naruto was a little uncomfortable. To be honest, Yuhi after 3 years was more mature, and there was a hint of charm and gentleness in the cold beauty. At this moment, he was so close to Naruto, which made him slightly uncomfortable. However, when he finally listened to her request carefully, his face suddenly became very strange. He stared at Yuhi for a long time, and then asked, Mr. Yuhi, are you serious? Yuhi was a little flustered by his pure eyes, and his heart throbbed a few times. Chunin couldn't help recalling those events 3 years ago. At that time, he was only a teenager with a height of his own chin. Now but it was completely different. Tall, strong, sunny and handsome, her heart panicked when she thought of her request. Yuhi dizziness flashed across her face, and she nodded, of course I'm not joking. Naruto couldn't help but wonder whether Yuhi wanted to use himself as a shield for her. The purpose is to get rid of the entanglement of Asuma for a long time. Who are you looking for? Why are you looking for me? Don't know that I have been very depressed by a lot of things recently. However, he has already boasted about Heiko before, and now he can't break his promise, and he is not reluctant, so he nodded and said, okay, when? Yuhi thought for a while, just tonight. He will come to me downstairs to deliver flowers. you should come at that time. By the way, don't be seen by him. Otherwise, you will be smothered. Well, I didn't expect Teacher Yuhi to think of such an old way of Kiba. Naruto shook his head and laughed. Yuhi rolled his eyes at him. No one should know about this. I don't want to affect your love life. Well, of course I'll keep it a secret. Take this one well, and when the time is up, you can just enter the chakra. Naruto handed her a Hiraishin kunai. Seeing Hiraishin kunai, Yuhi was visibly shocked. Naruto, this is the art of Hiraishin, so you won't be afraid of being discovered. Naruto laughed. Yuhi was shocked. He didn't expect that Naruto actually learned the art of flying gods. This art has become a legend in Konoha. How did he learn it? However, although she was very surprised, she didn't ask any further questions. After carefully putting away Kuwu, she pulled Naruto and chatted a few more words before leaving. When Naruto returned to the Maruko shop, Enko and Shiro just came out of it, and Enko immediately came up and asked Naruto about Yuhi. Of course he couldn't say it, so he just made up a reason to perfunctory it. Then, the excited Enko did not leave because of this, but kept pulling Naruto to talk about his performance during the meeting. I said that you are still very imposing. This is the first time I have seen that old guy from Danzo so upset. Enko smiled happily, but is the matter between you and that Mizukage true? What do you think? Naruto asked back. Hee. Enko circled Naruto, his eyes rolled and suddenly said, I think Lord Mizukage must have taken a fancy to you. Look at how attractive you are with thin skin and tender meat. Yeah, she stretched out her hand and touched Naruto's face, suddenly flirting. Bai, who was on the side, looked speechless, and hurriedly pulled Naruto to prevent him from being poisoned by Enko. She had already seen what Enko meant just now, and she definitely had bad intentions. After Naruto was touched by her soft jade hand, although he admitted that it was very ambiguous, being molested by a woman was really detrimental to a man's dignity, so he decisively knocked off Enko's strange hand and cut it. He said, you don't have 8 trigrams, it's all Mizukage's conspiracy, just don't want me to be Hokage, I won't lose to her with this kind of trick. Haha, have ambition. Naruto, I will absolutely support you. Defeat Mizukage and make her submit to you. Enko cried. When Naruto heard it, his head was full of black lines. 3 of them walked to the crossroads, and Enko decided to go back, but she didn't achieve her goal today, so she reluctantly invited Naruto again. Naruto, when are you free to come out for a drink? When it comes to drinking, Bai immediately becomes vigilant. When a man drinks, he will do bad things immediately. Although Enko is not a bad person, she occasionally looks at Naruto like a wolf, and she is worried for Naruto in her heart. Naruto thought for a while, then nodded and replied, let's talk when you're free. After speaking, he and Beitu left without looking back. Enko murmured, stinky boy, focus on sex over friends. Emphasize sex over friends. After returning home with Bai, after a short rest, Naruto sat down and started practicing chakra. Although he was going to relax a few days after returning to Konoha, once he was used to the practice, once he sat down, he would involuntarily enter the state of cultivation. Besides, he has been splitting up about 10 shadow clones in Mount Myoboku, constantly practicing various ninjutsu. And 10 times the training fatigue, he can easily bear it now. In addition to doing some exercises to enhance physical energy, he usually studies the development of various new techniques and the application of techniques. Bai, on the other hand, was packing up the utensils at home and planning the layout of this room. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, it was time for dinner in the evening. When Naruto woke up from sitting and meditating, he smelled the aroma of food and couldn't help laughing. Looking at the table, Bai has already prepared everything, just waiting for him to go to eat. However, just as the two were preparing to eat, Naruto's door was suddenly knocked. Chapter 179 Hinata and Ino. The door opened, but a graceful figure walked in. After seeing Naruto, the expression on his face was both surprised and happy. Hinata. Naruto stood up, laughing and pulling her into the house. Naruto, Naruto, you're at home. When he finally saw Naruto, Hinata's heart was beating wildly, and he couldn't help but jump out of his throat. Hinata was very surprised. Even before he could rest, he went straight to Naruto's house and wanted to see him. And at this moment, looking at Naruto's smiling face, Hinata was lost. After 3 years of absence, Naruto became even more outstanding. With short golden hair, blue eyes, and that face that made people feel more and more heartbroken, there was a momentary blank in his mind. Long time no see. Naruto came to her and gave her a hug with a smile. An instant, Hinata was dizzy and Yuhi's face was full of panic. Naruto hugged her in a panic, and the pair of big white rabbits that had grown beyond ordinary people were suddenly squeezed into a ball. The strange feeling made her almost dizzy. After 3 years of not seeing her, she found that her immunity to Naruto had dropped again. Because there was Shiro by the side, Naruto just hugged her and let go of her, and didn't continue. Leaving Naruto's broad embrace, Hinata felt a little lost in her heart, but she was shy and immersed in the joy of seeing him again. When she finally calmed down, she saw Shiro on one side. Naruto, Hinata looked at Bai suspiciously. Her pure white eyes carefully looked at Bai, and she looked a little shy and timid, so Bai couldn't help but feel very cute. My name is Haku. Bai smiled and introduced herself. She, who had already seen the clue, did not introduce herself as Naruto's lover, but pulled her to chat. Bai is gentle, kind and considerate, while Hinata is weak and shy, and the two quickly became friendly. Knowing that Hinata hadn't eaten yet, Bai invited her to sit down together. Due to the etiquette and upbringing of the big family, Hinata was persuaded by Bai to add a pair of tableware to her despite being a little embarrassed. During the meal, Hinata looked very happy and kept looking at Naruto secretly, but he was still thinking about Shiro's relationship with him. The meal was quickly finished, and the understanding Bai said to clean up the dishes, and asked Naruto to send Hinata home. On the way, Hinata was still a little shy, lowered his head slightly, and watched the 2 huge meatballs on his chest swaying, not knowing what to say to Naruto. Naruto is watching the changes of Hinata. Compared with Sakura, Hinata is more beautiful and beautiful. Compared with the cute and green she before, Hinata is now more mature and youthful. Especially her figure, which has developed even better than Bai. Feeling Naruto's scorching gaze, Hinata didn't dare to turn his head to look at him. He just wanted to finish the journey quickly, but he didn't want to return home like this. After a while, Hinata finally saw the door of the family, and she couldn't help but stop. Naruto, Hinata called him softly. Hinata, what's wrong? Naruto looked at her tenderly and asked with a smile. Hinata leaned lightly against the wall beside the door of the house. A pair of novels kept stirring, and he said, Tomorrow, are you free tomorrow? I want to practice with you. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Hearing her question, he couldn't help but think of how she practiced with him in the past. At that time, she would come to the place where she practiced every day to find herself, and then go to dinner together. Thinking of this, he felt warm. Laughed. No problem, I'll be waiting for you at the same place tomorrow. Naruto nodded and smiled. A happy smile appeared on Hinata's face, and those pure white eyes were also full of joy. Yeah, Hinata nodded heavily, ran into the house, and waved back to him, see you tomorrow. Sending it back to Hinata, Naruto looked at the sky, and it was getting dark. Because of Yuhi's business, he planned to stroll around the street for a while. At this time, most of the people in Konoha village had finished their dinner. Many people went out for a walk, and many people went shopping. On the central street, Naruto saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Ino, how much is this bouquet of roses? Asuma asked his student with a smile. Teacher Asuma, don't be so rude. Since the teacher is useful, I will give you this bouquet of flowers for free. Ino, who was doing some ordering in his own flower shop, said with a smile. Haha, then I'll accept it with a smile. Asuma took the flower politely, said a few words to Ino and left. After Asuma left, Naruto walked up to greet Ino. Ino, busy. Ino was moving a pot of flowers into the house, and when he heard Naruto's familiar voice, he almost dropped the potted plant in his hand in surprise. She quickly put the flowers away, turned around and rushed in front of Naruto excitedly. Naruto. Naruto, why did you suddenly appear here? I heard that you have returned to Konoha. I wanted to find you at night. I didn't expect you to come first. Sure enough, Naruto, you still care about me the most. Naruto was forced to take a step back by the impact of her pounce. He stretched out his hand to support her delicate body, but there was a piece of smooth skin where he started. Ino, this girl was wearing bold and revealing clothes. Against the smooth lower abdomen, her chest looked extraordinarily firm. And when the temperature of Naruto's big hand touched the skin on her back, that strange feeling also made her face turn Yuhi, but she still hugged Naruto's neck tightly, wanting to be intimate with him. It was not until the customer came to the store that she reluctantly backed away, spit out her pink Yuhi-colored tongue at him, and went to deal with the customer's affairs. Naruto looked at her from the side and smiled slightly. Soon, Ino dealt with it. Excited, she pulled Naruto's chattering greetings. While asking Naruto's experience in the past 3 years, she also talked about her progress in the past 3 years. A girl in love. Looking at the youthful and energetic Ino, Naruto smiled and said, I think you're bragging about your bullshit. I want to see what progress you've made. Humph. Just watch. Shall we go and verify it now? Ino wrinkled his nose and cried softly. Naruto shook his head. Forget it now, I have something to do. Don't. Naruto, come with me. I want it now. Seeing him shaking his head, Ino jumped up and hugged Naruto's arm, shaking him, wanton coquettish forehead. Naruto couldn't bear it. This girl's coquettish power is too great. Especially Ino kept rubbing his arm with that proud chest. This is definitely tempting. Naruto sighed inwardly. Chapter 180 Naruto. Knock me down. Finally getting rid of Ino's entanglement, Naruto took to the street to breathe a sigh of relief. It was completely dark by this time, and there were a few stars in the sky. Facing the night wind, Naruto cleared his mind a little from the recent series of sexual encounters, and decided to get down to business from tomorrow. The matter of taking office as Hokage was stopped by Danzo, and there were many changes. Although he said that he would invite the great name of the Country of Fire to make a decision, Naruto was not afraid. Such a challenge did not worry him at all. Danzo he still knows how many kilograms he has. Jinchuriki Column Force Alliance, which Naruto planned to organize before, must also do it as soon as possible, otherwise Akatsuki will give it a head start. As for lobbying various countries, it will be more convincing when I become Hokage. Moreover, in terms of their own strength, it is also time to look at the real Book of Seals in the first generation. The research on Mokudan wood style must be guided by the Book of Seals. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes again, and the next moment, his figure disappeared in place. The Art of Hiraishin. Yuhi's room. Listening to the hurried knock on the door, Yuhi's face flashed a disturbed emotion, but when she held the special Hiraishin kunai in her hand, her expression calmed down again. She quietly entered a trace of chakra and said, wait a moment. Asuma's voice sounded outside the door. Yuhi, is it inconvenient now? Yuhi hummed, I'm taking a shower. When Asuma outside the door heard it, he didn't dare to come in immediately, so he could only say, then I'll wait for you outside the door, and I bought a bunch of flowers for you. Hearing his gracious words, Yuhi frowned and glanced at the Hiraishin kunai in his hands. Why haven't you come yet? Naruto, Yuhi murmured. I've already been there. Naruto's voice came from the ceiling. Yuhi was startled, looked up, but happened to meet Naruto's blue eyes. His face couldn't help but Yuhi, essential, scary to death. Now. She sneered slightly, calm down. With a swish, Naruto came to her and looked down at her. At this time, Yuhi was only wearing a light pajamas, and the collar opened in a large V shape, revealing the proud figure wrapped in a purple bra, fung. The hem of the pajamas hangs down softly, just above the knees of the thighs. Naruto looked at her up and down for a while, and then his eyes fell on her Yuhi cherry lips, which were bright and dripping, and actually smeared Yuhi. Naruto, whose heart jumped, hurriedly restrained his gaze and said with a smile, "Mr. Yuhi, I'm not late, right?" Yuhi was feeling uncomfortable with his scorching gaze, and when he heard him speak, he let out a breath, pulled him to the only bed in the room and pressed him to sit down, and then said, "It's time for you. I'll make you a cup of tea." So, Naruto watched her graceful figure walking around the room, and then admired her focused expression when making tea. Asuma waiting outside the door. He couldn't help looking at Yuhi with strange eyes and asked in a low voice, "He's already here. What is Yuhi-sensei going to do?" Yuhi thought about it for a while, but found that he didn't want to do anything. He smiled helplessly and then picked up the tea and handed it to him. "Drink the tea first, I'll talk about it later." I told him that I was taking a shower and taking advantage of it. "I'll think about it for a while." Naruto snorted and tasted her tea-making skills. It was really good. Naruto glanced at her and exhaled. "I didn't expect you to know the tea ceremony, Mr. Yuhi." Yuhi glanced back at him. "Are you underestimating me?" Naruto's heart skipped a beat again. Yuhi's Byakugan's charming style was simply unbearable, and with her thin pajamas, it was a tempting crime. Naruto quickly imagined in his mind the appearance of being naked, in order to reduce the illusion of Yuhi's body. At this moment, Asuma's voice rang again from outside the door. "Yuhi, how are you?" Yuhi panicked. "Oh, no, not yet." "Oh," Asuma responded. He murmured outside the door, "Why so slow? Women are trouble." However, looking at the rose in his hand, Asuma seemed to see Yuhi's attractive pupils, and smirked. "Mr. Yuhi, it looks like he's coming in." Naruto laughed. "You don't have much time. Just do what you want. I will try my best to cooperate." Hearing this, Yuhi looked at him and hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "I don't know the specifics, but Asuma is very annoying. I have refused many times before, but he still insists, and I don't know how to do it well. Naruto, come and think of a way." "Hey, why did you ask me to come up with an idea? I'm just a supporting role," Naruto said dissatisfied. "Yuhi, who are you talking to? Is there anyone in the house?" Asuma outside the door seemed to hear the voice inside, and couldn't help but shouted from the door. "No, no one, I'm almost done washing." Yuhi let out a soft whistle, perfunctory him, and hurriedly stepped forward to cover Naruto's mouth with his hand, and at the same time leaned over and stared at him. "Don't be so loud." Naruto shook his head and laughed. "Sooner or later he will know. What are you afraid of?" Yuhi thought about it and thought it was right, but it seemed that he was still too nervous. Next, the two stared at each other for a while. Yuhi still couldn't think of a way to make Asuma give up his pursuit, so he had to sit beside Naruto with a worried look on his face. Naruto looked at her now that she didn't have the calm look of being a teacher at all, and she acted like a woman who had an affair. At this time, Asuma's third greeting came. Yuhi finally bit Kiba hard, looked at Naruto and said, "I'm sorry, Naruto, I have to." After she finished speaking, she hugged Naruto with both hands and whispered, "Naruto, push me down." Before Naruto could figure out the situation, Yuhi grabbed him and fell on the bed with her. The big bed creaked, and the next moment Naruto was pressed down on Yuhi's body. Yuhi's thighs were spread apart and wrapped around Naruto's waist, and then she pulled a quilt to cover their lower bodies, revealing only the upper body wearing clothes. Tuck tuck tuck. Suddenly, she threw out a few kunai from nowhere and nailed it directly to the door, making a loud noise. At the same time, Asuma outside the door was taken aback by the strange sound, and immediately heard a soft cry from Yuhi. Asuma, who thought something dangerous happened to her, was immediately overwhelmed, and slammed the door open and rushed in, thinking about Yuhi just coming out of the bathroom. The way it looks. Hey,